When winter comes like this, the whole academy was covered with snow, the pond in the garden was also frozen. Inside the academy, there was a bakery called Laplace Bakery, the taste of the cakes made by the former royal pastry chef, and a terrace full of fragrant flowers. The premium desserts served from the Laplace Bakery were hard to get because they were always sold out. Janica looked very happy when tasting the dishes served there. Clara then said to her, how else could she lure her if not with this kind of bait? Hearing that, Janica felt that it sounded like she got tricked into coming here. Clara said that she would get to the point. She felt that she had reached a dangerous point. She had a big crush on Ed Roth Taylor. Hearing that, Janica then surprisedly asked, how did she know? Clara irritably replied, how could she not know? She also said that she didn't mean to stop her. Anise was just enjoying her hot chocolate in the midst of the commotion between the two of them. Clara continued, at first, she felt like she was really missing out, but because her assessment of Ed Roth Taylor was improving, she decided to just accept the situation. Janica didn't know what to say to that. But the problem was, Clara asked, if lately when she was with him her heart felt pounding so hard that she couldn't speak. Janica blushed to hear that. She then asked, why was she talking about this suddenly? Clara told her to just answer it, yes or no. Janica said, rather than feeling nervous or anxious, she felt more comfortable and warm. That's what she meant. Clara said that she was heading towards one of the bad endings of romance stories, namely being a comfortable female friend. Clara then scolded her best friend's stupidity. What was the point if her feelings were only unrequited? She had to make him thirst for her. Janica was really overwhelmed at this time, but Clara didn't stop there. If he was the only one expressing affection and following him around, she asked her, can it really be said to be a relationship? It's just a follower relationship. Janica's spirits then gave her a thumbs up for her words. While holding both of Janica's hands, Clara said that this was enough. After all, it was now winter vacation. That boy was quite handsome and strangely popular with girls, so she had to find a solution soon. She planned to go home to her family later. But she became agitated because of this. Clara then gave her a suggestion. Instead of clumsy push and pull tactics, she should trigger his protective instinct. Hearing that, Anise, who had been silently listening, agreed with her. She felt that Clara was really great. She was a person who had learned love through many romance stories. But the reason why other people's judgment of Ed Roth Taylor became good was largely influenced by Clara herself, because he was the boy that Janica liked. Clara had exalted Ed in front of Belle Maya, the academy staff, and her friends. Now, everyone seemed to trust Ed. But as for her opinion, it was a bit different. In Anisa's view, seeing her being scolded by the librarian for returning the book she borrowed late on the deadline, you could judge that she was an awkward person with a shy nature. Watching all these things, she wondered how she could even become a professor. The other professors who were already senior simultaneously referred to Professor Claire's ability as a talent for interacting with others. Coincidentally, she was actually mentored by prominent scholars such as Professor Glast and Professor Plubane. She received guidance and help from various scholars to complete her academic degree, and now, she is even said to be the best assistant professor. Although she is academically outstanding, Assistant Professor Claire has no talent in practical work, but with her help, they are able to handle all the important tasks. Seeing Anise carrying a heavy load in her hands, a male student then shyly offered to help her, smiling. She then turned to him and politely declined his help. She thanked him for his concern. Anise. She was a second-year student who was so reliable that even the experienced academy staff recognized her. She was the best advisor. The reason why the messy Professor Claire's private laboratory could always be tidy was because of Anisa's organizational skills. Anise then placed the documents she had brought on the table there. She collected personal information almost equivalent to the level of stalking by moving between the student library, Trix Hall, administration office, and the dormitory workroom. She could get into trouble if caught, but she could smoothly prevent suspicion with a twinkling smile. Except for her two best friends, Janica and Clara, almost no one knew her true nature. For Anise, human relationships were just a matter of changing masks. It was currently about 20 minutes until the professor returned from buying snacks at the bakery. During that time, she analyzes all the information related to Ed Roth Taylor and his background. While brewing a pot of tea, Anise then read the information about Ed that she had found from the Roth Taylor family, the strongest family in the Klol Empire. He was the second of the three main heirs. This general fact was useless, so she then tried to look at his history. In the year he was born, Crefin Roth-Taylor usurped the position of head of the family. He became the official heir at the age of 2, which made his nature become haughty. He was baptized by the church at the age of 5. He practiced ethics at the age of 8, and at the age of 12. He should have carried out various classes. Judging from his grades in the first grade, he was not a prodigy talent. After Anise started school, her family was in a precarious situation, and Anise, who was left to fend for herself, had to survive as a student assistant and Academy Scholarship recipient. She had such a strong survival instinct that she took Lortel as her role model. Even though she was 1 year younger than her, of course, Anise is not talented in reading the flow of money, but she has her own way. Anise then brought up the history of the Roth-Taylor family, the most powerful family in the Klol Empire, has 1 son and 2 daughters. Anise believes he must have grown up in a suffocating environment, which instilled authoritarian values. It is certain that he grew up without experiencing financial difficulties. He has no academic talent and did not show impressive abilities during his first grade. He is likely to lack self-confidence. He seems to like cheerful and gentle women. He is likely assertive but avoids responsibility. He might prefer people who offer unconditional approval rather than practical opinions. He hopes not to stand out too much, preferring to showcase his abilities. If someone is self-sacrificing, they may fit his ideal better. He feels more comfortable in relationships where he can dismiss people if necessary. He naturally prefers attractive appearances, likely favoring expensive items due to his upbringing. However, he might also find charm in simplicity. He has probably experienced few achievements, making him susceptible to praise. He likely enjoys discussing luxury items and dignity. He prefers giving gifts to showcase his wealth rather than receiving them. Given the situation, if he sees joy in receiving small gifts, he will likely develop a great fondness. Dependence over obsession, humility over competence, is key. He is likely sensitive to profit and loss, separate from his actual abilities. It would be advantageous to highlight his practical benefits as a person. Checking how his mindset has changed since being excommunicated would help adjust the approach. Determine his feelings for Yenica, ensuring he isn't easily swayed by others despite having affection for her. Even if he is, see if he feels guilt and remorse or is shallow and selfish enough to justify his behavior. Being his senior as a student assistant puts me in a favorable position. He doesn't seem to prefer assertive women, so striking a balance is key. His ideal type isn't too complex. It seems to mirror the patterned desires of those with a noble disposition. Recent environmental pressures have brought changes, but his core, built over many years, won't change fundamentally in just a year. While he might have become more reliable, his characteristic arrogance remains. In the end, it's not so difficult if you look at it this way. While smiling slightly, Anise wondered, shall I practice a bit? But, right at that moment, Assistant Professor Claire suddenly came. She said that she brought Mont Blanc from Laplace Bakery. She invited her to eat this first together and do the assignment afterwards. Seeing her who had brewed tea, Claire then praised her attitude. She had even anticipated that she brought snacks. But when Claire held the teacup and was about to drink it, she suddenly dropped the cup because it was still hot. Claire was then worried when she saw that. She felt that Anise would definitely nag her again for being careless, but then she was surprised. Instead of nagging her as usual, Anise instead worriedly asked her, was she hurt? Seeing her who was fine, she was grateful. She was very relieved to see that she was not hurt. Claire could only be stunned by Anise's uncharacteristic attitude. When Ed took back his washed uniform, he said that he was quite overwhelmed washing his uniforms even on holidays like this. This was a great help, so he thanked her. Hearing that, Maya said that just one extra uniform wasn't that much work. After all, she often served someone who relies on her. Lately, when washing Lucy's clothes, she saw a lot of blonde hair stuck there. Even when washing his clothes, there was the scent of the candle Lucy used and a lot of white hair stuck there. Hearing that, Hajin also thought that Lucy had been sticking to him lately. Not like usual, but he was surprised. How could she realize that just from washing his uniform once, it made him wonder, what would this person do if she didn't become a maid? Maya was silent for a moment. She then asked him, why did he still talk formally? Ed said that he felt comfortable like that, but Maya said that she preferred to speak casually, but Ed said that he preferred to speak formally. Ed did that not without reason. After all, with her position as a head maid, among the academic staff, it corresponds to a senior rank. For him, who is neither a noble nor a student of the Ophilus Hall anymore, it would be awkward if he spoke informally to her. but she was strangely insistent on this. Ed then said that he would still speak formally. After all, she was the head maid. There must be many people to manage and lots to worry about. Maya did not mind that. She asked him to speak as comfortably as he could. There were more people he had to take care of than her. Ed could only feel confused hearing that, but, while looking out the window, Maya said, excessive anxiety could be a burden on the mind. Whatever that girls decided, it was their own choice. Anyway, Maya asked him to call her any time when he needed laundry. Right now, the workplace is stabilized, so fine. The restoration of the Ophilus Hall is also over. Ed was quite surprised to hear that. He didn't expect it to be restored in just one semester. He felt that the academy must have put a lot of effort into the restoration. Hearing that, Maya said it was because the new batch of students were coming, and among the 7 new residents that they need to take care of starting from this vacation period, one person has already registered for residence and is moving in. Hearing that, Ed knew who she meant. He asked, "That person is Tanya Roth-Taylor, right?" Maya confirmed that. She was not surprised to hear Ed knowing that. Ed sighed for a moment. He felt like the vacation period would be troublesome. His little sister is coming soon. In Ed's cabin, Zix was visiting there at this time. He said that it seemed like he was going home this vacation. Ed was quite surprised to hear that. He asked, "Why, is that librarian Ika going home too?" Zix was surprised to hear that. How could he know that? Zix exhaled for a moment. He said that he just wanted to spend time with Ika. He asked, was he going to stay in the cabin during the vacation? Hearing that, Ed wasn't sure either. He was about to become a third-year student. He should at least be able to use intermediate-level magic so as not to be embarrassed, so he planned to study. Hearing that, Zix then confusedly asked, wasn't it just a year ago? His magic was only at the most basic beginner level. He asked him not to push himself. He didn't feel any mana at all in his sensitivity. He asked, did he train his mana to the limit again? Ed did not answer. Seeing that, Zix then put his hand on his forehead. His hand felt a little warm at the moment. It seemed that he had a little fever. Zix asked, was he sure he was not pushing himself? Ed said that there was a reason. Seemed that he could not use magic for the time being. Hearing that, Zix felt that there was no need to worry about it anymore. Zix's best trait is his coolness. If he said there was a reason, he would definitely let it go, which made it less complicated. Zix then remembered something. He said that Isla asked about him. There seemed to be a misunderstanding, and she said she would bring Taylor to apologize. She asked for the location of his cabin, but he didn't tell her. He felt it was private information. Hearing that, Ed then told him to tell her that he didn't need an apology. He wasn't offended. He just didn't need an apology. He didn't hold any grudge against him either. Hearing that, Zix said, it's not so much forgiving, more like total indifference. Anyway, Ed then said to him, it turns out that he is good at keeping secrets too. While throwing a bag to him, Ed said that he wanted to ask for his help before he went home. This was his reward. He was given permission to use Professor Glass's underground library, but it was very messy. So he needed help to clean it up. Zix accepted the reward. He said that he didn't care about money. He thought of it more as in training. There's no problem. He also asked, what are you planning to use the library for? Ed said that he was going to use it as a workshop. Hearing that, Zix asked, you're also doing magic engineering, cabin, mana training, spirit magic, archery, and now magic engineering. Starting tomorrow, he was also going to work at the academy. Zix felt that a person like him was a person who would be successful. He just advised him not to overexert himself. Ed's activities during this winter break were really a lot. He even made a note of what he was going to do during this break, in Assistant Professor Claire's office. Anise then thanked the scholarship recipients in front of her for attending. She was representing Assistant Professor Claire at this time. Right now, Assistant Professor Claire was unable to communicate. Claire's appearance was very haggard at this time, like a zombie. Anise continued, after taking care of academic matters and because tomorrow is the deadline for the next semester schedule, she hasn't slept for 44 hours, so for important matters, she, the chief assistant, will take her place. There are 3 scholarship students called in at the moment. Among them are Ed, Clebius, and one unknown fat student. Anise continued. What scholarship recipients like them should do is get ready and supervise the new student placement exam later. Hearing that, Hajin then thought, the new student placement exam, every year, it is handled by Professor Glass, but this year, Assistant Professor Claire will be in charge, just like before. Of course she already knows the results. but it is a bit surprising that Clebius is also participating. Last year, the exam was held in the northernmost forest of the Arkan mountain, but this year it will be held in the northwest corner, on Mount Oron, while handing a piece of paper to Clebius. Anis then explained his duties. He would take the supply orders from Trix Hall, and for Onyx, the name of the third student who was with Ed and Clebius, he will help Assistant Professor Claire with her duties. As for Ed Roth Taylor, Anis paused for a moment. She thought, there is something that Clara and Janica did not notice. Ed Roth Taylor has too many women around him. It can be seen from his face. He is a playboy. Since they will work together as a scholarship recipient, this is a good opportunity to test him. She stays up all night to study and embody his perfect ideal type. If he is a weak man who cannot stand her temptation, then she will definitely separate him from Janica. Anis then told him that he would come with her for the field survey. In the northwest of the academy, on Mount Oron, after climbing up there, Anis said that this was not a very high mountain, but a mountain is still a mountain. There are some places that are quite dangerous, and considering the season, if you slip in the snow, some students could be seriously injured. She also said that this was tiring. Seeing Ed, who still looked relaxed, Anis asked, "You don't seem tired at all." Seeing her complaining of being tired, Ed said that it was time for them to rest. He then invited her to rest for a while showing her charm. Anis thanked him. She also did not forget to praise his good stamina. He also cares about others. It seems like she was wrong about him. Ed could only feel confused hearing that. Anis asked, he must have realized it a bit, right? She is very close to Janica, so she is worried that she might hang out with the wrong people. That's why she might act a bit cold towards him. She felt that she had been cold to him all along, because of her worries. Hearing that, Ed said that it was fine. He didn't mind it. Ed actually didn't care much about it. While checking their visit list, Ed thought, now, the next point they should check. They should finish it as soon as possible. Ed then said to her that she might be exhausted from being the most reliable student assistant alone. She must be having a hard time too. Hearing that, Anis said that he had a point, but that wasn't the case. While embracing his hand, Anis said, because there are you, Ed, of course. The other two boys are very helpful too, but his being here really made her strong. She then apologized if she opened old wounds. She asked, but you were kicked out of your family, right? Anis said that she went through something almost the same. Right after she went to school, her family collapsed, but she really wanted to stay in this school, so she broke through it alone. It was like enduring a long and lonely winter alone. Anis closed her eyes for a moment as she recalled those sad memories. Ed was a little confused at this time. She clearly had the impression of someone who was persistent, financial problems or whatever. She had handled everything by herself. Ed then told her that she didn't need to push herself. Good job, she was able to survive until here. Hearing that, Anis thanked him. She said that they seemed to have a lot in common. Looking at her image that he had never seen before, Ed was confused. Wasn't she previously a more practical and realistic person rather than someone who was so sentimental? But as Anis was walking forward, she suddenly lost her balance. It made her fall in Ed's arms. Seeing that, Ed then immediately caught her and asked her to be careful. While blushing, Anis thanked him. She tripped over a rock. Ed was then confused to hear that, because he didn't see a single rock there. With a flushed face, Anis confusedly asked why her body was warming up like this. She then stutteringly said that she would calm down for a while. She asked Ed to just sit here for a while. She would come back. Ed could only feel confused at her behavior. After distancing herself from Ed, Anis then thought about her interaction with Ed earlier. From the outside, he seems really nice and reliable. She wondered, is he just pretending? It's hard to tell. A colleague who survived the academy life together. Their bond is like that. He seems reliable, but if you dig deeper, he is actually fragile and makes her want to protect him. She doesn't know if he likes more mature people or he prefers someone cute and younger, so she had been trying to do both, a little touch here and there, then ended with a touch under the guise of accident. Everything went according to plan. Anis was silent for a while. She then thought, maybe I got carried away. While blushing, she thought, regardless, she didn't expect it, but his physical body turned out to be good. Although he looks very intellectual, it turns out that his body is more muscular than she thought. She thought he was just a spoiled noble child who never tried. But it turns out that he is more competent than she thought. As for his face, Ed's face looks very handsome in Anis's eyes. It's fitting that Janica fell in love with him. While Anise was thinking about it deeply, she then understood something. So this is how he attracts girls. With her usual cold nature, Anise muttered, "But I'm different, Ed Roth Taylor." While Ed himself was now still standing where they were before. While waiting for Anise's arrival, Ed then admired the beautiful scenery in front of him. The view of Mount Oron can make us forget our worries temporarily. But there are some things that have no solution, no matter how hard we try. For example, the problem with Tanya Roth Taylor, the villainess. That's probably the best word to describe her. Tanya is a political genius, a child who fits the noble family. Her political instincts and talent for manipulation are natural. She aims to become the first freshman to become student council president in the history of Sylvania. Later, she will start influencing important figures in the academy. Belle Maya told him that Tanya arrived at the dormitory earlier than the others. She most likely did that to secure her power base before the semester started. Tanya Roth Taylor was not just an ordinary character in the background, she was an influential villain. Ed thought that he could prepare first because he still remembered some things, but the problem was how Tanya Roth Taylor would treat him. He didn't know that at all. Tanya might know, but he himself didn't know. It wasn't about others. It was about himself. Ed Roth Taylor was a small villain who appeared briefly and then disappeared. The material for his plot was not explored in great detail, and even his epilogue was easily forgotten. He is really an extra character, so, Ed realized, there were no clues to follow. None at all. That's why he thought this was an insurmountable problem. He once again wondered, how did Tanya Roth Taylor view Ed Roth Taylor? To Tanya Roth Taylor, Ed Roth Taylor was trash. That was roughly her impression of her sibling. She was now on her way to Sylvania. Sylvania was filled with stars, princess of the Klol Empire, the original leader of the Eltstor. The spirit sorcerer who was able to handle high-level spirits in her teenage years, the great alchemist who created the elixir of inscription, a ferocious child who used to rule the northern vegetation zone, the sword demon of the Nortondale family, a fighter who mastered the swordsmanship ceremony, and the most extraordinary among them, the genius magician who might have received the star blessing from the Archmage Glocked. Just thinking about it already makes her heart beat because she can't wait to meet those dignified figures. It's only natural that she admires them. In this Sylvania Academy, she will blend in among them and live a satisfying academy life. When she arrived at the academy, a maid then told her that the luggage she sent was taken care of by the maids. Her room was in the second room on the third floor. After Tanya got out of the carriage, she then asked her to help clear the entry procedure through the attendant. She had to stop by somewhere first. The maid understood. Her first task in Sylvania, the land of knowledge that she admired so much, was to get rid of the family disgrace, that Ed Roth Taylor. Tanya felt disgusted when she remembered him. While waiting for someone she asked to meet, she then read a letter written by her father. Crefin in the letter said, "Hearing your resolutions makes me happy as your father. I really want to support your ambitions, represent me and build connections with them, expand your influence." Tanya was very touched reading the letter. She then promised her father that she would fulfill his expectations. Before heading to Sylvania, the land of knowledge, she conveyed 2 resolutions to her father. Crefin told her, Sylvania will show her respect as befits her status, but in essence, this is a place to study. Even the princess treated the professors there with respect, because they were mentors of learning. He told her not to be presumptuous just because of her noble status. Anyone who was a grade higher than her was her senior. Seeing the arrival of the person she was waiting for, Tanya then thanked her for her time. She said, she should have known about that guy right, so there was no need for her to explain at length. He was a stain on their family and a thorn-like human being. She grew up with him, so she knew him very well. Hearing that, the person said, "You must have had a hard time," while smiling slightly. Tanya said that her childhood was not as difficult as hers. She also silently thought, driving this conversation naturally is not so difficult. Tanya continued, "He is full of pretense and does not know anything about politeness, like a barbarian, that kind of person. Just because of his age, he held the position of successor to the head of the family." As the conversation between the two of them progressed, this was quite surprising to Tanya. She apparently only had to give a few topics and they agreed so quickly over their dislike for him. Tanya said that he can't be serious. He just liked to feel a little and then give up, but his arrogance was so great that he never admitted his incompetence. He only just felt a little resonance magic, but already acted like he was some kind of grand magician. When he finally made it into Sylvania, she was completely stunned at that time. but seeing him causing chaos and ending up like this, it was honestly satisfying. Tanya never thought that Ed's severe reputation could come in handy like this. Hearing that, her interlocutor then asked, "So," Tanya continued, "surely, someone like her must have quickly figured out his true self, that's why, this time," but she suddenly felt hesitant to continue her words. She then finally realized, this is not called talking. She was just talking to herself from earlier. He then remembered the message his father had conveyed before meeting her. Always remember this when meeting someone who Dad introduced you to. Show respect for her, especially for negotiations and transactions. Never underestimate your interlocutor. It will definitely be a valuable experience for you. But Crefin suddenly did not continue his words at that time. She and her father at that time were acquainted in a project related to the Sage's Scroll. Tanya then told herself to stay strong. Seeing her suddenly silent, Lortel then asked, "Why?" She told her to continue what she said earlier. Tell her. Tanya suddenly felt nervous when she heard that. She felt like her body was being wrapped around a big snake at the moment. It made her suffocate. Tanya then nervously said that it was nothing. She politely asked, if she could ask, was she angry? Lortel grinned at that. She then asked her back, what did she mean? With a sly smile, Lortel said that this was interesting. In the list of winter break activities that Ed has made include, plan to organize the office, build a storage building for materials, expand the cabin, check the scenario, review the scholarship students' assignments, advance at least 3 levels in magic engineering, learn special skills in the archery category, master intermediate magic theory, contract with high-level spirits. In these 9 activities, Ed has already fulfilled some of them. He has now just finished reading 2 intermediate magic acquisition books, Single Point Explosion and Origins Wind. He took the 2 books from Professor Glast's library last night. This is very convenient because he can read all the books there without having to have a return deadline. He has also completed most of the scholarship assignments for today, although his activities are so many in this winter break. But he feels that Anise is more difficult than him. Ed then lit a bonfire in front of his cabin to warm up, but he then just remembered that he couldn't use magic anymore for a while. Because of that, he also couldn't apply what he had learned. He could only master the theory. When Ed walked into his room, he then saw someone who was already sleeping there. Previously she would appear in unexpected places and ways, but now he was used to her movements. Ed then immediately removed the blanket that covered the person. That person was of course Lucy. He then immediately woke her up and asked her to light the fire, but Lucy was still fast asleep. Ed even had to carry her body. Carrying her is no longer difficult now. It was honestly quite surprising how light her body was, even for a teenager. After arriving in front of the firewood that he had piled up to make a bonfire, Ed then asked her to light it. Lucy then immediately pointed at the firewood and a blazing fire appeared right after that. Seeing that, Ed then thanked her, and when Ed was about to put Lucy back into the cabin room, Lucy then said that she wanted to live outside too. Ed understood. When Lucy sniffed her clothes, she then said that she could smell perfume. Ed just said, really, after working all day with Anise for a scholarship assignment, it seems like the scent of her perfume sticks to him. Lucy continued. Besides, with a worried look on her face, she asked, do you have a fever or are you unwell? Hearing that, Ed asked, does it seem that obvious? Lucy asked him not to get sick. If he got sick, he could die. Lucy then stretched out her hand to his chest and said, if his mana was messed up, she could fix it, but after she checked it, she then knew the cause. His mana was not messed up, but drained. He was really pushing himself. Hearing that, Ed said that he could still handle it. Lucy then said to him, after the winter is over, he will probably be much stronger. She then asked him, can she ask him for a strange request? Ed was then confused by that. Lucy asked, can he stroke her head? After that, Lucy then leaned her head on his thigh and let Ed stroke her head. Lucy looked very comfortable at this time, but, in this moment of togetherness between the two of them, someone suddenly came there and called Ed. It was Lortel. Seeing her, Ed then asked, you came here because of the request I made at that time, right? You should have just told me to come to the company. I would have been there. Lortel said that it was not necessary. After all, she came here because she had some things to talk about, while looking at Lucy who was lying comfortably on his thigh. Lortel said that she also had things to ask her. Around the academy, Tanya was currently offering something to Aika. She thanked her for listening to the end, although it became a bit long. The point was simple. if she helped her conquer that person, she would give her a big reward. For example, the island family she belonged to was famous for their leading archaeological scholars, right? She could share some valuable antiques stored in the Roth-Taylor family warehouse. Aika looked very excited to hear that. There was also Zix, who had been listening to their conversation. He suddenly interrupted their current conversation. Aika was then confused by it. Zix then asked her, "You are Tanya Roth-Taylor, right?" As Tanya looked at him, various judgments about Zix then appeared in her head. He had a very fit body, and she could clearly feel the mana flowing inside it. Tanya decided that she should make him side with her. With an intimidating look directed at her, Zix then asked, "Are you Senior Ed's younger sister?" Tanya nervously replied yes, but she was then confused. When Zix's aura suddenly changed and became calm, Zix smiled at that, while chuckling. He then said to Aika, "You heard that right, this is Senior Ed's younger sister." While giving something to her, Zix then said that this was the magic engineering tool they used in the basic class of the new batch. She didn't need to buy a new one, just use this. This can make it easier to practice her mana resonance. Tanya could only feel confused at his sudden change in attitude. Zix then remembered. He then asked Aika, "Did she keep the cheat sheet for Professor Delroff's elemental science class?" Aika replied yes, she kept it. She almost accidentally threw it away. After that, they then immediately gave various things and all the cheat sheets they had to Tanya. Zix said that having a cheat sheet was very influential. Zix then asked Aika, did she still have the flower crown they used in Professor Halen's class? They both looked very satisfied after they helped the younger sister of their respected senior, while Tanya herself was really confused at the moment. Her hands currently seemed to be struggling to support the items they gave her because of how much it was. She then asked them, did they actually listen to her request properly? They then finally remembered that it was about doing something to Ed. While exhaling, Zix said yes. He said that a pair of brothers would always have a hate but love relationship. They never got along. Ed's senior personality did make him easy to misunderstand. Aika then told Zix that the ship would be leaving soon. Right before he left, Zix then introduced himself to her. "I am Zix. I'll be in the 2nd grade this year. Ed and I are senior and junior. We owe a lot to each other, so we are quite close." Zix said that she has the same determined face as her brother. She seems to be someone who is destined to excel. While putting his hand on her shoulder, Zix said, "Being born into a prosperous family and a nice house is a great blessing, right?" But what he didn't know was that it only added to the burden that Tanya was already struggling to support. As he walked away, Zix and Aika then both encouraged her, and right at that moment, she could only let herself fall while being crushed by the things they gave her. Tanya was completely confused by what was happening at the moment. In Assistant Professor Claire's office, after finishing the work for today, in a languid tone, Claire then praised the work they had done. Her face looked very exhausted at the moment. She was like a zombie. Anise then said, if they can take care of the new batch's class exams well next week, they could enjoy resting for the rest of the break period. Seeing Anise, who looked still fit, Claire wondered, is this what is called youth? She is really different, even though it has been 2 days, but her energy is still as strong as iron. Anise is a little disappointed at this time. The scholarship students are really unreliable, whether it is Onyx from the 3rd grade, or Clebius from the 1st grade. They are never smooth in doing things. In the end, she has to rework everything. At least, Ed Roth-Taylor was a little different from them. She didn't see any mistakes in his documents. During their field survey in Mount Oron, Ed said, they should close this entrance first because the students might accidentally pass through here. The road here is very slippery. If on the exam day it remains this slippery, it could cause problems later. Ed's level of practical problem-solving ability is not commonly seen in high-ranking nobles. Honestly, she was surprised. It seems that his life is not just spoiled. While sipping hot tea, Claire then approached her and asked, you have been close to Ed lately, right? She then asked her opinion, aren't you two very similar? Anise was quite surprised by her sudden question. Claire asked her to keep this a secret from Ed. She then told her, she was forced to follow him around during the Ophelis Hall occupation incident to investigate. And when she followed him to the northern forest, she then saw something surprising. He apparently built a camp that is bigger and better than this laboratory. From the equipment and workbench, as well as the campfire and drying rack, there is also a smoke rack. It seems that he made it all by himself. It can really be felt how earnest he is to survive. She also did not expect his academic grades to suddenly increase that high. Even Professor Glast recognized him. He also made a contract with spirits. The training to sense spirits has a high entry barrier. She doesn't know how he can do it, but certainly, he must have worked very hard. Anise was really surprised to hear that. She then thought, there is a small sign why he is strangely very capable in practical matters. Obviously he is not just a nobleman living in a glass house. Claire continued, besides that, you guys turned out to be similar. Anise was confused about how to answer that. Anise then said that she appreciated that high assessment. After she thought about it, Anise felt that Ed was definitely not a bad guy, but there was no way she could encourage Janica to have a beautiful love just based on other people's opinions. After she got to know him well, there was nothing she could criticize about him. He was just someone who was ordinary and didn't do anything wrong. After coming to that thought, Anise then wondered, could it be that he is really that good? He looks charming. He is not so haughty. Even Assistant Professor Claire looks favorably on him. He also turns out to have a soft side too. She didn't know this by accident, but his body turned out to be very good, and the scent of his body turned out to be comfortable. It can be said, he is good at taking care of himself. Seeing Anise, who was silent all this time, Claire then asked, why are you daydreaming? But Anise suddenly kicked the table and stood up. While opening the window, Anise said that it was a bit hot in here. Do we just open the window? Claire said okay, let the fresh air in. Just make sure the papers don't fly. But she then panicked when she saw the documents that were neatly arranged on the table began to fly in the wind. Seeing her suddenly acting strange, Claire then asked her, are you okay? It seems like you are overexerting yourself. But Anise did not answer her question. Her heart and mind were in turmoil at the moment. She felt this was bad. This was really not good. This was a serious problem. With a blushed face, Anise wondered, what should I do? But she then realized something, remembering Claire who said that Ed made a contract with the spirit. Anise realized that there was no way Ed could make a contract with the spirit in such a short time by himself. Janica must have helped Ed resonate with the spirit. His spirit must also be very great and reliable, someone Janica could always trust. Anise's body suddenly trembled at this moment, not realizing that. Claire then asked her, our work is done, do you want a snack, or do I buy something else instead? But she was then confused when she saw Anise suddenly just leave from there, in the northern forest, in the place where Janica and her spirit usually hung out. Janica was seen standing there quietly at the moment. The Feylover family motto is harmony and togetherness. Her caring nature and warm heart always make her shine. Janica's life is far from being alone, because she has always made many sincere friends during her life. But life without anxiety does not exist in this world. She looks sad at the moment. She seems to know the interaction between Anise and Ed on Mount Oron. But an unexpected guest suddenly visited her at this time. She was Tanya. Tanya then greeted her and said that she wanted to introduce herself and talk. While she was talking with Lortel earlier, Lortel whispered to her, Janica Feylover from the 3rd class, a real trump card known for her popularity, ability, and reputation. She is someone who must side with her for her goals. Tanya's body shook violently when Lortel suddenly approached her and whispered to her. While sweating profusely, Tanya then thanked her. Looking at Janica, who was just silent, Tanya then asked, is it okay, Janica Sr.? But she was then shocked and confused when a fiery aura suddenly appeared around Janica at this time. Lortel at that time told her not to worry. Janica was very kind and caring. She would listen and believe what anyone said, but when she saw Janica's demon-like appearance at this time, Lortel's words were really hard to believe. In Ed's cabin, the sky was already dark at this time with the crescent moon clearly visible above. Ed and Lortel were sitting leisurely in front of the cabin at this time. Lortel then said, most of the materials he requested had been collected, but it was difficult to find legendary grade items. Those items were difficult to obtain during the winter. Ed did not mind that. After all, he knew that she was busy. So he thanked her for helping him. Lortel asked him not to think too much about it. She regarded this as a side task only. Hearing that, Ed then asked her, why did you bother to come here to report it to me, when you could have rested? You traveled quite a distance to get here. Lortel asked him not to worry. She said, she just came here to rest. The crescent moon, the moon that was originally circular now faded, leaving little trace. Time seemed to pass so quickly, because life was so busy. Winter came. Hibernation also enveloped everyone together with the same silence. but everyone received it with a different attitude. For Ed, winter is a test to protect oneself from the bitter cold. It is also a time for him to develop into a better self. Although it is a busy time to prepare, for those who have gone through such a thing, winter awakens their sense of solitude, as if walking on a lonely road. Winter seems to have such a magical power attached to it. With a feeling of doubt filling her heart, Lortel then called him. She asked, "Why is Lucy sleeping on your lap?" Hearing that, Ed replied, "Because it's winter." Lortel really couldn't understand his answer. She then didn't know what else to say. She then could only sigh helplessly. Lortel said, honestly, if she just wanted to discuss about magic engineering supply, she wouldn't have come all the way here. Hearing that, Ed then asked, "Is there any other reason?" Lortel smiled hearing that. While taking out some kind of book, she told him not to pretend not to know. Looking at the book, Ed knew what she meant. He asked, "Did you finally make an offer?" Lortel replied, "Of course, the book is the Sage's Scroll." She can ask anything from Ed with it, while also taking out the letter that Ed had sent her that time. Lortel then smiled sweetly. She said, "This is an interesting story, right?" He asked her to bid for the Sage's Scroll. In return he will do anything for her. As a merchant, it's only right for her to get back the money she has spent. Ed could only surrender at this time. He then asked, "What kind of help do you want?" Lortel then whispered to him. She said that she would not make such a big request that it would burden him. Lortel only asked him to support her. Ed was quite surprised by her request. He then remembered, it was Act 3. The conflict between Princess Phinia and Lortel was about to begin. Lortel, sensing this, began to formulate her plan. The kind Princess Phinia Elias Clole. She was destined to be Lortel's lifelong rival. According to the original scenario, she would become student council president, rule the academy, and build her influence, and with her power, she will become a key figure in Act 4, as the revealer of the dark secrets of the Roth-Taylor family. While Ed was deep in thought, Lortel then continued, "For everyone who lives in this academy, there will come a time for them to choose one side, either side A or side B. When the time comes," Lortel asked him to please support her. That's all she asked. Hearing that, Ed thought, Phinia and Lortel, who will be the winner in their feud? It all depends on who will ally with Taylor. In the end, it's not him who decides. Ed then said to her, even if he supports her, it doesn't seem to be very helpful. Lortel also felt the same way. Although his reputation improved, his support did not produce significant results. After all, he is just an ordinary student. Hearing that, somehow it feels strange after hearing it from her. While smiling widely, Lortel continued, "But so what? This is not about the politics of gain and loss. It's just that it's important for her to know whether he supports her or not." Hearing that, Ed then accepted her request. After all, it is not too difficult. But he was then shocked when he saw Lortel burn the letter that was proof of their agreement. Lortel revealed her plan with a seductive smile. She was the girl with 1,000 faces. But, while smiling sweetly at him, Lortel said that she was happy. Ed wondered if she could continue to express like that, since it was a holiday. Of course there would be no classes and assignments for the scholarship students, although he thought of sleeping until noon and relaxing after a long time for the first time. In the end he woke up early because it had become a habit. Seeing Lucy, who was still half awake, Ed asked, "Can you light a fire for me?" Without saying a word, Lucy then lit the bonfire using her magic. Ed had a long chat with Lortel last night, but something was stuck in his mind. Lortel at that time asked him, "You have a younger sister, right? I think she's been preparing something. It's hard to know if they see you as a family enemy, or it's just a mild rivalry between siblings." To be honest, she felt it was a bit funny, so she introduced her to some people. And she said she'd go meet them all today. She might come to see him tomorrow morning and scold him. Hearing the sound of footsteps of some people heading to his cabin, Ed then thought, so, she finally came, the younger sibling of the body he possessed. Who knows what relationship they have? It's a mystery. No matter how hard I think about it, I don't know anything. Ed realized there was nothing he could do. Looking at the brother he hadn't seen for a long time, Tanya then greeted him, with a little stammer. She said that she brought a gift for him because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Looking at Tanya, who was sweating profusely and seemed unwilling to look him in the eye, Ed wondered, was she nervous? Was she embarrassed? He felt like she was scared, but at least he didn't see any resentment. But then he finally realized, as long as Ed was in the family mansion, he was living a decent life. He could only lament for jumping to conclusions too quickly. He sarcastically thought, "Good job, Ed Rothtailor. Seeing Ed, who suddenly patted his head in frustration, it reminded Tanya of the nightmares she repeatedly had in the past. Ed at that time really did something arbitrary. He threw the food served by the maid and scolded her. "How dare you serve food like this to the future head of the Rothtailor family?" Looking at Tanya, who seemed not to see the events in front of her, Ed with a sardonic smile said, "Your ability to turn a blind eye to the events in front of you is really impressive. You really mastered the art of social tact and reading the situation." Ed's nature at that time was completely inversely proportional to the current Ed. He behaved so arrogantly and haughtily as if no one could oppose him in this world. Ed then stepped on the head of the maid who served him the food. The maid could only forcefully accept it while enduring the pain. Tanya's hands trembled as she watched that very tragic scene. She could not stand it anymore. She then shouted, asking him to please stop it. The environment was silent when Tanya shouted like that at him, but she then regretted her actions. Ed asked her, "Why did you do that? Did you feel pity or sympathy for these tools?" With a sadistic smile, Ed said, "It seems that you have not become a true noble yet." But Ed's violent nature at that time was not at all seen in the current Ed. While smiling happily, Ed then thanked her for the gift. He said he would use it well. He would wear it starting next semester. As she knew, he was currently not recognized by the family. He was no longer her brother, but she still treated him like this. He was grateful. Tanya could only be stunned to hear that. Ed asked her not to just stand there. Sit by the fireplace and wait for a while. As Ed entered the cabin, he muttered that there were not many tea leaves left, so he decided to just finish it. Seeing Lucy lying nearby, Tanya then asked, "Who is that child?" Ed asked her not to care about her. He also told Lucy not to stay still, and give them some space. While carrying 2 cups of hot tea in his hand, Ed then asked her, "I heard that you have toured the academy and met some people." Tanya confirmed it. She also said that she heard a lot of things about him. Ed was quite surprised to hear that. He said that he didn't have many acquaintances, so he felt that it might be Zix or Janica. They immediately became tense when they heard Janica's name. Ed then asked, "Did she meet her? She's a nice person, right?" Of all the people he knew, she was the kindest in attitude and heart. Tanya could only agree to that. She said that she was so kind, so incredibly kind. She was very kind. Tanya emphasized that repeatedly to make Ed believe her words. Tanya continued, "Plus, she was very strong, that high fire spirit in the form of a fire lizard. She summoned it and threw people around like toys. Not only did she insist she wouldn't leave her alone if she didn't answer correctly, but she was also kind and graceful. She even encouraged her to do her best in the academy." Ed then felt anxious hearing Janica summon the high spirit, feeling that she had blurted out. Tanya immediately said that she didn't do it. She really didn't. It was probably just her imagination. She had just heard a rumor that the high spirit looked like that, so she just made up a story like that. Ed could only sigh at that. He had expected it. There was indeed something strange. The Tanya he remembered was not a shy person. After all, everyone who had met Ed Rothtailor must have a bad impression on him. Ed then called her. Tanya nervously answered his call. Ed said, "At present, he is living on his own," so he asked her not to look at him too badly. He is just a nobleman who was excommunicated for his penance. He realized that he had acted arbitrarily while still living in the mansion. He regretted it very much. There were many things he could not fix, but he asked her to forgive him. Ed also said, he heard she wanted to be student council president. He said he would support her. Maybe he wouldn't be too helpful, but he knew she always worked hard. So he told her to cheer up, but Ed knew, even if he said such things, Tanya would not be able to become student council president. Because Tanya was just a villain used to increase Fenia's popularity, but still, since she was the first blood relative he met, no matter what, he felt attached to her. But, looking at her expression, he didn't know which direction their relationship would go. Tanya looked very nervous at the moment. Sweat was pouring down her face. Her eyes looked blank as if she was facing something terrible. After Tanya finally returned to her dormitory, she then sighed tiredly. She was almost caught off guard for a moment. She knew that bastard's true nature, but, still, she was almost burned alive while vilifying that person in front of her. There was one thing she realized at that time: sincere anger. Janica seemed to really believe and follow that person wholeheartedly. However, she felt that it was strange. Sylvania was filled with elites. Even its best student, Lucy Merrill, was a genius mage who appeared once in a lifetime. In a place filled with such people, no matter how well Ed Rothtailor acted, his true nature would have been revealed by now. but she was then surprised when she saw someone who was in Ed's cabin earlier appeared there. That person was of course Lucy. Their rooms turned out to be next to each other, she lamented, even in the best dormitory, awfulest hall. There were people who were imperfect, clumsy, and not graceful. She then realized, there was no perfect place in this world. She also felt that Ed was just lucky. Seeing her, Lucy then asked, "Are you her sister?" While standing on tiptoe, Lucy then put her hand on her shoulder. She said, if she was in trouble, she could come to her. After saying that, Lucy then went back into her room. Tanya didn't know what to say seeing that. But, she was then stunned, even in the best dormitory, awfulest hall. Only the best students were entitled to use the golden nameplate. After reading the name on the nameplate, she was then shocked. She did not expect that the person she looked bad at turned out to be the genius mage who appeared once in a lifetime, Lucy Merrill. In the Rose Garden, Anise and Belle Maya were having a meeting there. With a passionate attitude, Anise then asked her to please introduce her to a boy, preferably a tall, handsome, and talented boy, because she had worked as a maid in the awfulest hall for a long time. She was sure she must know many boys like that. Hearing that, Maya then asked her, "Aren't you the type of person who doesn't like just meeting a boy, let alone that? Do you even have any dating experience?" Anise could only remain silent while feeling depressed hearing that. Seeing that, Maya then immediately apologized to her. She didn't mean to say anything bad. In her view she was always very busy and focused on taking care of things herself, so she thought she wasn't interested in romance. It reminded her of Ed, who would be going to 3rd grade later. If she thought about it, the two of them had a lot in common. But, looking at Anise who was just silent, Maya could only look at her worriedly. But she was then surprised when she saw her suddenly dizzily holding her head. Anise said that she had expected this. She couldn't lie to her eyes. She confirmed her guess. It was exactly what she thought. The rumors about him were so bad that she came to see him to check it out herself. But it turned out that he was very easy to talk to, unlike what people thought, and they also turned out to have a lot in common. He's a thoughtful and considerate person, so she wouldn't mind being with him. Maya could only be dumbfounded to hear that. She then hesitantly asked, "Are you and Ed?" Anise confirmed it. She admitted it. She was a little attracted to him as the opposite sex, but she felt that this was actually a good thing, when considered, if he was someone who could make her feel like that. It meant that Janica had found a very suitable lover, so, if she could overcome her feelings quickly, then there would be no more problems. Hearing that, Maya then hesitantly called her. Anise continued, "If we compare this to a malignant tumor, then it is good news that we have found out so soon. In this world there is not only one man. If she finds someone else to replace him and they spread rumors that they are lovers." Hearing that, Maya then immediately realized something. She then asked her, "Does Janica already know about her feelings?" Anise was stunned to hear that. She seemed to have not thought about it at all. Maya explained, "Firstly, looking for a replacement man was a big insult to the person in question, even if it was you. She never thought she was this cold before. You're trying to date someone new, because you want to be able to think, yes, my feelings are elsewhere now, right?" Hearing that, Anise then said, "Honestly, yesterday she passed by the teacher's building and bumped into Janica. They didn't even greet each other. The atmosphere between the two of them felt very awkward, and Janica's expression looked dark, with a trembling body." Anise said, "And next week, she has to supervise the new student placement exam with Ed. She feels very guilty. She doesn't know how to deal with her. She was really confused about what to do." Hearing that, Maya then said, "Maybe it's actually not as bad as she thought." Anise was surprised to hear that. Maya thought it might actually be a positive thing. Anise could only feel confused hearing that. Maya explained, "Janica has always been kind and sincere to others, and you two have always protected her from getting hurt. But the problem is, hasn't Janica been too perfect for everyone? Sometimes, that kind of perfection is not a good thing." Maya then walked over to her. She said that she was surprised by the side of her that she saw today. She was glad that she trusted her enough to share this with her. Maya continued her explanation, "Therefore, sometimes a little imperfection can make someone more attractive. It's something that people call protective instinct." Hearing that, Anise then realized something. She then recalled Clara's words that told Janica to provoke Ed's protective instinct. Her mind immediately became clear at this time. She was finally able to organize her thoughts after Maya encouraged her not to fall guilty, and after that, she then thought of Janica. She couldn't help but smile as her figure appeared in her head. She also couldn't hold back her tears anymore at this time. She clearly knew where Janica would go when she was bothered and troubled. Looking at Janica, who was sitting gloomily in front of his cabin, Ed then confusedly asked her, "What's wrong? When did you come here?" But Janica just remained silent at his question. Ed thought that he should start refining the materials for the construction of the shed. He wanted to expand the storage and make the living room bigger, but judging from his winter plans, he seemed to have to do it as soon as possible. Looking at Janica, who was just sitting there silently as if ignoring his existence, Ed paused for a moment. He then made her a cup of hot tea. While looking up, Ed then opened the conversation. It was snowing again. Lately the snow had piled up quite a bit. It seemed to snow every 2 days or so. If there was something bothering her mind, Ed said that she could talk to him about it. Janica was silent for a moment. She then apologized. She couldn't say it. Ed didn't mind that. She didn't need to insist on telling him then. Janica was then surprised when Ed suddenly covered her body with some kind of blanket to avoid the cold. Sometimes Ed forgot that Janica must also often have difficulties in living her academic life. Her depressed expression reminded him of a small animal. It's hard to him to just brush her off in that cold weather. They then leaned on each other and warmed themselves in front of a small campfire. The winter continued to pass, with only a blanket and a campfire. Enduring the cold air was difficult. Even so, spring slowly approached, slowly driving away the cold air brought by winter. There were a lot of times that father, the patriarch, left because of business in the place, but the Roth-Taylor residence was always peaceful. However, after the heir and oldest daughter, Arwen Roth-Taylor, died, a new heir dominated, and everything changed. That person is none other than Ed Roth-Taylor. A question then arises, what kind of person is Ed Roth-Taylor? There is a saying, if you want to see the true nature of a person, give him a power. Just by tasting a little power as the heir, he acted as if the whole world was his. Tanya looked at her brother as a pathetic piece of trash. Seeing Tanya, who looked at him with a hateful gaze, while turning the table, Ed then asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to kill me?" While picking up a knife that was now lying on the floor, Ed then invited her. He said, "Since Arwen is dead, isn't everything going smoothly now?" While handing the knife into her hand, Ed then hysterically said, "If you kill me now, the position of heir will be yours." Tanya could only freeze seeing his attitude. Seeing his sister who was just silent, Ed then asked, "What are you waiting for?" He told her to do it immediately. "Stab me with all your strength." Tanya was completely overwhelmed in the face of his attitude. She then could only let her body sit limply on the floor. She could not do it. Seeing that, Ed then laughed with satisfaction. That's how Tanya's daily life was at that time. In a moment, her breath seemed to leave her body. Then, he would once again look down on her with those eyes. She lived her whole life depressed under that gaze. He never hurt her physically, because they were born with the same blood, in a situation where no one, nor family nor house staff could help. She lived as a spiritless being. She lived as if she was dead, until finally, an opportunity came. It was the moment when Ed Roth-Taylor was expelled from the family. Since he was already expelled, the only thing left for her now was to prove herself. The upcoming student council president election was her only chance. The first step in her plan was the new student placement exam. Time rolls on, until finally we arrive at the day of the new student placement exam. The exam invigilators such as Anise, Ed, and Claire are heading to the exam location now. Seeing Ed who is walking behind her, Anise told him not to come close. She said, his smell, his looks, his aura, whatever it is. Anise said that they don't match, so she told him not to go near her. Ed could only feel confused by her unclear behavior, but because he knew Anise was a smart person, so he thought she must have her own reasons for being like that. Not noticing the atmosphere between the two of them, Claire then said, "I think I've explained all the rules." She then invited them to go upstairs and prepare for the exam now. Act 3 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. New student placement exam. Different from the previous year's exam which was located in the Northern Forest, this year's placement exam is held in Mount Oron. Due to the absence of Professor Glast, Assistant Professor Claire will be the exam holder, so there are some changes, different from the previous test, where they are required to find the magic bead hidden in the mountains. The magic stone, as the object that the students will look for in this test, is not hidden deeply, and there is no special point system. They only need to find the magic stone and put it on the altar of substitution. This is a test to aim for Class A. At first glance it may sound easy, But, master and disciple are not much different. In Claire's mind, the students must try hard if they want to get into Class A. Class A is not a joke. In this exam, they must fight and conquer a lot of monsters and beasts. Only students who survive can get into Class A, because the difficulty is really crazy. This exam is said to be the survival hell of Mount Oron. In the end, among the students of the new batch of Sylvania Academy this year, no one managed to get into Class A. Ed sighed at the thought of that, of course. This was all part of the fixed scenario. This event, where no one made it into Class A, was related to an important upcoming event, so it had to go exactly as in the original scenario. That's why he didn't even protest to Assistant Professor Claire regarding the difficulty level. Ed thought he might have to write an apology letter later, but at least he felt relieved. Because even though this survival exam was extreme, none of the new students became casualties, since they will be fighting imaginary monsters based on the magic engineering item they'll set up, the Vision Disc. It's an item that can summon low-level monsters or beasts. Their work will end after setting up the disc and prepping for safety. That purple Vision Disc is the most important. From what Ed knows, the reason no one makes the A class is because of that. The purple disc is called Illusion Disc. The item can summon high-level monsters or beasts. Anise should be commended for being responsible and willing to handle such an important item herself, but, seeing her struggling to carry the item, Onyx then said, "If you have trouble, you can leave it to me, you keep getting left behind." Anise thanked him. This item is too heavy for her, and when Anise was about to hand it over to him, Ed suddenly came at this time and asked her to give it to him. Anise was stunned for a moment at this time. She was then very surprised when she saw him. It made her lose her balance and was about to fall to the ground, but, fortunately Ed was able to quickly catch her. Anise's face was so red from blushing when the distance between her and Ed was so close at this time, but Ed was then shocked when he saw the purple disc that Anise was originally carrying, now rolling down the mountain. He was very panicked because it was the most important item in this exam, but fortunately, before the disc fell too far, Clebius was able to quickly catch it. Clebius asked, "Shouldn't you be more careful? What if it gets damaged?" Ed sighed with relief at that. Top-ranked students are indeed reliable. They almost messed up the whole scenario from the beginning of this semester, but, when Clebius was about to hand over the disc to the two of them, the disc suddenly broke and snapped into two. Looking at the disc that had now become pieces and scattered on the ground, they could only stare in shock. Clebius then confusedly asked, "Now what?" After waking up from his shock, Ed then released his grip from Anise. He had somewhat expected this. Everything went too smoothly.
Last year's joint combat training was about Taylor, the failed swordsman, who turned his weapon into a sword, then defeated Lucy, and became the highlight of the event. Although the scenario deviated far from the original, and even led to Janika's brief tantrum, this year's joint combat training was still an important event. The content of this episode was about the talented elite first-year students. Challenge a generation of protagonists who are already experienced and have built their reputation in battle implementation. When the duel began, the term training became meaningless, as the first-year students recklessly exerted their strength without restraint. With the arrogance of someone who had not known the height of the sky, they recklessly attacked, using everything they had. But then, with a wooden sword in his hand, Taylor broke all the attacks they threw and broke all the arrogance they had. After growing very strong for more than a year, Taylor left an unforgettable mark in everyone's minds. Realizing Taylor's greatness, which was the closing of the scene, Clarice, who hid her true identity and melted with the audience, touched by Taylor's development. The relationship between Taylor and St. Clarice, one of the four heroines, is important. In Act 3, Lucy's showdown, and even in the stories afterwards, her strength will be needed. As such an important character, this event must go according to the original scenario. For that to happen, the elite first-year students must go on a rampage according to the scenario. The reason for their rampage was actually simple. It was because none of them made it into Class A during the placement exam. And the reason why none of the students made it into Class A was because of Assistant Professor Claire's enthusiastic use of this purple disc during the exam. But now, the purple disc was broken. It was really giving them a headache. Claire felt that it seemed that the circuit itself was broken. They might have to send a repair request to the academy to fix it. Clebius really couldn't accept this, even though they had worked hard. Why did this have to happen? While they were confused about what to do, Anise herself now felt depressed and guilty. She then apologized to them. She realized that she should have been more careful. After thinking for a while, Ed then said that just standing here would not fix that broken magic engineering item. If left like this, It could be that most new students would enter Class A. It would be too much. So they had to handle this immediately. Ed was confident that they could definitely handle this. Clebius was quite surprised to hear his confidence. But what made him more surprised was when Ed suddenly put his arm around his shoulders. Ed continued, "But that's only if the gloomy Clebius intervenes." Clebius could only be surprised to hear that. It was clear from his face that he didn't seem to agree. At the starting point of the location of the new student placement exam, the entrance to Mount Oron, a question arose. When does one really feel he has arrived in the land of knowledge, Sylvania? If you ask that to Tanya, she will answer, when she is greeted directly by the noble students who are destined to meet her. Although the princess and the chancellor or something like that are students of Sylvania, they all wear the same uniform and ignore the status they have. But there is one exception to this unwritten rule. That is when the spiritual leader of millions of Telos believers, Saint Clarice, finally entered Sylvania. Those noble students even bowed simultaneously when she walked past them. Seeing that, with a bright smile, Clarice thanked them, but she asked them not to be so formal. She said if they followed all the formalities, their academy life itself would become tiring. So, for her sake, Clarice asked them to please minimize their manners a little, although she said that, but it was certainly difficult for them to do so. Clarice then turned her head when someone respectfully greeted her. It was Tanya. Tanya then introduced herself to her. Clarice was quite surprised to hear that she was from the Roth-Taylor family. She then smiled at her. She said that Crefin, the current patriarch of the Roth-Taylor family, was baptized by her. But she was too young at that time, so she didn't remember much. Hearing that, Tanya said that it was a great honor for her. She said that she would also ask for her baptism when she grew up. Clarice said that she was looking forward to it, although Tanya was so polite and respectful to her. But she certainly had a thought when suddenly greeting her like that. Meeting the saint in front of everyone was the perfect exposure to help her in the election of student council president. But the main event of the day is still, right at that moment. The new students were then surprised when they saw a firework that flew into the sky, then exploded so majestically. They knew that it was a sign of the start of the exam. The new students then simultaneously began to move when they saw it. The combat faculty was in the student square. The magic faculty was at the entrance of Mount Oron, and the alchemy faculty was in the basement of Obel Hall. The location of the gathering and the content of the exam varied depending on the faculty, but the goal was the same. That is, to get into Class A, full tuition exemption, the right to live in Ophelis Hall, free access to student welfare facilities, and a great honor. Those are the things that students get when they get into Class A. The students took the exam very eagerly. They felt very happy when they found a magic stone and went straight to the location of the altar of substitution. They thought that if they put the magic stone on the altar faster than others, they would be able to enter Class A. They even felt unacceptable when they were raced by other students. The thoughts of the new students were based on the motivation to aim for the top position, while Tanya herself now felt very suspicious when looking at the magic stone. The number of magic stones was too much. She was sure that what they had to do was not just put this thing on the altar. There must be a device that had been installed that made the difficulty of this exam increased. Realizing that, Tanya then decided, instead of wasting her stamina, she would do it slowly and stay alert. But she was then surprised when she heard a scream near where she was standing. It turned out to be from a female student who ran towards her. Seeing the female student's shoes off, Tanya wondered, did she slip? She then politely asked her, "Is your leg injured? If so, I can help call a staff member." But the female student denied it. She said that she just wanted to feel the direct touch of snow with bare feet. She felt very happy when she felt the cold sensation coming from her feet. Tanya could only be stunned at that. She didn't understand why she was doing such a silly thing here. The girl innocently asked, was she not allowed? Did it feel strange? She said that she wrote this on her wish list. She had only imagined it, but it turned out to be softer than she expected. Seeing her innocent face and silly behavior, a conjecture then popped into Tanya's head. She wondered, did she bump her head after the exam started? She felt very sorry for her. Tanya then introduced herself to her. She felt like they were in the same class. The girl was quite surprised to hear that she was from the Roth-Taylor family. She heard that all the members of the Roth-Taylor family were prominent because of their high status. Hearing that, Tanya then immediately said that not all of them were like that. She could only feel confused hearing that. Tanya explained. No matter how high the status of a family was, if the bloodline lasted too long, sometimes there was a scum, or even an insolent shithead born in the family. Tanya was of course referring to Ed, but the version of Ed she saw in the camp that time looked much different from what she remembered about him. She still didn't know what Ed Roth-Taylor's true nature was. The fear he had instilled in her at that time still hadn't gone away. Hearing that, the girl stammered that she didn't seem like that kind of person. She then remembered that she was just someone who came from the countryside. Since she came from the Roth-Taylor family, she wondered if she should show her respect. Tanya said that she didn't need to do that. This was Sylvania. Hearing that, she then realized she agreed with her. This was Sylvania. She then introduced herself to her. Her name was Kylie Ekney. She was from a small city-state called Eastern Terrene Republic. She said that she wasn't used to the way the world works. If she did do something strange, she apologized in advance. She wasn't used to places like this. Hearing her formal tone, Tanya said that they were in the same class, so she asked her to talk to her informally. Kylie understood. Tanya then asked her to hurry up. This is an exam? Kylie finally remembered that. She said that she didn't really think about her score. Getting into Class A would make her look too conspicuous. Tanya could only feel annoyed by that. She was annoyed every time she heard her response. But then she was surprised when Kylie suddenly grasped her hand. Kylie said, because she was not too interested in the exam, so she decided to help her. That way, they would get closer right. Kylie happily said that this was her first time having a friend her age. Seeing her enthusiasm, Tanya told her to be aware. She could behave like that only because she was with her. If she carelessly got along with someone like the princess or saint, she could get into big trouble. Kylie didn't seem to know that at all. When Tanya was about to emphasize it once again, she suddenly abandoned her intention. She was tired. She then invited her to, let's just go. 30 minutes after the exam started, a student who had found a magic stone earlier was now panting. Climbing the mountain, he felt very happy because he thought he was the first. Just a little more for him to reach the top of the mountain. He also mocked his friend Joseph, who was racing him earlier. No matter how good he was, his stamina was still better, but he felt very tired at this time. Running at full speed was a bit too much. He felt so tired that he felt almost dead. But what he didn't realize was, there was a monster-like creature that had set its sights on him at this time, and before he could react, the monster then violently hit his face, looking at the student who was now lying on the ground unconscious. Clebius, who pretended to be the monster, tremblingly cursed. He felt that it was really scary, he complained. Why did he have to suddenly jump out like that? He also reproached his behavior just now. He felt that it was a little sneaky. A senior should not do such a cowardly and pathetic act. Even so, he did not expect. He turned out to be able to handle this, as he said. At that time, when Ed suddenly mentioned his name, Clebius hysterically said, "Why does it always have to be me?" Hearing his complaint, Ed calmly said that this time it was not just him. A powerful explosion was created at the place near the top of the mountain. It was Anis's doing. Ed, at that time, asked Clebius and Anis to block the new students from reaching the altar. If any new students managed to break through them and reach the altar, then they were entitled to enter Class A. Anis agreed to his plan. She felt it was her responsibility for damaging the purple disc, so she would give her best effort. As for Onyx, who was an expert in flying magic, Ed asked him to be in charge of safety. He would secure the new students who had been injured. As for the documents related to the exam content changes, Ed then asked Assistant Professor Claire if she went to submit it immediately, she would be able to complete it when the exam was over, right? Claire could only feel depressed hearing that. She realized that she would not be able to sleep again later. Ed then explained again their respective assignments. Assistant Professor Claire would handle the documents. Onyx is in charge of safety. Clebius would guard the southern entrance, and Anis would handle the northern entrance. Hearing that, Anis then asked, "What about him?" While looking back, Ed said that he would stay here. He will protect the altar. That means he will be the last line to prevent the new students from entering Class A. Hearing that, Claire then felt worried for him. She knew that his mana had not fully recovered. She asked, was he sure it would be okay? Ed just said that he had a plan. Seeing the three of them who were so totality in carrying out their assignments, Ed then felt calm. There seemed to be no problems. He then picked up the broken purple disc earlier. It was a magic engineering item that could give off the illusion of a powerful enemy using the user's mana. But since it was broken, it couldn't function optimally. Ed planned to repair the item, but he realized that repairing the purple disc alone was difficult. Plus, his mana still hadn't recovered. But he was now living in Sylvania. The magic stone that was just used as an exam subject was something expensive. It was an item that contained a large amount of mana. Ed then placed the magic stone onto the altar. If he placed something containing mana onto the altar, it could extract its mana as a temporary use. By using this altar, he could replenish his mana, although it took quite a while. While Ed was waiting for his mana to slowly replenish, Muggs suddenly appeared at this time. It seemed to say something to him. Ed smiled. He then greeted it. He said that he couldn't hear clearly what it said. Anise and Clebius would buy a little time for him. He also still had a lot of magic stones. Their goal was not to let a single new student pass. Ed exhaled for a moment. He silently invited them to come. All his preparations had been completed at this time.
Time continued to pass. One by one the students then fell as they moved towards the summit. They seemed unable to overcome the first obstacle that faced them. There was also Tanya. She was still with Kylie. Her face looked nervous when she saw the terrible creature in front of her. The terrible creature was certainly Clebius. He felt a little tired at the moment. He didn't feel so good, so he decided to end this as soon as possible. But a very powerful explosion was then seen somewhere behind him. When he looked back, he then knew that the explosion came from the northern entrance. But what confused him was, it didn't seem to be from Anissa's magic. In his moment of distraction, Tanya didn't waste the opportunity. She then invited Kylie to immediately run away from there. Seeing that, Clebius then anxiously told them to stop. At the northern entrance, Anise didn't seem to be in good condition at the moment. Anise was indeed talented enough to be called a specialist academically and practically, but her combat ability was only slightly above average for her grade. Even so, it was still impossible for the new student to match her. But the new student in front of her at this time was of a much different level. He was Joseph Whitefelts. He still looked quite relaxed despite making H condition look so bad, unlike his older sister who had to endlessly strive to become the head of the alchemy faculty. Joseph obtained a research degree at the Magic Academy at a young age and is able to use intermediate magic at will. In short, he was a genius. One of the most worthy candidates to be the best student in his grade. Seeing her standing with her head down, Joseph then comforted her. He told her not to be so frustrated. He was sure she must also have her own field of expertise. It was just that she was not suitable for combat. But Anise said that he misunderstood. She did feel frustrated, but not what he thought. She then invited him to go up. Joseph understood. He then continued his journey to the top of the mountain. Seeing a student who managed to pass her, Anise could only stay silent with her hands shaking. She put on a perfect face, acting as if everything was under control, but she destroyed the magic engineering item, and made things worse, and she couldn't even think of a solution. And now, despite the big mistakes she had made, that person was the one who was trying hard to solve everything. Without the slightest feeling of anger, he guided the discussion in a constructive direction, while she herself lost against the first-year students and failed to block the entrance to the altar in the north. But rather than this feeling of defeat and frustration, she was more angry with herself. Because the first face that came to her mind was his face, who was always reliable and always managed to overcome the situation. Seeing Joseph in front of him, Ed said that he was his first guest. He asked him, "You know the exam rules, right? You just have to put the magic stone that you have brought to the altar, but, of course, I won't let you do it that easily." While walking towards him, Joseph said that this exam method is indeed strange. He asked, if he beat him and successfully put the magic stone on the altar, then who will test the students behind him after this? Hearing that, Ed just said that it was not something he should think about. Joseph agreed with that. He was sure he must have a plan for that. To be honest, Joseph was not very curious. He just used this time to understand the situation. Seeing an item placed beside the altar, he knew that it was an illusion disc, but the color was different from what he knew. He wondered, was it the upgraded version? He felt that he should be more careful. When he saw Ed, he felt like he was from the magic faculty, but he didn't feel any significant mana coming from him. On the contrary, he even felt that there were traces of the use of magic stones offered to the altar. Using magic stones to fight him, the first challenger, that means his mana amount is quite low. He felt quite disappointed with Sylvania now. He thought he could learn something here. He even felt like he better think about what sandwich he should eat later. When Joseph used intermediate magic, focused explosion, a large explosion then appeared where Ed was standing. Casting it isn't fast, and requires a lot of concentration, but once it's done, it's almost impossible to avoid. unless we dodge first by reading the direction of the opponent's hand. Preventing it is almost impossible, but he was then surprised when he saw Ed, who apparently managed to avoid his attack. He felt he must have a decent combat experience. Ed then cast a magic. Judging from the flow, Joseph knew it was fire magic. Considering the level of mana that he has, it seemed to be between ignition or scorch. Scorch would spread its flames in all directions. Judging by the way the magic flowed downwards, it was ignition. Ed then threw the fire magic towards him. Joseph looked quite surprised when he saw the magic. The size of the fire was bigger than he expected. He had obviously trained this basic magic hard. He felt he could even use intermediate magic, but it was useless when the blazing fire was about to fall on him. A transparent shield then appeared to protect his body from the flames. Joseph's face was still as flat as ever. He knew, no matter how great the ignition was, it would not be able to penetrate his defensive magic. In a battle between mages, the final result often depended on the difference in the amount of their mana. If their mana consumption was more or less the same, then his victory would be guaranteed because the amount of mana he had was more than him. Joseph felt that it seemed that Ed did not have much experience in combat magic itself. Once his mana was exhausted and he could not maintain ignition, then he would lose after not being able to stop his magic attack. Magic duels are complex and profound, but he then got a new view in magic duels. Ed then called out to him. While slowly approaching him, he said to him, "The defense magic circle can indeed block magic, but not physical attacks." Just as he said that, he then attacked him using his feet. Ed then gave him a lesson that he would remember for the rest of his life. Just because he is a mage, it doesn't mean he will only fight other mages for the rest of his life. Joseph then retreated to open distance. He was confused about how Ed could penetrate his fire without getting hurt at all. He then said that he would not let his guard down. He then recast his magic. He would cast intermediate ice magic this time, while Ed himself was still using ignition to attack him. Joseph was quite confused by that. He wondered, was he trying to make it react to his ice magic? He guessed that Ed was planning to obscure his vision with steam and do tricks like before. After realizing that, Joseph then changed his ice magic casting to fire magic. He cast the basic magic, Scorch, and threw forward to block the ignition, when his vision was blurred with only flames that he could see. He was then surprised when Ed suddenly appeared in front of him. The reason Ed didn't get burned after crashing through the fire magic they cast was because of the effect of the protection of the fire spirit, which temporarily increased his fire resistance drastically. When Ed was about to thrust the dagger in his hand towards him, Joseph then quickly cast physical defense to block his attack. It was a magic that could block physical attacks. Joseph was really shocked and confused at this time. He didn't know where he pulled out that dagger, but he was still confident that he could win at this time, because he realized that he was faster at casting magic than him. But he was then shocked and confused when he saw Ed suddenly move back after sticking the dagger on his shield. It was not an ordinary dagger, but a dagger that he had infused with the spirit formula, Explosive Star. Ed then called Mug. Right at that moment, the dagger then exploded, which created an explosion so large that it flew Joseph up. Joseph was unable to control his body after being hit by the explosion, and could only let his body hit the tree behind him. Although his condition was very bad at this time, but Joseph did not just give up. He told himself not to lose focus. He realized there was no way he could cast basic magic faster than him. Looking at the dagger, he then knew that it was spirit magic. It was not an explosive magic but spirit magic. He was quite confused why he could penetrate the scorch without getting hurt earlier. But if it was with the protection of the fire spirit, then it made sense. He deliberately hid his spirit in flames, magic, spirit magic, and even magic engineering item that he had not used. Joseph was confused. Who exactly was this person? While putting down the magic stone he had been holding all this time, he then admitted defeat. Hearing that, Ed then slowly walked towards him, and when his attention was distracted by the magic stone that rolled away, Joseph did not waste the opportunity. He then cast intermediate magic, Ice Spear, and threw it towards him, but his attack could be easily avoided by him. But Joseph certainly would not give up until then. He then rushed towards him, and punched him right in the face. There was absolutely no panic or anxiety on Ed's face when Joseph managed to hit him. Joseph, who spent his entire life studying magic, his punch should not have been able to hit him, except, Joseph was then surprised when a strong wind suddenly appeared around him. A guess then came to his mind. it was exactly what he thought, it was the protection of the wind. When Ed was hit by an unexpected attack, the enemy would bounce with the wind. Right after that, Joseph was then bounced far backwards due to the push of the strong wind that appeared. It was not a gentle attack. The attack created an effect like splitting the ground it passed through. It pushed Joseph so hard that it knocked down the tree he hit. He was completely battered at this time. It was even difficult for him to move his fingers at this time. He admitted defeat, accompanied by the breaking of the magic stone he was carrying. Joseph then lay on the ground helpless. Ed then praised him. His performance was very good earlier, especially at the end. It was a pretty solid decision. He was almost hit. With a limp tone, Joseph then politely asked him, "What is your name, Senior?" Ed then walked slowly towards the altar and leaned himself there. He then answered his question. "My name is Ed Roth Taylor." Shortly after that, Onyx then came while carrying Joseph, who had been injured quite badly. Seeing that, Ed then begged for his help. Onyx signaled to him that he could rely on him. On the way back to Sylvania, when they were sitting together in the carriage, Ika then confusedly asked Zix, "Why did you choose to enter the magic faculty?" Hearing that, Zix was confused why she suddenly asked that. Ika said, if he entered the combat faculty or the alchemy faculty, he would have been a top-ranked student already. This bothered her a lot because she thought he had sacrificed a lot of benefits because of her. While smiling slightly, Zix said that he didn't really care about being a top-ranked student. He was also sure that he wouldn't be a top-ranked student even if he got into the alchemy faculty or the combat faculty. At this point, the top-ranked student in the second year of the combat faculty was Clebius Nortondale. Zix wasn't sure that being the top-ranked student of the combat faculty was because of him, but Clebius, whom he highly praised, didn't seem to be in a good condition at the moment. In a semi-conscious state, Clebius wondered what had just happened. He then vaguely saw the silhouettes of several people in front of him. One of the people worriedly asked, "Is he okay? Is the holy magic too strong? There are no broken bones, right?" Right after that, Onyx then came and told them to leave this to him. They can continue the exam. Seeing Clebius' bad condition, Onyx then anxiously shook his body. He asked if he was okay. He told him to wake up. But there was absolutely no response from Clebius. Just before Clebius lost consciousness, he cursed. How could anyone block that kind of attack? Time continued to pass. Now only 20 minutes left until the exam was over. The people who faced Clebius earlier turned out to be Tanya and Kylie. The two of them have now reached the top of the mountain. But Tanya was then shocked when she saw the scene in front of her. There were many new student bodies lying there with Ed leaning comfortably on the altar in front of them. She did not expect it to be him who was the last examiner. He was the person she used to fear and hate, the person who had planted bad memories in her life. Seeing the arrival of the two of them, Ed then told them to just give up. Saintess Clarice was blessed with two dreams. In the first dream, an old priest said to her, "Glory comes from the strong beliefs that one holds throughout one's life." That was the belief he believed all along. One must be as clean as a blank sheet. The dream she got during the day was embedded because of Archbishop Verdio. And for the other dream, in that dream, she heard a song from a dreamer. When she opened her eyes, she then saw a girl with a musical instrument in her hand. The girl sang a song, "I would rather die in the mud than live as a blank sheet." Even the pure white sanctity that humans erected, the symbol of that soaring splendor, in front of the cliffs of Mount Ramerlan, it was just a sand castle, the green mist of the Denkin swamp, and the golden fields of the royal city of Cloeron, the green pastures of Fulland, the land of farms, the rough smoke of Crete, the land of alchemy, the red roofs of the commercial city of Odek, the turquoise knowledge of Sylvania, the land of knowledge, past the orange sands of the Dracadia desert to the purple shadows of the land of freedom Coelton. Plain white is just a small part of the beauty of all the diverse colors. The girl is Adele. She used to be a guardian of the holy fire of the church. After leaving the church, she called herself the romantic. No one knew how she could pass by the buildings, but when nighttime came and the world was asleep, that girl always sang outside her window. The dreams she had when night came were about the outside world, whispering next to her only friend as they looked at the stars in the night sky. Adele at that time said to her, "Do you know that living an ordinary life like attending classes, playing with friends, and loving someone has its own glory? Just one hug from someone who loves me so much can be more valuable than the prayers of millions of people who admire me." You know, after leaving the church, she studied in Sylvania, and when the holidays came, she would travel the world, just like now. After she left, Clarice always walked to the places that Adele said in her dreams every night. At the end of her dreams, Clarice would hug someone tightly, and the journey that she used to take alone was now accompanied by someone, a journey filled with fiery colors. In stark contrast to her plain white life like a blank sheet, was the greatest fantasy she could imagine. In the process of disguising herself as Kylie, Bertio at that time asked her to always be careful in her behavior so that her true identity would not be revealed. She should always carry that magic engineering item in her hand, because if she always carried the blessing of sacred law, it could at least give her peace of mind. Hearing his caution, Clarice said that she was sure that no one would be suspicious of someone who looked so different. Hearing that, Bertio only said that there was no harm in being cautious. In Clarice's opinion, going to the academy on the church's terms was a natural deviation. Sitting on a bench along the tree-lined road near the faculty building, with no eyes watching her, that alone made her heart race, and made her feel very satisfied. No heads bowing to her, no pairs of eyes reverently adoring her, at least, no one in Sylvania, who would ever have thought that Kylie was a saintess. No, actually there was one. That person is Ed. They looked surprised when they found out that he was the last examiner. This was Clarice's first time meeting him. In a rather polite tone, Ed then asked them to leave him alone, but if they still wanted to lunge, Ed invited them to try. He then released such a powerful energy that affected the surrounding area. The two of them looked overwhelmed in the face of such a burst of energy. Tanya felt very surprised at this time. Even the students who had dedicated their entire lives to practicing spirit magic would not be able to do this. This level was far beyond the ability of alumni students. Even veteran spirit sorcerers who can handle 5 or 6 intermediate spirits will be impressed when they see this. Seeing the wolf-shaped spirit behind Ed, Tanya was shocked. She knew that it was a high-rank spirit. Clarice then anxiously suggested to Tanya to just give up. They have to think rationally, from any point of view. But she was a little hesitant to finish her sentence. Even so, Tanya knew what she meant. She also agreed with her. When she saw the high-rank spirit, the trauma she got at that time was now crawling back into her head. But, she didn't want to accept this. If she retreats now, it means nothing has changed, right? She then told Clarice that she might not understand this, but she wouldn't give up. The noble status and power had a heavy responsibility and burden. She still remembered clearly what happened 2 years ago. In fact, what we can achieve has a limit. Someone who previously sucked at casting basic magic can suddenly directly control high-rank spirits. Tanya was sure that this was just a trick from Ed. All she had to do was defeat his main body. But her guess was then broken right at that moment. When Marilda exhaled, a very strong wind then came out of her mouth and blew them both away. Tanya was shocked by this. Although she found it hard to believe this, but she couldn't help but believe that the wolf behind Ed was a real high-rank spirit. They were blown very far away by the strong wind. Clarice was shocked when she saw the figure of Tanya's brother. Clarice had always had a fantasy about nobility, neat appearance, warm smile, and elegant demeanor, but when she heard that this man, who seemed to be the opposite of all those things, was Rolf Taylor, she was immediately convinced that this person must be that bastard. She did not know much about the world outside of chastity, but when she heard Tanya say, no matter how high the dignity of a family, in many generations of descendants, there are bound to be scum and insolent bastard born, she could feel Tanya's grudge against that bastard when she heard her words. Clarice then slowly got up. She asked Tanya to follow the original plan and target his main body. With a smile on her face, she said that she would act as bait. She had told her that she was a bit unusual, so she told her not to worry, she wouldn't die, except, even though she said that. But Tanya still had doubts. Even though she didn't die, but she would still be hurt, right? She said she wasn't even interested in this exam. Hearing her hesitation, Clarice asked her, this guy is so bad, right? Besides, she then turned to her and said that she was her first friend in Sylvania. Tanya was stunned to hear that. Normally, she would have rejected such nonsense, but on her way to the altar, she saw something. The senior from the combat faculty, who lunged hard at them, was suddenly battered when hit by an unknown beam of light. It made her wonder, could it be that she had some kind of special power? More surprisingly, the usually silent Kylie intervened directly. It made her confused. Has she always been this brave? But she was then dumbfounded when she saw Kylie running towards Ed with tears running down her eyes. Although her face was not convincing, but her bravery was commendable. Marilda did not feel worried at all when she saw someone rushing towards them. She then casually attacked towards her, but she was then shocked when she saw that her leg was injured when she attacked that person. A yellow-colored barrier was seen enveloping Clarice at this time. It was the blessing of sacred law. Any aggressive entity that tried to attack her would trigger high or intermediate level sacred law magic. Marilda then screamed in pain when the yellowish light enveloped her, but she was a high-rank spirit not without reason, even though she had been hit by sacred magic, but she could still fight back. Clarice's body was then blown away when the strong wind triggered by Marilda fell on her. Ed just stared at the whole incident with a flat face. He asked, "Is it over?" But his sister then answered him. She asked, "Do you think I will give up that easily?" Hearing that, Ed then looked to the side, towards his sister who was now beside him with wind magic in her hand. It was basic magic, emission. Tanya then released the magic right at him. Ed's body was thrown very far due to being hit by emission from such a close distance, but his body suddenly showed signs of disappearing. Tanya could only be surprised to see that. A guess then came to her mind. She then saw the illusion disc that appeared where Ed's body disappeared earlier. Before she had time to react, several arrows suddenly rained down on her surrounding area. Tanya was then shocked to see that the arrows must have come from Ed. After showering her surrounding area with arrows, he then told her not to move. Tanya really couldn't believe what she was seeing at the moment. A person who couldn't even hold a sword properly could be so skilled in using a crossbow. She was also shocked when she realized that the arrow that Ed had thrown earlier was made of magic. With Ed aiming at her, Ed said that the shot was just a warning. Tanya's mind was in chaos at the moment. She was confused by the reality she was facing at the moment. She even wondered if he was really Ed Roth-Taylor. She really felt desperate at the moment. She could only sit limply on the ground. Tears came out of her eyes as she faced this helplessness again and again. This incident reminded her of the nightmare she had a few years ago. Just like before, no matter how hard she tried, as a child she couldn't do anything. Nothing changed at all. But Ed suddenly said to her, "You must have also tried your best." While picking up the magic stone she had dropped, Ed apologized to her. He had his reasons. Still, he couldn't be half-hearted in fighting her just because they were related by blood. He knew her nature. If he did that, he knew she would be even more furious. Ed asked, "I'm right, right?" Tanya confirmed it. Ed then said that she was impressive. If he became her, he would have run away without looking back, even though it was just an illusion, but he continued to fight it until the end. Tanya was stunned to hear that. Ed said that he came to see her from a new perspective. While smiling at her, Ed said he just knew she had such a side. Seeing his smiling face, Tanya then realized that she was wrong. Something had changed. Ed continued, "Although it was just an illusion, but you continued to fight me to the end. You can be proud of that." Tanya's eyes watered when she heard that. Ed then praised her that she was great. Tanya couldn't stem her tears anymore when she heard his praise, but Ed felt confused when he saw that. He wondered, could failing to get into class A make her cry this hard? Clarice then immediately came and hugged Tanya's body. She told him not to come closer, with a face that felt like crying. Clarice then warned him, "If you dare to make me your enemy or attack me, something very bad will happen. I'm serious, so don't move." Before Ed could respond to her words, he then saw other examiners such as Assistant Professor Claire there. Claire then called him and waved her hand at him. She told him that the exam was over. She asked him to come help her. Clebius was battered. Anise then complainingly asked Claire to please update the score list. She had a mountain of work and the student council election was right after the next semester started. Hearing that the exams was over, Clarice then murmured and breathed a sigh of relief. But she was then surprised when she realized that her voice had changed. Looking at her hair that was slowly lengthening and turning white, she wondered if the duration of the transformation magic had run out. Clarice was really panicking at the moment. She then remembered that the blessing of sacred law had been thrown away from her hand when she fought Marilda earlier. Verdio at that time told her that she should always carry the item at all times. Amidst Clarice's panic, Claire then praised Ed's good work, but she was then confused and surprised by what she saw in front of her. Clarice could not calm down at the moment. If this continued, then, her identity, and the school life she craved. But Mug then came to Ed while carrying the blessing of sacred law in his mouth. He gave the item to him. Ed then gave it to Clarice. He also asked her to be careful not to lose it again. Clarice was surprised by that. her mind suddenly went blank and didn't know what to say to him. Seeing Ed's bloody face and his shabby appearance, Claire then confusedly asked him, "What happened to you? Why are you hurt so badly?" Ed just said that he was fine. The sunlight in the sky was slowly fading, which showed that it was already afternoon. The new student placement exam was finally over. Ed had returned everything to the way it should be, based on the original scenario, except for one thing, a small and invisible gap that escaped his attention. While Claire was leading Ed while asking about his condition, under the red-painted sky, two eyes that resembled rubies were glued to Ed. Clarice realized, just now Ed seemed to want to talk formally to her but immediately stopped. While walking away, Claire said, "It seems that Ed is very tired." She then told him to just rest for now, let them take care of the rest. She then asked Onyx, who was now looking up while wearing a surprised face, to bring the Clebius. Onyx understood, he would be there soon. Looking at the towering altar in front of him, Onyx muttered, "I thought I saw something shaped like a person just now." He felt that it must be his imagination. Around the altar, Ed could be seen resting his body there. Marilda then said to him, "I believe that beauty beyond time and estimation really exists. The proof is in that sky. Even the most expensive artwork invites so many interpretations, and tastes are subjective. But everyone who sees that sunset will say that it's beautiful." Hearing that, Ed said that her language was difficult to understand. Marilda continued, "The point is, humans, they live a very short life, but they don't know how to be grateful for every single thing. Life without undergoing obstacles, empty and arid, is the worst curse for humans. You should be able to find meaning in even the smallest things and feel touched by ordinary things, right? If human life is compared to the 4 seasons, then the life of the spirit is like the infinite winter, empty and arid, with no change." "Marilda is a high-rank wind spirit," Janica said. "This one spirit does like to talk." Marilda continued, "Someone like you, who is very totality in smooth in doing things, tends to be unaware of yourself. Fainting from overwork and being injured constantly are the most obvious signs." Hearing that, Ed asked her, "So what?" Marilda said, "What I mean is, you should try to start dating." She was sure there must be someone sweet, cheerful, and even very close to him, someone strong enough for him to lean on. Marilda was sure he must not know that such a thing could provide great emotional support. Marilda then asked Mug, "Am I wrong?" With a respectful pose to her, Mug said that she was absolutely right. Actually, Marilda never made a contract with Janica, they were just friends. So, although Mug and Marilda did not directly have a superior-subordinate relationship like with Tarkan, but it seems that even high-level spirits can feel intimidation from her. Mug then said to Ed that Marilda's advice is sacred among the spirits, so why doesn't he just accept it, even if it's just to comfort her? Marilda then got annoyed at his words, seeing Marilda's dark face. Muggs then realized that he had misspoken again. He then said that he deserved to die. While holding the wings of Mug, who seemed to want to run away, Ed then asked Marilda, "Did you know, Janica seems a bit moody lately, do you know anything about it?" Hearing that, Marilda was silent for a moment. She then asked him back, "Why, are you worried?" Ed replied, "Isn't it natural?" Hearing his answer, Marilda said that she wouldn't divulge something that Janica herself was hesitant to talk about. Ed could only stay silent. Hearing that, while looking up, Marilda told him not to feel so anxious. It didn't matter if Janica occasionally went through the winter period. Everyone needed to experience it at least once in order to learn. The real world was not like in fairy tales. All they needed to do was sit still while waiting for spring to come. After saying that, Marilda then said, "Should we just end it here? He feels bad about wasting his mana more than this." Ed replied yes. Even in her small form, maintaining it was difficult. Hearing that, Marilda said that she was quite a perfectionist. But this form was the most efficient. Hearing that, Ed asked, "Is there any other form?" Marilda teasingly asked, "Do you prefer the more alluring female form?" It was indeed beautiful to look at, but she was sure she wouldn't be able to resist. Hearing that, Ed told her to forget it. He said that he just wanted to say that there didn't seem to be a big difference in terms of efficiency between her giant form and this tiny form. While throwing a stone at his head, Marilda said that it wasn't true. It was because his mana was balanced with mana stone, so he couldn't feel the difference clearly. She also felt that it seemed that his sensitivity was still a bit lacking. Marilda then asked him, "Do you really think only you hold all that mana alone?" She told Ed to think about it. A spirit at a level as high as her could not possibly make a contract with just one person. After saying that to him, Marilda then disappeared. Ed could only be silent seeing that. While going up to the altar, Ed then reflected on Marilda's words earlier. Ed realized that there was no way he could summon a spirit at such a high level as long as it only used his mana. But if not him, then who else? If you think about it, it's actually quite simple. The person who made the contract with Marilda besides himself, seeing Lucy sitting on the altar in front of him. Ed then said to her that this was not a good place to take a nap. Lucy said that she didn't come here to take a nap, the cabin was much more comfortable if it was for sleeping. Hearing that, Ed then asked, "Then, why are you here?" Lucy was silent for a moment hearing that. She then said that she didn't like lonely cabins, so she just went for a walk, although the scenery up there looked so romantic. But unfortunately, at the end of the journey of the last Act 3, this is her final resting place. The altar of replacement, Clarice, who realized the will of the gods and the darkness of the saint, turned into the saint of unbelief. The apostles of Telos, who intended to punish Clarice, set off for the Arkan Island. At that time, the academy staff who did not know the truth, followed the archbishop's orders, the royal guard of Princess Phenia, the mercenaries of Lortel, the knights of Holy City Cathedral, the high-ranking staff of the academy, and also, even the raid party of the protagonist's generation and Principal Abulphasius joined in that tangled web. The tip of everyone's sword was equally pointed at one girl, who was trying to protect the Arkan Island. Following the last will of her master, a traitor, a heathen, whatever they called her, she did not utter a single complaint, as she watched everything from above with dignity. She was the awakened one, Lucy Merrill. She defeated all the great figures of the Arkan Island, and swept away most of the main character alone. But in the end, she was overwhelmed when her stamina began to run out, and was finally defeated by Taylor, who had mastered the final sword technique. In that moment, Lucy could only lie limply on the pool of blood flowing from her body. It was only after the truth was revealed that then everyone understood why Lucy tried to kill the gods' apostles. Various thoughts then appeared when they finally learned the fact. So she wasn't a villain. We don't know there was a story like that behind it. However, saying such a thing would not change anything. Late understanding hurts more than any misunderstanding, whether it is because of her nature or she considers it futile. Lucy bore all the burden alone until the end, and of course, Ed had no intention of stopping her. As for sacrificing Lucy to keep the scenario smooth, Ed immediately rejected the thought. He was not so cruel to be able to do such a thing. After all, letting things flow naturally would not necessarily invite a bad ending. At the end of his life, Glock at that time said something to her. The saying goes, the ground becomes hard after the rain. Sylvania Academy will overcome most of its trials by itself, but there will be one trial that only she can overcome. When the time comes, Glock asked her to lend him her strength. Lucy cried as she held Glock's travelogue in her hands. It was a book that contained the story left behind by the master and his only family, the dying archmage. Only Lucy knew the weight of those words. She needed to get rid of those lingering feelings. It would be a long fight, with many dangerous events waiting, but it was all part of the scenario set for Act 3. Even so, that didn't mean he would just sit back and do nothing. Lucy then approached him and put her hand on his thigh. She said that this was something she realized recently. While lying on his thigh, Lucy said, "I guess, sometimes I might feel lonely." Ed was stunned to hear that. He then thought that he had to remember one thing. Next time, he should at least tell her if he was going to be away from the cabin for some time. In the rose garden, seeing Clara in front of her, Maya said that she arrived earlier than the others. Clara said that she couldn't wait to get out of that suffocating house. Clara was now carrying some kind of gift in her hand. She said that this was a gift for her. People often mistakenly thought that Anise was from a noble family, but it was actually Clara who actually came from a prominent baron family. Maya then thanked her for the gift. While stretching her body comfortably, Clara contentedly said that this place really felt like home to her. She really liked this quiet atmosphere. Apart from that, Clara said that she had to tell her friends at the academy. It had been a long time since she had seen their faces. She brought a lot of delicious snacks, and she had prepared a tea party with Anis and Janica as well. After saying that, Clara then said goodbye to Maya. She couldn't wait to see them again. There were so many things she wanted to talk about with her friends. And the blueberry pie she brought was really, after Clara finally left there, Maya's body suddenly became stiff. Anxiety could be clearly seen on her face at this time. When Maya thought about that meeting, she suddenly felt that the pie tasted like sand, and when Clara finally gathered with Anise and Janica, she was really confused by the atmosphere between the two of them. She wondered, why no one said anything? Are they at odds? Janica and Anise usually like to joke about everything, even small arguments. But this atmosphere was the first time it happened. Clara thought, should she make a joke? She then thought very hard for a joke that she could bring up. Clara was then about to call Janica, but before she could even say something, Janica suddenly called Anise. Anise immediately sat stiff when she heard it. With a sad expression on her face, Janica said, I heard you were hugged by Ed. In his status window, Ed Roth Taylor is 18 years old at the moment, and is in year 3. He got the Skilled Survivor achievement for surviving in the forest for 1 year. He also got the high-level Spirit Summoner achievement for successfully summoning Marilda. As for his stats, his strength is 13, his intelligence is 13, his dexterity is 15, his willpower is 12, and his luck is 11. This is still a cold winter. Ed is making an object called wooden windbreak wall in his cabin at this time. It is a wall made by tying wooden planks with ropes and filling the gaps with mud. This wall can slightly block the wind. The crafting difficulty of the object is only 1.5 stars. Now, creating an object like this does not increase his crafting proficiency or stat anymore. To improve, he must find a new challenge soon. Ed wiped the sweat off his face after finally successfully crafting the object, but he was then surprised when someone spoke to him from behind him. It is indeed a good thing to be prepared for strong winds. The person said that she was glad to see him healthy. That person was Belle Maya. She was seen carrying Lucy at the moment. Seeing that, Ed then asked, did you come here to catch Lucy? Maya explained, the academy had issued new instructions. During the snowstorm, no one was allowed to leave the dormitory unless it was urgently needed. Since she is the most likely candidate to escape, we have to watch her closely. We will switch shifts to watch her for a whole week. With a desperate look in her eyes, Lucy then asked Ed to help her, but Ed seemed to just ignore her call. He said that he understood. He also said that he would still use formal language. Maya was annoyed to hear that. Putting that aside, Maya then asked him, can you really survive for a whole week living in a place like this during a snowstorm? Maya apologized for her impoliteness, but she doubted that the windbreak could withstand such a fierce snowstorm. Ed didn't argue with her. He said that the windbreak was just to maintain supplies. Ed wasn't worried about the snowstorm at all. He was more concerned that it would have a negative effect on his cabin. Plus, he had reinforced the roof with ropes and tied it securely to the ground. He had also kept all his hunting traps and equipment in the cabin just in case. On the week of the snowstorm, he planned to research magic engineering in the Soul Library. Ed seemed to have planned carefully about what he would do during the snowstorm. He then said that he had a shelter, so he asked her not to worry about him too much. Hearing that, Maya said that hearing that made her feel calm. But, even though Maya said that, but Ed knew that she still looked quite worried. He asked, this might be your first time facing a snowstorm as a head maid, right? But Maya said that it was not what she was worried about. Actually, she thought he was the one who seemed to have other worries. But Maya suddenly felt hesitant to continue her words. She then just told him to forget it. She was too much. Hearing that, Ed said, now you're making me even more curious. While imagining the complicated events that would happen to Ed later, Maya then said to him, by the way, good luck. Maya certainly referred to the feud between Janica and Anise. With a face that looked like she wanted to cry, Janica then asked Anise, I heard you were hugged by Ed. Clara was then surprised to hear that. She then immediately turned to Anise. Anise could only be silent in the face of her question. Her face looked very pale at this time. Seeing that, Clara knew something was wrong. But she still tried to defuse their feud. She then said to Janica there seemed to be a misunderstanding. The spirits might have seen wrong, but Anise did not refute Janica's words earlier. She confirmed it. To be honest, she was the first to seduce Ed. Clara was then shocked to hear that. While clenching her hands tightly, Anise guiltily apologized to Janica. Honestly, she just couldn't believe him, because in her view, Ed looks like a person who likes to play with girls, so she tested him to see it. Janica was then surprised to hear that. She then half incredulously asked her, you're not lying, right? Anise asked her not to worry. People like him are not even her type. What she meant was, when looking at him, it could be clearly seen that he had a thug aura. He was always arrogant, complaining all the time, living in his own world. thinking he was great. Anise then sharply said to her, "Why would I want to pursue someone like that?" But, she then just realized that she had spoken excessively, while shedding tears. Janica then asked her to stop, it was too much. She didn't even really know Ed, her words seemed to have hurt Janica. Clara herself could only sit silently in the middle of their debate, hearing Janica's words. Anise then bowed her head, she apologized for not telling her before seducing him, she then apologized to her once again, while shedding tears. Janica then irritably and angrily asked her, "Why are you doing things that I didn't even ask for? Do you know how much I am worried about this?" Janica complainingly said, "I have trouble sleeping at night because of this. You are my dear friend." Janica was confused. Should I feel betrayed like this? But do I even have the right to feel betrayed? She felt that she was nothing to Ed. She wondered, am I overthinking it for no reason? In the midst of her anxiety, Anise then patted her shoulder and told her not to worry. She said, "At least, you are a special person to him. From my observations, Ed considers you more than a friend, almost like a lover." Her words seemed to calm Janica. She then asked, "Really?" Janica's eyes then lit up when she heard that Ed considered her special. She couldn't stem her tears anymore at this time. She then told her, "Honestly, it's not good to judge Ed that badly, but anyway." She knew that her intention was for her good, she couldn't be angry with her for that. Janica then once again asked her, "So, you don't like Ed, right?" While hugging her body tightly, she then thanked her for being honest. Clara was relieved to see that the relationship between the two of them had improved. For a moment, she thought Anise was really in love with Ed, but when she saw Anisa's face, she then once again doubted. Clara then tried to distract Janica. She asked her, "Is there a misunderstanding here? Is it possible that you are so upset that you accidentally went to the northern forest?" Her words made Janica finally remember something, while running fast towards a place. She apologized to them and said she would be back soon. While waving her hand towards her, Clara asked her to come back quickly. After the two of them left, Clara then hesitantly called Anise. Anise said that she had an idea. Hearing that, Clara then confusedly asked, "What idea?" With a moody aura that enveloped her surroundings, Anise then asked her to introduce her to a man. But, right after she said that, Anise suddenly told her to forget it. She then told her that she had to think more boldly. While putting both hands on her shoulders, Anise then asked her, "Free from your prejudice. What if you date me?" Clara could only be silent to hear the madness of her best friend. Seeing Clara's languid look that stared at her, Anise then asked her not to look at her like that. Clara could only feel confused by that. While showing signs of madness, Anise then apologized for lying to Janica. She then convinced herself, people distance makes feelings deeper. Once this semester ended, she would be able to relax because she would not be dealing with scholarships anymore. But, her expectations seemed to be shattered when she heard the words of Assistant Professor Claire. They were currently holding a celebration. Claire said that they all agreed to continue working as student assistants. Anise could only remain petrified hearing that. Claire explained, Clebius and Onyx were diligent and competent in their work. They were proactive and could do many things, so it would be a shame to move them to another lab, especially Ed. He had done his work very well, because now they were assistants. The scholarship will also increase. Claire said that working in this lab is more comfortable compared to other labs. She asked, "Since we have been working here during the holidays, the atmosphere is more relaxed, right?" She then invited them to continue working together. Anisa's face looked very pale when she heard that. In his status window, it was mentioned that Ed had unlocked the ability to use intermediate magic. His spirit magic had also reached a fairly high level. He can now contract a total of 4 spirits, with 2 slots already used, namely Mug and Marilda. After leaving Anise and Clara, Janica then arrived at the cabin. She then said to him, "You should be able to make a contract with an intermediate spirit soon." Hearing Janica's usual cheerful tone, Ed then said, "It seems like your condition has improved. It's different from when she last came here." Hearing that, Janica then pretended to forget. Ed just smiled slightly at that. There was something about Janica that made him feel calmer, like a layer of tension was gone. Ed guessed that it might be because she wasn't involved with main scenario at all. She was the only friend of his age that he could really call a friend. Janica then hesitantly said to him. She knew that he had made a contract with Marilda, but still she felt that it was strange. She felt that it was too early for him to handle high-level spirit. Hearing that, Ed just said that he was a little cheating in this system. He then took out something from his shirt pocket. It was a legendary magic artifact. Glast's golden phoenix ring that he got from the safe left by Professor Glast. After that, Ed then explained to Janica about Professor Glast and the golden phoenix ring, then talked about his future plans. Janica then confusedly asked him, "Are you unable to use magic now? If so, making a contract with an intermediate spirit will be difficult." Hearing that, Ed explained, "His magic will return at the beginning of the next semester after the winter break, whatever it is." Janica then congratulated him. She explained, among spirit sorcerers, the day on which a spirit sorcerer makes his first contract with a high spirit is called the second birthday. Janica then asked him, "By the way, are you really planning to stay in the Soul Library during the snowstorm? You are always so diligent." Hearing her praise, Ed then praised her back, "You are also equally diligent. You are always the best student in our class." Ed then remembered something. He asked, "By the way, once the snowstorm is over, it indicates that the student council election is approaching, right? You will get a lot of attention as the best student in our class." While scratching the back of her head, Janica said that everyone had asked her about it. She thought to remain neutral because she didn't know much. In the scenario, Janica didn't get much attention despite being the best student in her batch. She respected all the candidates because of her personality. Janica then remembered something. She asked him, "Isn't your sister also running for student council president?" Ed confirmed it. He said that his sister was more ambitious than she thought. With a feeling of depression and guilt, Janica then asked him, "So, are you close with your sister?" Hearing that, Ed thought for a moment. He then just said, "You could say so." It felt a bit awkward for him to say it confidently because he had been kicked out of the family, but they were still siblings. Like it or not, they would continue to deal with each other throughout life. So, Ed said that he wanted their relationship to be good. Maybe not too close, but he cared about her. Hearing that, Janica with a trembling voice said that it was good that he cared about her so much. This was just a matter of competition between siblings. Janica then pulled the end of his sleeve while calling him. With a guilty face, she then asked, "What did Tanya like? Did he know something that she might like as a gift, or maybe her favorite food?" Hearing that, Ed then suspiciously asked, "What have you done to Tanya?" Janica immediately evaded when she heard his question. Ed could only be silent when he heard her answer. He knew that Janica was lying. She was not good at lying. It only took about 3 seconds for her to confess because she felt guilty. Ed smiled a little at that. Actually, the situation was not too serious. Watching the world being drenched by heavy snow from inside the Ophilus Hall, Clarice then muttered, "They said there would be a snowstorm this morning. No one is allowed to go out unless they have special business. If there is really something you need to do, then you must first report it to the maids." While looking at the blessing of sacred law in her hand, the scene a few days ago still continued to be imagined in her mind. The fear she felt when she saw that third-year senior, but more than that, there was a strange feeling of discomfort. It felt so natural that she almost wondered if she was just imagining. When Ed asked her to be careful not to lose that item again, Clarice was sure that what he said at the end of their meeting was a formal greeting. Knowing that, Clarice anxiously wondered, what could that person know her secret? She had worked hard to live a normal school life here. She had made a lot of efforts, from asking the priest for help and others. If there was one outsider who knew her true identity, then she would have to leave this life. She was certainly not willing to do that. Information about that senior was easy to get. It was lunch break. While she was sitting while eating her food, she then heard her classmates mocking each other. It was Joseph and a male student. Joseph then mocked the male student. "You act so arrogant, but it turns out you can't even get close to the altar." The male student then got upset hearing that. He told him to shut up. He said that he was just caught off guard. He also reminded him that he couldn't get into Class A either. Joseph did not feel offended at all by his words. He said that senior was not an ordinary person, reportedly. He was among the most recognized people in the third-year class. He heard. He lived in a cabin in the northern forest. Clarice got such important information without even bothering to look for it. After remembering that, she then thought, once the snowstorm started, she would be stuck in Ophilus Hall for at least a week. Once the storm ended, spring would come, and the new semester started. At that time, maybe she would lose the opportunity to silence him. As Clarice opened the window of her room, the cold wind then directly hit her face. Before leaving, Clarcy then prepared her mentally first. She felt this was very scary. Really scary, the darkness and the brutal cold of Ed Roth Taylor. Clarice then recalled a piece of song lyrics performed by Adele, Staring at the white walls and ceilings constantly makes one lose sight, the colorful world outside. You won't understand its beauty until you experience it for yourself. That piece of song lyrics was like a fuel that filled Clarissa's courage at the moment, which made her dare to step into a place she knew nothing about. She then reactivated the blessing of sacred law. A yellowish aura then enveloped her entire body, and made her return to Kylie's appearance. She was determined not to let anyone take away her hard-earned freedom. If she wanted to be sure, she had to meet that man. After confirming her thoughts, Clarisse then began to step. Now only her silhouette could be seen under the heavy snowfall. Saint Clarisse, in danger of being trapped. Clebius' eyes had long been accustomed to the darkness, because his life had always been shrouded in it. The clearest memory he had was when all members of the Nortondale family left him, except for his brother. When he first opened his eyes, the first scene he saw was when he thrust a sword into his brother's heart, like a curse. The last words his brother said to him, with a voice full of anger and blood, were, ending Clebius' flashback. He was currently visiting Assistant Professor Claire in her office. Claire was confused to see him suddenly visiting her. She asked, "Were you previously in the laboratory again?" While rubbing the back of his head, Clebius replied no. He seemed a little hesitant to say this. It's just that, after he thought about it again, he felt that he was not suitable for the position of student assistant. He also screwed up this time. The pay was indeed good, and he also liked the atmosphere of this place. But Claire was quite surprised to hear that. She thought the reason Clebius said something like that was because his salary was not enough and he got a better offer elsewhere. Claire then encouraged him, "You can do it if you try." But Clebius still looked a little hesitant at the moment. Seeing that, with a big smile, Claire then told him to just try to do it. Clebius could only be silent while biting his lip when he heard that. He then accepted her suggestion. Ed Roth Taylor, who was born without any physical talent, had trained his body to such an extent that his body reached its limit. In the middle of that snowstorm, there was a rope tied to a tree trunk there. Now, in this winter break, where he could focus on training, it was almost over. His various skills had improved quite drastically lately, such as spirit injection and magic engineering. Now, both magic engineering and spirit injection had become his skills. If he practiced these two skills more deeply, then he could use them immediately. Ed had decided to spend the remaining winter break time practicing these two skills. Ed was in the Soul Library at this time. He went down there using the rope he had tied to the tree trunk above. As he looked around, he was then surprised to see that the room could be so neat. He gave Zik some coins and asked him to clean up the ruins with magic. But he didn't expect him to also clean up the books that were scattered here. Not only that, he also arranged the books in order by title and topic. He did tell him to keep it a secret from others, but Ed didn't matter if the result was this good. He felt that Zik seemed to be working together with Ika for this. They probably thought this was a practice. Ed thought of returning the favor later. After thinking about it, Ed decided to start immediately. He then picked up one of the books on the shelf. Having to search one by one is very troublesome. The key is in the selection and then focus. His goal is Legendary Grade Magic Tool, Glock's Eye. An item that can increase the user's sensory ability for a while. It can also reduce the efficiency of curse magic, dispel the use of defensive magic, and provide immunity to elemental magic. Legendary Grade Magic Tool, Olheim's Hourglass. An item that can reverse the user's body time by a few seconds, while restoring all wounds and damage. It is a one-time use item. Ed's goal while in the Soul Library is to assemble at least one legendary grade magic tool, a wind generator, a sound maker, a greenhouse crystal orb, a blue magic orb, Kragi magic ink, and a magic orb. He will continue to hone his magic engineering to the point of madness. Once he can do it efficiently, then he will start assembling rare grade items. He has moved all the materials needed, so now he just needs to use the tools. Ed then searched for the tools he needed in the bag he had brought, but he then could only be silent because he didn't find any tools there. He forgot to bring the tools from the cabin. That was quite a fatal carelessness. He inevitably had to return to the cabin to get them. Walking in the middle of the snowstorm, Ed felt like his body would be tortured a little. When your environment only consists of white walls and ceilings, then your vision will decrease. The romantic beauty of this colorful world is completely white, right? Clarisse couldn't help but doubt her fantasy of the outside world when she only saw white when walking through the snowstorm. As she continued walking, she then saw a river nearby. This indicates that she is already in the northern part of the forest. According to the map, this is the downstream river. if she continues to follow it to the upstream, then she will arrive. Clarice feels very excited because this feels like an adventure for her. Clarice is not a weak person. The holy magic she learns later is very superior when compared to the magic that other mages have. The holy law magic she has is very strong, like the blessing of sacred law. With that holy magic, when an enemy attacks her, the attack will be reversed twice, so, no matter what beast or enemy she will face, Clarice will not receive the slightest damage, but she still felt afraid when facing Ed Roth-Taylor, as the heir of the Roth-Taylor family. He could have received the blessing of the Telos Church. The blessing of sacred law did not work against those who had received baptism from the Church. One cannot fight against a fellow believer. Faithful followers who had received baptism could not be hostile to the saintess. But Clarice came here because she was afraid that Ed already knew her true identity. She needed to prove it personally. She was sure that she would definitely find out. She was already in Ed's cabin at this time, but she found it difficult to open the door of the cabin. She was also confused about it. Why this door would not open, and when Clarice finally managed to open the cabin door, a bucket filled with reddish liquid near the cabin door spilled, soaking the floor there. Clarice was horrified when she saw that reddish liquid, and when she looked up, she was horrified by what she saw. Clarice screamed in fear when she saw the dead boar hanging on the cabin wall. As she looked around the room, she then saw blood everywhere. Looking at her hands which were now also covered in blood, Clarice wondered if this was hell, but what made her even more horrified was that she suddenly heard footsteps. In the midst of this tense situation, Clarice then saw a table nearby. Shortly after, the cabin's door suddenly opened wide. A cold breeze then entered the cabin along with a mysterious figure wrapped in a cloak. The mysterious figure looked around for a moment at the room in the cabin which was now a mess. He then walked slowly past the table where Clarice was hiding. Clarice was feeling very tense at the moment. She didn't even dare to breathe, and what made her even more tense was, the mysterious figure suddenly stood still in front of the table where she was hiding. He seemed to be picking up a mine on the table, but he seemed to accidentally drop the mine on the floor. Clarice felt very scared when she saw that, not only a mine, the mysterious figure was seen taking something in the box on the table. The object taken by the mysterious figure looked like a butcher knife. Clarice's heart was stricken with fear at this time. Her sweat and tears did not stop dripping when she saw it. Her body trembled violently as she waited for her next fate. In that tense situation, the mysterious figure suddenly looked down the table and asked, who was there? But he was then surprised to find that it was her. The mysterious figure was certainly Ed. He was surprised and confused to see Clarice there. He still pretended not to know her true identity at this time. He asked, "Why are you here? Why are you shaking so?" But his question was then answered with a blast of holy magic by the frightened Clarice. It was holy law magic, divine power mission. The magic had the effect of canceling almost all of the opponent's magical effects and dealing physical damage. Ed's body was thrown back due to being hit by the magic at such a close distance, and crashed into the bookshelf that was there, which made the books scattered. The environment suddenly became silent with Ed, who was seen sitting limply on the floor. Seeing Ed, who showed no signs of movement at all, Clarice frantically said that she didn't do it on purpose, it just happened. Her body suddenly became weak with her heart filled with guilt. This was not what she wanted. She couldn't believe that she had killed someone. With tears in her eyes, Clarice then solemnly prayed, "Lord, tell us. I have committed a great sin. How can I, a person who should live pure and clean like snow, be tainted by this unforgivable sin? I, who have been tainted, deserve to burn in hell because of my sin." In the midst of her solemnity, someone suddenly grabbed her shoulders and called her. With a sinister look, Ed then asked her, "Are you bothering me now?" Clarice was very scared when she saw him. She was so scared that her soul almost left her body, and she then just fainted, with a face covered in blood. Ed looked very annoyed at this time. His annoyance was natural because he was facing something very troublesome at this time. In the Ophelis hall, a maid anxiously called the head maid, "Belle Maya." In a calm tone, Maya said, "I have heard the report, we must deploy a response plan." Calmly, hearing that, the maid then said, "Then we should notify everyone and start the search right away." But Maya rejected her plan. "We are short-staffed in the dormitory right now, we should deploy our resources as efficiently as possible." The maid understood. Belle Maya, as the head maid of Ophelis Hall, knew Kylie's true identity. At least, the highest authority in the church felt that she should know that. If the saintess was caught in a snowstorm, It would be a national disaster. Even so, she didn't panic. The maid was amazed at her calmness. Maya realized that it was wiser to handle the situation discreetly. Instead of worrying about her own safety, remembering the blessing of sacred law, after getting ready, Maya then said she would go alone to find Kylie. She told the maid behind her that she would leave the remaining students to her, especially Lucy. The maid understood. Before Maya went too far, the maid then said to her, according to witnesses, Miss Kylie was last seen heading to the northern forest. Maya was shocked to hear that. It was a very familiar place to her. It was the territory of that man, the man with a very strong affinity for women, in a raging snowstorm, stranded in one place. A man and a woman, together. Maya broke out in a cold sweat as she thought of the possibilities in her head right now. Seeing her suddenly silent, the maid then confusedly called out to her. Her call immediately woke Maya up. With a sense of urgency, Maya said that we must find them immediately, as soon as possible. The saintess is in danger. In the northern forest, there lived a strange man, an expressionless man who carried a bloody wild animal carcass on his shoulders. Rumors about him had already spread among the students. As the head maid, Maya naturally knew the truth. She was currently on her way to Ed's cabin. By braving the blizzard that blurred the eyes, after traveling for who knows how long, Ed's cabin slowly appeared in her vision. Maya breathed a sigh of relief seeing that she finally arrived as well, although his appearance looked tough, but Ed turned out to be easy to talk to and even quite a caring person. Even though there were many girls trying to flirt with him, he remained firm on his stance. He was indeed a reliable man, but human relationships are more complicated than this. Just thinking about it makes her head spin. Maya felt that Ed might not know Kylie's true identity. When Maya opened the cabin door and slowly entered inside, the person inside then called out to her. The person who called out to her was of course Ed. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in bandages at the moment. Clarice's holy magic seemed to have caused quite serious injuries to him. As for Clarice, she was doing something very strange at the moment by holding a chair over her. Maya herself was quite confused and did not understand what she was seeing at the moment. She then asked him, "May I ask you to explain the situation that was happening?" Maya said that she understood the situation, but if they did not send Miss Kylie home as soon as possible, the snowstorm would get stronger, which made it difficult for them later. Ed also felt the same way. It was not good for the head maid to be away from Ophelis Hall for a long time, although Ed agreed with her words. But the words of the two of them seemed to have a different focus. Maya was confused and hesitant about what she should say at the moment. She still did not want to reveal Kylie's true identity. While looking at Clarice, Ed then thought, the reason why the saintess came here. He then flashbacked when he returned the blessing of sacred law to Clarice. It was the best action, but he realized that he was acting quite strange at that time. Kylie's true identity was a plot twist that was only revealed at the end of Act 3. Revealing it this soon could be a problem. And now that she was suspicious of him, Ed was at a loss of what to do. After making up his mind, Ed then apologized for his rude attitude. He decided not to pretend anymore at the moment. While calling her as saintess, Ed then respectfully asked her to lower the chair she was holding now. Without realizing what he had said earlier, Clarice then said yes. Maya also breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that, but they were then equally surprised when they finally processed what Ed had said earlier. With confused and surprised looks directed at him, they then asked him, "Did you know?" Ed explained, "After all, I am a member of the baptismal Telos order too. When your illusory magic slowly dissipates, your true form can be clearly seen when I look closely, whatever it is." Ed then asked her again to put the chair down. With her heart still filled with shock, Clarice replied yes. Ed's goal has not changed since the beginning, which was to avoid getting involved with the key characters in the scenario, but this case was a bit different. If he just let this flow, he knew that the saintess Clarice could do something surprising again later. So Ed felt that it would be better if he revealed that he knew his true identity to get rid of the uncertainty aspect. Ed then said to her, "Hiding your identity and mingling with the people in the academy, it seems that you are claustrophobic and live a life full of restrictions. I know that suffocating feeling very well." Clarice did not know what to say when she heard that. While walking closer to her, Ed continued, "But," he asked her, "how do you feel, seeing this free life in this forest? Can you guess what kind of life I live?" Clarice could only be stunned by his question. From what she saw, she could conclude that this man's life didn't look like a life full of freedom. but more like a life full of struggle. Everything had light and darkness, and freedom was not spared from it. Adele was a singer who praised the beauty of freedom, while this man described the darkness of freedom. Ed then apologized for being insolent to the Honorable Saintess, but unfortunately, Ed said that he wasn't the one who could share that view with her by her side, so he had gone too far. But now, Ed then invited her to go home, after hearing his words. The two of them then both got out of Ed's cabin and walked back to the Ophelis Hall. On the way back in the midst of the snowfall, Clarice then apologized to Maya for making her come all the way here. Maya said that she was just doing her job. She asked her not to think about it. Clarice then looked back for a moment, towards the secluded cabin in the middle of such a heavy snowfall. After the two of them returned to the Ophelis Hall, she would warm up in the room while drinking delicious warm soup. Then the cabin in the blizzard she visited would feel like a forgotten memory. But the smell of blood in the cabin would still continue to smell and the weight of reality would continue to exist. She never imagined that all this was experienced by the person who used magic to block new students during the placement exam. It was indeed sad for her when the illusion of freedom she dreamed of collapsed, but at least, leaving the holy city to seek freedom and coming to Sylvania seemed like a good decision, because she met a senior she deserved to admire. Maya could only be silent when she saw Clarice suddenly stop walking while looking towards Ed's cabin with a pensive gaze. A conjecture then appeared in her head. This was something she was afraid of happening, but Maya still tried to refute her conjecture. It was not clear to her at all, because she could not understand the meaning implied by Clarice's gaze. Maya could only feel uneasy. Spring came when someone almost forgot about it, and that makes it even more precious. The sky looked very clear today. At Laplace Bakery, Ed and Lortel were seen sitting together there. Ed said that he didn't want to drink tea. He heard that it was difficult to get a seat here without a reservation. Lortel said that it didn't matter, she was here to discuss business. She then asked the waiter next to her, "Could I ask to be seated? Completing the inventory check might take a while." Nervously, the waiter agreed to her request. He would do whatever she asked. With a sweet smile, Lortel thanked him. Seeing that the waiter readily agreed to her request, Lortel said that exclusive power is sometimes entertaining too. It can create privileges that didn't exist before. Hearing that, Ed said, "From what I can see from the man's expression, it seems that only you enjoy that." Lortel could only feel helpless at his sarcasm, even though she herself felt that his words were true. Lortel said that she was not one to trouble someone carelessly, as he knew. The recent snowstorm had caused supply problems on the Arkan Island. Laplace Bakery had placed a large order for goods that they didn't even need yet, but as the delivery date approached, they had cancelled it. Hearing that, Ed asked, was it a fictitious order? Lortel said that she could understand their desire to monopolize rare ingredients, but it was a little annoying trying to monopolize the supply meant for other customers. After all, there was this thing called business ethics. Lortel seemed to be quite irritated by it, while bringing their orders. The waiter with a pained face then begged Lortel to please calm down her employees. No matter why, restricting future orders to this extent was unreasonable, so he asked her to please consider the store's situation for this time only. If the situation goes like this, then, but Lortel only replied perfunctorily to his request. He could only feel depressed hearing that, not caring about it anymore. Lortel then said to Ed that she also had classes in the afternoon. She asked, should we head to the professor building together? While Ed himself was now still surprised by Lortel's indifference, she was really cold-hearted. As the two of them walked out of Laplace Bakery and walked together towards the professor building, Lortel then explained her reason to him. She said that she didn't want to do it either, but with the snowstorm cutting off the supplies from the headquarters, the company's available capital was very low, even with a lot of assets. This was still a difficult situation. Hearing that, Ed asked, so, there are even times when your finances are threatened, huh? It must be difficult. Lortel just laughed at that. She didn't know what he meant. Did he not know who she was? Taking care of money was her specialty. So she told him not to worry, as long as they didn't increase unnecessary expenses, they would be fine. After all, things like this were indeed important to run the company. But, Lortel was then confused and surprised when she finally realized something in Ed. Seeing him who only carried a sling bag, Lortel asked, why didn't you bring your book on the way to class? Hearing that, Ed replied, I have to stop by the library and borrow the book. Think of it as a kind of practice run. Lortel was shocked to hear that Ed had to go through such a thing. She then asked, how much does it cost? The academy should just buy it. Lortel just realized something that she had been ignoring, something that was a headache topic for poor students. If you think about it, the amount is not small to be taken care of by a student. Sylvania's textbooks are top-ranked. After realizing that, Lortel then bitterly opened her wallet. She asked Ed how much the total was. Knowing her intentions, Ed then refused her help. He thanked her for her intention. Putting that aside, Lortel then changed the topic. The student council election was coming up. Hearing that, Ed asked her, "Are you not planning to run?" Lortel said that the company's business was more important than the academy's business. Of course, her ideal scenario was someone who benefited her to become the student council president. Lortel then asked his opinion. She said that she could support him, but Ed said that he was not interested. He felt that there was no guarantee that he would win even if he tried. Hearing that, Lortel said that it was really disappointing, but she had expected that he would say that. She then asked, "Then, what about your sister?" Hearing that, Ed knew that she was referring to Tanya. Lortel said that she would never support Princess Phinia, even if she was beaten to death. Ed said that he didn't want to discuss it, but he was a bit doubtful about Tanya. Lortel said that she understood what he meant. Even if the top-ranked students in all years supported Tanya, it would still be difficult for her to get elected. Even if she was the second daughter of the Roth-Taylor family, the gap between the two of them was still too wide. Hearing that, Ed then pondered. Lortel saw the situation accurately. In the current scenario, Princess Phinia was already set to be the student council president. Tanya Roth-Taylor, who played the role of violinist, used all the tricks at hand to try to win just one vote, but the gap was never reduced. In the end, Tanya's role in this scenario was just a stepping stone to Phinia's success. Lortel suddenly asked him at this time, "Don't tell me, you support the princess?" Ed was quite surprised by her sudden question. He then just said, "Not necessarily. If he had to choose, then he would prefer his own family." Tanya, with blushing cheeks, Lortel was then grateful to hear that. Many students at the academy respected the Princess Phinia, so she was worried if he was the same. While resting her head on his chest, Lortel said, "You know that I like you, right?" With a teasing face, Lortel said that she almost felt jealous. Lortel looked at him with a loving gaze, but Ed's face still looked flat as usual. Lortel asked him if it was heartfelt. While putting her ear on his chest, she then checked his heartbeat, but she got disappointing results. Ed then moved her head away from his chest. Lortel complainingly asked, "You still don't want to open your heart, huh? What is my fault?" Ed replied, "Nothing. It was just that he felt that his position was still not safe until he graduated later." Lortel was surprised to hear that. She then asked, "What about after graduation later?" Ed just kept silent hearing her question. Lortel smiled at that. She felt she had just gotten valuable information. She didn't know what he meant by mentioning their graduation later, but it was still 2 years away. In a teasing tone, Lortel continued, "That's if you can survive until that time." Ed was just silent in the face of her teasing. Graduating safely is difficult to do. In the end, the protagonist must defeat the final boss. Only then can the world become peaceful. Then, he can also graduate safely, especially if Taylor is supported by Clarice, the symbol of the church, and Phinia, the symbol of the royal family. With the support of the two of them, Taylor will definitely be able to defeat the final boss, Saint Dragon. In other words, Taylor must continue to develop according to the original scenario and then gather many partners. This is the first day of school. The new students have got their own classes. Fortunately, Clarice can keep her identity and enter the school normally. She continues to stick to Tanya at this time. Speaking of Tanya, Ed inwardly apologized to her. The student council election will begin soon, but Phinia will be the student council president. That way, the scenario that was broken last year can return to normal, and he can live in peace. Ed smiled slightly at the thought of a bright future ahead of him, but, contrary to Ed's expectations, for a girl who was lying in her room, with trembling hands, and a face that looked like a depressed person, Phinia muttered, "I knew it. I won't be able to escape. All the scenarios are starting to fall apart." In a dark secluded room, Clebius was seen feeling anxious and depressed at the moment. He cursed. There were many other people who could do this, but why should he? He could only blame his unlucky life. Looking at the paper containing a message in front of him, Clebius once again asked, "Why me?" The paper contained a dual request addressed to him. No wonder why Clebius could feel so anxious and depressed. Because he was a timid person. It was not only Clebius who had such an experience. When Zix was reading a book in the library, a junior suddenly approached him and invited him to a duel. Zix's face still looked very flat hearing that. His gaze didn't even turn away from his book though. He then asked, "Why?" The junior replied, "Because as your junior, I want to get guidance from you senior." Zix was silent for a moment hearing that. He then closed his book and told him to keep those cliché reasons. When Zix looked at him, the junior smiled slightly and said that he wanted to prove his ability. Hearing that, Zix then asked him, "You have already achieved the top rank in your year, right?" But the junior didn't seem to feel proud of it at all. He said that it was only the first year top rank. There were still many things he had to go through. There was senior Janica, the third year top ranked student, and senior Drake, the greatest person in the combat faculty. There was even senior Ed from the magic faculty who was somehow famous among the first year students. He said that he planned to face them all. Of course, everything was in order, so he made the first challenge to senior Clebius, the second-year combat faculty's top-ranked student, but it seems that he avoided his challenge. No, he seems to have indeed avoided him. He was a bit disappointed about that. Anyway, after he defeated senior Clebius, the second-year combat faculty's top-ranked student, he said that next he planned to challenge Elvira, the alchemy faculty's top-ranked student. After that, he would challenge him, so today he came to tell him early. Hearing that, Zix then confusedly asked, "Why am I next? I'm not even top-ranked." Hearing that, the junior then explained, "That person, the real second-year top-ranked, has dropped out of the competition, which means, now you are the second-year top-ranked student." He seems to be still a bit self-conscious about his ability. Zix smiled a little at his words. He liked his arrogance. He then concluded, "So, you are planning to beat me, then target Janica and Ed too, right?" Zix then gave him a piece of advice. "In Sylvania, you need to know that you are not always right." Hearing that, the junior said that he also didn't think he could beat him that easily. While holding his shoulders, Zix said that that was not what he meant. He then advised him, "Janica and Ed are far beyond your reach. You won't even be able to pass me. It seems that you have misunderstood. You will lose first in Clebius. If you want to beat me, then face the reality first." He then felt annoyed hearing that. When Zix had just come out of the library and was about to walk away, someone suddenly called him. That person was Ed. Ed thanked him for organizing the Soul Library well. After that, Zix then told his experience of being challenged by a junior earlier. The junior was named Wade. Hearing that name, Ed knew that it was a student who became the top rank in the first year. Zix explained. He was a new student who challenged all the talented students in this academy. From what I heard, it seems that he is also interested in fighting you. Ed was pensive for a moment hearing that. This was somewhat different from what he knew. To his knowledge, this challenge of Wade Kellamore lasted from Act 3, Chapter 3 to Chapter 5. Wade was born with a natural talent in swordsmanship as the son of the commander of the Northern Frontier Legion. Wade achieved the first-year top rank with his extraordinary strength. Not satisfied with just being the first-year top rank, Wade began to challenge the famous students in the academy in the top-ranked students one by one, and managed to defeat them. In the end, Zix was also defeated by him. By then, Zix was already quite exhausted and was at a disadvantage. It was a tough and brutal fight, but defeat is still defeat. But Wade was still not satisfied with just defeating Zix. His rampage of challenges seemed unstoppable. Until finally he was defeated by Taylor, who had been improving for a year at the academy. Zix then asked him, "There is a welcoming ceremony for new students tonight, do you want to see him?" But Ed replied no, he wouldn't go. He already had plans tonight. Ed wasn't really interested, because he had seen Wade's face quite often. He thanked him for the news earlier. He also told Zix to be careful too. Zix always thought that Ed was not the type of person who cared about things like this. But seeing the academy so lively seemed to give him a little energy. The fresh air that was typical of the new semester made his steps feel lighter. When Ed had walked away, Zix then finally remembered something. He felt that he should have mentioned it earlier too, because they were both in the same year, with a similar class schedule. He saw her quite often. The person Zix was referring to was Fenia. In the last few meetings, Zix was aware that Fenia looked very tired, but every time she talked to someone, and when the topic of Ed came up, like when she heard Wade saying that he was planning to challenge Ed, Fenia always seemed to be listening carefully. To prove his guess, Zix once deliberately mentioned Ed's name when he was sitting behind Fenia. It caused a reaction from her. It was obvious that she was very interested in this, but Zix didn't feel that telling him about this was an urgent matter. not that today was the only chance. Zix thinks it shouldn't be a problem. He decided to investigate further and tell him next time. The sky looked very clear today with the sun clearly visible in the sky. The cold from the piercing winter chill was already a thing of the past. The northern forest came back to life when it finally entered spring. Lucy was seen fast asleep on top of Ed's cabin at this time. The warm sunlight makes her sleep more comfortable. Not only Lucy, Ed and Janica are also there. They are in the spirit magic teaching session this time. In the middle of the teaching session, Janica then said to him, Ed's growth rate is very bombastic, and his resonance continues to increase steadily. Through his contract with Marilda, now he should be able to make a contract with an intermediate level spirit. If she said he grew this much in just a year, most people wouldn't believe her. Janica's nature looks a little different this time. She looks more assertive. In private, Ed calls this Janica's teacher mode. She looks cute, although maybe she herself thinks she looks dignified. Ed decided to just follow her game. He then said that all this is thanks to having such a great teacher, although Janica tried to hide it, but it was obvious that she was very happy when she heard his praise. Janica then explained, normally, in order to make a contract with an intermediate level spirit, a spirit sorcerer has to travel around across mountains and valleys to find a spirit with a matching frequency. Just because you have enough magic doesn't mean you can make a contract randomly. First, the thing that needs to be done is to find a spirit with a magical flow that suits you. Hearing that, Ed felt that it sounded more complicated than when he made a contract with Marilda. Janica then asked him, you are naturally suited to the fire and wind elements, right? She then suggested, if you make a new contract, you should avoid spirits with the wind and fire elements. Ed also agreed with that. He knew why Janica suggested that. Making a contract with a spirit that has the same elemental attributes does make controlling it easier, but it also limits the flexibility in handling various situations. Just like Janica, it's more ideal if he uses as many elements as possible, even if he doesn't reach her level. While exhaling, Ed then asked, finding one intermediate level spirit won't be easy, right? Janica smiled slightly at that. She then said, that's the reason why spirit sorcerers often consider their intermediate level spirit contract as destiny itself. There is one route where we become spirit sorcerers in Failed Swordsman, Sylvania. That route evokes the romance of wandering in the wild, bonding with spirits encountered in the forests and rivers as if it was destined. As Ed closed his eyes while focusing himself, Janica then said to him, resonance first, focus your magic on your eyes. After doing what Janica said, Ed then opened both eyes. The cabin that had previously looked deserted, now it looks very crowded in his eyes with various creatures standing there. All these creatures are intermediate level spirits. With a big smile, Janica said that she had chosen the best intermediate level spirit for him. Ed was quite surprised to see that. He then asked her, isn't carrying this many spirits tiring? He also felt that this was really great. Hearing that, Janica just said, if they follow me willingly, why would I drive them away? Besides, I have already discussed this with the spirits. Although Ed felt that it was really great, but he felt a little hesitant, not giving him a chance to speak further. Janica then told him to choose one. Hearing that, Ed then turned his head towards the intermediate spirits. The spirits seemed to be standing neatly as if expecting to be chosen by him. Ed was quite confused when he saw that. After that, one of the spirits then introduced himself. He was an intermediate spirit, Pello. He then described himself to him. The introduction continued until the next spirits. In the middle of their introduction, Mug was seen pondering at this time. Seeing that, Ed felt that he was being quite arrogant for the size of a low spirit, but still, Ed felt it was strange to choose a spirit like this. Realizing that, Janica then sadly asked, does it feel strange? Am I pushing too hard? Should we continue later? Hearing that, Ed then tried to refute it. Mug then whispered to him and asked him to move on to the next spirit. Ed actually felt uncomfortable at the moment, because this didn't seem like a romantic moment of a fated meeting as he imagined. He wondered, is this really okay? At another place, the new student admission ceremony was about to start at this time. The students were seen already gathered at the meeting place. Although this was a meaningful event for the new students, the third-year top-ranked student Janica Faylover could not attend due to personal reasons. It was of course because she was now busy teaching Ed spirit magic. Besides Janica, there was also the second-year top-ranked student Lucy Merrill who could not attend due to personal reasons. It was actually because she was taking a nap at this time. The academy staff looked anxious when they heard the news. They were worried that it would be a disappointing event due to their absence, but those worries became insignificant, thanks to the presence of one of the most important figures in Sylvania, Princess Phinia. She was seen playing chess at the moment, while the students around her looked nervous at the moment. No matter how often the Sylvania Academy promoted the egalitarian culture, facing the royal bloodline still intimidated them. Both commoners and nobles were very careful when being around her. In the end, there was only one person at the admission ceremony who dared to speak directly to her. He was also the opponent of her current chess game. That person seemed to be quite good at chess because he managed to checkmate her. He was Wade, a loyal servant of the royal family and heir to one of the three great swordsmanship families, the Kellamore family, and also a first-year top-ranked student. Phinia then praised his game. While showing the pawn, Wade then said, "You started hesitating. After sacrificing a soldier, if you stay committed to the end, I won't be able to win." Hearing that, Phinia then asked him not to give political lessons on chess. That was the job of the royal tutor. Real life was a little different. Hearing that, Wade felt like she had experienced a lot in Sylvania. Phinia said that she had just become a little more self-aware. At first she thought that she was better than anyone when it came to reading people, but she began to think that maybe it was like that. Hearing that, Wade then said, "People say that in Sylvania, you have to learn if you are wrong." Phinia was a little surprised to hear that. Ostracizing Ed Roth Taylor had been a bit of a regret for Phinia all along, but with that, he saved Janica, made a cabin in the wild forest, and as time went on, his existence grew. There was even a rumor that said that he was highly exalted among the first-year students. His respectable and exemplary life in the academy only strengthened his existence. It also strengthened her guilt. That was what Phinia felt regarding Ed. After hearing Wade's words, Phinia learned a lesson. She realized that she might be wrong, and it wasn't just about this, but if she kept turning around like a child without learning anything, nothing would get done, no matter how high your status was. In this Sylvania Academy, learning was mandatory. Phinia seemed to have an epiphany at the moment. With a confident smile that filled her face, Phinia then said to him, "Thanks to you, I managed to clear my head." She then invited him to a chess match once again. Phinia thought, no matter what, I can't keep running away from my mistakes forever, right? She realized that it was a stupid thing. She had to finish everything. She estimated that it would probably take about 4 days. After that, she would head to Ed's cabin in the northern forest. She wanted the two of them to sit by the campfire, put everything aside, and just talk. This felt like the explanation she had been waiting for, as if the delayed spring had finally come to her. But, when Phinia was about to move her pawn, she suddenly accidentally dropped it. It foreshadowed the bad news she would get soon. On the morning of the third day, news came of Ed Roth Taylor's death. Even though Tanya now lives in Sylvania, she still often sends letters to her father, "To my dad whom I respect the most," because Dad often spends time in the royal capital. It has become my routine to let Dad know about my life through letters, although this time it was different. The letter was from Sylvania Academy, not from the Roth Taylor residence, since it was my first time living away from home. There were many unfamiliar aspects, but as a member of the Roth Taylor family, I would not forget my honor. Despite Sylvania's unique egalitarian atmosphere and rather demanding study schedule, I'm slowly getting used to it. I think I can even call some of them classmates, or even friends now. The target that I confidently told Dad the day I left home, which is to become the youngest student council president, is also progressing step by step, although there are rumors that Princess Phinia, whom people love, might run for election, making me a little worried. I'm determined to see this through to the end. I also met Senior Lortel, and although our ages are not far apart, she seems very perfect as a merchant. The negotiations for the purchase of the Sage's Scroll will begin soon, and I'm already feeling nervous whether I'm worthy of representing our family. Also, this is a difficult topic to talk about, but because Dad no longer recognizes him as family, there's no need to explain that he is indeed a stain and disgrace to our family. Simply put, Big Brother seems to be very diligent and responsible. It feels like he's become a completely different person. To be honest, I used to be too young to remember much, so this might be my exaggerated assumption. Recently, I had a strange dream about my childhood. It happened on the small hill behind our residence, the place where lilacs and daffodils bloom in spring. I remember walking up the hill, following the fragrant path. Each of my hands was held by two people on both sides, the hand on one side must be sister Arwen's hand, then, the strong hand on the other side must be Dad's right. When Arwen's sister was alive, Ed's brother didn't seem to be a severe troublemaker, so, maybe he didn't turn over a new leaf, but returned to his original identity. This is a night full of many complex thoughts. Your daughter who always loves Dad, Tanya Roth Taylor. After reading the letter sent by his daughter, Crefin then took out a knife with a sinuous blade. The knife has been coated with the inscription of deadly venom, a poison that even the smallest touch can cause excruciating pain, and ultimately death. While throwing away the letter and handing the knife to his subordinates, Crefin then said, "A reply message has been sent to Tanya, with her responsibilities in the Student Council President election, the upcoming negotiations with Lortel for the purchase of the Sage's Scroll. It seems that she is overwhelmed with taking care of everything herself, so, Crefin decided to send trusted help to help her." Normally, sending help from family to Sylvania is not allowed, however, since it is for business, the Academy has given permission. After saying that, Crefin then told his subordinates to leave. Hearing that, they then both left the room and went to carry out their mission. After a moment of silence, Crefin then opened the gloves covering his hands. When the gloves were opened, there's a blood-red hand with an open eye on its back. Crefin looked uncomfortable when he saw his own hand. He could never get used to this. Crefin then grasped a kind of black pearl with his hand and used supreme-level magic, certainty of causality. The magic allowed him to get a glimpse of the results of certain actions or variables he performed. Right when Crefin used the magic, a very powerful mana surge then occurred. Crefin was not really surprised to see that. He thought it was natural if the magic power he needed was this big. He also regretted not being able to use it too often, however. This was truly an absolute power. By using this magic, before a critical event occurred, one could verify the result of the cause performed, thus resulting in an inevitable end. In the Black Pearl, a very tragic scene was then seen, the scene when Ed's body was stabbed by a knife by an unknown person. Ed vomited a mouthful of blood due to the stabbing, and Janica, who witnessed it, then ran over while screaming hysterically. Her screams then became louder when she saw Ed falling to the bottom of the cliff. Janica then tried her best to reach his hand, but she then could only helplessly watch him fall deeper, amidst the rain that fell on her. With a heart filled with anger, Janica then looked back. That very ferocious gaze could be clearly seen from the Black Pearl that Crefin was holding at this time. After witnessing all these things, Crefin felt that this was not a very pleasant feeling, but he felt that this sacrifice was necessary. 3 days before Ed's death, the sky above Sylvania looks very clear today. The Student Council President election is about to start. Tanya is really feeling desperate at the moment, because she just got the news that Fenia is also running for Student Council President. Princess Fenia is famous not only among the royal family, but also in the entire Klol Empire. Almost everyone knows her name. If Princess Fenia really decides to run for Student Council President, even if there are unexpected events that appear, Tanya realizes that her chances of winning will still be zero. This is what makes her depressed at the moment. This is also what makes her finally realize that reality and dreams are two very different things. This is indeed disappointing, but she thinks she should abandon her hopes. In the midst of her depression, someone suddenly approached her at this time. It was Zix. Zix asked, "Are you about to leave for elemental study training?" Tanya was a little surprised by his sudden question. Zix asked again, "Is there anyone who often disturbs you during class lessons?" He also invited her to have tea with Ika sometime. Seeing Tanya talking so intimately with Zix, Kylie and her two friends wondered, "Isn't that Senior Zix? Isn't he one of the strongest people in the academy?" They were amazed to see Tanya could exchange greetings with him, and when Tanya was walking towards the dormitory, Lortel, who saw her, then greeted her. She said that she planned to arrange a negotiation meeting regarding the Sage's Scroll transaction. She told her to tell her about the right time. Later she would choose a place for their meeting. Seeing Lortel, who also greeted Tanya, they wondered, "Isn't that Senior Lortel?" They were amazed to see that Tanya had just been greeted by the original owner behind the Elt store, but that wasn't what surprised them the most. As they continued to walk towards the dormitory, they then met Lucy, who also greeted Tanya. Seeing her, they wondered in shock, "Isn't that person the greatest genius of Sylvania, Senior Lucy Merrill?" They were also surprised when they saw that she could talk. They were really amazed at Tanya at this time. Obviously Tanya had a much different level of connections. They felt that Tanya was really impressive. she was graceful and well-networked. But she wasn't showing off, she was really cool. They even went so far as to wish that they could emulate a bit of her attitude. Tanya blushed when she heard their praise, while smiling broadly at them. Tanya then said that they worked well today. She was sure it must be tiring. She then allowed them to go and rest in their respective rooms. If they continued to hone themselves every day, she was sure they could definitely become great students. She also invited them to work hard again tomorrow. Hearing that, they then said that they would continue to work hard tomorrow and the next day, so that they are reliable and as elegant as Tanya. After Tanya was finally alone, she then confusedly wondered what happened. She felt like her status and reputation in the academy had skyrocketed since the last few days. She was really confused at this time, because she didn't even do anything. If she could guess the reason for this increase in her reputation, it must be because she was the younger sister of her famous brother. Tanya then squatted while covering her face when she came to that conclusion. She always thought that her brother was a failure, but why now she even felt like she was the one who failed? Tanya was really confused. How did the situation become like this? In the midst of her musings, she was then surprised when she heard a knock on the door of her room. Right at that moment, the door of her room suddenly opened, and two middle-aged men then appeared in her view. The two middle-aged men smiled happily when they saw her. They were happy to see her again after so long. They were also happy to see her okay. Tanya was shocked when she saw the two middle-aged men. They were Caden and Knox. Seeing the arrival of the two of them, Tanya feels like her father still pays enough attention to her. She also felt happy to see the two of them after a long time. Caden said that he heard that she had worked a lot in her studies. He was glad that they could finally help. Caden said that he would collect market information about the negotiation of the Sage's Scroll, as well as details about the budget status of the Elt store, so that she could negotiate smoothly. Hearing that, Tanya then thanked him. Knox also said that he would help coordinate her schedule of the student council president election, so that she could focus on her studies. Based on the rumors about Princess Phenia running, Knox said he could gather details about the policy proposals that might be given by her camp, but Tanya said that it was not necessary. She then pondered for a while and said that there was a new announcement this morning. The announcement explained that Princess Phenia would not run for student council president. Ed, who had just heard the news, was then shocked. He was currently sitting with Janica while drinking a cup of tea. Janica explained, apparently, this morning the royal secretary announced it officially on behalf of the royal family. Hearing that, Ed asked, if it was just announced, that means she can still change her mind, right? Ed is really dizzy at the moment. The final boss in Act 4, Crefin Roth Taylor, is famous for taking care of things perfectly. Everyone knows him as the generous patriarch of the Roth-Taylor family, but only Princess Phenia can feel his dark side. With the scope of power over the kingdom and the academy, Princess Phenia will be the most reliable partner. In the confrontation with Crefin, while she was still eyeing the Sylvania Academy, the situation should have gone that way, but now, Ed was confused over her decision not to run. While Ed was deep in thought, Janica suddenly approached him, with a sullen face. Janica then said, I think I'm starting to understand what's going on here. Ed could only feel confused and surprised by that. Janica said that she had this premonition again, a premonition that Ed would do something rash. Hearing that, Ed was then about to answer, but did not give him the opportunity to speak further. Janica then said that she could not stand by and watch Ed get hurt again while not knowing anything. She would not let that happen again. With a serious face, Janica then said to him, you have been through a lot. There is no need to make things difficult for yourself. If you plan something, whatever it is, I will help you. Ed was silent for a moment. Hearing that, he then told her, to be honest, I really feel that Princess Phenia will be a good student council president. Janica was then surprised to hear that. She was surprised to hear that Ed was supporting Phenia. She then asked, she has treated you quite harshly, right? Plus, since Tanya is your sister, I guess you might support her. But if the princess herself doesn't want to run, what can we do? If only we knew the reason. In the middle of their moment of togetherness, Zix suddenly came at this time and said, there are many people watching. He also asked, isn't this afternoon a little too warm? Hearing that, they then surprisedly looked in his direction. Zix apologized for disturbing their time together. He said that he thought he knew the reason why Princess Phenia didn't want to run. Janica blushed when she heard the words too warm and time together from Zix earlier. She felt it was a strange phrase. Zix continued, regarding Princess Phinia not wanting to run, it was like a lone alpha wolf, the leader of the pack who once made a decision that endangered the pack, and now didn't even react when an arrow was pointed at it. It was the look he saw in Princess Phinia's eyes, as if she lost all her confidence and couldn't act anymore. After saying that, Zix then told them that he would stop bothering and leave. He also told them, tomorrow should rain for the first time in a long time. He asked them to keep that in mind when leaving the dormitory. Ed didn't feel bothered by his disturbance at all. He also thanked him for the information. Zix's animal intuition was far beyond the 5 senses of ordinary people, so Ed thought that it was a reliable guess. After hearing Zix's assumption earlier, Ed concluded, the worst-case scenario was Princess Phinia lost all her hostility to the Roth-Taylor family. Ed was confused about what he should do, but he was then surprised when Janica suddenly said that this was a good opportunity. With a radiant face, Janica explained, if it was going to rain, it was the right environment to practice with water spirits. It would be great if it was near the sea, so Janica decided to try to summon intermediate spirits on the northern coast tomorrow, after the elemental study class. Ed was silent for a moment hearing that. He then smiled slightly. He thanked her. For now, he decided to focus on what he could do. While Lucy was taking a nap on top of Ed's cabin, she suddenly smelled something. She wondered if it was going to rain. Not only Zix, Lucy could also feel it. She suddenly thought of something at this time. She then immediately went downstairs and headed to the wood near the campfire, with beef jerky in her mouth. Lucy then snapped her fingers. Right at that moment, a fire then lit up from the campfire. As Lucy fell asleep next to the fire, Ed appeared. Shortly after, he didn't disturb Lucy who was sleeping and walked to the cabin. He was grateful that spring had finally arrived, but the rain made it more difficult to go outside. The rain that drenches the whole body always makes Lucy sad. If it was going to rain, he hoped it would pass soon. It's been some time since the first drizzle of rain fell. Ed then arrived at the northern coast as Janica had mentioned. He seemed to be quite unfamiliar with the environment there. Mug said that this was his first time going to the northern coast. The cliff area is vast, but barren and uninhabited. There is not much to see, and the distance is also quite far, but there is no better place to practice in summoning water spirits than here. If he can be frank, as a low spirit, the contract with intermediate water spirit Miss Raisha is a good choice. Seeing Ed who suddenly took out a bow, Mug didn't expect him to even consider using it with magic arrow, but Ed suddenly told him to be quiet. Ed then pointed his bow at the 2 mysterious people who came. Seeing that, they didn't feel panic at all. They then greeted him. It's an honor to meet you again. The 2 mysterious people turned out to be Caden and Nox. They seem to have bad intentions at the moment. They play the role of mid-boss Phase 3 in the final chapter of Act 4, Crefin Suppression Battle. Crefin's loyal subordinates. They are responsible for taking care of all the problems in the shadows for the Roth-Taylor family. Ed did not expect Crefin's most loyal aide to come directly to the Arkan Island. Their faces were indeed familiar to him, but he did not feel happy to meet them here. While walking slowly towards him, they then said, "It is an honor to meet you again, young Master Ed." Hearing their respectful call, Ed then sarcastically said, "You still address me as young master, even though I've been excommunicated. I should be the one thanking you for that." With a sharp gaze directed at him, Caden then said, "We have heard stories about you. We came here on the orders of Master Crefin. Our purpose is to assassinate you." Ed's pupils sharpened at that, but he was then stunned when he saw the 2 of them suddenly bowing towards him. They said that they were sorry. Their loyalty was filled with hatred towards him. Therefore, with this dagger that has deadly poison, they intend to kill him, because he seems like a different person. He has changed from an innocent boy to someone who rules the Roth-Taylor residence. But the more they dig into his daily life and the Academy people's judgment of him, they rediscovered the intelligence he used to have as a child. Now they realized that he had returned to being the true heir. Nox said regarding the details he would explain directly to Crefin. Caden also begged him to reclaim the honor of the Roth-Taylor name, and begged him to return to being the rightful heir. Ed was silent for a moment hearing that. The atmosphere suddenly became silent with the patter of rain pouring down on them. But Ed simply did not believe the words that came out of their mouths. He told them not to try to deceive him. They grinned cruelly at that. They also felt that he had grown. They didn't mince words anymore. Caden then opened his cloak and took out his weapon. Caden had the nickname of the Eagle Knight. He attacked using the wind dagger, but his attack didn't seem too dangerous for him. Ed could skillfully avoid all of his attacks, but He then felt danger nearby. Nox was already right beside him and launched an attack towards him. Nox had the nickname the Fire Bear Knight. He attacked using a fire mace, but his attack was quickly dodged by Ed after he reacted. Not only that, he then launched a counterattack at the two of them, but unfortunately Caden could easily block his attack. Ed seemed to be facing a very tough opponent at the moment. The two of them were the ones responsible for carrying out the dirty deeds of the Roth-Taylor family. Nox then angrily asked him, "Do you remember Meliana, the poor girl who lost all of her eyes as a mere plaything of yours? She is my daughter." Nox's heart burned with anger as he recalled that tragic incident, accompanied by the fire of anger that was now burning in his heart. Nox then cast fire magic and cast it on him. The fire burned the place where Ed was standing at the moment, but he was then surprised when he heard Ed was still able to speak calmly. After Ed recalled, he felt that it did happen, but he then told him that revenge was a pointless thing. A barrier was seen enveloping Ed at this time. His fire attack just now did not hurt him at all. Nox then said that he himself understood that revenge only left a sense of emptiness, but that was not something he wanted to hear from him. Nox then attacked him again with his mace. Seeing that, Ed then quickly moved to dodge. Hearing his words just now, Ed felt that it made sense. Caden was quite amazed to see Ed's current action. He felt that he had improved a lot. Unfortunately, Nox's mace was enveloped in magic. His attacks were impossible to withstand. Caden praised him for being able to avoid it, but if he was hit by just one attack, then he would be finished. Ed also knew that Nox's attack did not stop there. He then attacked him again repeatedly, although Ed could dodge his attacks, but he seemed to be struggling at the moment. Seeing that, Caden then said, "The bow in your hand will only hinder you. It makes your dodging movements redundant, and you have difficulty seeing things around." Without Ed realizing it, Nox actually forced him to dodge towards the edge of the cliff. Now there was no place for him to avoid his attacks. Not wasting it, Nox then attacked him again, but Ed was still very calm at the moment. No panic at all could be seen on him. Ed said that he knew, before Nox's attack could even land, a dagger suddenly pierced the back of his body at this time. It made him spit out a mouthful of blood and couldn't continue his attack anymore. Caden then worriedly called out to him when he saw that. He was really shocked and confused at this time, looking at the dagger that pierced Nox's body at this time. He wondered, was it psychokinesis, or perhaps, spirit magic? Realizing that, Caden then concluded, earlier he blocked Nox's attack using basic defense magic that could only stop magic. He planned to lure him closer, then prepare a counterattack. Caden was surprised when he came to that conclusion, but Ed's attack did not stop there. He then called Mug. Right at that moment, a violent explosion then occurred on Nox's body. Caden then anxiously and worriedly called Nox when he saw it. When his vision was obscured by smoke, he was then shocked when he saw several arrows attacking towards him. Although he could react quickly, but one of the arrows still hit his leg. Caden was really confused at this time. How could he attack from inside the explosion? It was because Ed had the blessing of fire spirit, which made him have a temporary high immunity to fire. The explosion didn't hurt him at all even though he was very close to it. Caden really didn't understand at the moment, what exactly did a boy like him go through. He also suggested, next time, he should aim for the vital points rather than the lower body, but unfortunately, there was no next time. Caden then repeatedly slashed his dagger towards him. The slash of his dagger created an effect similar to wind blade magic. It completely bombarded the place where Ed was standing at the moment. As the smoke it caused slowly dissipated, Ed was then seen with his body covered in blood, but no fatal wounds could be seen on his body. Seeing that, Caden knew that he had used Nox as a shield and avoided a fatal attack. Unfortunately that was enough up to here. Caden then moved quickly and launched an attack on him, but before his attack could even land, he suddenly felt something from behind him. Caden then flashed back to when Ed shot his arrow. He was really shocked at this time. He was shocked that Ed had even planned it that far. The arrow that missed earlier turned out to be an intermediate level water spirit, Leisha. Not giving him time to react, Leisha then smothered him strongly. It made Caden's body become limp, which made him unable to hold his weapon anymore. It also made it difficult for him to breathe because he felt like he was drowning in water at the moment. Seeing that, someone secretly took one of his daggers, and something surprising then happened. Nox, who previously could only lie down like a dead person, was secretly standing behind Ed and was about to attack him with Caden's dagger. even though he should have been unconscious from the internal injuries and burns he suffered, the Fire Bear Knight, who prides himself on having seen and experienced everything that can happen on the battlefield, managed to stay conscious. This was something that even Ed Roth-Taylor couldn't have expected. It was obvious from his expression that Ed was very shocked at the moment, but he was able to quickly react, and immediately cast defensive magic to block his attack. It successfully blocked Nox's attack and made him unable to move his dagger an inch. Not only that, Ed also activated the Blessing of the Windstorm, which had the effect of launching an unexpected attack that made the enemy blown away with a gust of wind. But, even though the attack was so powerful that it created an effect like splitting the ground it passed through, Nox was still able to stand in place and not be blown away by it. The atmosphere suddenly became silent at this time with Ed staring at Nox. His dagger was only a few inches away from piercing Ed's head, but it seemed like an endless distance to Nox now. After a few moments, they then both fell down, and could not maintain their self-consciousness anymore. Seeing that, Ed then sighed with relief. That seemed to be a really difficult battle for him. It felt completely different from when he fought the first-year students, armed with his strong fighting spirit. Nox then woke up from his stupor, seeing Ed who had not yet killed him. He then made a request to him, "Can you kill me with just one strike?" Ed did not immediately answer and walked slowly towards him. Ed said he was the one who should say that. Nox was then confused and shocked, and Ed suddenly handed him the Caden's dagger. Ed explained, because the two of them were sent here. He felt like his father had decided to kill him. Although today he still survived, he knew that he would eventually die too, even if he managed to defeat the two of them. But if this cycle is not broken, he prefers to die here. Maybe it will only give a sense of emptiness, but this is still a meaningful action. At least, he will not be bound by the chains of revenge anymore. Nox was stunned to hear that. He could not process what he just heard just now. Ed told him to think of it as a small gift for loyal vassal of the Roth-Taylor family like him. Nox paused for a moment, seeing the small smile on Ed's face. After making up his mind, Nox then firmly thrust the dagger into Ed's body. It made Ed spit out a mouthful of blood, and right at that moment, Janica then came without knowing what was going on there. She apologized to Ed for coming late. The class today finished a little later than usual, but her mind suddenly became chaotic when she saw the incident in front of her at this time. It was the incident when Nox pushed Ed's body into the ravine. Seeing Ed's bloodied body and the blood spurting from his mouth, Janica then frantically ran towards him. She then screamed hysterically when she saw Ed fall into the ravine. Janica tried with all her might to reach Ed's hand, but unfortunately, Ed had fallen too deep. She then could only helplessly watch the person she loved fall deeper towards the bottom of the ravine, inversely proportional to the raindrops that were now drenching her. Janica's heart seemed to be burning with anger at the moment. Seeing Janica who suddenly came, Nox then felt panicked. He cursed. There was an eyewitness, but he was then confused and surprised when he suddenly couldn't move his body. But what made him more surprised was what he saw at this time. Seeing the terrifying aura and magic circle that emerged from Janica's body, Nox wondered, what the hell is that? The Fire Bear Knight, who prides himself on having seen and experienced everything that can happen on the battlefield, was confronted with something he could never have imagined, a being higher than even a high-level spirit, a being that exists only one time for each element in the natural world. What he was witnessing at this time was the ritual of summoning the Supreme Spirit, and also, a girl who commanded that spirit. With a ferocious look in her eyes, Janica then asked him, "Do you realize what sins you have committed?" A huge magic circle. Who knows how many people can understand the meaning of that very complicated magic circle? A genius spirit sorcerer who has the experience of summoning the right arm of the Supreme Dark Spirit Glaskin, is now exerting all her power and creating a scene filled with anger and sorrow. Like the sun burning the earth is probably a suitable sentence to describe his power. With a tail bigger than the royal palace, the spirit that is said to have burned the Apath Mountains in the mystical era, he is the supreme fire spirit, Theorphus. His silhouette could be clearly seen when one looked up at the northern forest at this moment, a sight that brought terrible terror. The power of the Supreme Spirit was so powerful, even summoning his right arm was enough to scorch the entire northern forest. One did not need to think hard to understand the enormous magic circle that was intertwined in the sky. Just standing in front of this ominous energy alone made anyone understand the impending doom, the inevitability of death. Janica then turned to him, and asked, "Are you aware of the sin you have committed?" Right after that, Nox's body suddenly stiffened. He then screamed in pain. he felt an incredible heat, he felt like his body was on fire at the moment, but fortunately someone then quickly saved him. No, more precisely it was a spirit. She was Marilda. She was in her strongest form at the moment. Marilda then told Nox to quickly leave there, with pain all over his body. Nox then confusedly and surprisedly looked in her direction. Marilda then once again told him to quickly leave there if he really wanted to live. She also told him to report everything he had experienced. Hearing that, Nox then quickly left there while carrying Caden on his back. Seeing that, Janica, who was on the verge of losing control, then asked her, "What are you doing?" with a terrible aura surrounding her. Janica told her to stay out of her way, but Marilda completely ignored her words. She instead walked closer to her. When Janica was about to cancel her summoning, she was then surprised when she saw Marilda not disappear in front of her. Marilda knew very well what she wanted to do. She then asked her, "This is strange, right?" She told her to calm down and think carefully. Marilda said that her appearance here was not because she was summoned by her. Janica was then shocked to hear that. She then realized something. A fact that raised a hope in her heart. Meanwhile, on the northern beach, under the cliff where Ed fell, a hand slowly emerged from the sea at this time. It was certainly Ed's hand. He then recalled his conversation with Lortel at that time. Lortel at that time asked about his progress towards magic engineering. He had asked her for a lot of materials and magic engineering supplies in the past few days. Ed replied, "In the end of winter break, I spent every day to improve my magic engineering skills. To put it simply, it was a great success. I created a legendary grade magic engineering item. The item was called Olheim's Hourglass, which had the effect of restoring the user's physical condition to a few seconds before, including removing all wounds and damage received. The item was a single-use item, so it was destroyed immediately after he used it. The item was also the reason why he was still able to survive now. Although the wounds he suffered from falling off the cliff and the curse of the inscription of deadly venom had been removed, but the time that could be turned back by the item was only a few seconds back. The wounds he suffered from his battle with Caden and Nox were still there. The wounds were very painful when the sea water seeped into them. His body temperature had also dropped dramatically at this time. The situation on the cliff looked bad when he glanced in that direction. That's why he summoned Marilda. But he was so battered that he himself didn't know if it worked or not. Ed didn't expect to use it so soon. It did feel sad that all the efforts for a year were reduced to a single-use item, but thanks to that, he managed to live. Ed felt that the causality confirming magic that the Crefin possessed was really troublesome. If he managed to defeat Caden and Nox and was still alive, Ed knew Crefin would only continue to use that large amount of mana to repeat his causality confirming magic, and it would continue until he would find a future where Ed died. Therefore, he had to die at least once. Ed didn't know what reason Crefin wanted to kill him, but once he had made sure he was dead, he would most likely lose interest in him for a while. Ed realized it was difficult for Crefin to bring his subordinates to the Arkan Island without a clear reason. Plausible reasons could be helping Tanya with her tasks as she's busy with the recent Student Council President election, or helping her negotiations regarding the Sage's Scroll. Once those things were over, the loyal subordinates, he said, would automatically return. In short, once Ed stays dead until the Student Council President election or the Sage's Scroll negotiation are over, he will be able to survive. But the problem now is, his body does not want to obey. Ed can only lie limply on the ground at the moment. But, he was then surprised when he saw something coming towards him. It turned out to be the high fire spirit, Tarkan. Seeing that, Ed then tried to sit up. His whole body was already filled with injuries to the point that he felt like dying now. He was grateful that she could find him. He then thanked her. But, Ed was then surprised when Janica suddenly hugged him tightly. The patter of rain that poured down on them made the scene more dramatic. Janica hugged him so tightly like she didn't want to let go. Facing that, Ed then said to her, "It seems like I always worry you." Ed then apologized to her for that. Janica sadly replied yes. After that, Ed then hugged her back. They continued to hug tightly under the patter of rain that fell on them. After a while, the two of them then looked for a cave nearby for shelter. After making a campfire, Ed then explained everything to Janica. Hearing that, Janica then concluded, "So, you think it's better to keep avoiding them until the election is over, because it's more beneficial in the long run." Then, Janica then enthusiastically said that she would bring daily necessities for him in the meantime. She told him not to worry. Hearing that, Ed then thanked her for always helping him. Seeing Janica, who continued to hug him, Ed then said that his injury was starting to hurt again. Janica finally realized her behavior. She then immediately let go of his hug. She apologized. Hugging him somehow made her feel comfortable, but Janica then realized that her words earlier felt inappropriate. While blushing, she then asked him to forget her words earlier. Ed could only be silent to see that. After that, Ed then looked out of the cave where they were sheltered. Seeing that the rain did not stop, Ed muttered that there were still many things he had to do. If someone asked about the current state of the slothful Lucy, people might answer, as usual, she did what she usually did, but it was different from that conjecture. Lucy's current action is waiting. The difference is, she doesn't feel bored, she feels more comfortable. It is not difficult to imagine the daily life of the owner of the cabin she used to live in, walking through the grass, checking extinguished campfire, kicking the wooden support blocks a few times to ensure their sturdiness, and going to the drying rack to dry the soaked laundry. After that, he would move the rusting tools under the tarp, wring the water out of the clothes, and return to the cabin to greet Lucy. Lucy smiling slightly at the recollection. Ed's life was filled with twists and turns, but he would always come back to this place. Once he turned on the lights, sat in front of the table, and started reading the magic engineering book. He would eventually fall asleep by the fireplace, listening to the sound of the rain, the crackling of the fireplace, and the occasional sound of the pages being turned by Ed. Lucy really likes her day-to-day life. When Lucy was busy recalling those memories, she suddenly felt a strange manna and smelled blood. Lucy felt very upset because her fun moment had been disturbed. She then recalled when Ed thanked her for taking good care of the cabin. After remembering that, Lucy then put on her witch hat again, and flew up while yawning, but before she could even look for the source of the smell of blood, someone suddenly asked her at this time, "Who are you?" "That person is Knox." Knox then introduced himself to her. He begged her to please help him. He was suffering from serious injuries. He said that he stumbled in the forest. His partner was attacked by a wild animal in his throat. But before Knox could finish his sentence, Lucy suddenly interrupted him. She said that she would help him, but Knox's body suddenly stiffened at this time. With a sharp look directed at him, Lucy continued, "If you're honest, I'll save you. What were you doing out here?" Meanwhile, on the cliff where Ed fought against Caden and Knox a while ago, several people later arrived there after someone reported the incident. Seeing a dagger lying there, Professor Plubane then picked it up. After observing the dagger for a moment, he knew that the dagger was covered with the inscription of deadly venom. Very rare high-level inscription, so rare, this inscription has only been seen by one out of many people in their entire lives. He wondered, why did things like this keep happening when I was on duty? While looking down the cliff, Professor Plubane then said, "There is absolutely no magic in the inscription of deadly venom, only traces are left. That means this dagger has been used, and that means someone was killed by it." Professor Plubane then summarized the situation. "We were supposed to meet here to help Ed in summoning his spirit, but when you arrived, what you saw was Ed who had been stabbed by the dagger." Janica confirmed it. It happened like that. Janica seemed to be the one who reported the incident to the academy. This might be unpleasant for her, but Professor Plubane then asked her to please recall. She said that she saw the culprit. Janica confirmed it. She clearly saw two retainers from the Roth-Taylor family, Caden and Knox. Hearing that, Professor Plubane immediately understood. He then said that as soon as morning came he would immediately inform the dean, but he then felt something from behind him. Seeing the silhouette of someone walking slowly towards them, he then asked, "What about that student?" But he was then surprised when he saw the student suddenly disappear. The student was of course Lucy. They both looked shocked when they saw her. Realizing her mood, Janica then tried to calm her down. She advised her to talk about this in the cabin, but Lucy didn't care at all about her words. She said that she had caught them, the culprits who had killed Ed, the Roth-Taylor retainers, Caden and Knox. After saying that, Lucy then walked past them and picked up the bow that Ed had dropped. Lucy's heart was covered with anger at this time. With Ed's bow in her hand, a very powerful aura then came out of Lucy's body. Seeing that, Janica then anxiously called her. But before she could say anything to her, Lucy had already left there. The aura released by Lucy was so powerful that it overwhelmed Professor Plubane. He himself was surprised by that. Janica then said that they had to immediately pursue Lucy. Hearing that, Professor Plubane then confusedly asked what she meant, but Janica said that there was no time to explain. They had to move quickly. Before this got worse, Janica's concern was not excessive. While carrying Knox and Caden, Lucy then flew to the Ophelis Hall. In the middle of her journey, Lucy then muttered, "The Roth-Taylor retainers. They've been sticking around recently under the guise of assisting with work, serving the Roth-Taylor family." At that time, when Lucy saw the two of them in the cabin and heard that they were both from the Roth-Taylor family, Knox said that they were not suspicious people. They entered the academy with clear permission. They were here to help Tanya Roth-Taylor, but his words backfired this time. While loudly calling Tanya, Lucy then clenched her fists tightly. Right at that moment, a very powerful explosion then occurred in the Ophilus Hall. After landing in that destroyed dormitory, Lucy then asked, "Where are you?" In the midst of her wrath, someone then called her name. She was Maya. With all the Ophilus Hall maids standing behind her, she then asked Lucy, what exactly happened. Realizing that Lucy was not behaving well now, Maya then activated the Ophilus Hall magic formation. Various magic circles then appeared around Lucy. Right after that, Maya then once again asked her, "Miss Lucy, what is this?" Lucy just looked at her coldly at her question. She did not feel at all afraid even though various magic circles were enveloping her surroundings at this time. Maya was then shocked when she saw the magic formation controller in her hand suddenly showing signs of disintegration. It was like it was unable to withstand the weight of the magic power it was carrying at the moment. With a terrible aura surrounding her, Lucy then ordered them to bring Tanya here. Seeing them just silent, Lucy then once again ordered them to bring Tanya here. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Ophilus Hall, a fight was happening. At the moment, it was a duel between two students. Seeing one of the students who could only sit down at the moment, it seemed that the match was over. He then said to his opponent that it was a good match. The loser turned out to be Elvira. She snorted at his words. She thought it was sarcasm. The fight was really one-sided. She asked, "Beating a second-year senior has really boosted your confidence, huh?" The person fighting with her at this time turned out to be Wade. Wade smiled slightly at her words. He also realized it was too early to celebrate if he had only defeated a few second-year students. While glancing behind him, he then said, "There are still 6 seniors left." Zix was silent for a moment. Hearing that, he could only sigh at his arrogance. The senior students were really surprised at this time. Although one-on-one combat was not Elvira's forte, but she was still a top-ranked student in the alchemy faculty, so they were surprised to see her lose against him. Besides, in the first-year magic faculty there is said to be a genius named Joseph. People say he is the top-ranked student in his faculty, but, even so, the one who holds the throne as the top-ranked student in his batch is still him, Wade Kellamore, the heir of the Kellamore swordsmanship family. They suddenly became doubtful at this time. They thought, maybe he could defeat Zix too, but, before that long-awaited battle even began, they were then surprised when they felt the building they were in suddenly shook like an earthquake. They also heard a loud bang nearby. They felt panic at this time. They wondered, was it an enemy attack? Are we better off running away? Right at that time, a large explosion then occurred in one of the rooms in the Ophilus Hall. Hearing that, they then immediately stopped their fighting. They realized the gravity of the situation. Wade then said, "First we have to find the head maid first," but Zix rejected his plan, because he realized it was too late for that. When Zix looked out the window, he then saw Maya and her maids petrified like statues. The reason why they were petrified like that was of course because of Lucy's actions. She used celestial magic of the time domain, time prison, on them. It seemed absurd, but in this world, there are some geniuses who are able to easily replicate the astral magic they see with simple experiments. While others had to dedicate their entire lives to studying it, Lucy was really unstoppable at the moment. She then once again ordered them to bring Tanya here. Right at this moment, Zix finally found out the cause of the explosion. He was confused and surprised to find out that Lucy was the cause. Seeing him standing in front of the door, a maid then called him and told him to come towards her. The maid tried to evacuate the students from there at this time. While running away from the scene, Zix then asked the maid, what exactly happened? The maid explained, "The head maid has lost. They are really messed up now." If Miss Lucy's words are true, the third-year student of the magic faculty, Ed Roth-Taylor, has been killed. Zix was then shocked to hear the news. He suddenly stopped his steps at this time. The maid continued, "They said the murderers were retainers from the Roth-Taylor family." Hearing that, Wade then asked, "Does that mean the real culprit is Tanya Roth-Taylor?" Realizing that Zix was just standing silently behind, the two of them then confusedly looked in his direction. With a glum face, Zix told them to leave first. They were then surprised to hear that. The maid then told him about the seriousness of the situation. She was really dizzy seeing his attitude. Wade also asked, "Why did your attitude suddenly become like this? Don't tell me that it's about revenge or something." He then invited him to evacuate from here as soon as possible, but Zix did not care about their words at all. He said he would evacuate when it was time. For now, he invited them to go first. He apologized to them about this. He then ran as hard as he could towards a place. After a while, he then arrived at the door of one of the rooms. Without further ado, Zix immediately broke the door by kicking it. When Zix saw the room, this was exactly what he expected. 5 minutes after the first bang, the maids had searched all the rooms in Awfulest Hall. They even searched the basement, but even so, they still couldn't find Tanya. So, Zix concluded, the only place that might be her hiding place was. Zix then opened the door of a nearby closet, and sure enough, Tanya was hiding in there. Her body was shaking violently. She looked very scared at the moment. She was confused. Why did everything come to this? Actually, what really happened? Seeing her, Zix felt dizzy, although all the clues pointed to Tanya, but he felt that this did not make sense. Thanks to Ed, Tanya's reputation in the academy had skyrocketed. Even though Tanya seemed to hold a grudge against Ed, accusing her of being the one who ordered Ed's murder seemed strange. Zix was silent for a moment thinking about it. He then told Tanya to listen to him carefully. He told her to answer his questions as honestly as possible. With an intimidating fierce look, Zix then asked her, "Did you order the murder of Ed Sr.?" Tanya was very frightened by the accusation. She then immediately denied it. She even went so far as to swear that she didn't do it. Although her answer was not something he could fully believe, but Zix realized, if it continued like this, Tanya would definitely die. Thinking about Ed's death also made his heart feel empty, but, right now there were too many things he couldn't understand. This situation was very confusing for him. Zix thought maybe not interfering was the right thing to do right now, but, Zix then gave her his cloak. He said he would listen to her full story later. For now, he told her to keep hiding here. He also told her how serious the situation was now. If she went to the square, she could die. Zix knew there were only 2 scenarios that would happen if he just kept quiet without interfering: Tanya getting killed, and Lucy ending up getting her hands dirty with blood, neither of which was something Ed wanted. So Zix decided to stop Lucy now. But, Zix was then surprised when he heard someone ask him at this time, "Do you still not understand too, Senior Zix?" He turned out to be Wade. I don't know when he was there, but certainly, he was not here to cooperate with him. While brandishing his sword, Wade then said he would take Tanya by force. The situation outside the dormitory was still so chaotic and intense at the moment. While carrying 2 retainers from the Roth-Taylor family on both sides, Lucy arbitrarily used her magic to bombard the Awfulest Hall. No one could stop her. Those who tried to stop her would be petrified like statues right after that. Clebius then felt terrified when he saw the human statue that almost hit him. Looking at the face on the statue, he then realized that it was a third-year student, the top-ranked student of the alchemy faculty, Dorothy. Clebius was then shocked to see that. He was very frightened to know that even third-year students had been defeated. He then could only stare in confusion at Lucy, who was arrogantly standing on the Awfulest Hall at this time. Feeling his gaze, Lucy then coldly stared back at him. Clebius was very frightened to see that. He then with all his might immediately fled from there. Clebius complained why this could happen. He didn't understand. This was not his purpose for coming to Sylvania. He also cursed. Was there no peace in his life? He was confused. What really happened? But, in the midst of his escape, he suddenly tripped over a small stone. It made him fall to the ground. But Clebius did not try to stand up again. He seemed to have no enthusiasm for life at this time. Amidst the patter of rain that soaked him, Clebius continued to curse and blame his own helplessness. He admitted that he was afraid if something like that appeared. In his moment of depression, someone then walked towards him and asked him, "What are you doing, you useless Clebius? Has your nature become so low that you are as low as the ground?" Clebius was then surprised to hear that. It was a voice that was quite familiar to him. She turned out to be Elvira. Seeing her, Clebius confusedly asked, "Aren't you practicing sparring?" Elvira said that it was over and she had run out of all the reagents now. Therefore she had to go to the lab to get more reagents. While looking at Lucy, Elvira then said to him, "In a situation like this, if not us, the top-ranked students, who else can stop that monster? If the situation is like this, someone should hold her for at least 30 minutes, until the academy staff arrived here. Seeing Clebius who was lying limp there, she then asked, "You don't seem to be able to move your legs." Elvira told him to quickly run to the professor's building if his energy had recovered. If there were academy staff there, immediately ask them to come here. After saying that, Elvira then walked away from there. Clebius could only be silent watching her departure. Elvira's words earlier seemed to surprise him very much. He then glanced at his sword. Clebius again blamed his helplessness. He felt that he was really pathetic, useless trash. He then asked himself, "What the hell are you doing, you idiot?" In the midst of the rain that poured on him, unable to stand up again, Clebius could only lie on the ground while cursing himself. Meanwhile in the hiding place, Janica came there at this time and reported the incident that had just happened. She was very anxious. The academy staff had already left first. Marilda was also moving there, but Lucy had already found out before she explained the situation. She didn't know what would happen now. Hearing the news, Ed calmly asked, "So, where is Lucy now?" Janica replied, "She went to the Ophilus Hall to look for Tanya." Ed was silent for a moment hearing that. With his body wrapped in bandages, Ed then stood up with difficulty. He understood now. He felt like he should go there himself. A little flashback of Lucy's past life. At that time it was raining heavily on the hut where her grandfather lived. Seeing Lucy grimacing in pain on the bed, he then said, "When you are soaked and rolling in the rain, it's natural to feel pain and discomfort, but make sure you understand that feeling well." Lucy, who was feverish, could only feel confused at her grandfather's words. Her grandfather explained, "Because as time goes by, you will definitely realize that lying sick like this or even being physically injured will be an increasingly rare occurrence for you in the future. Those who are less fortunate than you, those who dedicate their entire lives to be able to achieve what you can easily achieve, will continue to pile up behind you." Glock's words were clearly represented at this time, even though the academy students had combined their strength to attack her, but it was useless. They couldn't even penetrate her defense magic. They were then surprised when they heard Lucy calmly ask, "Do you still not want to take her out?" After the smoke that came out from their attack slowly faded, Lucy's silhouette then slowly appeared, and to their surprise, Lucy was not injured at all. With anger rising in her heart, Lucy then said that she would look for it herself if that was the case. Right after that, such a powerful magic power then appeared around her. This scene clearly reflected the words that Glock said to her at that time. "In the future, soon you may become a powerful and unrivaled mage, so powerful that no one can hope to compete with you." While the academy students both directed their attacks at her, Lucy then casually went downstairs, but no attacks were thrown at her at this time. It was because all the students who were about to attack her were suddenly petrified into statues at this time. While walking past them, Lucy then recalled her grandfather's words. "But because of your talent, life will be boring, and everything seems to be in vain. Even pain will undoubtedly become a distant memory." But Lucy felt the opposite at this time. This was very painful in her heart. She felt that her grandfather had lied to her. As Lucy continued to step, she then triggered something when stepping on one of the floors there. Right after that, a large explosion then appeared where she was standing. After the smoke caused by the explosion slowly disappeared, Lucy's figure then slowly came into view. The explosion could not hurt her at all. She was quite surprised to see that. She thought it was a brilliant move. The person who caused the explosion turned out to be Elvira. With a short breath, she then asked her, "What strange magic is that? I have never seen it before. The speed of the cast alone is abnormal." Lucy didn't answer her question. While doing a repelling motion, she then told her to move aside. Although the motion looked very simple, but it immediately drew Elvira away and made her spit out a mouthful of blood. It was really too fast for her. She had been wondering about the mechanism, but it turned out that it was not a magic at all, but just raw mana that was released. Elvira could only sigh helplessly, realizing that the problem always lies in mana. Looking at Lucy, who walked slowly towards her, panic could not be seen on Elvira's face at all. With a big smile on her face, she then said to her, "Mages like you do have extraordinary mana resonance to create magic, but do you know, alchemists like us understand mana and turn it into something other than magic." Lucy then realized something after hearing that. Elvira continued, "For example, magic engineering items." Without Lucy realizing it, Elvira turned out to have spread various magic engineering items around her. But Elvira's steps did not stop there. She then took out a potion and poured it into the magic engineering item. It was a crimson mana potion, which had the effect of absorbing a large amount of mana and making it fluid. The combination of these two things created a mana circuit that trapped Lucy in the middle. Seeing that her plan had succeeded, Elvira then said, "From now on, I will use your mana to power these magic engineering items: Cracks Mana Separator, Noise Generator, Elemental Regression Stimulator, Claw Hand, Wave Sphere, Illusion Disc, Catlon Mana Purifier. If I run them all at once with several times the usual output, every mana in this area will evaporate." With a melancholy smile, Elvira then thought, "The precious work I devoted my whole life to make will all be destroyed," but she felt that it was worth it. She knew that all the students were still not evacuated, the maids needed more time. Therefore, Elvira then challenged Lucy if she could break through all this. But, as the magic engineering items continued to absorb the mana released by Lucy, the magic engineering items suddenly showed signs of breaking down due to overload. They had exceeded the limit of mana they could contain. Elvira was then shocked to see that, and without even moving a finger, Lucy was able to destroy all of her proud masterpieces. Calculating the amount of mana needed to make all the magic engineering items overloaded, in theory it was possible, but no one had ever tried it, because there was no academic value in it. After all, they assumed that something with that much mana capacity could not exist. Even if it existed, stopping it was definitely classified into the realm of the impossible. Ophelis Hall Head Maid, Belle Maya, 4th-year Magic Faculty Top-Ranked Student, Traciana Bloom River, 4th-year Alchemy Faculty Top-Ranked Student, Dorothy Whitefelts, 14 Head Maids, and 2nd-year Alchemy Faculty Top-Ranked Student, Elvira Aniston. The time it took Lucy to subdue them all was only 3 minutes. Lucy then continued her steps as if nothing had happened, but, as she walked past Elvira suddenly grabbed her leg and said, "You'll regret it if you keep going this way. With that much mana, you could have destroyed the entire Ophelis Hall from the start, but you decided not to. Isn't it because you have the same thoughts? Ed would never want this to happen." Lucy could only remain silent hearing that. Elvira's words seemed to be true, because Lucy did not refute it at all. Feeling something, Lucy then cast a magic. She said that it was something she would decide for herself after meeting Tanya. Right at this moment, the silhouette of someone suddenly appeared behind her, and attacked her using his sword, but fortunately Lucy was prepared in advance and could easily block his attack. Elvira looked very surprised when she saw that person. That person looked very scared at the moment. He felt that he was really crazy and out of his mind for doing such a reckless thing. That person was Clebius. His body was shaking violently as he waited for Lucy's counterattack at this time. He then said to her that she shouldn't pass. The environment was suddenly silent for a moment at this time. Without saying anything to him, Lucy then focused her mana in her fingers, and threw it at Clebius with a snap of her fingers. The seemingly simple attack made Clebius be thrown far away and managed to make him seriously injured. 2nd-year Combat Faculty Top-Ranked Student, Clebius. The time it takes to subdue him is 1 second. Lucy's face did not change at all when she saw that, as if this was a normal thing for her. Meanwhile elsewhere, Zix was engaged in a battle with Wade at the moment. He was determined to take Tanya away from him. Without further ado, Wade then immediately rushed to attack him. Seeing that, Zix then calmly took the rapier that was under him, and quickly blocked the attack that Wade threw at him. Not only that, Zix then launched a rapid succession of attacks that succeeded in overwhelming Wade in parrying them. Wade was then surprised to see that, seeing the ferocious attacks that Zix constantly threw at him, he wondered, is this the sword technique of the island family? But he immediately refuted that conjecture. This technique is too complicated and unusual. He then realized, this is a mixed technique developed by integrating the civilization of the island family residents, and the interpretation of the beasts roaming the northern plains, free-spirited but not completely detached from theory. It's practical combat swordsmanship, although it sounded strong, but Wade knew that his technique was still incomplete. The weight distribution was not balanced, so it left a gap. Seeing that wide open gap, Wade then focused his gaze there. He smiled very wide. He already considered that he had won, but Zix's gaze was still as calm as usual. Before his attack could land, Wade was then surprised when he saw the wind blade in Zix's hand. Zix then threw the wind blade to block his attack. Not only that, Zix also hit him quickly right in the face. It succeeded in making Wade's body thrown away. Seeing Wade lying on the ground, Zix then asked him, "Do you still want to continue?" Hearing that, Wade then tried to stand up. He chuckled and replied, "Of course, Senior Zix, I am a person who likes to fight with strong opponents. Getting a chance to fight someone as strong as Senior, how can I miss it?" Zix's attack did not seem to reduce Wade's fighting spirit. On the contrary, it even increased it. With a big smile, Wade then attacked him again and asked him to entertain him even longer. Zix could only sigh helplessly at that. He felt that Wade was really pathetic, while blocking his attack. Zix then gave him a fact: "You don't enjoy fighting, you only enjoy winning. You are only excited about fights where you have a chance of winning." Zix then asked him, "I'm right, right?" His words just now seemed to shock Wade a lot. He confusedly asked, "What did you say?" Zix explained, "If you really want to fight a strong person, it should be among the second-year magic faculty students, not me that you choose. Because the top-ranked student of the second-year magic faculty is not me, but Lucy Merrill." Wade didn't know how to answer hearing that. He was then about to give an excuse, but Zix immediately cut off his words. "If you still make excuses like this, it means that this is your limit, you fucking coward." After saying that, Zix then increased his strength. Wade was surprised to see that, and before he could react, Zix then attacked him again. But fortunately Zix did not intend to kill him and immediately stopped his attack before it hit his neck. Seeing that, Wade knew that he had lost. He then released the grip of his sword. He asked him, "Then what was I supposed to do against an impossible opponent?" Wade felt that doing something like that was really stupid. Zix confirmed that, because that was your limit. But Zix's body then stiffened when he heard the sound of footsteps from behind him. The footsteps turned out to be from Lucy. She was already very close to their current location. Feeling something behind her, Lucy then looked back. The thing that has killed the most warriors in the world is arrogance. Charging in bravely and confidently, relying on one's skill. Beware of those who see it as a virtue. Do not revere those who constantly risk their lives to prove their worth to the world. Do not hold them in esteem. Feel fear. Clebius, fear is your weapon. Those were the words his father always said when he was a child, in contrast to his usual timid and easily surrendered nature. Clebius rose again to fight an opponent that was impossible to defeat. His father's words kept ringing in his head. But as you live like that, a moment will come when your feet won't move forward. Even though you could run away as you've always done, there will be a time when your feet feel rooted to the ground. Your whole body will tremble like crazy, yet strangely, the hand gripping your sword will hold firm. Even in the certainty of defeat, your body will move forward. Remember that sensation, my son. That's what Sinvision is. A very terrifying aura enveloped Clebius' entire body at this time that made him look like a demon coming out of hell. This might be the reason why he was once dubbed as the sword demon of the Nortondale family. Seeing Clebius look that was much different from usual, Elvira even had to wonder, was it really Clebius? While Lucy herself was still very calm at the moment, she then controlled Ed's bow, and shot an fire arrow towards him. It was an intermediate fire magic, pillar of fire. But it was not an ordinary pillar of fire, but a pillar of fire that had been doubled 100 times. The combination of the 100 intermediate fire magic presented a change in quality that burned down the place where Clebius was. Lucy did not forget her promise not to kill someone. The reason why she could do this was because she was sure this attack would not be able to kill him. Lucy's pupils then dilated when she felt Clebius, who arrived quickly behind her. Lucy was surprised by Clebius's speed, which was getting faster, and when Clebius slashed his sword at her, the blessing of the storm then activated, which protected her from his attack. But the effect of the blessing of the storm was not just a barrier that protected her from all attacks, but also an attack magic that would blow away the enemy that attacked her with the wind. Even Clebius, who entered berserk mode, was unable to withstand the push of the wind it caused, but Clebius was then quickly able to regain his footing. Blood flowed all over his body at this time. His wound was getting worse. The blood that had stopped flowing and dried up, flowed again on top of it. If judging from the amount of blood that dried up, Clebius was in a state where he could faint at any time, but, along with the wounds getting worse and the body covered in blood, the mana that enveloped the sword as well as his body became bigger. The significant increase in power brought by this mode made Clebius able to launch multiple attacks quickly, which even made Lucy surprised, seeing the sword that was able to crack the barrier that was now protecting Lucy's body. There was no doubt that it was a cursed sword, the forbidden technique of the Nortondale family, blood swordsmanship. It was the swordsmanship that Clebius had practiced since childhood. which made him able to become as strong as he was now, so strong that he was able to crack the barrier protecting Lucy's body. But Lucy certainly wouldn't just stand by as he attacked her. Various magic circles then appeared around them when Lucy manipulated her mana. After that, Lucy then clenched her hand, which made the magic circles release a kind of projectile that attacked Clebius. But Lucy was then shocked. Even though he had been hit by such a strong attack, Clebius still had not fallen. On the contrary, he seemed to be getting stronger at this time, but Lucy certainly did not run out of ways. When Clebius' attack was about to destroy her barrier, Lucy then manipulated her mana and stuck her hand into Clebius' sword. Her movement was able to withstand the attack that Clebius threw at her. The impact produced by the clash of their attacks produced such a powerful effect that it seemed to be able to destroy the earth. The wound suffered by Clebius is now getting worse after the clash. Blood continues to flow from the wound he suffered. Blood swordsmanship uses blood flowing from the user's own body as a new source of mana. It is the ultimate taboo. As a result of learning this technique, Clebius was even shunned by his own family members. They nicknamed him Sword Demon. They were full of fear of him because he kept killing people. They cursed him and felt he was a ghost. They even wondered why does the family keep producing monsters like him. They disliked him so much, they even opposed him to become the heir. At that moment, when everyone seemed to hate him, someone suddenly came to him and patted his shoulder. He said, "That's not true, you are not a monster, that person is his brother." While smiling warmly at him, his brother asked, "Right?" Clebius, after recalling these memories, Clebius then got up again. He was silent for a moment, then opened his eyes. A monster who had mastered blood swordsmanship, which was known as a taboo, the Sword Demon, Clebius Nortondale. The blood flowing from his wound did not weaken him. On the contrary, it was used as a driving force to strengthen his strength now. Recalling the question his brother asked him back then, Clebius had no choice but to admit it now, that he was a real monster. Seeing Clebius who rushed back attacking towards her, Lucy then cast high-level lightning magic, divine punishment, while elsewhere, Zix was running with Tanya at this time. Seeing Tanya who was exhausted behind him, Zix then encouraged her. They were almost there, but Zix was then surprised when he saw someone showing the way in front of him. The person turned out to be Lortel. Lortel explained, "If you go out through the door at the end of this corridor, you can escape." Zix was then surprised. When he saw her here, he then immediately put on a cautious attitude, not caring about his change of attitude. Lortel continued, "There are many blocked paths. You are lucky, Tanya. You should thank Zix for accompanying you." Hearing that, Zix then hesitantly called out to Lortel. He asked, "Did you hear anything about Ed Sr.?" Lortel smiled hearing that. She said that she was not sure. Hearing that, Zix then once again asked, "If not with me, what would you do to Tanya if she was alone?" Lortel was silent for a moment hearing that. With a sharp look in her eyes, she then replied, "Of course I would tear her apart and kill her." Hearing that, Zix then tried to calm her down. He said that it was not a wise course of action. Lortel agreed with that. She felt that instead of killing her right away, it was better to start from her nails first, although she did not know what she would confess. Hearing that, Tanya then frantically denied her accusation. She never did that. Seeing Tanya's frightened face, Zix then immediately calmed her down, but, in that tense moment, Lortel suddenly told them to leave. She said to Zix, "After all, I can't beat you in battle, right?" But Zix didn't lower his guard at all after hearing that. He confusedly thought, "You'll let me go because you can't win?" Armed with his strong instincts, Zix's body suddenly stiffened at this time. As everyone in Sylvania knows, making Lortel Ketchel your enemy is a foolish act. As soon as this girl shows her hostile aura, you can't even imagine what is behind that door. Zix is really confused at this time. What should he do? Every second that passed in the middle of his contemplation made Zix's worries become deeper. But what Zix didn't realize at the moment was, why was he still alive? In these few minutes where he stopped and contemplated, he should have been defeated by an invincible enemy. Elvira really couldn't bear the sight in front of her at the moment. She pleaded with him that it was enough. "How many times have you been hit by high-level lightning magic?" But Clebius did not heed her plea at all. He still continued to get up even though he had been repeatedly hit by that powerful magic. He then recalled the words of his brother. With a warm smile, his brother at that time said to him, "Don't blame yourself too much. It's the fault of those who challenged you to test your strength, so it's not your fault." While showing a painting to him, his brother told him to look at it carefully. "You are not a curse. His brother then explained the events in the painting to him, with troops coming like mountains, heroes who invaded with unshakable confidence. Our ancestors, Burgess Nortondale, is the power that protects our family. If you have that power, maybe you can also be a hero like him. Clebius then got back up after remembering his brother's words. He cursed. He felt his brother had been wrong, with Lucy who again cast a high-level magic to attack him. Clebius then rushed back to attack her. In the Nortondale family, there lives a sword demon. No matter how much he pretends to be human, when he loses his mind, the surroundings will become a sea of blood. For a monster with eyes that emit red light and destroy the surroundings, ancient concepts such as morality do not apply to him. As Lucy cast divine punishment towards him, Clebius, who had read the direction of her attack, then jumped to avoid it, and quickly arrived in front of her to attack her. But Lucy was still very calm when she saw that. She then used her extraordinary mana to once again attack towards him. But Lucy's calmness was then broken, when her attack earlier did not succeed in knocking out Clebius. But Clebius' movement suddenly stopped when his sword was only 1 inch away from beheading her. He disappointedly asked, "With this power, you think I can become a hero?" The incident that became a deep trauma for Clebius suddenly appeared in his head at this time. It was when he killed his brother, the only sibling who loved him, with his own hands, even though his brother's sword was stuck right in his chest at this time. But he was grateful. He was grateful because at least the person Clebius killed this time was not someone else. At least he could forgive him. He then gently hit his brother's chest, and said to him, "So, don't blame yourself too much." Clebius could not stem his tears seeing that the real hero had died that day, in the hands of a monster. Clebius could only curse. This time, he really couldn't take it anymore. Clebius didn't want to be a hero, he just didn't want to be a monster. Clebius then fell to the ground, accompanied by the breaking of the cursed sword he was holding. The scene suddenly fell silent for a moment with Clebius' defeat, even though he was unable to defeat Lucy. Seeing the students who were successfully evacuated, Clebius was grateful. He wondered, this should be enough, right? Clebius is in critical condition at this time. Blood is seen covering his entire body. This blood swordsmanship increases the magical power of the sword and the user's body as the wounds and blood that cover the sword increase. But ironically, the closer the user is to death, the stronger the power he gets. Even so, that astonishing power was only able to make a slight scratch on Lucy. However, whether it's the complacency of the strong or the will of the weak, in that one fleeting moment, he was almost able to kill her. For Lucy, who has always lived as the strong, she has never been used to this feeling. The fear of death that she felt for the first time made her sure that she had to immediately kill that weak figure who had no intention or strength to fight anymore. But, before Lucy could land her attack, someone suddenly threw a water magic at her. Lucy then shocked looked at the person. Seeing the person, Clebius could only complain. He had expected this, that he was still alive. The person was wrapped in a cloak with a bow in his hand. The person was certainly Ed. Clebius then swore at him. While Clebius was buying time and managed to stop Lucy's rampage, Zix himself was still confused about what he should do now. He realized that there was no more time. He had to make a decision immediately. Zix then called Lortel and was about to say something to her. But, before he could even say something to Lortel, the window beside them standing suddenly broke. They were then surprised to see it. But what made them more surprised was the cause of it. It turned out to be caused by Janica, who just crashed into the window of the room they were in. Janica then fell on Lortel accompanied by the broken glass that surrounded the two of them. When Janica looked at the person she fell on, she was then surprised to find that the person turned out to be Lortel. Lortel was confusedly calling her. Without explaining the situation to her, Janica then shook off the water that was now soaking her body. After observing the room for a moment, she then saw Tanya, who was behind Zix. She was happy to have finally found her. The room suddenly fell silent for a moment amidst the confusion that engulfed the three of them at this time. Lortel felt strange when she saw Janica's face, which still looked normal. She was confused, why she didn't seem to feel anything about the rumors about Ed. She even wondered if she was really going crazy now, but after looking at her carefully, she felt that it was not the case. After looking around towards Zix and Lortel, Janica then hesitantly asked, "Did I miss the mood or something?" Right after that, Marilda then appeared near them. She replied, "No, instead, you appeared at the right time. This is the right time." When Ed appeared to stop Lucy, hearing Clebius who swore at him, Ed then turned to him and called him, "Is that you?" Clebius' condition was really battered at this time until it was difficult to recognize. Hearing that, Clebius said that he realized. He really got beaten to a pulp. He knew it was pointless to fight. Even if he risked his life and caused a scene, he wouldn't even reach her toes. He was well aware of that, so, he felt that he should have just run away earlier, but, he cursed. He wondered if he was the only fool here. Despite being too weak to stop it, people still rushed forward to do something, whatever it is, even though no one ordered them. They destroyed what they had worked so hard to build without the slightest hesitation. Amidst the outpouring of heart that Clebius let out, Elvira then ran over to him. Clebius was really confused by such a mindset. Wouldn't it be wiser to just give up and run away? But, even though they were on the verge of death, they still believed that they could be something like heroes. He cursed, why the hell don't they just let me run away? In the end, they didn't win either. Again everything was messed up, all that struggle, still be in vain. Hearing Clebius' outpouring, Ed then walked closer to him, and gently held his shoulder. He then thanked Clebius and Elvira. He said that he was indebted to both of them. He also told Clebius that his efforts were not in vain, they were really valuable. When she saw the face of the cloaked person, Elvira then shockingly called him. Clebius was really relieved at this time. He kept muttering, I'm really just a dumb, useless worm, an idiotic trash bastard. I know. Elvira then shockingly called Clebius when she felt his body suddenly weak, until finally Clebius fell unconscious on her lap. Elvira then felt anxious seeing that. She then immediately told him to get a grip. Seeing that, Ed still couldn't wake up from his shock. Honestly, he was surprised. He really knew the fighting ability of every important character in this academy inside out, but, including himself, he didn't think anyone could do something like this. At least it took about 10 minutes for everyone to be evacuated. In that long time, they managed to survive alone, against the final boss of Act 3, the failed swordsman of Sylvania, the awakened one, Lucy Merrill. Lucy herself was suddenly silent at this time. She didn't move or speak when she saw him. Ed then walked over to her. He apologized to her for not telling her about it. He explained, an old man really wanted me dead, but I was indeed in a terrible situation where my life was hanging by a thread, so I couldn't prepare for anything in advance. That's why I didn't have the chance to inform you. Hearing that, Lucy didn't say anything, and immediately hugged his body. With a teary face, Lucy said that she thought he was dead. Hearing that, Ed said, as you can see, I am alive, I am here, in front of you. After saying that, Ed then hugged her back. They continued to hug in the rain that poured down on them while surrounded by the statues of the maids and students who had been petrified. Meanwhile in the corridor of the Alphalus Hall, Zix's worry in his heart peaked at this time. Ever since coming out into civilization, he prided himself on rarely feeling fear, but, seeing the arrival of that high spirit, and Janica, who were both looking for Tanya, make the situation even more difficult. At least that's what Zix thought at the moment. With the news of Ed's death, he felt that the two of them might have lost their minds. Realizing that, Zix then decided, realizing his attitude, Janica then asked him to wait for a while. She had something to say about Ed, but, before Janica could even say anything, Zix suddenly cast a magic on the wall. Nearby, his magic cast produced a large enough impact that made dust fly. Tanya coughed as a result of the dust generated by his magic. Zix then told her to listen to him carefully. Tanya then immediately put her ears when she heard that. While pointing towards the wall she had hollowed out, Zix then said to her, follow this path. When you meet a branching route, take the route to the west. If you keep running as fast as you can, you will reach the end of the building. When you are free from pursuit, look for a place to ask for help. As a descendant of the Roth-Taylor family, you should look for people who have ties to the royal authority or noble families that you know. Hearing that, Tanya then hesitantly asked him, but, what about you? While putting up a fighting position, Zix said that he would hold them as long as possible so that they could not chase her. It might be impossible, but, hearing that, Tanya then confusedly asked him, why did you go this far? Zix replied, I would not do this if you were not Ed's senior sister. He told her to consider herself lucky, and told her to run away from there immediately. Hearing that, Tanya did not ask him anything else, and immediately ran towards the route he had said. Seeing that, Zix exhaled for a moment, then prepared to face the opponent that he himself knew was impossible for him to defeat. He then said to Janica, if it's like this, whatever I say you won't listen to it. I fully understand those feelings, because I have also been in love with someone. Janica was explaining the real situation to Lortel, But, she was then surprised when she heard Zix's words. Zix continued, just imagining losing someone like that, it's unbearably painful, your whole body burns with flames of anger, it's inevitable, because it's someone you love, Janica Sr., you loved Ed Sr. more than anyone else, how earnest and bittersweet your feelings for Ed Sr. were. How could I not know? Zix said that so passionately that it made Janica's face turn red from blushing, but Zix's words did not stop there. Those passionate feelings you had for Ed Sr. will remain in your heart one way or another, becoming a part of you. But, before Zix could continue his words, a fireball suddenly shot out and attacked him. The impact of the fireball was so powerful that it broke through the wall of the Ophilus Hall, and threw him out of the building. One attack from Janica instantly beat Zix and knocked him down. Janica then walked over to him. She beat her staff against his chest and said that he was not dead yet. With a blushing face, Janica once again said that Ed was not dead, he was still alive, so she begged him to stop saying that. Meanwhile, in the garden in front of the Ophilus Hall, under the moonlight that illuminated the night sky, Ed and Lucy were still hugging tightly at this time. Spring water began to fall, washing the petals of the flowers scattered along the roadside, along with the fragrance of garden flowers. After the spring rain washed away, the season began to reveal itself in a new light. Emotions were the same. Lucy then recalled the memories when she had a fever from playing under the rain, after letting go of everything and getting an explanation for it. Even a relationship that was once stable could change into a new phase. All this time, Lucy thought that her feelings for Glock were the same as her feelings for Ed, but those overlapping feelings began to change, becoming smooth and attractive. A question then arose, what made it different? As the rain that drenched them slowly stopped, Lucy suddenly let go of her hug and pushed his body away. Ed was then confused by it. Lucy's behavior was completely different and seemed uncharacteristic. Ed could only be confused by it. He then tried to call her, but his call triggered a big reaction in Lucy. Her face turned red after hearing him call her name. It was just a normal call, but her heart felt like it was on fire. Then, Lucy finally realized her true feelings. Back when Lucy used to lie on the roof of the Ed cabin, she used to smell the grass. The faint scent of grass had a calming effect on the mind. From the hay stacked beside the cabin, occasionally the fresh scent of grass could be smelled by her. She didn't hate that scent, so she usually just let it go and continued lazing around. But, the maids didn't like it. The body of a person who smoked daily would carry a strong tobacco scent, while the girl who grew up frolicking in the peach orchard always had a faint peach scent lingering in her hair. To put it simply, once you notice someone's natural scent, ignoring or erasing it is difficult. Just like right now, as Ed walked up to her, she could smell the familiar scent of grass. Without noticing the strangeness in Lucy, Ed then muttered. He said that there were many things he needed to do. He didn't have much time. The academy staff would be coming soon. Since the situation was already like this, he realized that he had to explain the situation, but Ed said that he couldn't tell her too much. After thinking for a while, for now, he thought he should at least tell Clebius, Alvira, Zix, and Lortel. At the mention of their names, he suddenly remembered his sister. He knew that Janica was out looking for her at the moment. Ed then picks up Lucy's witch hat which fell and gave it back to her. He also took Lucy to check the condition of the others. While the rain had stopped, but Lucy instead asked about what he had said earlier. She seemed to have just woken up from her reverie. Seeing that, Ed then realized that she had not listened to what he had said earlier. He then told her to listen carefully. Whether she liked it or not, you have to go to the disciplinary committee. Besides, Clebius and Elvira are also seriously injured. You have to apologize to them. Lucy was surprised and confused to hear him ask her to apologize. It seemed to be a foreign action to her. Ed explained, they were injured because they tried to stop you. Based on my observations, Elvira seemed to lose almost all the magic engineering tools she had made a long time ago, but Lucy seemed reluctant to do that. She felt that she was not at fault. They were the ones who came forward rashly, not realizing her complaint. Ed continued his words, while Clebius, his bleeding was like a waterfall. Hearing that, Lucy again inwardly disagreed with his words. She felt that Clebius' bleeding was not caused by her but by his own sword. The magic you used was harsh from their perspective, but you still need to apologize. Lucy felt aggrieved when she heard that. She then tried to defend herself. From Lucy's point of view, she had done her best to ensure that no one was fatally injured from her attack. but, before Lucy could say anything, she was then surprised. Ed could only sigh helplessly at her attitude. He then said to her, "If you really don't want to, let me take responsibility and explain everything." Lucy's body seemed to freeze when she heard that. She felt very sad to see Ed sigh to that extent. Various bad possibilities then appeared in her head, being treated pitifully, being hated by everyone, and Ed being disappointed in her. Those things made her feel like suffocating. She then immediately said to him that she would apologize. Ed was happy to hear that. It was a wise decision. Lucy was completely overwhelmed by the smell of grass that Ed released. When looking at him, Ed felt like she was not hurt. He was not at all surprised by it. He felt that it was a natural thing. He then invited her to hurry up. They didn't have much time. Lucy could only stand transfixed at this time. The smell of the grass, even if she smelled it casually, even if it was only for a moment, the scent could make her choke and make her back heat up. Lucy was really confused. How did it come to this? She had only thought that she was just a person who looked after the perfect place to take a nap, but Lucy then recalled her life with Ed over the past year, eating together by the fireplace, hugging him while he was reading, sleeping on his lap. Lucy then continued to remember the events she had experienced during this 1 year of life with Ed, and when Ed walked past her, Lucy was then again overwhelmed by the scent of grass that he gave off. Ed muttered, "Janica must be very difficult in finding Tanya. Again, I owe her a favor. I'd better finish this soon. Then, I should also do something to repay Janica." But, when Ed was about to walk away from there, he was then confused and surprised when Lucy suddenly held the hem of his robe. With teary eyes, Lucy asked him, "Does it have to be now?" Ed was then confused at her expression. In front of the Ophelis Hall, central entrance, as the sun gradually revealed itself, the atmosphere returned to peace at this time. Everyone was now gathered there. Zix was now apologizing to Janica for his misunderstanding, while Clebius and Elvira were currently sitting side by side while sleeping. When Ed saw them all, he was then sure that no one was missing. "Everything is here," but Ed then felt confused when he looked at someone. It was Lortel. Seeing her who turned her body while covering her face, he then confusedly asked, "What are you doing?" Lortel was then surprised by his sudden question. She then cleared her throat for a moment to calm herself, with a smiling face. Lortel then told him that she had expected him to survive. Hearing that, Ed then apologized to her for worrying her, but Lortel immediately said that he didn't need to apologize. If you think logically, anyone can know that he is not a person who will fall easily. Among the magic engineering materials he asked her for was something like Delheim's hourglass. For merchants, staying calm and rational is always essential. Lortel said that she was just verifying the facts calmly. She then asked Zix, "Right, Zix?" Zix, who initially had a questioning expression, then closed his eyes and confirmed her words. Lortel did not show any emotional reaction at all. Lortel was happy to hear that. She then said, "Of course, Tanya's behavior was also very suspicious, and although there were some harsh words spoken, there was still no physical fight." Zix was a bit speechless hearing that, but he then could only helplessly confirm her words. Lortel then walked over to Ed and said, "How could I have thought that Ed Sr. would die?" With a blushing face, Lortel said that seeing his face now made her mind at ease, but honestly, she thought she felt a little worried earlier. Lortel then looked into his eyes and said, "Come to think of it, you did make us worry." Ed did not argue with that. Lortel continued, "In this world nothing is free, so, Senior have to compensate for my worry, right?" Just as Lortel said that, Ed was then surprised when Lortel suddenly pulled his collar, not giving Ed time to react. Lortel then stood on tiptoe to reach his face, but, when Lortel had almost reached her goal, she was then surprised when she saw Lucy suddenly appear and push her body away from Ed. They were then surprised by her sudden appearance, and when Ed's feet touched her slightly, Lucy's body suddenly seemed to be triggered by something. The environment was suddenly silent for a moment at this time. In the midst of their shock, seeing Lucy in front of her and her strange behavior, bad possibilities then appeared in Lortel's mind. Ed then patted Lucy's head and asked her, "What's wrong with you?" Lortel just said that she was also worried. There was no need to go that far. Ed said that he understood that her emotions were still subdued, but what Ed didn't know was, his small action made Lucy's head feel like exploding at the moment. Normally, Lucy's actions would not cause any feelings, but a girl's intuition seemed to scream loudly when she saw that. Janica then immediately pulled Lucy away from Ed and said that she was too close. this was an emergency situation. As Janica hugged her body tightly, Lucy then immediately pushed her body away. The situation then deadlocked with the three girls both staring with a threatening look, while Ed felt confused and did not understand what was happening to the three of them. Zix looked at them with an interested look. He seemed to know very well what was happening to the three of them, while Zix was sparkling and excited about what was going on. Someone suddenly called them. It was Elvira. Seeing them who seemed to be busy with their own affairs, she asked, "Don't we lack a lot of time?" Ed confirmed that the academy staff would be here soon. After that, Ed then told them that he wanted to hide the fact that he managed to survive and explained the situation briefly. Lucy also apologized to Clebius and Elvira. After that, they decided to jointly look for Tanya, who escaped. While looking at Zix, Ed felt like he was a bit disappointed. But before reversing the petrified people, they aligned their stories about why this happened. After putting Knox and Caden, who had been tied into a place, they all then together walked away from there. After who knows how long, Knox then woke up, and slowly opened both eyes. The lonely garden scene then gradually appeared in his sight. Ed thought, before anyone knows that he is still alive, he must immediately disappear from the academy. In the same night, under the moonlight shining in the night sky, Clebius, who had lost consciousness, suddenly opened his eyes at this time. Seeing his body that had been completely clean without the slightest wound, he confusedly wondered, what happened? Was this magic? In the midst of his confusion, something suddenly blocked his view, and when he looked up, he was then surprised to find that it was a head. It was certainly Elvira's head. Elvira then scolded him for being noisy. With a scared face, Clebius once again wondered, what happened? Am I dead? With all the mess I've made, you could say it's natural that I would die. Stupidly, seeing that, Elvira then irritably pulled his hair and said, the academy staff will be here soon. You only need to testify that you managed to stop Lucy. Clebius was then confused and surprised to hear that. He asked, how can I explain that I stopped that monster? Elvira was silent for a moment hearing that. For an alchemist, discovering new things is always a pleasant experience. She faced various surprising things today. Lucy was willing to bow her head politely and heal all the wounds suffered by Clebius. Lortel promised a generous confidentially fee and vouched for Ed Roth Taylor. Even Ed Roth Taylor's word today was truly a series of unexpected events. Elvira then pulled Clebius' head back into her lap and told him to just rest. Clebius cried out in pain and once again asked, what exactly was going on? Elvira was just silent in the face of his confusion. The environment suddenly fell silent for a moment amidst the silence of the two of them. After sighing for a moment, Clebius then muttered, honestly, saying it also feels useless because I definitely have to start all over again. What stops her is not me, but precisely Ed Roth Taylor. In the end, I couldn't event when foolishly again. Clebius could only sigh helplessly after saying that. Elvira smiled slightly at that. If there was anything she could call the most significant new discovery, she then gently called out to Clebius. But, Clebius didn't seem to hear her call. He continued to mumble, life really is a piece of crap. Hearing her call earlier, Clebius was sure she would want to reprimand him again for continuing to whine, but, contrary to his expectations, Elvira did not want to reprimand him. On the contrary, she agreed with his words earlier. Clebius was then confused and surprised by that. While looking towards the night sky, Elvira said that this world was indeed a piece of crap. Elvira had a lot to say, but she simply agreed with Clebius's words. For a moment, the two of them both raised their heads in silence and looked at the night sky. Up there, the stars shine quietly, unaware of the brilliance they possess. Meanwhile somewhere, in a lush forest near the academy, while Tanya was running with all her might, she suddenly tripped, which made her fall to the ground. It made her clothes dirty and filled with mud, and when she got up and tried to run again, she suddenly couldn't move her legs. Facing that, Tanya sadly thought that she couldn't stop. She felt that they must be chasing her now. She couldn't get caught. But what Tanya didn't know now was, she was not being chased by anyone and no one thought that she was the one who had killed Ed. Tanya then tried her best to get back up and run away from there. She realized that she had to clear her name for the accusation of killing Ed. She had to find the truth, so, she absolutely could not be caught. The scene was really sad, which could make one's sympathy grow. But Tanya could only rely on herself at this time. We could only encourage her silently and pray that someone could find her and end this misunderstanding. When morning came, a peaceful atmosphere then returned to Sylvania. Professor Plubane then reported last night's incident to Principal Abel. The investigation into the death of Ed Roth Taylor is nearing its conclusion. We reviewed the scene using flame scrying magic. Although unable to recreate the scene perfectly, the retainers stabbed the victim, Ed Roth Taylor, and it was confirmed that he fell over the cliff. The retainers of the Roth Taylor family, believed to be the culprits, have been detained in a facility under the academy. The punishment should be transferred to the imperial family, but we need to confirm and report the facts first. Hearing the report, Principal Abel felt that Ed Roth Taylor's death was almost confirmed. He then told Professor Plubane to prepare the details of the report to be sent to the imperial family. Professor Plubane understood. He would arrange it. While looking at the reenactment of Ed's death displayed on the pearl in his hand, Principal Abel continued, "We also have our own tasks to deal with. The cascading effects caused by the death of a student really exceeded our expectations. Lucy, who was devastated by Ed Roth Taylor's death, went on a violent rampage, causing the students to be evacuated in the middle of the night." While looking at the file containing Ed Roth Taylor's profile, Principal Abel believes that he must have had a profound influence on many people. He is also somewhat relieved at this time. In the end, Lucy was subdued by the second-year top-ranked student of the combat faculty, Clebius Nortondale, and her custody was secured while she was sitting quietly in the rose garden. The situation was resolved smoothly. He just knew there was a student with such high potential. He was very impressive. He then ordered the academy officials in front of him to prepare an award for Clebius on behalf of the academy. As for Lucy, convene a disciplinary committee to conclude the matter. After a while passed, they then brought Lucy to the courtroom. The person in front of her at the moment is the vice principal of Sylvania Academy. Rachel, Elvira and Clebius are also present at the hearing. There are petitions from the injured students, Clebius and Elvira. Some of the damages that occurred in last night's incident include the third-floor dormitory wall near Tanya's room, the outer wall of the corridor opposite, the marble floor of the rose garden, and the gazebo, although it cannot be considered trivial, but the damage is much smaller when compared to the Ophilus Hall occupation incident. While looking at Lucy, Vice Principal Rachel helplessly thought, if only there is one more thing that complements, this can be solved with a light punishment, namely self-introspection. But, looking at Lucy's sleepy face, she felt that it was difficult. Not only the academy, but even the imperial family recognized that the Sylvania Academy was the best educational institution in this era. The reputation comes from the fact that they have successfully produced the legendary genius mage. Since the academy itself has promoted this fact, then expulsion from the academy is not an option. Ideally, they don't want to leave a record of severe punishment, but what makes her dizzy is, how can they give a light punishment if she doesn't even introspect herself? Looking at Lucy, who yawned boredly, she was annoyed. She felt that she didn't have the dignity of being the academy's best student. After calming down for a moment, the Vice Principal Rachel then read out the penalty decision: the revocation of this semester's scholarship, 10 days of suspension, withdrawal of access to welfare facilities for 70 days, and lowering of the practical evaluation score by 2 levels. In addition, withdrawal of the right to live in Ophilus Hall. She then handed a paper to Lucy and told her to sign there if she agreed to the penalty. Hearing that, Lucy didn't even defend herself. She boredly said yes, although this penalty seemed severe, but in fact it was the opposite. Losing the scholarship meant little to Lucy. The Glock Scholarship Foundation had already paid her tuition fees in full. Besides, even if her grades were lowered, her grades were still far superior to Zix, who was ranked second in class. As for the welfare facilities, it was something she had never used. Basically, this penalty had no impact on her. But Lucy was then surprised when she heard someone suddenly interrupt. That person was Maya. Maya then introduced herself and said that she was present as a witness as well as the manager of Ophilus Hall. With all due respect, she begged Vice Principal Rachel to reconsider regarding Lucy's discipline. She did not believe that these penalties could lead to genuine remorse, so she felt that this penalty needed to be revised. Hearing that, Vice Principal Rachel then reread the penalty decision filed in her hand. Seeing that, Lucy immediately felt panic. She then said that she would sign it right now, but, before Lucy could reach the penalty decision file in the hands of Vice Principal Rachel, someone suddenly held her body from behind. It was of course Maya. Maya explained, removing Lucy from Ophilus Hall was not a punishment but a reward for her. Therefore, she advised the vice principal to limit her access rights to leave the dormitory as much as possible. House arrest would be a more appropriate punishment for her. Lucy's face paled upon hearing that. She then frantically asked the vice principal to give her the paper. Maya continued, "My team in Ophilus Hall will be watching her for 24 hours very closely." The maids of Ophilus Hall seemed to be on fire when they heard that. Lucy then struggling and told her to let her go. Her panic had peaked at this time. Hearing her proposal, Vice Principal Rachel thought for a moment. She then agreed to her proposal. Lucy's sentence would change to 30 days of house arrest. Vice Principal Rachel was rather grateful at this time. Grateful that no severe punishment was recorded. Maya then thanked her for agreeing to her proposal. Lucy felt like crying at this time. She then frantically tried to stop it. She apologized and said that she regretted her actions. She begged, anything, as long as it wasn't that. But, her request would certainly be ignored. Lucy's body then stiffened when Maya suddenly called her, with a sharp gaze directed at her. Maya said that they would make sure that she could not get out at all. They would carry out a strict and thorough approach. Lucy could only swallow her saliva hearing that. After Lucy's punishment was successfully decided, Maya and the maids then walked back to the Ophilus Hall while carrying Lucy. Vice Principal Rachel did not know what to say when she saw that. When the news of Lucy's punishment reached Ed, although the punishment seemed light, but he knew that it was an unbearable punishment for Lucy. While pouring the soup she had made into a bowl, Janica agreed with him, also. Thanks to Elvira and Clebius who represented him to speak at the disciplinary committee, the situation could be handled well. Janica then smiled at him and handed the soup to him. It was beef stew. She often made it at home. She said that this was one of her specialties. Ed then clapped his hands in amazement at the cooking. Janica looked proud to see that. She insisted on doing everything. Washing, spirit class, academy class, even cooking. It was moments like this that made him think that this was really genuine kindness. Putting that aside, Ed then went back to thinking about this year's Student Council President election. In this Student Council President election, the three variables that worried him the most were, first, Princess Phinia, who seemed to have lost her motivation in becoming Student Council President. Second, Tanya Roth-Taylor, who was supposed to play the role of antagonist opposing Princess Phinia, was currently missing. And lastly, the two retainers from Roth-Taylor family, Caden and Knox, who were currently being detained by the Academy. The news of their detention was not good news for him, because he had to inform Creffin of his death, and remove his existence from his awareness. He had gone to great lengths to put on that show, but now, the situation was even more complicated. Caden and Knox were now detained by the Academy for being suspects in his murder. Ed thought that he had to find a way to release them immediately, and convince Creffin that he was really dead. After that, only then could he end this frustrating life of seclusion. There were so many things he had to do. Ed could only sigh helplessly at the thought. Janica suddenly looked gloomy and sad at this time. She said, Ed was a noble heir to a duke's family. Even after being exiled, he's caught up in all sorts of trouble. Ed was then confused to hear her suddenly say such a thing. Janica continued, I'm just a commoner from a rural farmhouse, so I don't really understand what Ed's life feels like. That's why I can't even comfort Ed properly, saying things like it's no big deal or cheer up, as if I know everything. Those kinds of words are meaningless, and they don't feel genuine anyway. Janica really felt sad about it. Hearing that, Ed then asked her not to think too much about it. What she did was more than enough for him, even though Ed said so. But Janica was not satisfied. She wanted to help him solve his problem. This was just her selfish desire. While smiling sweetly at him, Janica said that she just didn't want him to suffer anymore. Ed suddenly blushed when he saw her smile, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Lately, every time he was alone with Janica, sometimes there was always a moment of awkward silence like this. Not that he felt uncomfortable or anything, but he couldn't find a reason for this strange feeling between them. Ed then tried to calm himself down. He said that he was very grateful. No one cared about him this much. Janica was surprised for a moment to hear that. While laughing awkwardly, she said that hearing it was really embarrassing. The point is, Janica said that their priority now is to find Tanya. They don't know where she is and what she is doing. She also feels that he seems to be worried about her. Hearing that, Ed then thought for a moment. He said that he already had a premonition about it. At first, he was surprised by Tanya, who was different from his memories. In The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Tanya Roth-Taylor was a strong, noble, and fearless person. He had seen Tanya's firm nature with his own eyes. Based on that, Ed was sure that Tanya would be able to overcome her situation. Even now, he was sure that she was coping with her problems and planning for the future, as she always did, with her dignified and graceful demeanor. Ed smiled slightly at the thought, but, contrary to his guess, Tanya was now seen in a luxurious room while trembling with fear. It was Princess Fenia's room. While looking at her, Tanya swore that she never ordered anyone to kill her brother. Fenia was silent for a moment, hearing that, before Tanya appeared, she received the news of Ed Rothtailor's death. When it happened, he cancelled almost all pending appointments and expedited the completion of several tasks. She really wanted to resolve the complicated relationship between the two of them. She wanted to find a moment to chat with him properly, but, with just one day remaining, he died. If only she was 1 day earlier, this definitely wouldn't have happened. Her petty pride always prevented her from acting in time. Fenia was really annoyed with herself. Right when she just entered this academy, she had already collected data and continued to mature to achieve her goal, which was to become the student council president of Sylvania Academy. Compared to the power possessed by the imperial family, this was just a small achievement, but within Sylvania Academy, this would make her have a great influence. She didn't want to continue to be the third princess who always relied on the power of the imperial family. She aimed to establish an independent position as student council president of Sylvania Academy, not as someone supported by the imperial family, but by relying on her own power, to confront the darkness of the Rothtailor family and the imperial family. But, the more she thought about it further, the more she realized that she was someone who should not hold power. Fenia could only cry sadly thinking about it. At that moment, someone suddenly entered her room and respectfully called her. He asked her if he could ask for a moment of her time. Fenia realized that it was Claire's voice, and when she looked back, she then saw Claire as well as someone with a messy appearance. Seeing that person, Fenia then realized that it was Tanya, although the full details had not been confirmed. Based on the Academy's preliminary investigation, it is likely that Ed has been killed by retainers from the Rothtailor family, excluding the exiled Ed. The only remaining heir of the Rothtailor family on the Arkan Island is. Realizing her gaze, Tanya then said fearfully, "The princess must not believe it either, but I swear it wasn't me. I never harmed my brother." But, as Tanya tried hard to convince Fenia, she was then surprised, when Fenia suddenly hugged her. Fenia was sure that Tanya must have gone through a lot of difficult things. She then told her to go inside and tell her everything that had happened until now. Fenia realized that she had to learn from mistakes, not to misjudge just because someone bears the name Rothtailor. That's roughly the story of why Tanya could be in Fenia's room. Seeing Tanya, who was crying and her body shaking violently, Fenia then walked over to her, and told her that she decided to take her word for it, so, until the situation was clearer, she would hide her in the royal dormitory. Her words seemed to have calmed Tanya down. Tanya then thanked her. She was very grateful. She said that she owed her a favor. Fenia smiled softly at that. She said no, this was indeed something she should do. She assured her, for now, she would be safe here. After her interaction with Tanya, Fenia felt that she was really a fragile girl. She couldn't understand that she would even consider getting involved in a political plan against a girl like her. At this moment, someone suddenly entered her room, and reported to her that there was a guest waiting in the reception room. Fenia understood. She then told the person to process the next schedule. With a serious expression, Fenia then stood up and walked towards the reception room. She was now aware that the real opponent lies elsewhere. Seeing the person, Fenia then asked how she was. She replied, "Ed's death is indeed regrettable, but we must continue to conduct the Academy's affairs in our own way." She then asked her opinion regarding that. Hearing that, Fenia did not mince words anymore. She then asked her, "So, what is the matter with you looking for me?" She smiled slightly at that. Amidst the chaos that engulfed the Academy's political scene, the only person who fully understood the bigger picture was none other than Lortel Ketchum. Lortel then said that she was here to ask why she was hiding Tanya. In this academy, there seemed to be no secrets that could be hidden from her. In Lucy's room in Ophelis Hall, Lucy was silent at the moment as she wore a bored look. Her current punishment was really excruciating for her. She even felt that she would rather die. She became house arrest not long ago, and the time left until her suspension was over was 29 days, somewhere near the sea. 3 hours before Lortel and Princess Fenia met, Ed was practicing there. There was a lioness with a whole body composed of water that pounced on him, but Ed was able to block the lioness's pounce with a dagger. Not only that, he then slashed the dagger into the body of the water lioness, which made the body of the lioness instantly destroyed. and turned into a puddle, but, although the body of the lioness had been destroyed by him, the lioness was able to reshape her body shortly after and continued to attack him from all directions. After fighting for who knows how long against the water lioness, Ed then stopped. His breathing was visibly labored at this time. Doing such high-intensity training seemed to have consumed a lot of his stamina. After seeing his training just now, Mug deep down felt admiration. He felt that he was really extraordinary. His reflexes and adaptability were great. He felt very touched. He also respectfully advised him to stop today's training until here. There were not only Ed and Mug, but also the intermediate water spirit, Leisha. She was also the one who had become his sparring partner earlier. After feeling his strength directly, Leisha admiringly said to him, "For a mage, you have become very good at close combat. It seems that you have gone through a lot of training." Hearing that, Ed humbly said, "All this is thanks to you. Sparring with you has helped me a lot, because Mug is too weak to be a sparring partner. As for sparring with Marilda, he feels that it is impossible." Ed then opened his status window. His various stats have undergone a shocking change this time. His current stats were far too far compared to when he first possessed Ed Rothtailor's body. Hearing that, Leisha said that a match with Miss Marilda would be more beneficial, but Ed disagreed with her words. He felt that he would definitely die right away if he fought such a big wolf. Leisha didn't argue. She continued, "High-level spirits are able to change their form freely. Thanks to that, she can roam easily in the Arkan Island." After finishing his training and seeing the increase in his stats, somehow, this gave him a kind of sense of satisfaction. His various stats have increased to the dozens at the moment, but the value of stats rarely increases beyond 15, exceeding that number requires special requirements such as completing hidden quests. Considering the specs achievable by Ed Rothtailor, he's almost at the upper limit. This made him wonder, once the long-standing goal of mastering intermediate-tier magic is complete, should I consider a special ability? However, he can't just rest on his laurels and stop his progress. But, while Ed was resting after finishing his training, he was then surprised when he saw someone who suddenly came to visit him. That person was Lortel. Lortel froze for a moment with a blushing face when looking at his stomach. She said that she was just enjoying the scenery. Lortel then took out a rag and wiped the sweat from his face. She understood that he was frustrated by living in isolation like this. However, she asked him to rest while he could, but Ed didn't feel that way. He even felt that it was more comfortable here than in the forest. He also got help with everything such as food, clothing, and shelter. Hearing that, Lortel had a guess. She then asked, "Was it from Senior Janica?" Ed confirmed it, mostly. Looking at Leisha who was sitting not far away, Lortel then asked, "Are you also practicing with the spirit?" With a blushing face, Lortel suddenly blinked one of her eyes. She then hugged her hand, and said, "It means that the spirits have seen everything." Mug immediately shouted in panic seeing that, "This is an emergency." Lortel laughed at his behavior. Ed then glanced at her and confusedly asked, "What are you planning?" Hearing that, Lortel said that she just wanted to visit Princess Phenia. She had already thought of a plan to get some gold coins when the election was running later, but before that, she wanted to finish her business with him first. Ed had previously asked her if Caden and Nox could be released. Lortel said that releasing the two retainers according to his request was easy, but it wasn't free. She came here to take an advance. Ed was then confused and surprised to hear that. With a beaming face, Lortel then asked could he hug her. Ed was then shocked to hear her request, but he then could only sigh helplessly. As Lortel happily waited for her request to be granted, Ed, without saying a word, suddenly hugged her. It really made Lortel unprepared. Her face was so red that it was like a tomato and her heart was beating so fast like a drum. She then stammeringly asked Ed to wait for a while. With a blushing face, Lortel suddenly pushed his body away. Ed was then surprised and confused at that. He confusedly asked, "What are you doing?" Lortel said, "Normally, attacking and defending are two different things." Lortel's head was so hot right now that it seemed to be emitting smoke. She said that she was also flustered right now. This feeling was very different from the few scenes she had imagined. Before coming here, the thing that makes her the most unprepared is, why is he sitting there with his clothes off? She has tried to handle this situation internally, in her own way. Lortel said that he should consider it, mutual respect and all. Ed really doesn't understand what she is saying. He says that he is just doing what she asks, even so, but Lortel then leans her head against his chest and asks him to do it slowly. Actually, she came here because she wants to hear his answer. Directly, Lortel asks if he still remembers, when she asked him to take her side at least once someday. Hearing that, Ed then hugged her back and asked, "You must be planning something right." While smiling faintly, Lortel said that she felt like she would have a lot of enemies soon, even if she ended up making the whole academy her enemy. At least, she wanted him by her side. Back to the present, in the royal member's residence, Phenia's private room. Seeing her coming to visit her, Phenia then asked her, "So, what is the need for you to look for me?" While drinking her tea, Lortel said that she came here to ask why she was hiding Tanya. The reason why Lortel could guess why Tanya could be here was, because she at that time heard Zix, who told Tanya to come to a place where she could ask for help after she managed to escape. Since she was the heir of the Roth-Taylor family, the most logical thing was to ask for help from the royal authorities, or a noble family she knew. Based on Zix's words, Lortel then made a guess. If Tanya escaped to the residential area, this place was the destination with the highest probability that she would go. The fact that the academy did not know her whereabouts strengthened her hypothesis. Hearing that Lortel was asking about Tanya, Phenia pretended to be calm. She then asked her, "But why would someone like you look for Tanya in the first place?" Princess Phenia was good at hiding her emotions, but to Lortel she looked like an open book. Lortel smiled faintly. She then said, "If I have to answer, there's some personal baggage I need to unload. As you know, I am a petty and opportunistic person. I am weak towards people I cannot touch, but merciless towards those weaker than me." Hearing that, Phenia then drank her tea to calm down. She then said to her, "The Roth-Taylor family has so much influence that even the royal family acts very carefully when it comes to them. If you say that Tanya, who is the heir of the Roth-Taylor family, is weaker than you, isn't that a questionable thing?" Lortel didn't completely refute her words. She then stood up from her chair. "I indeed can't touch the Roth-Taylor family, but Tanya, who is under my control in terms of economy, is definitely a weak person for me. But if the princess sides with her wholeheartedly, catching her can indeed be difficult. Of course I have anticipated that. That's why I have prepared something." Phenia was surprised and nervous to hear that, with a scary look directed at her. Lortel said that she would run for the student council president election. She was confident in her identity as student council president and head of the outstore company. Tanya would inevitably have to meet her, but she also realized that only if she pressured her with more power. After saying that, Lortel then walked away from there. Seeing Lortel leave, Phenia then returned to Tanya and told her. She told her that she could not hide forever. The retainers of the Roth-Taylor family had already been detained, and every route out of Arkan Island was also under Lortel's control. Lortel Ketchum had always paid special attention to Ed Roth-Taylor. Based on circumstantial evidence, she must think she was the culprit. Phenia could only sigh helplessly at the thought. This was not an ideal situation. Hearing that, Tanya then thanked her for telling her that. Now, Phenia said that she had to ask her about this. If it was not her who instigated this murder, then who arranged it? Tanya was silent for a moment. Hearing that, then answered, "Me." Phenia was then surprised to hear her answer. Tanya explained, "Caden and Knox were sent to Sylvania on the pretext of helping me, and the person who gave the order was the head of the Roth-Taylor family, Crefin Roth-Taylor. Father never cared about brother. The reason he suddenly made such an extreme decision was most likely because I had mentioned him in a message about my recent activities. The trigger for the terrible fate that my brother experienced was me." Tanya felt very guilty and sad when she said that. Seeing that, Phenia then comforted her. It was not her fault, but Tanya said that she still could not stand by and do nothing. Phenia then was surprised and confused to hear that. She then asked, "Then what are you planning?" Tanya replied, "In this land of knowledge, Sylvania, my brother has shown that people can change when they refuse to give up. There is only one way, so that I can survive and expose the truth behind my brother's murder." Tanya then wiped the tears that came out of her eyes. With a face full of determination, she then said to her, "I will run for the student council president election." Hearing that, Phenia said that this path would not be easy, especially when she was suspected of being the perpetrator of the murder. Tanya also realized that this would not be an easy path, but when she thought of the person who had helped her when she was cornered, and for the sake of her brother, she realized that she could not continue to be afraid like this. Hearing that, Phenia then made a decision. She asked her, "Then, what if I support you officially?" Tanya was then shocked to hear that. She then confusedly asked her why she wanted to go that far. Phinia herself did not know how to answer when she heard that. She said that she herself was confused about how to say it. She then clasped Tanya's hand, while smiling at her. She said that she also have a debt she couldn't repay to Ed Roth Taylor. Meanwhile, at the outstore office in Sylvania, Lortel was busy taking care of a lot of paperwork at the moment, while carrying various documents that piled up until they formed like a book. A female employee told her that she had collected all the documents related to the submission document. She was still feeling surprised at the moment. She apparently seriously wanted to run for the student council president election. She had received information that Tanya would also running. She heard that Phinia would also make a statement of support. Even so, in the current situation, her approval rating did not look promising considering that she was suspected of killing her own sibling. So she was surprised, because she still continued to take care of all the work alone, even to the point of cutting her sleeping hours, and now she was also run for the student council president election. She was confused if she could do all this. The female employee was the secretary of the deputy head of the outstore, Liena. Hearing her who asked a lot of unnecessary questions, Lortel then asked her to please ask only the necessary things. Liena's face immediately turned scared hearing that. She then immediately apologized to her. Then, she said she would submit this document to the academy immediately. With Lena's departure, the office then regained its silence. Now there was only Lortel and various documents there. With Ed Roth Taylor presumed dead, the Sylvania Academy's student council election begins. The reason why Lortel said things like that to Lena was because it was something that didn't need to be asked, everything she would know soon enough. The distorted scenario unfolds in Lortel's hands, every second passes with urgency. Meanwhile in Lucy's room, Lucy was playing with her pillow at this time. After several attempts, she was then very happy because she finally managed to make it stand up, but her joy did not last long. What she got next was an emptiness. She could only be silent when she saw the pillow falling back. She then called the maid and asked her about how many days left. While smiling at her, the maid replied, 27 days left, but she then remembered something. The disciplinary proposal was passed yesterday. She was sure there must be a lot of academic work to be taken care of for it to be delayed like this. Lucy immediately felt depressed hearing that. The maid sighed helplessly. Administrative work is always like that. It means they should reset the countdown starting from yesterday. So, now it means there are 29 days left. Lucy's body immediately went limp when she heard that. Her gaze seemed lifeless at the moment. Not all time flows in the same way. In the Sylvania Academy detention room, inside one of the prison cells there, Caden and Knox were seen in prison there. There was also a guard guarding the two of them outside the cell. When Caden recalled their fight with Ed, he could only curse. He felt like Duke Creffin's assessment was right. He had a quick mind and good combat ability even though it was not perfect. If he was still alive, he could be a significant threat to the Roth-Taylor family. Knox agreed with that. Moreover, it was not only his combat ability that stood out, there was also his partner who was a spirit sorcerer who was ready to burn all her magic resonance to summon spirits higher than high spirits, and also her partner who was a mage who without hesitation swore revenge. He was able to form a deep bond with people whose abilities were beyond reason. The potential that Ed Roth Taylor had was completely unpredictable. He had heard a lot of information regarding how bad the Roth-Taylor family heir was, so he was still curious why the patriarch personally ordered them to kill his son, but now, he could hypothesize, that Ed Roth-Taylor, with his current level of ability, had thoughts of defying the patriarch of the Roth-Taylor family. He pretended to be mad after being appointed as the family heir and then fled to Sylvania, to establish his own influence here. Knox himself was surprised by his conjecture, but, he knew. Unfortunately discussing all that was no longer useful, the guard who heard their conversation, then confirmed his words. The guard said that their top priority now was to leave here, and report everything to the Duke. The two of them were then surprised when they heard his words. The guard then walked over to them and asked them to be quiet. He told them not to worry. He explained, simply, there was a party that benefited from the chaos that occurred due to their escape. Hearing that, with hearts filled with confusion and shock, they then asked, "Who are you?" While smiling broadly at them, the guard then replied, "My name is Dune, I'm a scout for the outstore." Meanwhile in Lucy's room, she was currently lying down boredly while imagining Ed's face. She then called Belle Maya who was nearby, and before Lucy could ask, Maya already knew what she wanted to ask. she replied. The remaining time was 3 hours 24 days. Lucy was silent for a moment hearing that. She then begged Maya to please just kill her. But, with a sparkling face, Maya said that she couldn't do it. She apologized to her for that. Meanwhile, outside the Ophilus Hall, many people were then fascinated when they saw a very beautiful girl who walked past them. The girl had sparkling silver hair with an aura that was different from most people. The girl walked leisurely while humming a song. Saint Clarice or Kylie, who saw the girl, was also fascinated. She felt that the girl was really beautiful. Her aura was very mysterious. Her hair was glittering silver, but she then remembered that her hair seemed to be glittering silver too. But as she continued to observe the girl, she was then surprised when she saw her suddenly disappear. Although the girl disappeared, but she could not disappear from Kylie's mind. She looked like a student, but her clothes were not the academy uniform. She was really confused by that. This made her think that there were still many things she didn't know. That was also what made her think. Because there were many things she had to learn, she had to study hard every day. She realized, no one would know if she would get this kind of time again in her life, so she would make the most of it. But, she suddenly fell silent. She sighed, with a sad face. She then opened the sheet in her hand. The sheet was a brochure containing information about candidates for student council president this year. She thought she could meet with Tanya after the Ophilus Hall was repaired, but her whereabouts were unknown. So she was shocked when she saw the academy newspaper saying that she was running for the student council president election, but at least, it seemed that she was safe now. It made her grateful. However, the news that shocked her the most was the death of the third-year student, Senior Ed. The main suspect was the Roth-Taylor family retainers who expelled him. The memories of when she was in the cabin during that snowy winter, and the way he made her think about the meaning of freedom, still felt very clear in her memory. But now, Tanya, who was her first friend in this academy, was accused of being the one responsible for his murder. The students in the academy seemed to be in disbelief when they heard the news of Ed's death and Tanya was the main suspect in the murder. They were shocked. How could a girl like her think of killing her own brother? Kylie, who walked past the academy students, could clearly feel the atmosphere in the academy that felt gloomy. She certainly didn't believe the accusations. She still trusted Tanya, but with the news of the retainers escaping, the public sentiment in the academy keeps worsening. For some reason, without the presence of Senior Ed, the atmosphere in the academy feels darker and gloomier, like Clarice, who walked downcast with a negative aura surrounding her. The students who passed her were even surprised when they saw the gloomy aura that enveloped her. At that time, when the Sylvania Academy officials were meeting to discuss Ed's murder, Principal Abel said that the workload was indeed quite large, but all this was related to the death of Ed Roth-Taylor. It would be great if there were professors who wanted to take responsibility for this task. He then asked Professor Plubane if there was a professor in the Faculty of Magic who knew Ed Roth-Taylor, had connections with Clebius, and also had interactions with Lucy. Hearing that, Professor Plubane pondered for a moment. He then replied, "There's an assistant professor." The assistant professor that Professor Plubane meant was of course Claire. She looked lifeless at the moment. Her face was really thin like a zombie. This was due to the many tasks she had to do. In the past, when there was this much work, Ed was always there to help. She could only sigh helplessly thinking about it. Life was really unpredictable. Clebius, who heard her words, also agreed with that. Assistant Professor Claire was silent for a moment. She then looked at someone beside her. It was Annis. Claire felt that Annis had become a bit quiet lately. Annis's face looked exhausted at the moment with black bags that could be seen clearly under her eyes. The news of that person's death was really painful for her. It was a brief connection that could never work out anyway, this painful feeling rising in her chest. Annis then thought that she had to be strong. Everything would be fine. Even though the image of Ed was still lingering in her head, she felt that she would be able to endure it. But, however, Janica herself was the witness to the real culprit behind Ed's murder. It really worried her. If it was to this extent that she was difficult to stem this pain, Annis was sure that Janica would feel pain many times stronger than her. But, contrary to her expectations, when she came to see Janica, with a cheerful smile, Janica said that she was thinking of trying to make curry today. This was completely different from Janica's sad feelings that she imagined. Not realizing her thoughts, Janica then asked her, "You are quite good at cooking, right?" She asked her opinion about it. Controlling the fire was still a bit difficult for her, so she thought of trying a dish that was cooked slowly over medium heat. She's good at preparing ingredient, but she was always a bit hesitant when making new dishes. but after thinking about it carefully, Janica felt that maybe not so, because it's not that she mostly cooks hot dishes lately. She heard that cutting vegetable intake is bad for health, so she thought what if she tried something else like a salad, but Janica was then surprised and confused when Anise suddenly hugged her, while shedding tears from both eyes. With a sad feeling, Anise asked Janica to be patient. That man was no longer there, he was dead, so she asked her to be sincere. Janica was then surprised to hear that. She was a little hesitant to say the reason. Seeing that, a spirit then asked her if this was okay. Hearing his question, Janica then made a gesture asking him to be quiet. Time passed. In Ed's hiding place, Ed looked pensive while holding a brochure containing information on this year's Student Council President candidates. Seeing that, Janica said she heard that Tanya appeared on her own at the academy. All this time she had been hiding in the private dormitory of the royal family member, but now she was also willing to cooperate in the investigation to prove her innocence. Princess Phinia officially stated that she would support Tanya, so Tanya's acceptance rate in the eyes of the students also recovered. However, many more students at the academy have gathered to support Lortel. The candidate registration isn't even over yet, but the atmosphere already favors Lortel. After saying that, Janica suddenly remembered something. With trembling hands, she then asked him, by the way, when Lortel stopped by here, did she do anything? Ed was then surprised to hear her question. Seeing that, Janica immediately said that she knew she had no right to interfere in this. Putting that aside, if the situation continued like this, but, before Janica could finish her words, someone suddenly came there and said, Lortel will be student council president. That person was Zix, and before they could ask him anything, Zix had already explained that he came here because of his promise with Ed, but Janica is here too. Zix felt that even if Lortel became student council president it didn't matter. But with Caden and Knox escaping from prison, the suspicion that Tanya was planning his murder was getting stronger. He even went as far as visiting the private dormitory of the royal family members at the request of Princess Phinia, but, because he was risking his life in this situation, so he couldn't be a witness for Tanya, Zix said what he wanted to say was, Tanya's current condition was far from normal. As her younger sister, someone who was close to the top-ranked students. Even without being a student council president candidate from the first year she already stood out, but now, she's being accused of murdering her relative, and is being watched suspiciously by every student in the academy. Soon, when the candidate registration is complete, she'll stand before everyone. From the looks of it, Zix felt that Tanya doesn't seem like she can endure this anymore. He then called Ed. Hearing that, Ed said yes and asked him not to continue anymore. Now it was Act 3, Scene 2. The Student Council President election arc. If he recalled, this episode did not have a single fight scene. This is a scenario designed to showcase the protagonists' relationships formed during their time at the academy. By the book, Taylor would actively support Princess Phinia's faction, because at the beginning of the semester, they expelled Ed Roth Taylor and saved him. Of course, election campaigns don't involve persuading each student individually. The top students of each grade greatly influence their peers. So the goal is to persuade the top students they have connections with. Among the 12 top-ranked students, Lucy is too lazy to vote. Janica wants to vote for all candidates, Wade who will definitely side with Princess Phinia, and Dorothy who will side with Tanya. In conclusion, the people who can be persuaded are the 2 top-ranked students from each grade, with a total of 8 people. They are Joseph, Claude, Clebius, Alvira, Drake, Atlanta, Dyke, and Traciana. For example, if 5 or more of these 8 people give their support to you, then you can win, by winning this election and making Princess Phinia the student council president. Taylor, who has contributed greatly, will get the support of the royal family, which will be his biggest supporter until he reaches the ending. This royal family support is especially needed when facing Crefin Roth Taylor in Act 4 and in the final battle against the main boss. Maintaining the main flow of this scenario is a matter of life and death. On a smaller scale, it is not only a weapon for personal benefit, but also the surest way to survive various major trials in the future. Even though small details have already changed, the main flow must align for the future, so, Princess Phinia must become the student council president. Ed realized, if he continues to hide like this, the public opinion towards Tanya will only worsen. Besides, in order to prevent Lortel from becoming the student council president, maybe Princess Phinia will decide to run for the election again. When coming to that conclusion, Ed felt like he should secretly inform Fenia about him being alive, and convince her to join the election. He also thought, convincing all the top-ranked students who have connections with him to shake up the election situation might be worth trying. The point is, until the candidate registration ends, there's still plenty of room to make Princess Fenia a candidate again, but what makes Ed hesitate is, if that happens, what about Tanya? She is now labeled as a murderer because of him, she has to endure torture that is not in the scenario. This really made him confused and hesitated between what he should choose, Tanya or the scenario. Seeing Ed, who was deep in thought, Zix then said, "It seems like Senior is having a lot of thoughts." He asked, "How about we just cancel today's plan?" Hearing that, Ed said that it was not necessary. "We could start now." Zix smiled at that. He then opened the cloth that wrapped the sword on his back. With a dagger on his thigh, Ed said that it was time to test the results of his training and check some things. Sometimes moving the body can help clear the mind a little. Zix thanked him. Lately he also hadn't gotten a proper sparring partner, so he just wanted to loosen up his body too. He asked him if it was okay. Ed said yes, it was okay. With a sharp look, the two of them then prepared for the light sparring they had planned. While she was daydreaming, the girl's old memories resurface. Like all old memories, the colors have faded significantly. Still, she gathers each scene together to reminisce. In those old memories, the three siblings held hands while taking an excursion to the Hill of Blooming Flowers. Arwen, Tanya, and someone she used to fear and hate. Maybe it can be called the last memory when the three of them were together. From there on, Tanya's life was filled with so much burden and responsibility. It turns out that such happy days had existed in her life. Tanya looked sad and nostalgic when thinking about it, but such a life seemed impossible to repeat in her life now. When Tanya opened her eyes and looked out the window, a chaotic scene was then seen in her eyes. It was the scene of the Sylvania students who were demonstrating in front of her residence and told her to resign from the student council president candidate. Seeing that, Tanya wondered why this could happen. Meanwhile, in Ed's hiding place, in contrast to the chaotic atmosphere in front of the royal family's private dormitory, it's very peaceful here with the clear sky clearly visible above. Ed seemed to have guessed Tanya's current situation. He wondered, should I help Tanya who was cornered, or should I leave it alone? For Ed, this felt as if he was twisting the plot of the scenario with his own hands, and it made him hesitate, especially when there were already various deviant events that had no known cause. With weapons in their hands, Ed and Zix were preparing for sparring now. Seeing Zix with a great sword in his hand, Ed then thought, he is Taylor's loyal friend, the strongest among the second-year students, if you exclude Lucy, but due to fatigue and compatibility issues, in the original scenario, he was originally destined to lose to Wade, but the current Zix is different from the original scenario. Just as the sparring started, Zix then strongly swung his great sword, which produced a strong gust of wind that hit Ed's direction. It was Zix's attack skill called Single Strike. Seeing the attack, Ed immediately became alert. He also decided to check something now, a small detail but hard to miss. The attack that Zix threw was so strong that it seemed to split the ground it passed through. Ed exhaled for a moment, seeing that, the thing that was above all this, the thing that deviated the most from the scenario, that thing was none other than his own strength. He decided to see how strong he was now. Ed immediately cast basic defensive magic to block the attack that Zix threw, but, although he managed to block the attack, he was then surprised, when he saw Zix who suddenly appeared in front of him. He was surprised by how fast he was confused why he could move that fast. Even so, Ed did not panic, because Zix went too deep. He decided to take advantage of this. Seeing Ed who retreated backwards, Zix was about to chase him, but he was then surprised by what he saw in front of him. It was a dagger that had been implanted with a spirit formula. Zix realized that avoiding this would not be easy, and when Ed said mug, a very powerful explosion then emerged from the dagger. While Ed was admiring his masterpiece, he was then surprised when he saw a figure that emerged from the explosion. He knew it was Zix, but he was confused and surprised by what he saw now. From within the explosion, Zix moved towards him with a very strange movement that left an after-image behind him. That unnatural movement, a bad feeling appeared in Ed's heart when he saw that. He then immediately took back his dagger, and swung his dagger towards Zix. He had a guess what happened to Zix now. Seeing Ed who was attacking towards him, Zix then casually stepped back to avoid his attack. his movements looked so natural and easy when doing so. The reason why Zix could do that was because he was using psychokinesis magic on his body right now. It was a magic that allowed users to manipulate objects by using mana. Ed's face looked incredulous when he saw that. He was really shocked to see Zix move his body by using psychokinesis magic in the middle of a fight. Even though he had a proper understanding of his physical and magical abilities, it was not a movement that could be imitated by just anyone. To do this, what was needed was not only theoretical knowledge, but also senses honed through real combat. While Ed was in shock of what he was doing, Zix then cast an intermediate magic, Ice Spear, and threw it at him, but Ed luckily managed to step back in time and managed to avoid the attack. He felt that Zix was really merciless, but what made him feel doubtful was, Zix should have realized that he could definitely avoid this. This made him think that this was just a bait, a setup for casting a greater spell, a ploy to buy time for chanting. Realizing that, Ed then stopped and asked him, "Didn't you say this was just a light spar?" Hearing that, Zix said that he originally thought that too. His original intention was just to use one sword, but apparently, Zix then threw away his great sword, and cast an advanced magic, high-level mana armament. He asked him, "Isn't sparring supposed to be like a real fight?" After that, the intensity of the sparring between the two of them then rose to another level. Janica herself was surprised when she saw that, but Janica knew that it was harmless to Ed, so she wasn't that worried. She then focused back on her cooking. She was cooking a curry at the moment. She put a carrot into the curry, but she was a little hesitant. Is this okay? She didn't know. She could only hope that Ed would like it. After the sparring was over, they would definitely be hungry, so Janica thought she'd better finish her cooking as soon as possible. The intensive battle between the two of them was really powerful that it caused the ground where they were to be destroyed everywhere, but Zix seemed to have the upper hand in the sparring, because Ed seemed to be overwhelmed in deflecting every attack he threw. Zix attacked him repeatedly, which made him constantly retreat. Even the basic defensive magic he cast could not withstand the impact of the attacks that Zix threw repeatedly. After finally getting a little space, Ed then created a water arrow, and shot 3 water arrows at him, but his shots could be easily blocked by Zix and seemed to have no impact. Mana armament literally turns the user's mana into weapons. Most mages have no reason to use such a varied arsenal, that's why they don't bother using this difficult advanced magic. Therefore, Zix is arguably the only mage who can use almost every weapon without restriction. This is Zix's signature magic. Although his attacks can be blocked easily by Zix, but Ed is not discouraged and continues to shoot at Zix continuously using water arrows. But, when Ed was about to shoot at Zix with water arrows again, he was then surprised when he saw him suddenly appear behind him. He cursed. He realized that Zix was using psychokinesis. Again, Zix in that mode is really troublesome. Besides being difficult to follow, his movements are also difficult to predict. Seeing Zix, who suddenly pulled out a rapier and thrust it at him, Ed could only helplessly watch it without being able to do anything. His current position did not allow him to dodge or block the attack, but fortunately, before Zix's attack could land, the blessing of the windstorm then activated. A gust of wind in the shape of a beast appeared around Ed, and created a powerful blast of wind that gushed from its mouth. It managed to stop Zix's pace, and made him retreat backwards. But, Ed's attack did not stop there. He then splashed water towards Zix that formed a puddle. Looking at the puddle below, Zix was then shocked. He was confused since when did Ed do this? It was not an ordinary puddle. It was a spirit technique called Water's Grace Manifestation. Just as Zix stepped on the puddle, the environment around him suddenly changed, as if he was transported to another world. Not only that, the puddle around him suddenly showed movement, and changed its shape into a water lioness. Feeling the water lioness pounce from behind him, Zix didn't show any panic expression at all. He then strongly stomped on the water lioness, which instantly destroyed it. But, while his attention was distracted by the water lioness, Zix was then surprised when he saw Ed, who appeared next to him and launched an attack on him. As Ed clenched his fist, a very powerful explosion then appeared which made Zix bounce back. The intensity of the fight between the two of them seemed to be really fierce and not like a sparring but a real fight. Ed even looked bloody at this time. After his battle with Zix, Ed felt that Zix was indeed a tough opponent. If he had mastered the mana armament, it meant that he had grown enough, just like in the original scenario. He was quite relieved about that, because it meant that Taylor and others would have no problems when dealing with enemies in future acts. But, when Ed felt that victory was in his hands, he was then surprised by what he saw. Zix actually managed to survive the explosion he created and was still able to stand. After coughing for a moment, Zix said that he was really tough. He then reused psychokinesis on his body, which made his body float. With a sharp gaze directed at him, Zix said it seemed like he must not let his guard down. Zix seemed to decide to exert all his strength at this time. It could be seen from how powerful the mana flow surrounding him at this time. With a cruel smile and a sharp beast-like gaze, Zix said that he would be serious from now on. Right after he said that, Zix then used the advanced mana armament, condense. Suddenly, the mana flow around him went to a point and condensed into a ball shape. Ed felt panicked seeing that. He realized the gravity of the situation. He then immediately told Leisha to stop Zix's attack. But, when Leisha rushed forward and tried to stop Zix's attack, she hadn't even gotten close before her body was torn apart by the strong gust of wind surrounding Zix's body. Ed was stunned to see that. He now realized, now is the early chapters of Act 3, and the ability that Zix showed in this sparring was his maximum ability that he could imagine in this scenario. Ed did not expect to see it so soon. In the original scenario, in Chapter 7 Act 4, Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Zix's final fighting style was shown during the infiltration of Gregel Cathedral. Spear of Flora, that was the name of the technique Zix was currently using. With a long spear in his hand, he looked like an angel of death who would reap the lives of sinners. Zix realized, rather than doing clumsy mind games, exerting overwhelming power was the most appropriate way to deal with a typical person like him. After that, Zix then controlled the swords floating around him and showered Ed with them. Ed immediately felt nervous seeing that. He then used focused explosion again to stop the speed of the swords. His actions did succeed in stopping the speed of some of the flying swords, but the swords continued to rain on him as if endless. It made his mana depleted. Focused explosion is a magic that wastes mana, but unfortunately he has no other choice now. Ed is also aware that this is just an appetizer. The problem is, the second attack, seeing that his attack has not succeeded in knocking Ed down. Zix then increased the intensity of his attacks and again showered Ed with those flying swords. Seeing that, Ed immediately put up a defensive stance, and again cast basic defensive magic. It successfully blocked the attacks that Zix threw. Even so, Ed realized that this was only a temporary solution. He then took out a magic engineering item called Shock Enhanced Wave Sphere. Seeing that, Zix even felt happy. He realized, if he had to take out magic engineering item at a time like this, it meant that his mana was exhausted. Zix felt that victory was in sight and increased the intensity of his attacks. Zix personally rushed forward and attacked him using the long spear in his hand, but, when his attack was about to hit Ed, Zix was then shocked and confused when his pace suddenly stopped. Seeing a speck of light in Ed's hand and the strong wind that protected his surroundings, Zix wondered, is it wind magic? He was confused why Ed could use it without mana. Ed sighed for a moment. He then said to him, if you attack with full power, then inevitably I must also do the same. Ed realized that he could not lose access to mana for a long time like that time, so, he then took out the legendary grade magic engineering item, Glast's Golden Phoenix Ring. He will release a sufficient amount of mana, a sufficient amount to manifest her. Ed focused himself and put all his energy into the summoning, until finally the summoning was successful. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief now, but, unlike the big wolf as he imagined, what came out was instead a beautiful girl with shimmering silver hair. The girl was surprised that he was able to summon her without any replacement altar or mana supply from Janica or Lucy. She felt that his growth was really impressive. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Ed incredulously muttered, Marilda. In the campaign session, when each candidate was given the opportunity to outline their vision and mission, right after Lortel finished her speech, the voices of her supporters then thundered to fill the place. Seeing that, the Elt Store employees who were there wondered, what was the point of having 4 candidates if the next student council president had already been decided? They felt that this election was really one-sided. The next student council president was, the students who were there both exclaimed and repeatedly called Lortel's name. After hearing her speech, the students could feel the sincerity in her. After all, she already had a sense of leadership while running the Elt Store, so they were sure she could definitely be a great student council president too. Seeing the enthusiasm of her supporters, Lortel then smiled and raised her hand to greet them all. Seeing that, Liena then turned to the male employee beside her and asked, if she really succeeded in becoming student council president, what would happen? The male employee replied, if she succeeded, then in this Sylvania Academy, no one would be able to stop her anymore. Amidst the roar of her supporters calling her name, with slow steps, Lortel then turned and stepped down from the stage. But, just as she was about to step down from the stage, her face suddenly became grim when she saw someone there. That person was Tanya. Lortel then asked her, have you taken good care of your nails? Tanya, hearing that, with a heart filled with fear, Tanya then immediately hid her hands behind her back. As Lortel slowly stepped down from the stage and walked past her, she asked, what's wrong? You look very nervous. Hearing that, with a trembling voice, Tanya was about to answer, but, she then calmed herself down first. With a determined look, Tanya then slowly climbed the stage and told her that it was not her who killed her brother. Hearing that, Lortel then turned to her with a grin on her face. When Tanya finally got on the stage, the gazes of all the students in the academy then equally focused on her. This was really a big challenge for her at this time. Tanya then exhaled slowly to calm down, and began her speech. Hello, I am running in this student council election. I am Tanya Rothtaylor. But, only silence greeted Tanya after her introduction. But that didn't stop Tanya. She continued her speech. The reason I stand on this stage is, seeing Tanya who dared to both go on stage and make a speech above them. The students sarcastically said that she was really impressive. She could keep her expression and act like nothing happened. Lortel also had similar thoughts to them. She wondered, was it because she really wanted to prove her innocence? But unfortunately, even after 10 minutes of her speech, there was not a single response she got from the students in front of her. Tanya felt like crying seeing herself not appreciated at all, and she then closed her speech. But, the closing of her speech was then greeted by the exclamation of the students who called her a murderer. Tanya's face immediately paled when she heard that. Not only that, the students then threw her with whatever was in their grasp as if they did not accept her existence. With a voice that thundered like the fall of the sky, they told her to explain the conspiracy related to her murder accusation. They heard that this was related to the internal dispute of the Rothtaylor family. They asked her if she still denied it. The information was clearly displayed in the student newspaper, but she did not say a word of rebuttal to refute the conspiracy, even though she was now being pelted by the students. But Tanya still tried to close her speech completely and thanked them for their time. But, as she was about to turn around and walk away, her foot suddenly stepped on a bottle that they threw, which made her slip and fall to the floor. It immediately made them laugh out loud. They seemed to laugh at the bad luck she was experiencing, and in Tanya's ears, their laughter was like demons laughing at her after successfully dragging her to hell. Tanya couldn't stem her tears anymore when facing this. Honestly, she knew this was a rash move. She doubted herself. Was setting foot on the stage in this situation a stupid decision? Seeing the hateful looks of the students and those who angrily walked towards her, Tanya thought, I should just run away. But Tanya knew that it was not the right thought for her current situation, because even now she still had to find a way to escape. As the approaching students were about to attack her and Tanya who could only try to protect herself, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly appeared where she was. The energy fluctuation was so strong that the students who were nearby were immediately thrown back. They were certainly shocked and confused by the sudden change. Facing that, as Tanya slowly opened her eyes, she then saw something surprising in front of her. A giant white wolf with a man riding on it then appeared in her view. The giant white wolf was enveloped by a whirlwind that acted like it was protecting them. Seeing that, Tanya then remembered a memory that was buried deep in her head. The memories had faded and worn out, memories that she could no longer distinguish whether it was a dream or not. At that moment she almost gave up on remembering it. There are moments when memories that have faded suddenly become clear like a lie, and once you remember it, whoever remembers that moment, can never forget it again. The man then came down and held her hand. He seemed to tell her that everything was fine. Tanya shed tears and did not know what to say when she saw the man's face. With a serious face, Ed realized that he had a lot to explain to her. But, he invited her to first deal with this situation. A few days before Ed appeared on stage, when his sparring session with Six was still ongoing, and just when he managed to summon Marilda, when Ed saw Marilda in the form of a beautiful woman, Ed was really confused and surprised. Realizing his confusion, Marilda then explained it to him. The mana efficiency is much better, right? Of course. There are all sorts of limitations, but this much is fine. Marilda realized why Ed had summoned her. So, she then casually cast Updraft and threw it at Zix. It was a magic that could lift everything in the coverage area into the air and takes away their freedom of movement, but Ed's expression showed no sign of pleasure at all. He felt something was wrong. Let's assume that Zix's growth reaches its limit at this point in the scenario. Right now, even the mana he borrowed isn't at an overwhelming level, but he's already used it up. Amidst Ed's struggling thoughts, Marilda unhappily said, "The efficiency is good, but I never wanted to take this form. It's hard to speak because my mouth is too small. I'm also cold without my skin fur, also without a tail my body balance is strange." Ed had already exhausted every magic method she had, so, if he had to summon Marilda, which could be said to be a small cheat, it meant that according to the initial speculation, his victory was guaranteed. But he then saw something surprising that broke his speculation. Zix apparently managed to get up from the attack that Marilda launched at him and was preparing a counterattack. Not only Ed, Marilda was also surprised when she saw Zix, who attacked from behind. Moving in her current form was too difficult for her, so she was completely helpless in stopping the attack that Zix launched. Without interference from Marilda, Zix smoothly headed towards Ed and attacked him using his spear, but the spear then stopped just before hitting his neck. That was because Zix had no intention of killing him. Besides that, Marilda also managed to stop Zix's body from moving further. Seeing that, Ed was not denial and immediately admitted defeat. Hearing that, Zix realized that their sparring was officially over. He then removed the spear of Flora. Zix said that he had learned a valuable lesson. He did not expect him to have trained to grow this strong in just a year. Ed knew that Zix had grown strong beyond what had been determined in the original scenario. He realized his calculations were wrong, but that fact only made him even more confused. While Marilda herself was now annoyed with her helplessness earlier, seeing Zix, who was tiredly resting his body, Ed then said to him that he had also grown stronger. Hearing that, Zix said, "That's because I will definitely continue to train." But when I saw that Senior could grow stronger just from living everyday life, Ed just silently listened to that. Zix smiled at him and said, "I feel very motivated." Hearing that, Ed then also tiredly rested his body and sat next to him. Until now he has always tried to control everything, forcing the scenario to run as it should, not just to maintain the advantage of knowing the future, but in order for Taylor to win in the last chapter, some conditions must be met. He has always thought that the scenario is the best answer. He thinks like that not without reason. The scenario that is not running as it should has repeatedly threatened him. Again and again he has to adjust so that the scenario can return to its original path, but because of that he has also developed a fear of uncontrollable variables. That's why when he heard that Caden and Nox had escaped from prison, he was hesitant to intervene to save Tanya, because if he did, he would be pushing a scenario that was still on track, into a path that was beyond his control. But his sparring with Zix made Ed change his mind. If he looked back now, Zix, who would always stand as Taylor's ally until the last fight, had grown stronger, and if necessary, he himself could also intervene, because he had also grown stronger. Moreover, the number of allies he can rely on is also increasing. Maybe this is a naive way of thinking, but sometimes, this kind of thinking is good. Ed smiled thinking about it. He now realized, just because he had deviated from the original scenario, but it doesn't mean that things will always turn out in a bad direction. Seeing the big white wolf that suddenly appeared beside Tanya, the students were shocked and confused. They then frantically tried to escape from there. Seeing the chaotic scene, Joseph, who was in the crowd, then loudly asked them all to calm down. With a grin on his face and a calm attitude that was completely different from the panic of the other students, Joseph said that he had seen that high-level spirit. They were then surprised to hear that. After the students regained their composure, they then also remembered something. It is very rare for someone to be able to control spirits at that level. Some of them had taken elemental study classes with him, so they knew the mysterious man who appeared was Ed Roth Taylor. They were certainly surprised to know that fact and the fact that he was still alive. Not wasting any time, Ed then took the mic at the stage and introduced himself to them. He told them that he was not killed by Tanya, nor did he believe that she had any intention of doing such a thing. In fact, he himself supported her more than anyone else. Seeing Ed, who appeared on stage and managed to defuse the situation, Lortel then slowly walked away from there with a small smile. Ed seemed to have decided to support Tanya in this year's Student Council President election. The top-ranked third-year student, Janica, and the second-year top student, Lucy, they have expressed their support. Then, the combat faculty top student, Clebius, the alchemy faculty top student, Alvira, the second-year magic faculty top student, Zix, and the first-year magic faculty top student, Joseph, as well, the overall first-year top student, Wade. Convincing them all to support Tanya would not be difficult. After that, Ed then begged the students to let Tanya do her speech once again properly. Tanya could not stem her tears when facing that, Ed said as her family, he would always support her, beyond all the calculations he had done. Now, Ed could finally feel relief. After the incident, Ed was then called to the lecturer building. On his way to the principal Abel room, the vice principal then reflected back on the results of their investigation on Ed. Vice principal then asked him to confirm it again. So, you were stabbed by a dagger inscribed with the inscription of deadly venom, but managed to survive by using Delheim's hourglass, then drifted into a cave under the cliff, which you were finally found and rescued by Janica Faylover. Immediately after that, the first thing you do is rush to the stage where Tanya Roth-Taylor is giving a speech to protect her. Ed confirmed it. The eye bags on his eyelids were clearly visible at this time. He seemed to be very exhausted. Realizing that, the vice principal said that the investigation was almost finished. He promised that this was the last step. Even so, Ed's face did not show any signs of pleasure. He had stopped counting after the number of investigations reached double digits. He was really fed up. Even though the vice principal said that this was the last time, but Ed had lost faith and didn't believe his words anymore. But, just as the door of the room in front of him opened, he was then surprised, which made his eyes widen. In the room, there was a middle-aged man with authority surrounding him. The middle-aged man was Principal Abel. With a stern face, Principal Abel then called him and invited him to enter. When Ed was sitting in front of him, Principal Abel said that he had read all the investigation reports. He felt like he had been through a lot of hard things. Principal Abel sighed for a moment. While pouring his tea, he said that he did not expect him to have this kind of accident. On behalf of the academy, he sincerely apologized to him for their lack of security management. Hearing that, Ed said that it was unnecessary. He did not blame him. The opponent was thorough and prepared, so he doubted that this problem could be solved even if the academy had prepared precautions in advance. Hearing that, Principal Abel said that he appreciated his words, but, after drinking his tea in one gulp, he said that he was curious. What was the real truth behind it? Everything seemed to have been arranged in such a way. Ed was just silent while drinking his tea. Principal Abel continued, judging from the timeline. You seem to be waiting for Caden and Knox to escape first, and once the mastermind who wanted to make you die received news, then you felt safe to appear in public. Principal Abel paused for a moment. He then took out several files. He didn't really know about how the intel conflicts in a noble family like the Roth-Taylor family worked, nor did he have any intention of digging deep into it. However, he was the one who managed this academy. Any incident that happened within the academy had to be reported to the imperial court. If he reported that he was still alive, then the Roth-Taylor family, one of the key factions in the empire, would definitely know of his existence, and likely, not in a way that he wanted. Ed also seemed to realize that and was a bit dizzy on how to solve it. He then asked if the reporting could be postponed for a while. Principal Abel did not immediately refuse and asked him, is there any reason to take that risk? Ed explained, as you may have guessed, the person who ordered that I be killed is none other than my own father, Crefin Roth-Taylor, the patriarch of the Roth-Taylor family as well as the real power holder in the imperial court. But, Principal Abel calmly said that the affairs outside the academy have nothing to do with him. His words really silenced Ed, but Ed did not give up so easily. He tried to convince him again. Even the Roth-Taylor family, a key force in the imperial court, would prefer for things to pass quietly without any news. If it becomes a problem later, you can report it then. What risk is there? Hearing that, Principal Abel then called his name. While flipping through the file in his hand, he said that he had heard about his academic performance that was improving rapidly, besides that his good reputation among students had also undergone an almost unbelievable turnaround. His sister, Tanya, also had a promising future. He also seemed to be highly valued by the top-ranked students, as if he had turned into a completely different person. Ed's body seemed to freeze after hearing his words. He was really surprised to hear that, but, after reading the files in his hand, Principal Abel said that he had previously said that Sylvania Academy always stand on the side of its students, especially talented students like him. He didn't think he needed to explain it further. With a friendly smile, Principal Abel then extended his hand and said goodbye. He said that he would remember his name well. The whole conversation with Principal Abel made Ed realize that he seemed to have understood the whole situation, even so he still chose to close his eyes. It made Ed finally be able to breathe a sigh of relief, because thanks to that the fact that he was still alive would not leak out. After a while passed, after Ed finished his business with Principal Abel, in front of the royal family dormitory, when a male student came there with a gift, Kylie, who was guarding there, then stopped him. She said to the male student that today it was time for Tanya to rest, so she asked him not to bother her. She also did not accept inappropriate gifts. She asked him if he understood. The male student was then disappointed to hear that, and he then could only walk away from there with a feeling of disappointment. Seeing that, Ed wondered if it was okay for people like her to do things like that, when she was a saintess, but his attention was then immediately distracted when someone walked up to him. It was Tanya. She said that she was initially surprised when she heard he was called by the principal. Seeing her, Ed asked, "From what I heard, this year's student council president election, they said that you are certain to win." He then congratulated his sister. It seemed that her time to shine had come, although the excitement could not be hidden on Tanya's face, but she still said that she still could not let her guard down. After Ed's appearance on stage, Tanya had already been proven innocent. Out of the 12 top-ranked students from each faculty, 8 had expressed their support for her. In addition to the fact that most of the top-ranked students were on her side, the real reason why Tanya was able to secure this lead was because of the fall of Lortel. Lortel incessantly portrayed the student council president election as a one-on-one battle between her and Tanya. As a result, everyone forgot about the minor candidates. This rivalry then became a face-to-face contest between Lortel and Tanya, and just as their approval ratings reached a critical balance, suddenly, shocking news came. There were reports of Lortel embezzling funds from the Merchant Association and exploiting her business partner. Out of shame, she was eventually forced to resign. With Lortel having been eliminated from the competition, now only Tanya's supporters remained. As Ed was recollecting what had happened in the past few days, Tanya sat down beside him and said, "Lately, when I kept taking care of the election, and you were busy with the investigation, the two of us rarely got a chance to talk. In the future I'm sure we will have many opportunities, but first I want to say something." Hearing that, Ed seemed to be able to foresee what she wanted to say. He said that he had said "you're welcome" repeatedly. Tanya seemed to be very grateful to him for what he had done at that time, but Tanya immediately said that that was not what she wanted to say. While feeling a little embarrassed, Tanya then called him. She said that this question might sound a little cruel, and honestly she was also confused about whether to ask this, but she couldn't hold it, so she asked if she could ask him something. At that time, during the speech session, "Why were you willing to support me to that extent, even to the point of being willing to announce to the public that you would take my side? If you really intend to stay hidden, you shouldn't have to risk yourself to come out of hiding. Somehow, it feels as if you can't bear to see me suffer from injustice. That's what I feel." Hearing that, Ed looked a little hesitant in answering his question. He then answered yes. It was like that. His answer seemed to get a big reaction from Tanya. She seemed to be very happy about it. While smiling at him, Ed said that they were family, so, of course he would take her side. Tanya smiled happily. Her face looked very relieved when she heard that. Tanya then said since she was now the student council president, that meant she had to act as a student council president should, but maybe, she would be a bit biased. After all, she was also a human being. Tanya then stood up from her chair. She said if he had any problems, she asked him to just tell her. She would help him as much as she could. After saying that, Tanya then walked away from there. Ed smiled as he watched her leave, but his attention was then immediately distracted when he heard someone repeating his words earlier. It was Lortel. Lortel said that she was a bit jealous when she heard the word family. Seeing her, Ed then asked her since when she was standing there. With a small smile, Lortel replied, since Senior said embarrassing things to Tanya. Putting that aside, Ed said that lately the news about her was hot. He worriedly asked if she was okay. Lortel was silent for a moment hearing that. With a brilliant smile, she said of course it was fine, everything went according to plan. The scandal that secured Tanya's victory, the case of her embezzling Merchant Association funds and the news of her mistreatment of her business partner. In fact, it was news that Lortel had deliberately leaked. Lortel had from the beginning arranged a one-on-one competition with Tanya to erase the presence of other candidates. when Lortel sought out Princess Phinia to openly show her hostility to Tanya, all that was her plan to pressure Tanya to participate in the student council president election. Tanya and Princess Phinia were both burdened by her death, and once he appeared, obviously they will support him to atone for their sins. As for himself, at that time, when Lortel came to meet him in his hiding place, and asked him to hug her, Lortel already had a feeling that she would make a lot of enemies soon, even if it meant turning the whole academy against her. At least, she wanted him to stay by her side. Ed had already made the decision to save Tanya when he found out about Lortel's plan. His duel with Zix helped him remove the remaining doubts that were in him. When he told Tanya that saving her was because they were family, he wasn't lying, but it would be a lie if he didn't consider Tanya's usefulness in the future. Act 4 was a fight against the Roth-Taylor family, and he was already their enemy, and as a family insider, Tanya would be the perfect connection for gathering intelligence and misdirection strategies. But Ed wouldn't talk about his plan to just anyone. Only people who really understood dark affairs needed to know about it, for example, like a girl who has spent her whole life calculating profit and loss. While Ed was thinking about her, Lortel said that her bad image in the academy had been increasing recently. Tanya also didn't seem to look at her well, so for now, she would leave everything to him. Hearing that, Ed then said to her that she had some kind of bad habit, the habit of manipulating people around her like a chessboard. Lortel just laughed at that. She said that she was also helpless about that. That was the risk of the job. Sometimes even she herself was played. Ed was silent for a moment hearing that. He then once again asked her if she was really okay. Lortel suddenly stopped walking when she heard that. With a small smile, Lortel suddenly hugged his hand. She said that the rumors could not take away her money, so there was no point in thinking about it. She was also aware that she was naturally suited to be a villain. As long as she did not turn him into her enemy. Lortel smiled sweetly at him when she said that. That fact also seemed to make Lortel willing to play this role even though it made her hated by the majority of people in the academy. Human relationships always have hidden layers, that's why understanding someone's true intentions is difficult. With Princess Phinia rejecting the role of student council president, her next step is uncertain. And the power struggle between the Imperial faction and the Roth-Taylor family, no one knows what it will become. As for the development of the remaining acts, it has become something that Ed himself does not know for sure what it will become. After parting with Lortel, Ed then entered the northern forest and headed somewhere. After a long journey, he then finally arrived at the place he was aiming for. It was the cabin he had painstakingly built and occupied. It had been a month since he left the cabin. He felt strange when he returned here after so long. He even felt a little touched. But, Ed realized that there were several things he had to do immediately. In order to keep the cabin tidy he had to clean up the campfire area again. Then, in this cabin that was left in a mess, when Ed went inside and checked the cabin, he was then surprised when he heard someone snoring. He also saw a witch hat lying next to the person. That person was of course Lucy. She slept so soundly on the bed while hugging a pillow. Lucy seemed to sleep so soundly that his presence was not enough to wake her up. Ed couldn't help but laugh at that. He seemed to be quite nostalgic about it. Ed decided not to wake her up. He then took a book on the shelf in the cabin. The books were left long enough to make dust accumulate on them. While sitting on the chair next to the bed, Ed then continued to read the book. But not long after he read the book, he suddenly thought, for now, he should rest first. He was quite relieved by the fact that he finally returned to the cabin. And Ed then closed his eyes and fell asleep with Lucy. When the sun appeared in the sky and chased away the darkness brought by the night, the news of Tanya's election as student council president reached him 3 days later. In the professor's building, in the office of one of the professors, Janica was invited to come there. The professor seemed to ask her to supervise some kind of assessment which made Janica hesitate. The professor was the senior professor of spirit studies, Melina. Seeing her hesitation, Professor Melina then reassured her and said that she would give her extra points later. Of course she was aware that her academic field was still difficult when compared to professors, but at her current age she could already handle high-ranking spirits freely. When it came to raw instinct, among the spirit sorcerers who are still active, she is still at the top. Even so, Janica was still confused why it had to be her. Professor Melina explained. There would be a joint combat training session soon, so she had to uphold her dignity as a senior, but Janica said that she didn't want to uphold her dignity or anything. Hearing that, Professor Melina said that she didn't expect her to be a strict model student. but after all she was still the top-ranked student in her year, as well as the best spirit sorcerer in this academy. In every class, she realized that she kept smiling like the happiest person in the world. It was obvious that she was in love. She knew that she was dating Ed, but it's obvious she's completely head over heels. From the way she acted, she seemed to be out of her mind. Her words shocked Janica and made her face red. Janica's heart was pounding because her secret was exposed so bluntly. Professor Melina was then shocked when Janica suddenly kicked her desk hard. With a blushing face, Janica then asked her about what she said earlier about her and Ed, and why she suddenly said that. Seeing her reaction, Professor Melina asked her if she was joking. She explained, "Just before this you were always with him, not only during spirit lessons, but also general lessons and elemental lessons. You go to the cafeteria and academy facilities always together with him. Lately, whatever you do, at every opportunity you have, you always put on a stupid smile." Professor Melina couldn't help but sigh when she said that. She was confused about what silly thoughts actually made her absent-minded like that. During class, you always stare blankly at the blackboard and start smiling to yourself. You two are like lovesick kids who are dating for the first time. Seeing you two is tiring, you know. Hearing that, Janica stammeringly asked her to please don't say that to anyone else. Professor Melina yawned for a moment at her attitude. She said that she usually didn't care about who was dating who among the students, but she then told Janica the fact that she had not been aware of, that everyone already assumed they had such a relationship. Hearing that, Janica then finally realized the strange looks that the students gave her. Professor Melina said that people thought that she and Ed had been in a relationship. The news was certainly very surprising to Janica's innocent heart. Many years ago, when Janica was still an innocent peasant girl, somewhere deep in the eastern Spard region, it took 3 days and 3 nights on horseback to get there if you came from the imperial capital. The mountainous area in the southern part of eastern Spard is called Pollen, the land of livestock. If you follow the valleys of Pollen deep inside and look near the ridges, you will find Torin, a small livestock village with fewer than 300 people. Janica Feylover, a girl who could see spirits from the moment she could speak, was a genius among geniuses, destined to bring honor to the village. Sometimes, outsiders would visit the village where she lived. Among them, there was a young postboy who made an impression on Janica. He was the only person who spoke formally to her. All the young people had left the village and gone to the city to seek opportunities. Janica lived her childhood as the youngest girl who was most loved by the people in the village, so she was not used to speaking formally, but perhaps because of her natural friendliness, the postboy soon became close with Janica. The postboy often chatted with her and told her many places outside the village where she lived. Janica, who grew up beautifully with love and care, was the pride of the village. Everyone loved her, even the postboy, who occasionally visited the village. In a way, it was only natural that his heart was taken. There was a moment when the postboy expressed his feelings for her with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Janica was a girl who did not know how to refuse, but she was too young to understand love, so she rejected his feelings. Janica apologized to him. After that incident, the young man, who left as if running away, didn't return to the village for a long time, and when they finally met again, what he brought was truly unexpected. He handed her a letter. It was Sylvania's admission letter, and in that moment, he finally formally said goodbye to Janica. He spoke to her as formally as when they first met. It's been nearly 3 years since she entered Sylvania. She barely remembers the young man's face now, but for Janica Feylover, even now, refusal is scary, and formal speech is unfamiliar. While Janica was deep in thought, someone suddenly called her, which immediately woke her up. The person said that she didn't even know how many days it's been, but if she had some kind of problem or needed to submit a request letter, she asked her to tell them immediately. If the request was within their jurisdiction, they could process it immediately. The place where Janica was now was the Trix Hall administration office. While looking at the paper she was holding, Janica suddenly stuttered and hesitated to say something. It was a withdrawal application, Dex Hall dormitory. Seeing her attitude, the receptionist was confused why she was so hesitant. She also advised her, if she really felt unsure, she could talk about it with someone close to her. The receptionist was very sure that there would be many people who would do anything to help her, someone who was willing to listen to her story. Normally, there were always many people around Janica who were willing to help her, but at times like this, when the sense of attention felt overwhelming, she had more and more difficulty opening up and expressing what she was thinking. even to her own best friend. Anise was quite annoyed with Janica for not telling her that Ed was still alive and making her worry unnecessarily, but she was also annoyed with herself. She should have known about it when she saw Janica keep smiling stupidly all the time. Hearing that, feeling guilty, Janica apologized to her. She said that she had her own reasons. Noticing Janica's strange behavior, the annoyance that was in Anise's heart instantly disappeared. She also realized that Janica had no other choice. But, seeing Janica's face that looked hesitant, Anise asked her what was bothering her mind. Janica was silent. For a moment, she then said, "You know that I always find it hard to say no to people. I mean, refusing someone's request leaves me feeling uncomfortable." Hearing that, Anise suddenly stood up from her chair and shouted at her, "Precisely because you always say yes to everything. You have basically become that guy's maid. If you only accompany him while in hiding, that's fine, but you also cook and even clean for him." In a rather harsh tone, Anise asked her, this time, "What kind of request did Ed ask you?" With a blushing face, Janica immediately refuted her words. "It's not what you think, I want to do it myself. Actually, this time I have a request for Ed, but, lately, we are too close and often hang out together. When I am that close and comfortable with someone, somehow, it feels difficult to ask him for something." Hearing that, Anise then glared at her with a suspicious face. She then suggested something to her. "What if you two keep a little distance?" Janica was a little surprised to hear that. Anise explained, "Maybe it will make it easier for you to ask for favors and say no when needed. Actually, all you two need is to keep a little distance. If you always take each other for granted, how should I put it, there won't be any excitement, right?" But, Anise suddenly felt worried after saying that. She doubted whether Janica could really keep her distance from that guy. She even felt that this suggestion was completely unrealistic. But, if they grow apart, and he ends up alone, then, after thinking about that, Anise then immediately continued her words, "So maybe just make him a little restless, create some space." But, when Anise herself felt that her words did not make sense, Janica suddenly stood up from her chair and thanked her. Anise was then surprised and confused by that. With a cheerful smile, Janica said that she had just gotten a good idea. Anise then felt confused hearing that, but Janica did not answer or realize her confusion, and immediately said goodbye to her. Seeing that, Anise was then about to call her and say something to her, but, when she saw Janica who was now slowly moving away from her sight, Anise decided to swallow her words again. Anise was really feeling dizzy with this. She scolded herself for having such a useless imagination, and asked herself what she had done. Meanwhile in the northern forest, Ed's magic engineering skill had developed quite a bit by now. He had also obtained some recipes for making magic engineering items. He had collected some materials for crafting, but, making all of them was physically impossible. But what he wanted the most was, the thunderstruck millennia-old staff. The crafting process itself was quite simple, but that didn't make this staff ordinary. On the contrary, it's an extremely powerful staff, has a very rare rarity. Thunderstruck millennia-old staff has the effect of strengthening the spirit resonance of all elemental spirits as well as increasing the mana efficiency of spirit-based magic. The reason why this staff can be so powerful is because the materials needed to make it are very difficult to obtain. A branch, but not just any ordinary tree branch, but a branch from a tree that has lived for more than 1,000 years, which has been struck by a lightning strike. In the original scenario, this item would have been automatically added to the protagonist's inventory as a reward for the last mission of Act 3. But in reality, he could not find or buy it easily. A tree that is more than 1,000 years old is very rare, but at least, there should be one in this northern forest. The problem is lightning. But, while Ed was thinking about lightning, he immediately thought of something and immediately turned to Lucy who was sleeping there. Ed then walked over to her and tried to wake her up, but, his efforts were not successful because Lucy did not wake up. After a while, when Lucy slowly opened her eyes, she then saw Ed's face right in front of her. Lucy was very surprised by that and acted like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Lucy suddenly jumped up and hid in a tree. Ed was speechless seeing that. Feeling confused, Ed said that he had tried to wake her up earlier. He asked why she was surprised like that. Ed sighed for a moment. He then admitted his mistake and said that he didn't mean to surprise her. Hearing that, with a blushing face, Lucy said that she was fine and told him that he could talk now. Seeing her attitude, Ed decided not to rush. He said that this was not an urgent matter, they could talk about it later. He had an appointment with someone. Shortly after that, someone then came to his cabin. It was Janica. With a cheerful smile, Janica then greeted him. Seeing her, Ed said that she was a little late. Janica did not argue with that. She was about 10 minutes late, seeing her coming from an unusual direction. Ed confusedly asked her why she didn't just take the easy path. Did something happen? Hearing that, with a proud pose, Janica said that she had no excuse, she was just late. Janica always remembered Anissa's words that told her to keep her distance. Hearing that, Ed said that he understood. He didn't blame her because he also knew that she was busy, so he really appreciated her for helping him by practicing spirit resonance. Ed paused for a moment. He then asked her if she wanted tea. Janica was surprised for a moment by the sudden offer and didn't know what to answer, until finally, Janica just said yes and thanked him. Although Anissa's suggestion was stuck in her mind, but Janica was confused about how she could keep her distance from Ed. As time passed, the sky slowly became gray, which indicated the arrival of dusk. Looking at Mug, who was floating beside Ed, Janica said in awe that he was really good at handling spirits now. It was really amazing because it only took a short time. Although Janica felt that it would take time for him to be able to handle Marilda freely, but, she asked, since you have improved your understanding of Mug, your mana consumption now should not be felt right. Janica felt that he and Mug were really a perfect match. Hearing that, Mug humbly said that he really didn't know what to do with such praise. He said that he would practice even harder from now on. Mug seemed to be very happy with the praise she gave, and Mug then immediately disappeared from there. But their attention was then immediately distracted when they saw someone in front of them. It was Maya, who was carrying Lucy. Seeing her, Ed asked if she had come to look for Lucy. Maya confirmed that. Vice Principal Rachel requested the presence of Lucy, the top-ranked student in her years. Maya also said that she was shocked when she first heard the news about his death, but it was a relief to see him alive and well. Hearing that, Ed bowed towards her and apologized to her for worrying him. He said that he had his own reasons. Maya also bowed towards him, and when their eyes met, like there was a little spark that happened. Janica, who saw that, could only feel confused by the strange atmosphere that occurred between the two of them. In a rather displeased tone, Maya asked him, "Do you know, as a maid, it is a virtue to always assume a lower position?" Hearing that, Ed said that he understood that, but he said that he would still speak formally. Maya then got annoyed hearing that. She then said, "Then, I'll take my leave. I still have to thoroughly inspect the maid's duties, especially regarding speech etiquette." Hearing that, as if not realizing Maya's annoyance, Ed calmly said that he understood, but he would still speak formally. Seeing Maya's displeased face, Janica was surprised. She had never seen Maya put on such an expression. She was also aware that there was some kind of vague power struggle between Ed and Maya, but when Janica was thinking about that, she suddenly thought of something. She then recalled her old memories when the post boy stayed away from her after she rejected his feelings, distance, power struggle, formal speech. Janica felt like it was the key word to solve her problem now. Maya then didn't care about Ed anymore and turned to Janica. She said that she was worried at first when she heard that she moved to the Dex Hall, but she was grateful when she saw that she was okay. Janica smiled awkwardly at that. She said that living with a familiar friend wasn't too bad. After talking with the two of them for a while, Maya then said that she had an inspection to do, and she also had to get Lucy ready again. So, she then said goodbye to them. Hearing that, Janica also said goodbye and asked them to take care of themselves. Hearing that, Maya then said to her that she hoped her study would go smoothly without any problems. After Maya walked far enough from there, Janica suddenly called Ed. With a blushing face, Janica asked him what if they tried to talk formally to each other from now on. Ed was then confused to hear that. Janica frantically explained. This was not just a matter of talking formally, but more like as if they had just met. Not that she felt awkward with him, but she felt it would be better if he showed respect and manners. Ed could only feel confused hearing that. Realizing his confusion, Janica then held the hem of his shirt. She said that she just wanted to try it, at least once. Ed was silent for a moment hearing that. Although Ed felt that her request was strange, but he then agreed to it, because the Dex Hall curfew was not long. Ed felt that they would only exchange a few words before parting, and that's it. But this did not seem to be as simple as he thought. When Janica formally greeted him, somehow Ed's body seemed to freeze. He also felt strange about this. He didn't feel time prison, but somehow it was difficult to speak. Ed tried hard before finally being able to say a few words. The feeling that Janica experienced seemed to be contagious to him. Ed himself didn't know why she felt so embarrassed, but somehow, that nervous feeling also happened to him. 3 minutes later, after Ed made a campfire, the interaction between the two of them made no progress. They both muttered and wanted to say something, but somehow it was difficult for them. They were so embarrassed to say what they wanted to say. Lately, when he interacted with Janica, there were moments of silence where the situation felt awkward. But this one was at a much different level. Ed was dizzy and confused by it. The relationship that had felt very comfortable like with family suddenly became awkward. But the problem was, she herself suggested this, but, looking at her who was downcast while feeling embarrassed, it was clear that she also did not expect it to be like this. He would prefer if the situation passed soon. Ed wondered if he should say something first, but just as Ed was about to say something to her, Janica suddenly stood up while looking at the sky. She said that the dormitory curfew would soon arrive. While bowing towards him, Janica thanked him for today. After saying that, she then ran away as if running away from there and said goodbye to him. Ed could only be silent seeing that. He didn't know what to react to seeing her behavior, but he suddenly became worried. This nonsense, will they continue to do it? It had been a few days since the incident. Under the cherry blossom tree in the northern forest, Ed was seen sitting there while reading a book. There was also Marilda. Marilda asked, "So, are you still playing the formal chatting game with Janica?" Hearing her question, Ed strangely asked her, "Why are you asking that? You've seen it yourself." Marilda said that she didn't have that much free time until she could follow him into the academy. She was just curious if there was anything else going on during class. Hearing that, Ed then recalled his recent encounters with Janica. Every time the two of them met, when Ed greeted her, Janica seemed to panic and avoided. Ed was really helpless about it. She had been behaving like that since yesterday. The atmosphere had become awkward and uncomfortable. Ed was really confused, whether this was some kind of strange manifestation of stress or what. He originally didn't think much about it, but now, he started to wonder if there was something wrong with her. Hearing that, Marilda then got down from the tree and walked over to him. Marilda asked him if he was worried about Janica. Hearing that, Ed did not deny it. Of course he was worried. Marilda grinned mischievously at his answer, not caring about her attitude. Ed then changed the topic, and asked her if he could cut some of these tree branches. He wanted to use them to make a thunderstruck millennia-old staff. Marilda was surprised to hear that he wanted to make a new tool again. She thought he was worrying about Janica, but it turned out that he was still busy as usual. Marilda paused for a moment. She then said to him, "Technically, you don't need permission to take some of these tree branches." Hearing that, Ed confusedly asked, "Isn't this your tree? Isn't this tree named Marilda's guardian tree?" Hearing his question, Marilda said that this is a complicated thing. Technically, what she is guarding is this whole forest. This tree is named like that because there is an old friend who arbitrarily named this tree with her name. But, when Marilda said that, she suddenly remembered that old friend. Hearing that, Ed felt that she must have a lot of connections because she had lived for a very long time. Marilda smiled slightly at that. She then said, "The first question, why do spirits take on the form of animals? After all, I can take on a human form like this. I told you this isn't something easy to do, right? Spirits take on animal forms because animals are the most familiar and accessible forms to imitate, so to take on a human form, they need something to copy. Then, whose form did I copy?" Ed could only feel confused at the question. Seeing that, Marilda then said that she could read his mind since she contracted with him. Ed was certainly surprised to hear that. Marilda said that she took the form of the girl who was closest to his ideal type. Hearing that, Ed was quite confused and surprised to hear that the form was his ideal type. He did not expect that. Marilda said, "Of course, it would be unexpected, because it's a lie." Ed could only be silent with her unpredictable personality. He then annoyedly said to her if she was messing with him. Marilda ignored his annoyance and continued her explanation. "There's no way you can read my mind. Plus, transformation is an incredibly difficult magic. It's not something just anyone can do. I've lived for a long time. Long enough to see Sylvania Academy rise and fall, and still find it amusing. Back when Arkan Island was an uninhabited land with no academy, I met this girl. She never dressed in fancy clothes, always carrying herself in a carefree manner. That was what stood out about her. This form is hers." Hearing her explanation, Ed could then guess who the person she was referring to was. He was really surprised by that. Marilda confirmed his guess. She was the most special and unique person she had ever met. Someone who was able to flow her magic power to the guardian tree, and found this academy, and the person who entrusted Marilda to protect this forest. This kind of thing he could never know in the game. Ed did not expect them to have such a relationship. The form that Marilda took in front of him today was not just an ordinary scholar or mage. She was none other than one of the greatest sorcerers in history, the great sage Sylvania. Time flies. Without realizing it, night had arrived at the Sylvania Academy. When Ed was warming himself in front of the campfire in front of his cabin while peeling an apple, he was then surprised when he saw someone coming and greeted him formally. That person was Janica. Janica was confused whether she should greet him with hello or hi. Hearing that, Ed didn't bother and greeted her back. He then asked her if she wanted an apple, but Ed then immediately realized and repeated the question earlier but in formal tone. With a slight stutter, Janica said yes and thanked him. After that, the atmosphere of silence then returned to the two of them. It really looked very awkward. After Ed finished peeling the apple, he then asked for the plate. Hearing that, shyly, Janica then handed him the plate beside her. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, without anyone saying anything, Ed was really confused about what he should do, whether they should still talk formally, or just go back to their usual attitude like before. Realizing that the interaction between the two of them had started to be unpleasant, Ed hoped that Janica would soon choose one of them. Seeing Janica who hit her head and did not dare to look at him, Ed then asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well or something like that?" Janica replied no. She said that she just felt a bit embarrassed if she said it while looking at his face, so she then called his name formally and said that she wanted to ask him something, a question that might be strange. She asked him to listen to her first before answering it. She would appreciate it if he could listen to her first and then answer it. Hearing that, Ed could only sigh. He seemed to have been carried away all this time. He then reminded his body that he was an adult. If Janica took the trouble to discuss something, he should remain calm and listen carefully. With a blushing face, Janica asked, "What if I leave the Dex Hall, and live in the cabin with you?" Her question was certainly very surprising to Ed. He even accidentally cut his finger with a knife while peeling an apple. Seeing Ed's bleeding finger, Janica immediately felt panic and asked if he was okay. Whether it was living in the wild or fighting, Ed had done everything for a year. He thought he could handle everything smoothly. Thanks to this little distraction, at least he had time to organize his thoughts. After setting his mind, Ed then said to her, "I'm sure you already know what I'm going to say, but I should still make it clear, though I wonder if it's even necessary to say it out loud at this point. I think you're a really kind, hard-working, and great person. I'm sure it's not just me. Everyone probably thinks the same. To put it simply, I like you quite a bit." Janica was then shocked to hear his confession. Her head was so hot now that it seemed to be emitting smoke. Not realizing her situation, Ed continued, "But there's something I can't ignore. At the end of the day, I'm still a guy. Listen carefully, Janica. I don't know how you see yourself, but you're extremely beautiful. I mean, you're a stunning woman. Right now, I'm doing my best to be considerate and act gentlemanly, but if we end up living under the same roof, who knows what might happen." Janica's heart was beating very fast when she heard his words. She was even having trouble breathing at the moment. Ed didn't realize that and continued to say, "To be frank, guys are all the same in certain ways. I appreciate that you trust me, but still." But just as Ed was about to continue, Janica suddenly cut him off. Somewhat absent-mindedly, Janica said that she didn't mind if it was him. Ed was then shocked to hear her words. Not only Ed, Janica herself was also shocked by what she said. All this time, they felt as if they were tiptoeing on an invisible boundary. Their interaction tonight might slowly tear the boundaries that limited them. Amidst the silence and awkward atmosphere that enveloped the two of them, Janica was then shocked and confused when she saw Ed suddenly stand up. For some reason, they had changed their speech style to formal language. It felt more distant than usual, yet strangely familiar at the same time. Right after the exhausting and grueling student council president election, just as he returned to the cabin, he could finally feel a sense of relief and freedom. So, when Janica suddenly proposed to stay together was completely unexpected for him. At this point, he felt as if there was a voice whispering to him, "Why are you still holding back? Why do you keep refusing?" The whispers were tempting him to let go of his self-control, but Ed certainly would not be tempted that easily. He then called Janica and sat next to her. He asked if she was in a lot of trouble. His question seemed to surprise Janica. Ed thought, whenever something unexpected happened, there must always be an underlying reason. If Janica suddenly discussed something like this, he should consider what made her get to this point. While looking up, Janica then smiled. His calm attitude seemed to have brought a relief to Janica. She felt that he could really see everything. Janica said that maybe she just wanted to escape. She kind of missed the times when she lived alone in the Ophilis Hall private dormitory. Janica herself felt that her reason was quite stupid. From the very beginning, Janica struggled under the pressure of everyone's attention, to the point where she was driven crazy by it. Living in a standard dormitory like Dex Hall must not have been an easy thing for her. Always dealing with people's gazes all the time, forced to smile politely to respond to everyone's expectations. Almost a whole year she endured all that. Ed could imagine how depressed she was because of that. Janica continued, to me, this camp is, I guess you could call it a refuge, so I thought, if I were to run away, I might as well come here. Of course, this must be a pretty burdensome thing for you. Running away won't solve anything, and it'll be a burden on you too, but I still wanted to ask at least once. Janica chuckled after saying that. Ed could only sigh at that. He then told her, this is definitely overwhelming. Hearing that, Janica's face then showed a disappointed expression, but Ed's words did not stop there. He told her to listen carefully. Actually, whether he felt overwhelmed or not was another matter. Janica could only feel confused hearing that. Ed explained, humans live by relying on each other. Sometimes we lean on others, but sometimes we also carry their burdens. Well, if you ever feel like it's completely one-sided, then next time, I'll make a request that burdens you. We're not just going to see each other for a day or two, so it's fine if we take turns like that, right? We're going to know each other for a long time. After all. Hearing that, Janica then asked the meaning of his words. Ed said that living under the same roof was too much, but, at least, they might be able to build separate cabins. He then asked her opinion regarding that. After saying that, Ed initially thought Janica would jump for joy, but her reaction was much different than he anticipated. In contrast to her usual initial awkwardness and shyness, Janica immediately hugged him and thanked him for letting her stay here. Ed smiled slightly as Janica forgot to speak formally and instead spoke informally like before. Ed felt like she was trying to create distance again, but failed. Even if she did, he wasn't sure if anything would change. Janica had always been the one to step forward to help those in need. Not all her kindnesses were reciprocated, but if someone like her sat crying alone, even the least familiar acquaintances wouldn't be able to ignore her. Ed was like that. He then hugged Janica back and comforted her silently. Time passed. When the sun slowly appeared and chased away the darkness brought by the night, Ed then woke up from his sleep. Although he allowed Janica to stay here, but building a new cabin was not an easy matter. He still had to get ready to attend classes. In addition, he also had to finish his magic wand. When he thought about how he could fit it all into his daily schedule, he fell asleep. But, when Ed was dizzy about how he could find time to build a new cabin for Janica, he then heard a noise outside his cabin. When Ed opened the cabin door and looked outside, someone then greeted him and asked if he was awake, more precisely a spirit. Tarkan said that his arrival was very fitting. He needed advice from him. He had never built a cabin before. Seeing that scene, Ed seemed not to bother helping Janica to build a new cabin, because with the labor of the spirits, it could be completed quickly. Seeing Ed's dazed face, Tarkan felt that he looked tired. Frankly, he was the same. There was a celebration in the spirit realm last night, so they stayed up all night partying. Anyway, they should start building the cabin now. While looking at the spirits who are working tirelessly to build the cabin, Tarkan said that they have finished clearing the foundation land. He feels more comfortable if it is built facing the other side. Waking up in the morning, stepping outside, then being able to see each other clearly, he feels that the scene will feel a bit romantic. While Ed himself is still in a daze at this time, looking at the progress of the construction of the cabin that the spirits are currently working on, he is really surprised at how fast it is. The spirits also feel that the cabin is built next to each other. That would be good, but they felt that it might feel a bit cramped. At least there should be a little space to maintain privacy. Hearing that, after pondering for a while, the other spirit even felt that maybe not so. If it was going to be built, then the closer the better. While Ed was confusedly looking at the spirits who were working, Mug suddenly came at this time and perched on his shoulder. While putting on a respectful attitude, Mug then said to Tarkan that their target period of work was 10 days. As a project foreman, he said that he would establish a cooperation plan as efficiently as possible. Hearing that, Tarkan then asked again for the work time to reconfirm. Mug confirmed it, taking into account the lesser spirit shift schedule and also the rest time. Approximately the time period is like that, depending on the progress. They can try to shorten it too, but Tarkan seemed to be unhappy with his explanation and looked angry. In his day, they carried the spirit sorcerers on their backs for 3 days and 3 nights, crossed the entire snow-covered mountains for a week, then still fought the next day as if nothing had happened. Now the number of spirit sorcerers is large and contracts are easy to make, but that makes the lesser spirits even lazier. All they think about is rest and rest, but the work is minimal. If this continues, when will they be able to evolve into intermediate spirits? Tarkan seems very dissatisfied with their work ethic. Muggs was trembling in fear of facing his anger. He then said, if we advance the schedule as much as possible, we can take the target 1 week, but Tarkan still seems dissatisfied. He then ignored him and excused himself to Ed to do his business. He promised him that they would be finished in 5 days, so he asked him to please be patient with all the noise that would occur. Hearing that they only needed 5 days to build a new cabin, Ed was surprised, because he himself took a month. While Mug himself was now puzzling over how they could finish building the cabin in 5 days, refusing was not at all in his mind. Once an order remains an order. Mug then convinced himself that he could definitely do it. Seeing that, Ed inwardly apologized to him. He had no intention of something like this happening, although he doesn't need to help the spirits too much in building the cabin, but he still seems to be very busy. But at least, the tight schedule problem has been resolved. Now he has time to make thunderstruck millennia-old staff. There are so many things he wants to repay her. Janica has helped him in many ways. Giving him a place to live in the camp is far from enough, although he already had many wands from gifts from his family and friends. But Janica still insisted on using the old oak staff, so Ed didn't know if Janica would like the wand he was going to make. While earnestly slicing the old tree branch in his hand, Ed hoped Janica would like this wand. All day today, as the spirits worked hard to build a new cabin, the noise generated from their work made Lucy unable to sleep. She could only stare blankly at the spirits who were currently working. The construction of the cabin all day might be the reason why she could not sleep, but the real reason was, while clenching her hands tightly, Lucy then irritably stared at someone. That person was Janica. Janica smiled happily while humming a song as she watched the construction of the cabin carried out by the spirits. Realizing her gaze, Janica then turned to her and greeted her warmly, but, when Janica looked at her, she then realized her annoyed gaze. They had experienced an inner battle before, although Janica would not intentionally hurt or insult anyone, but she certainly would not back down. While smiling slightly, with a proud posture, Janica then told her that she would live here from now on. Lucy could only chuckle at that. That news really frustrated her. While the two girls were having an inner battle, with beef jerky in his mouth, Ed himself was seen carrying a stack of books at this time. He had left the professor building. He decided to learn some new magic, so he borrowed a stack of elemental study books. Focused explosion is indeed very applicable to real combat, but its power is only comparable to basic level magic. He still remembers Zix's words clearly. In their duel that time, Zix said to him, instead of playing clumsy mind games, exerting absolute power is the most appropriate way to deal with typical people like Senior. His words had a strong enough impact on Ed that made him decide to learn new magic to strengthen his power. But, as Ed continued to walk in the East Square, he was then surprised when he saw someone he knew, someone who had been the guardian of the sacred fire, someone who had the nickname of the Romantic, and also the Prophet. He was Adele Saris. Since Act 1, he consistently appeared to be Taylor's comrade in arms, but her screen time in the game was not too highlighted. As Ed walked past her, he was then surprised when Adele suddenly said to him, "You seem busy as always, Senior Ed." Ed really didn't expect that Adele would talk to him. With a confused look, he then turned to her and asked if she called him. Adele said that she had heard many things about him from Taylor and Isla, although she felt that their feelings towards him seemed quite complicated. Hearing that, Ed said that he didn't care about their assumptions about him. Even though he said so, Ed was honestly a bit curious about Taylor. From what Zix told him, he was constantly progressing. If it continued like this, Ed felt that the upcoming joint combat training would run smoothly like in the original story. When Ed was deep in thought, Adele suddenly asked him if he wanted to listen to a song. She was once a bard who traveled the continent, but now settled here. In the Sylvania Academy, hearing that, Ed thanked her, but he politely declined her offer because he was still holding a heavy stack of books at this time. Hearing that, Adele said that it was a shame, but, when Ed was about to leave there, Adele suddenly called him. She said to him, "When it comes to the day when you ascend to the throne of the king, you must kill the person you respect the most, with your own 2 hands. If you hesitate, then remember, it will be you who dies." Adele smiled gently when saying something so cruel like that. Ed was then surprised to hear her words, but he then immediately realized something. He wondered if this was a prophecy. Adele, calmly plucking at her lute in any situation, has that ability to glimpse into the future, but it's not always accurate, so it's probably best not to dwell on it. Even so, what makes him feel uneasy is the fact that he already knows what the future really looks like. In Act 3, Adele will die. With mixed thoughts, Ed looked at Adele, who slowly walked away from there. When Ed arrived at the cabin and asked Lucy to summon lightning, he was then confused when facing her refusal. He had made 2 thunderstruck millennia-old staff, one for Janica, and the other for him. Therefore, he asked Lucy to summon lightning to strike the 2 staffs, but, what Ed did not expect was, he got a refusal from Lucy. With a sullen face, Lucy said that she would only do it on 1 staff. Hearing that, Ed confusedly asked, "You only need to use the spell once anyway, right?" Lucy was just silent while making a frowny face hearing that. Seeing that, Ed then sighed helplessly, as if giving up. He said that he would only make 1 and then give it to Janica. Lucy could only feel annoyed hearing that. Ed explained, "It's a high-performance staff, so I should give it to the one who will use it better." Lucy felt very frustrated hearing that, until finally, Lucy then gave up and agreed to do both. Ed then felt happy hearing that, but, Lucy said that she had a condition. This was not a heavy condition. Ed could only feel confused. Hearing that, Lucy did not explain further. While pulling his hand, she then asked him to come with her somewhere. Archmage Glocked. From various academic fields, he was recognized for achievements in elemental studies, monster ecology, herbology, mana application theory, spirit studies, and other fields. His research was acknowledged across many fields, and he even managed to subdue not 1, but 2 supreme spirits. Supreme Fire Spirit, Theorphus, and Supreme Water Spirit, Freed. After his retirement, he dedicated himself to training the next generation. He invested all his wealth in academic research and education. It is said, almost not a penny of his wealth was spent on himself. If Archmage Sylvania is known as the one who founded the academy, then Archmage Glocked is the one who developed it into the largest educational institute in the world. Glocked dedicated all his wealth to the academy, before retiring and living secluded in the vast mountains of Ramerlan in the northwest of the continent. And there, in a remote monastery, he found an abandoned child. When Ed and Lucy walked together, with Lucy's hand holding his, the students who saw then looked at the 2 of them in surprise. They wondered, isn't he dating Janica? So they were confused when they saw Ed walking with Lucy, and with such a hand position. The child that Glocked found was certainly Lucy, and the unexpected part was, Lucy's magical talent was able to exceed expectations even for someone like Glocked. She could be said to be a gem of humanity, a talent so brilliant that she would be remembered by history. Years in retirement, the legendary Archmage polished this gem. The life he had lived could be written an epic saga of adventure, but at the end of his life was lonely and unremarkable. His wife, whom he had met in his youth, died while fighting against Theorphus. His comrades in arms also preceded him and met their deaths first. And soon, all that remained in his life were those who respected him or those who sought to capitalize on his fame. Perhaps that's why he built a cabin in the mountains, away from the hustle and bustle of the world. But in his secluded life, there was one small consolation for him. There was someone who could carry on his legacy. Until one day, on a rainy day, in a worn-out cabin, Glocked met his end with a smile on his face. Glocked considered that small consolation enough to celebrate the end of his life. While pulling Ed to a place, Lucy said, "That was the end of the Archmage Glock's journey, also the beginning of my journey. Although the journey is over now." Ed then felt confused to hear that. Realizing his confusion, Lucy then asked him, "Do you know where that old man hometown was?" Hearing that, Ed replied, "According to the history book, Glock's originally from the Coelton, the lawless zone," but Lucy refuted that. She said that what was in the history book was wrong. There was only the place where he spent his childhood. Ed was then shocked to hear that, after they finally got to the destination, Lucy then looked forward, and said, his original hometown is here, on the island of Arkan. He always raved about the time he spent here, as if it was the most exciting time in his life. Even in his last moments, all he cared about was this academy. He really was a foolish old man. The home that old man truly held in his heart was this island. Then, there was nothing else he could do. Lucy spoke about the journey he had no choice but to take. At that time, all that was left was the worn-out cabin and the cold, lifeless body of her mentor. She wrapped his body in a blanket, tightly tied his chest with leather straps, and froze him with ice magic. For most mages, maintaining such a spell for an hour is already very tiring, but even back then, Lucy could do it effortlessly. This is a tale that can make someone shudder when they hear it. The Glocked cabin is deep in the Ramerlan Mountains on the northwest continent. From there, Lucy set off south. She went through the Rekal Great Forest, Ica Grand Lake, then across the alchemy lands of Kret, across the Malin Plains, then towards the holy city of Karpi, and across the Denkin Marshes. After that, only then did she reach the border of the Empire of Klol. From there, she traveled through the territory of Viscount Teldanil, downriver past the commercial city of Oldek, then through the territory of Count Aarn, Island Barony, Sale Viscounty, then past the Roth-Taylor Duchy, the Petter Marquisate, and the Tiz County, then crossing the Geneth Mountain Range. After that, crossing the Dress River, passing through the Zachel borderlands, heading southwest, and crossing the Cranful Great Forest. If you were to trace this journey on a world map with a straight lane, it would take quite a while, eventually, reaching the Mexa's Great Bridge that connects to Arkan Island. Throughout that entire journey, she had maintained the magic of keeping her mentor's body preserved, while also using magic just to keep herself moving forward. Lucy said that it took her 3 months to get here. She also got lost several times. In addition, it also took her 3 weeks to find this place. Ed could only be silent hearing that story. While pointing forward, Lucy said, this place, according to the old man's notes, this is where the Archmage and the great sage practiced and exchanged knowledge. Here is also the place where my journey ended. At the tomb of the Archmage Glocked, there is a staff standing and several books stacked next to it. One of the books is a book entitled Principles of Celestial Magic, which was personally written by him. Seeing the book, Ed was surprised. One of Glock's works entitled Glock's Southern Magic Chronicles, which contains his analysis of magic from the southern continent, once sold for 7,000 gold coins. This book is in the ranks of the most expensive books in history. But in front of him right now, the last manuscript written by him, his last work, which contains his interpretation of celestial magic. He can't imagine the price now. Realizing Ed's gaze, Lucy told him to just take it. I already know all the contents, so I don't need that book now. I already remember everything that old man said. I haven't lived half the life he gave me. Maybe one day, I will start a new journey, or maybe continue to live like this until I die. Even so, the promise I made with that old man, I will keep. If Sylvania faces an extraordinary crisis, I will protect it at least once. This is not an exciting story, nor is it a fun story to hear. Coming here is also very troublesome, but I really want you to see this. Lucy said that from the bottom of her heart. By bringing her mentor's corpse to the Arkan Island, Lucy was finally able to end her first journey, but she still couldn't get out of the shadow of her mentor. That's why, sometimes she waited. Sometimes in anticipation, sometimes also in fear. She waited endlessly for the crisis that might one day befall Sylvania. Because of that, she always felt bored. However, once the inevitable ordeal finally passed, she could finally start her own journey. Ed knew that time isn't far off, so he decided to be idle with Lucy, just for today, accompanied by the occasional sound of the waves, and the fresh breeze of late spring. Even if sitting for a long time, neither the cold nor the heat was a problem. At least, the moment felt relieving. Ed smiled a little while holding the witch hat Lucy was wearing. A few days later, seeing the finished cabin in front of her, Janica then became very happy. She did not expect the spirits to be able to build it so quickly, but, besides that, the spirits themselves looked very exhausted at this time. They could only lie limply on the ground after finally finishing their work. Janica then became worried when she saw that. She had told them not to exert themselves. Hearing that, when Mug was about to tell her about the deadline that Tarkhan gave them, but he suddenly undid his intention for that, they could now finally feel relieved and could leave peacefully. He also invited Janica to enjoy her new camp life. Mug said that it was enough for them, that was their only hope. After that, with a peaceful face, Mug and other spirits then returned to the spirit world. Seeing that, Janica then thanked them all for their hard work, even though she knew that they were just pulled back. But somehow it felt a little touching when she saw it. Before entering and checking her new cabin, Janica then wrote something on the ground to start her new life. Cohabiting. The writing seemed to be a form of her hope for the future. She was very happy to finally be able to live together with Ed. But, hearing Ed's cabin door suddenly open and the sound of footsteps slowly sounding, she was then surprised. With a hesitant tone, Janica then called Ed, but, contrary to her expectations, what came out was not Ed, but Lucy. Lucy seemed to have just woken up and was about to enjoy the morning sun. Lucy also seemed to be quite surprised when she saw her and the writing she wrote, while Janica herself was certainly surprised to see her suddenly come out of Ed's cabin, reading the writing Janica wrote on the ground. Lucy then grinned. She felt very proud at this moment, because she was not only living together with Ed but also sharing the same bed with him. After Ed got the book Principles of Celestial Magic written by Glock, he immediately learned it, which made him open a new category in the system, Basic Celestial Magic, but because he had just started, his proficiency in that category was still very low. He couldn't even cast Basic Celestial Magic at the moment. Looking at the shapeless flow of mana in Ed's hand, Marilda then realized that he failed again. From the looks of it, she felt like it was very difficult to control. She then asked him if he could understand the mana flow. Ed said that he didn't know either. He just had to try it. Hearing the two of them who had been discussing about celestial magic, Lucy, who had been sleeping on his lap, suddenly said at this time, "Celestial magic is all about understanding the core principles. Magic is a field where both theory and intuition must coexist. If I keep practicing, I'll get the hang of it." After saying that, Lucy then immediately practiced it. She manipulated her mana, and made the equipment there suddenly float in the air. Hearing her words just now, Ed asked, "It sounds like you've been practicing quite a lot yourself." Lucy confirmed it. She did it for some time, but Lucy was then surprised and blushed when Ed suddenly put his hand on her head, while Ed himself did not notice her reaction. Seeing that Lucy had mastered celestial magic even though she had only practiced a few times, Ed was not too surprised. He felt it was natural for a genius like her. Putting that aside, Ed didn't expect that Glock actually wrote the book Principles of Celestial Magic. In the game, he actually thought that this magic could not be learned at all. Celestial magic allows the user to freely manipulate time, space, and mind. When it comes to pure power, this is the strongest magic, but because celestial magic is capable of twisting and bending the laws of reality, it is the most complex magic of all. With little research available, leaving aside its danger, it's just incredibly difficult to comprehend. Lucy probably learned it instinctively, so he couldn't bother her to teach him, because it was a completely different thing. Thinking about that, Ed then could only wish that if Professor Glast was still around, it would definitely help him a lot. But, as Ed thought about that, he suddenly recalled Professor Glast's face and his last smile at his death. He could only wish if he was still alive. But, when Ed was dizzy thinking about it, he was then surprised when he heard someone shouting. The person shouted no and asked him not to add another girl. Hearing that, Ed and Marilda then confusedly looked towards the person. The person seemed to be very surprised when he saw a beautiful girl beside Ed. He even dropped something he was carrying. That person was Zix. With a worried face, Zix continued, "No matter how great a man's ambitions are, at this rate, I really have no idea what kind of hellscape awaits." Hearing that, Ed immediately knew that he had misunderstood. He then immediately cancelled Marilda's summoning, which made her figure slowly disappear. Seeing that, Marilda then frantically told him to wait a minute. She was in the middle of the most exciting part of the story, but Ed didn't care about that. Realizing that he had misunderstood, Zix then immediately apologized to him. He now also realized that the beautiful girl turned out to be the spirit he had met that time. He felt guilty for jumping to conclusions. Ed didn't really mind that. He then asked him what he needed to come here. While pointing to something he was carrying, Zix said that this was an old magic book that was about to be discarded that he had asked for. Hearing that, Ed asked him to convey his thanks to Aika. He said that he wanted to refresh his basic magic knowledge, but it would be a bit troublesome if he kept going back and forth to the library to borrow books. He was sure that carrying those books must be heavy, so he promised him to pay him back. Hearing that, Zix said that it was not necessary, but, if he really insisted, Zix then asked him to join the student council with him, although Zix felt that it was a bit inappropriate if he said it, but, after what happened before, Tanya, more precisely, the student council president, began to put her trust in him. He felt like she also wanted to be surrounded by reliable people, therefore he wanted to ask him, if he wanted to join the student council. Hearing that, Ed asked if it was okay to randomly recruit members like that. Zix said that they were not random, he explained, because this was the first time in Sylvania's history that a first-year student was elected student council president. She planned to build the strongest cabinet in history. There's the Count Gural's daughter from third year, and the top student of fourth year, Dyke Sr., who had already joined. Soon they also planned to invite the top-ranked student of the first-year magic faculty, Joseph. Then there was the third-year student Anis, who was known as a capable assistant, and the fourth-year student Dorothy, who was the top-ranked student of the alchemy faculty. And even him, the goal seemed to be to gather capable and trustworthy people, but, although Zix had explained at length, but he was sure that Ed would definitely refuse his offer. Ed just kept silent. Hearing that, Zix had no doubt about it at all. He was already quite busy with magic engineering, spirit magic, physical training, camp life, and being an academic scholarship student, plus now that he was also learning new kind magic. He felt that with his current schedule it was difficult, and now there was also a new cabin, so it was not surprising to him, but he was sure that the student council president would be disappointed with it. Hearing Zix's words suddenly made Ed think, even since he saved Tanya, which made the scenario take a turn in an unknown direction. Trying to predict small details felt useless. He also did not expect Zix to join the student council, and the composition of the members is also different from what he expected. Soon there will be a joint combat training. This is the biggest event before Lucy's subjugation, which is the final battle of Act 3. Originally this was the event where Claude, the top-ranked student of the first year of the alchemy faculty, lost the final battle, and ended up drinking the forbidden drug, blood of the fallen god. It was an unpleasant event, so he still remembers it clearly, but unfortunately the scenario is now out of his control, which makes him unable to predict the future storyline. Meanwhile, on a path leading to the Sylvania Academy, a luxurious horse-drawn carriage accompanied by many knights on horseback was seen driving there. The carriage was so large and heavy that it was impossible to move without a mage working all night to enchant it with load reduction magic. The knights escorting it were also so numerous that it almost looked like an army. The residents of the holy city called it a palace on wheels, because of the large resources spent. This carriage rarely left the holy city, and the two figures sitting on the towering carriage were the Archbishop, Verdio, and the Holy Emperor, Eldane. Archbishop Verdio with a warm smile said to him, "It's much farther than I expected. I'm glad we were able to come all this way to check on the Saintess's condition." Hearing that, the Holy Emperor Eldane also agreed with him, "Thanks to you arranging visits to the noble territories nearby. The route fit together perfectly." He also smiled happily knowing that Sylvania Academy was not far away. While Archbishop Verdio and Holy Emperor Eldane were on their way to Sylvania Academy, Tanya, as the student council, must have received the news of their arrival. She wondered if the preparations were done well. She had too many things to do at the moment. She looked very busy and nervous in preparing for their arrival. It was natural because Tanya knew that it was not only the ruler of the holy city of Carpi who was coming, but also Archbishop Verdio, who was his main advisor. She also guessed the purpose of their visit. In the official notice, they said that they came to spread the blessings of the god Telos and administer new baptism. But Tanya knew that it was all just a formality. The student council office was really in a state of chaos at the moment. They were so busy and rushed in preparing for their arrival, and when Tanya flipped through the documents on her desk, she then found the main reason for their visit here. The document that Tanya was holding now was a meeting request form. Tanya was sure that they must be worried about Saintess Clarice. After all, she was like the heart of the church. But when Tanya checked the documents again, she was then surprised to see that there was another meeting request form. She was confused about who the Holy Emperor wanted to meet, and when Tanya read the document, she then found out that the person was a second-year student, Adele Saris. Tanya was quite confused reading that name. She forgot who she was, but Tanya decided to put that aside for now. She then ordered the students there to arrange the schedule so that he could meet with the Saintess Clarice. Hearing that, the students replied that they understood. As for the Saintess herself, today, the Holy Emperor will visit. Thus, for the first time in a long time, she will not be Kylie, but rather stand before the students once again as the real saintess. While Maya was dressing her, Clarice then called her and asked her, "Today there will be a joint combat training schedule, right?" Maya confirmed it, but unfortunately it coincided with the visit of the Holy Emperor. Clarice also regretted it, even though she was looking forward to interacting with students from each year. To be honest, she didn't want to go back to the Holy City. Life at the academy felt like a dream to her. There were still many people she hadn't met, like a girl who once tended the sacred flame, glazing at the vast, open world, the wandering bard, Adele. She wandered the paths where she was most likely to encounter her second-year seniors. She's someone who appears here and there in a flash. Even here, she's hard to come across. She really wants to meet her as soon as possible. She wants to share the story of the trial she and Tanya faced together, the night when she braved the snowstorm to reach the cabin in the northern forest. Until now, he had always been the listener. But now she finally had a story she could share with her. A lot of things had happened at the academy during her stay. Of course she didn't want to tell Archbishop Verdio everything. The best student at the academy breaking into the dormitory and vandalizing the surrounding area, the former nobleman caught in a murder case, Verdio, who had always taught her the virtues of pure living, would undoubtedly demand that she leave the academy. Once he heard all that, she always had a hard time resisting Verdio's words. Not because he was a master in mind reading. Mind reading is likely a sacred magic ability, so it doesn't work on her. It's just as simple as him, who she has always regarded as a teacher since she was a child. Noticing her anxiety, Maya then immediately calmed her down. Hearing that, Clarice asked if her anxiety looked that obvious. Clarice also realized at this time that worrying will not solve anything. At least, everything is fine now, as long as she makes sure that no one knows her identity. She can continue to live her academy life. But, when she thought about it, she suddenly remembered something. She now remembered that there was one student who knew her true identity, Ed Roth Taylor, although he seemed like a person who could keep a secret. But, her concern was, what if Verdio and Ed Roth Taylor accidentally met, and if in the worst case, Verdio's mind-reading magic worked, and he realized that Ed knew her identity. Clarice immediately became anxious at the thought. Realizing her anxiety, Maya then worriedly called out to her. She then asked if she wanted her to brew her some tea. With a trembling body, Clarice refused her offer, but she said that she had a request. She asked her to help her prepare for the outing. Maya was then surprised and confused to hear that. She then hesitantly said that they only had a little time. She apologized to her for her impudence and asked her where she really wanted to go. Clarice was silent for a moment hearing that. With a blushing face and hopeful eyes, she then replied, "Ed Roth Taylor, I think I can be calmer if I meet him. I want to meet him, right now, as soon as possible." Maya was then shocked to hear that. Maya didn't know why, but she didn't want Ed and the Saintess to meet, but she could only feel helpless at the moment because she couldn't oppose Clarice's orders and could only agree to her request. When the day of joint combat training arrived, the academy then issued a sheet containing the list of joint combat training. The students were seen gathering there to read it. Not far away there was also Ed and Janica, who were sitting casually while ordering a cup of tea. Janica said it seemed that this time no one had sent her a challenge letter. Hearing that, Ed asked if there was someone she wanted to fight. Janica pondered for a moment, hearing that, for some reason, the words sounded a bit arrogant to her. Putting that aside, Ed then thought about the upcoming episode. The joint combat training will begin, just like last year. This is a test where the students will fight each other, and the result will affect their grade. Still structured with the lower versus upper class format, with the first-year students will fight the second-year students, and the third-year students will fight the fourth-year students. But there is one thing different this year. This time the students can challenge their chosen opponent directly, just like in the original scenario. This time none of the first-year students are class students. Because of that, they're highly motivated to defeat the second years. Since the protagonist's generation is filled with outstanding individuals, the first and second year matchups should be quite spectacle, but when it comes to the third and fourth year battles, no one really cares. Therefore, the two of them look very relaxed at the moment. Janica even asked him what's for dinner today. Ed said that he had stocked up on leftover meat from the Laurel Hall kitchen. He asked how about seasoning it with salt and then grilling it. To be honest, their generation, the third-year students, including him and Janica, are arguably less talented. Last year alone, apart from Janica's victory over Lortel, none of the third-year students managed to defeat the underclassmen. From the fourth-year students' point of view, they themselves could challenge anyone they wanted and win easily. On the other hand, the absolute strongest don't get any challenges at all, and he, like Janica, also didn't get any challenge letters. Ed felt like he was also considered a strong contender now. Seeing Ed, who had been busy reading the book in his hand, Janica then became curious. She also knew that the book was a gift from Lucy. Ed said that this book is very important. It is likely that he will only read this book for a while. Janica frowned when she heard that something given by Lucy is considered an important thing for him. Issuing a challenge first is an option, but Janica doesn't seem comfortable with that, so Ed decided that he should remain inconspicuous. But when Ed was about to continue reading his book, his attention was then distracted when he saw a commotion nearby. There was a man in a suit of armor that filled his entire body. Telling the students to open the way, the man looked like a guard. He said that the Saintess wanted to pass. Shortly after that, a luxurious carriage then appeared across the road. Ed was dumbfounded to see that. He was still trying to figure out how far the scenario had deviated. First of all, the appearance of Clarice at a time like this was a strange thing. The commotion caused by the arrival of the Saintess not only surprised Ed but also the students who were there. Their gazes were then equally focused on the carriage she was riding. And surprisingly, the carriage stopped not far from where they were. Ed was really puzzled by this, because it happened that the Holy Emperor was coming today. She should not have participated in the joint combat training at all. He wondered if the Holy Emperor's visit was delayed. If so, what could be the cause? He felt that this was something bad. But, while Ed was deep in thought, Janica was then stunned when she saw a surprising person who walked up to them. That person was Clarice. She said that she wanted to send a letter, but because she wanted to see him as soon as possible, so she came directly here. After saying that, with a gentle smile, Clarice then greeted him. While sitting on a chair nearby, Clarice said that there was not much time, so even if it was just for a moment, she hoped that they could chat. Hearing that, Ed then calmed down, and respectfully said that it was an honor to be able to talk to her. As for Janica, she looked very nervous at the moment. With a slightly trembling body, she then respectfully introduced herself to her. Janica really didn't know what to do at the moment, so she then asked Ed for help in that regard. Even though she grew up in the countryside, 1/3 of the empire's population follows the Telos order, so it's natural that she reacts like this when dealing with the Saintess. Putting that aside, when he sees her in person like this, it's almost hard to believe that she and Kylie Ekni are the same person. After so many years of training, she currently exudes an aura of perfect composure. Every move she makes also exudes an aura of elegance. Ed then asked her about his doubts. I heard that the Holy Emperor and Archbishop Verdio will be here soon. Are you sure it's okay to be here? Hearing that, Clarice replied, the Holy Emperor will be personally visiting the Trix Hall. Fortunately, our routes happen to align. Right now is exactly when the matchups for the joint combat training are being announced. So I figured Senior Ed would be here. Hearing that, Ed then realized that he came here specifically to see him, but that only added to his confusion because he didn't know the reason why. Clarice continued, the Holy Emperor is a wise and perceptive person, but his advisor, Archbishop Verdio, is much sharper than him. Sometimes it makes her wonder if he has the power to read minds. Clarice chuckled when she said that. Archbishop Verdio's ability to read other people's minds was really impressive. It made her wonder if it was some kind of sacred magic. After all, he said he had the ability to read the minds of everyone he met. Hearing that, Ed was initially confused by what she said, but, when he pondered what Clarice said deeply, he then realized something. Clarice deliberately came here to tell him those things. Archbishop Verdio had the ability to read minds. Since he knew her secret, Clarice was worried that Archbishop Verdio would find out, but Ed certainly wouldn't speak his thoughts out loud. He then praised Archbishop Verdio, and said that he was indeed very extraordinary. He also added, of course for someone like me, a fallen nobleman, might never be able to meet him in person. Hearing that, Clarice then hesitantly asked about it. Ed confirmed it and explained, he himself was already busy with this joint combat training, so he was sure he would not, absolutely will never meet with Archbishop Verdio in person. His words seemed to convince Clarice and made her relieved. But, Clarice was then confused when Janica suddenly called her. With a rather worried look, Janica asked her, did you come here specifically to meet Ed? Hearing that, Clarice somewhat hesitantly confirmed it. Hearing that answer, with a strange look in her eyes, Janica asked once again, before meeting the Holy Emperor, you had to ride a carriage all the way here, was it specifically to meet Ed? Clarice confusedly answered yes. She explained, after all, she was also human. Of course she could also be nervous, so in situations like this, she only wanted to meet certain people she wanted to meet, people who were on her mind, so, she only wanted to see their faces once, but, the more Clarice explained it, the more panicked she became, with her hands shaking slightly. Clarice said that what she meant was, she was a bit nervous. With a blushing face, Clarice said that she didn't have a special reason, she just wanted to see him, because he was the person she wanted to see. Right after saying that, Clarice suddenly stood up from her seat and left there. She said that the time was almost up. She said goodbye first. The Holy Emperor was about to arrive. The guards were then shocked and they saw her suddenly running just like that and immediately called her. Ed could only be silent when he saw Clarice, who quickly headed for her carriage as if fleeing. Not only that, the carriage also drove at full speed to leave there. After that, with shock mounting in their hearts, the students who were there then both cast their gazes at him. This was really a headache for Ed, whether it was when she was Kylie or Clarice herself. Dealing with her was always not easy. After the incident, we finally arrived at the day when the joint combat training began. The roaring voices of the students could be heard filling the stadium that bowed their enthusiasm for this event, and coincidentally, this was Ed's battle. Seeing Ed in front of him, his opponent said that he knew a little about him. He had searched for information about him, and it seemed that he had made a name for himself among the new students, although he felt that it was not important. At best he was only stronger than the rookies from the third year. As for Ed himself, he looked a bit dazed at the moment. He might not even hear what his opponent said to him. While taking out his weapon, his opponent advised him that he should prepare himself well. In the first and second year of joint combat training, there was a ban on the use of intermediate-level magic and sharp weapons, but for the year above, it was a different story. Ed's opponent in this match was a burly man named Kordek Veildirk, vice leader of the fourth-year combat faculty, a man who never underestimated his juniors. With a loud laugh, Kordek said to him, "Before we start the fight, let me make it clear first, you probably already know who I am. My name is Kordek Veildirk." Seeing the axe in Kordek's hand, the students were shocked. They already knew about the rules that allowed the use of sharp weapons as long as they were not too sharp or deadly, but, what he was holding, wasn't it? Combined with his burly body, the students were already horrified at the mere thought of fighting him. Seeing that both students were ready, Professor Molina then announced, third-year student, Ed Roth-Taylor, versus fourth-year student, Corden Veildirk. Since both parties were ready, the match started. Right after that, at full speed, Kordek rushed towards him, and made a slashing motion towards him. He laughed happily at the thought of this fight. This made his blood boil. He also said that even though this was just combat training, but that didn't mean he would hold back. He apologized to him. Even though fear had crawled all over his body, there was no turning back. As for Ed himself, it was different from Kordek's expectation. He didn't feel panic or fear at this moment. On the contrary, he was very calm. He just sighed when he heard his words just now. He didn't make too fancy moves, and only used intermediate magic, focused explosion, to block his attack. But even so, it seemed to be too much for Kordek. That magic not only succeeded in blocking his attack, but also flew him backwards. When dust flew into the arena due to Kordek's landing, a groan of pain was then heard. Kordek was really shocked at this moment. He didn't expect there to be a mage who had such a fast reaction speed, and what made him even more surprised was, it came from a third-year student, whereas last year they were not a threat at all. But, when Kordek was thinking about that, he then could only curse when he saw the two spirits summoned by Ed who were charging towards him. He was confused about where monsters like him came from. That was Kordek's last thought before he lost consciousness due to a combination attack from Mug and Leisha. The students who were watching took a deep breath when witnessing the scene. They seemed to be very surprised by what they saw. Seeing the unconscious Kordek in front of him, Ed did not expect their fight to only take 5 seconds. Even though he had restrained himself enough so that he was not seriously injured, he felt a little bad for ending it too soon. Even though his opponent wanted a long fight, as the last words, Ed then told him that he had fought well. Right after that, the roar of the audience then sounded filled the stadium. They roared like lions. The fight was really surprising to them. Ed himself didn't care about that. The reason why he looked dazed for a while was, his mind was too busy with other things at the moment, leaving behind the Saintess's bombshell of a visit. He also just drove Janica to her match. because she is directionally blind. Then as he was leaving for the arena to fight with Kordek, he bumped into someone unexpected. It was Adele. Adele also looked surprised when she saw him, whether her surprise was real or feigned. Seeing her, Ed confusedly asked what she was doing here. This is Glocked Hall. She is a second-year student, so she should be in the Nail Hall. Adele smiled a little at that. She said that destiny was something strange. People said it flowed like a gust of wind that brought various humans with it, and it seemed that their meeting was also connected through it. Ed could only be silent to hear her confusing words. After saying that, Adele then said that she had to leave. Ed felt uncomfortable at this time, because he knew, after this joint combat training was over, Adele Saris would die. Previously he had always considered his choice for the smooth running of the scenario, but that changed since he wanted to make sure that Tanya became the student council president. The story itself was distorted. He kept telling himself that interfering was a form of arrogance. Even if he wanted to, he would not be able to interfere in the story as it should be, but in reality, he had let too many people out of his grasp, and they were always imprinted in his mind. Ignoring and moving forward was no longer easy. Ed clenched his hands tightly as if he was about to make a difficult decision. Adele, who was about to leave, then confusedly turned to him when he heard him suddenly calling her. Ed was silent for a moment. He then said to her, "It won't be long, you will die." Although he himself felt that it was hard to believe, even he had difficulty finding the right words to convince her, but Ed was then stunned, because Adele said that she knew it. Her words and her smiling face when she said it as if she had surrendered to fate, really surprised him. He did not expect Adele to know that she would die. He was really confused by it and even suspected that Adele was just like him, a possessor, but he quickly denied that suspicion, because he felt that it was impossible. While running fast, which surprised the students he passed, Ed thought that he had to find out how much the scenario had changed. First, he had to find Taylor, then Adele, but when Ed was on his way to find the two of them, he was then shocked when there was a violent shaking in the building where he was. Not only Ed, the students who were there also panicked with the shaking. They wondered if this was an earthquake. Ed was really confused and shocked at this time. This was not at all in the original scenario. No matter how deviated the scenario from the original story, he never stopped preparing himself for the possibility of deviations. But this one, not just off script, but beyond anything he could imagine, the scene he was witnessing at the moment was like the world was welcoming the arrival of the apocalypse. He was completely baffled by the reason. Why was that monster here? This was something he had never expected, a creature that was believed to have been completely extinct, even in mythology, a catastrophic entity so powerful that no human power can withstand it, an entity so powerful, just from the stretch of its wings is enough to destroy part of the forest. It is also known as the final boss. The failed swordsman of Sylvania, the holy spear dragon, has awakened. In the original scenario, Act 3, the failed swordsman of Sylvania, the second joint combat training episode, the protagonist, Taylor, defeated all the strongest students from the first year. However, after finally defeating Claude from the alchemy faculty who drank the blood of the fallen god, and leaving the joint training site, he heard the news of Adele's death. The reason for Adele's death was not explained in detail in the game. Clarice, who was once an immature child, completely lost faith in the church and her attitude changed 180 degrees. Because of this sudden change in attitude, even players criticized the developers because this could be considered character destruction. The Saintess of Mistrust, the church sent troops to the island of Arkan to capture the Saintess of Mistrust who opposed them, which in the end, Lucy faced the church troops alone and put up an all-out fight, which made her the final boss of Act 3, awakened Lucy. This was the original scenario in Act 3, but what he saw at this time completely subverted his cognition, because he knew, the majestic creature that suddenly appeared was the Saint Dragon, Velbrock, the creature that will become the boss in Act 5 and the final boss that ends all the scenarios of the failed swordsman of Sylvania, has awakened now. Ed is completely confused by what exactly happened, and why the creature suddenly awakened. It is a creature that is so powerful, by only lifting one leg, he was able to devastate the entire academy, and what was exaggerated was, it was just a normal movement and not magic. With that one footstep alone, who knows how many victims fell. The academy that was once lively because of the joint combat training, the atmosphere immediately turned into despair. Ed also looked overwhelmed by the pressure exerted by the Saint Dragon, and when he directed his gaze to a place that was stepped on by the Saint Dragon, gloom then appeared in his eyes. he never imagined this scene. Half of the dormitory building and all its residents were obliterated to the ground due to its trample. He survived because he happened to be in the faculty building. He is still alive now purely because of luck. But, when the students desperately ran away from the creature, Ed was the opposite. He ran over and jumped out of the faculty building through the window glass. In the middle of his landing, Ed then used Glass's golden phoenix ring. Although he would not be able to use magic for years after using this, no, what was worse was that he might never be able to use magic again, and in the worst case, his life might be in danger if he was not careful, because now, Ed decided to use the maximum output that the ring could produce. He then summoned Matilda and immediately ran towards the scene. Ed realized that he could not hesitate or be afraid. After all, if this continued, if they remained silent, they are the ones who will die. Ed then told Marilda to run at full speed. Meanwhile in the tricks hall, confusion and panic then arose there when the earthquake resulting from the appearance of the Saint Dragon occurred. In Clarice's room, the guards then anxiously asked Clarice to leave there immediately. Clarice said that she knew. She then told them to quickly gather the others. They had to move quickly. The sudden shock caused by the Saint Dragon seemed to cause some injuries to Clarice's body. While extending his hand to her, one of the guards asked her to take his hand. They would escort her to the carriage, but right after the guards said that, something unexpected happened. Some sharp things suddenly appeared to break the wall beside the guards and pierced their bodies. But fortunately Clarice was able to react quickly and immediately protected her body using sacred magic. After the throwing of some things finally ended, dust flew up and then appeared to fill the room. Clarice's breath was gasping after facing such a shocking thing. She was confused. What exactly happened? And after she carefully observed the thing that pierced the guards, she then became even more confused. It looked like dragon scales. And when she observed the condition of the guards, she was then shocked that just releasing dragon scales to the ground could cause this kind of disaster. The room was filled with the blood of the guards and their corpses that drooped helplessly on the ground. One of the surviving guards then immediately approached Clarice and led her away from there. After the two of them finally got out of the tricks hall, the guard then immediately called the coachman and told him to bring the carriage. But, while holding his injured hand, the coachman apologized to Clarice. The carriage had been destroyed. Instead, he asked her to please ride this horse. It was trained. He said that it would take her out of the Arkan Island through the Mex's bridge. Hearing that, with a teary face, Clarice with a trembling voice said that she had never ridden a horse, but, when she looked more carefully at the state of the guard who was leading her earlier, her eyes then widened in shock. The condition of the guard leading her was really bad at the moment. One of his hands was even cut off, but, he still prioritized Clarice's safety as the first. While handing over the horse's rope to Clarice, he said that she should just hold the reins tightly and hug the horse's neck. After Clarice got on the horse, the coachman then patted the horse's neck. He told it to go and take the saintess out of the city. After that, the horse then ran at full speed while carrying Clarice on its back. Clarice screamed in fear due to the speed of the horse, and at this moment, when she was taken out of the city by the horse, she was finally able to observe the situation of the academy and what was really happening. Clarice cried sadly when she witnessed such a tragic scene. She thought it was just an exaggerated legend. But then, she remembered something from a book that the Archbishop had read to her. She remembered the explanation of a book, which mentioned a very powerful creature, the Saint Dragon, Velbrock. Its figure was so large that it could be seen from any angle in the academy. Its arrival brought destruction and despair to the academy. As if still not satisfied with the destruction it had brought, the Saint Dragon then took a long breath and gathered energy in its mouth. It was a unique skill belonging to the Dragon clan, Dragon's Breath. The magic contained in its breath was like the power of the sun itself. To everything that exists beneath it, it brings destruction. Clarice, who quietly walked out of the city while riding a horse, was automatically covered by the dragon's breath that Saint Dragon released. But, when she could only stare desperately at the powerful dragon's breath that Saint Dragon released, a barrier suddenly appeared enveloping the academy and successfully blocked the dragon's breath. It was an advanced magic, large-scale magic. Nullification barrier. Clarice was certainly confused and shocked when she saw it, and when she looked up, she then saw a person who fearlessly faced that mighty creature alone, and when Clarice observed the person more carefully, she then immediately recognized the person. He was the principal of the Sylvania Academy, Abel Fossius. Principal Abel also seemed to be surprised by the earlier than expected resurrection of the Saint Dragon. but that didn't dampen his spirits. He was determined not to let it bring further destruction to the academy. But, even though Principal Abel had cast advanced magic to protect the academy, but that didn't seem to be enough to stop the Saint Dragon. It could quite easily break the barrier and attack him. Principal Abel looked quite worried when he saw the Saint Dragon's claws flying towards him. It didn't even give him enough time to cast magic, but fortunately, someone then came and shared the pressure with him. She cast the supreme telekinetic magic, Chains of Providence, and managed to stop the Saint Dragon's attack. That person was none other than Lucy. With a helpless sigh, Lucy then rudely called Principal Abel. Lucy had already promised Glock that she would help deal with the threats that came to the academy at least once, but she never imagined that the threat would be like this. Lucy then continued to mobilize her mana to summon chains to entangle the Saint Dragon. The Saint Dragon looked very angry when its legs were suddenly chained by a small and weak creature in front of it, and even though it was a chain that came from the supreme magic that Lucy personally cast, the chain seemed unable to entangle the dragon for too long. After successfully breaking the chain that Lucy summoned, the Saint Dragon then turned its eyes towards her and attacked her using its huge claws. Lucy's eyes widened in shock when she saw that. She didn't seem to expect the supreme magic she cast would be so easily broken by it, and when the dragon's claws finally landed on her, the resulting impact made Lucy fall hard to the ground. Not stopping there, the impact of this continued to make her thrown back and destroy every building in its path. Clarice, who was not far away, was also affected by the impact of her fall, which forcibly stopped her driving speed, but fortunately, although the impact of the attack that Saint Dragon threw at her was quite hard, but Lucy was fortunately unharmed because she could quickly react and immediately protect her body with a barrier. But when Lucy returned her gaze to Saint Dragon, she then could only stare in confusion. Her interruption earlier seemed to give enough time for Principal Abel to finish casting his magic. He thanked her for buying time for him. The magic that Principal Abel was casting at this time was like a net covering every inch of the academy. It was the supreme defensive magic, shield of the Creator God. The magic managed to block the attack that the Holy Dragon launched at them. If you were in the Sylvania Academy right now and looked up, you would see two figures floating in the air with a terrible flow of mana enveloping them. The two of them were like two guardians protecting the academy from all kinds of dangers. Clarice could only stare in shock at the scene. The shock brought by today's events made her almost crazy, and if she observed more carefully to the surrounding environment, she would then see the floor covered with blood and the corpses of the students lying there. With a trembling voice, Clarice said that she had to go to the Mex's bridge immediately. She must leave this place immediately. But, when she looked at her hands which were now covered with blood, her gaze then turned into fear. She was confused about what to do, but, in the midst of her fear and despair, someone suddenly came and calmed her down. He said that she was safe now, and when Clarice looked at the person, she was then shocked. The person was Ed. Ed's condition was not much better than her now. His body was covered in blood. Even one of his hands looked like it would be paralyzed at this time. Even so, Ed then sighed with relief after finding her. He was grateful for having found her here. While extending his hand towards her, Ed asked if she was hurt. Clarice then stood up while being helped by Ed. She said that she was not hurt, but she then confusedly asked him why he knew she was here. Ed explained, "I know you have an appointment with an important guest, so I guessed that you would be in the Trix Hall." Hearing that, Clarice said that she rode a horse to go to the Mex's bridge, but Ed told her that it was useless. There were too many people, and even if she left this island, she was still within the dragon's reach. In the worst case, she would die for nothing. After explaining that to her, Ed then climbed back onto Marilda's back and helped Clarice to climb up. He then directed his gaze back upwards. Ed realized that no human would be able to fight that monster. Even Lucy and Abel might only be able to withstand it. At least, based on the original scenario, only Taylor, who had reached his full potential and mastered the Sword Saint ritual, would be able to overcome it. This was really a desperate situation. Ed even thought about whether they should just give up, but Ed quickly dismissed the thought as soon as it appeared. He told himself to stay focused. From the start the original scenario had already deviated. He then told Marilda to speed up the pace. Ed thought, first they had to find the cause of this massive distortion. He was sure there must be a way to make the Saint Dragon fall asleep again. At first he thought that this was his fault too, because the story did not follow the original scenario. He always suspected that he was the cause, but he quickly rejected this assumption. one flutter of a butterfly should not make the whole world destroyed. Even so, he was still confused why the last scenario that should appear in Act 5, instead appeared in Act 3. First of all, he had to find out who resurrected the Saint Dragon. Based on the elimination of possibilities, information could be gathered from the key characters in Act 3. Lucy was currently fighting the Saint Dragon, so it couldn't be her. Looking at Clarissa's frightened look, she seemed completely unaware of this. The protagonist Taylor could also be ruled out. He was probably currently busy saving people, meaning that besides him, there must be someone who had twisted the scenario. A figure then appeared in Ed's mind when he thought about it. His eyes widened as a result of the conjecture he got. He even had time to deny the conjecture. Meanwhile in the nail hall, the scene there was like chaos with the dragon scales constantly bombarding the building. The desperate voices of the students continued to be heard and they frantically fled from there. Amidst the panic and desperation, there was a student who walked casually there while humming a song. She seemed out of place. She then returned to reading the letter in her hand. Nail Hall Duel Room, 1 p.m., Adele Saris. Clarice, please wait for your next duel match assignment. The 1 p.m. training session in Duel Room 3 has been cancelled due to the Saint's sudden schedule change. The person was none other than Adele. Reading the letter, Adele felt it was very unfortunate, even though they could finally meet again. But, while looking back, she then smiled slightly. She didn't really care about it. After all, the wind would blow again, it would always blow. Currently, the final boss in the original scenario, Velbrock, unexpectedly awakened in the middle of Act 3. Ed thought that if they could find the cause of its awakened, they might be able to seal it back. Based on the elimination of possibilities, information could be gathered from the key characters in Act 3. After Ed thought about it for a while, he knew that the culprit was not Lucy and Taylor. Clarice was most likely not either, so, what was left was Adele. Her calm attitude despite knowing the date of her own death was strange to him. Ed thought that he should be able to find out something when he found her, but, when Ed saw the barrier protecting the academy being bombarded by the Saint Dragon, it made him have a feeling of haste. He realized that time was too tight. He then asked Marilda to move again and increase her speed even more. He was racing against time at the moment. After a while of speeding, they then arrived at a place. Ed said to Clarice that they had arrived. The place they were currently at was in front of the Ophilus dormitory building. Ed said that they were lucky because the defensive magic in the Ophilus hall had been activated. For now, he asked Clarice to please wait inside quietly, but, when Clarice saw the condition of the dormitory in front of her, she then hesitantly called Ed. Her call made Ed feel something was wrong, and sure enough, when he took a closer look at the barrier that covered the Ophilus hall, he then saw various dragon scales stuck there. Not only that, in the area around the Ophilus hall, there were various bloodied corpses lying there, even though the defensive magic was active. But, when he saw the tragic condition, it made him wonder, the first Velbrock scales hit, did they fail to withstand it? The shock in Clarissa's heart could not be described in words when she saw such a tragic scene in front of her. A bad guess then appeared in her heart. Was everyone in the Ophilus hall, already? Just when Clarice thought about it, Ed then held her hand and calmed her down. He said that the situation might not be there yet. After saying that, Ed then immediately brought Clarice into the Ophilus hall. The scene inside was really tragic with corpses lying there helplessly every inch of the way. Ed realized, the fact that the Ophilus hall's defensive magic was activated, it meant that someone had activated it in the control room upstairs. That meant there was someone who was still alive, so, Ed's current goal was to head there. But, when they finally got there and opened the door of the room, Ed's eyes then widened in shock. The scene he saw at this moment really gave him an indescribable shock. There, on top of the magic circle painted on the floor, was the body of a maid covered in blood with several dragon scales piercing her body. That person was Belle Maya. They immediately worriedly ran over to her when they saw that. Seeing Maya's tragic condition, Clarice then said she would use sacred magic to heal her, but Ed was just silent hearing that, because he knew that she was beyond help. He roughly knew why Maya's condition could be like this. She was hit by the first dragon scale shot fired by Velbrock, but she still crawled up with her condition, just to increase the possibility of survival of the survivors. With a trembling body and a mouth that spit out a mouthful of blood, Maya then handed something into Ed's hand. Feeling that her mission was over, Maya then breathed her last. Seeing that, Clarice then anxiously called out to her. Ed's face turned grim when he saw Maya who died in front of him. The scene felt like a soldier who died in a war. If Maya was still able to speak, this is probably what she would say, I only did what I could do. Clarice couldn't hold back her tears anymore when she saw that. She really couldn't believe what she was seeing right now. The sadness in Ed's heart was no less than hers when he personally witnessed Maya's death, but Ed was able to deal with it more calmly. He then slowly closed Maya's eyes, and let her rest in peace. But Clarice still couldn't calm down at this time. She cried hysterically when she saw the dead Maya in front of her. She really couldn't believe this. She then repeatedly told her that she would be fine. Ed was feeling very upset at the moment. He was grinding his teeth as a result of the anger in his heart, while Clarice was mourning Maya's death. Ed then immediately dragged her away from there. Ed thought that he should also do what he could do. Ed took Clarice to a room and locked the room with the key that Maya had given him. He explained to her that there was a high level of magic protecting this room, so, as long as it was not exposed to a direct attack, she should be safe here. While looking at the scenery outside the window, Ed then told Clarice, who was crying incessantly, to strengthen her heart. He also said that he would go out to assess the current situation. Clarice was then surprised to hear that. She then immediately tried to stop him, because she knew that it was dangerous outside, but Ed certainly wouldn't stop there. He told her to look outside the window. Just staying still wouldn't change anything. But, when Ed was about to leave there was a sudden change that surprised him. An extremely powerful mana flow suddenly appeared in the center of the academy. Ed was very familiar with that flow of mana. It was the celestial magic circle. Besides, this was not an ordinary one. Judging from its structure, a conjecture then appeared in his mind. Realizing that, Ed then immediately rummaged through the bookshelves in the room to find something. Clarice was then confused to see that. She then immediately asked him what he was looking for. After Ed flipped through the books there, he then finally found what he was looking for. He was thankful it was in Clarice's room, the introductory book to sacred magic, the application of sacred magic, and finally, the book The Principle of Celestial Magic, written by Glocked. Ed then thought hard about the unexpected events, the sudden rise of the Saint Dragon, the disappearance of Adele, and Clarice, who didn't know anything. Then the celestial magic circle scattered in the sky. He knew that the celestial magic circle was not from Abel or Lucy. The magic circle was applied in an unusual way. While Ed was pondering that, the battle between Principal Abel and Lucy against the Saint Dragon, Valbreck, was still going on at this time. Valbreck then once again gathered energy in its mouth, then spouted dragon's breath at the defensive magic cast by Glocked. Glocked looked very overwhelmed in blocking the attack. Even though the defensive magic he cast had reached the supreme grade magic, it was still unable to completely block the dragon's breath that Velbrock had spouted, and made some of the remaining dragon's breath escape and enter the academy. Principal Abel could only stare with worry when he saw the remaining dragon's breath flying towards a building. Meanwhile, inside the Awfulous Hall, after Ed pondered it for a while, he then finally understood. He couldn't stick to the original story, because wasn't the story off from the beginning? Seeing Ed, who suddenly froze without moving, Clarice then confusedly asked him if he knew anything. But, before Ed could even answer her question, a dazzling light suddenly appeared, illuminating the building they were in. They were then surprised when they saw it, and when they both looked out the window, the barrier that covered the entire Awfulous Hall suddenly showed signs of breaking. Clarice immediately felt panic when she saw the light that was now speeding towards them. As for Ed, without thinking, he immediately ran over to Clarice and protected her. And as you might have guessed, the light was the dragon's breath that was spat out by Velbrock. Even though it was only a part of the dragon's breath that Velbrock released, but the impact it had was still so strong that it destroys anything it touches. After that, all that was seen was the scene of Awfulous Hall, which was flattened to the ground. The magnificent building that was used as a residence for elite students was no longer there at this time. All that was left was a pile of remnants of the building, which made it nothing more than a ruin. Somewhere in the ruins, in Clarice's former room. When Clarice did not feel any pain as she expected, she then timidly slowly opened her eyes. But, what she saw in front of her at this moment then shocked her. Ed, with a body covered in blood, standing in front of her, protecting her from Velbrock's dragon's breath. His condition was very bad at the moment, with a stick stuck through her body. In a weak tone, Ed then said to her, "Anyway, whatever happens, if it feels too difficult, please ask for my help." The sadness in Clarice's heart could not be described in words when she saw that scene. She really could not believe and accept this. She had never witnessed such a tragic thing. The experience brought today would probably continue to haunt Clarice throughout her life. Feeling that his life force was slowly fading away, Ed then muttered, 160, but he then vomited a mouthful of blood after just saying those few words. Seeing that, Clarice then worriedly begged him not to talk yet. She said she would do something, she would find a way out, but when Clarice was about to use sacred magic to heal Ed's wounds, unfortunately it was too late. Ed's wounds were too severe by now. He then breathed his last in her arms. Clarice's body froze as she held Ed's lifeless body in her arms. She then disbelievingly tried to call his name. Amidst the strong sadness and grief Clarice was experiencing, a power then rose up that centered from within her. That power seemed to resonate with the celestial magic circle that was now hovering over the academy. The sadness in Clarice's heart peaked at this time, with her face streaked with tears. She then repeatedly asked why. The scenes of the death of the guards then reappeared in her memory. The last guard who led her out of the tricks hall and the coachman who gave her the horse, even to Ed. Clarice was sad why they sacrificed themselves for her. This was not what she wanted. She could not accept this reality. She then hugged Ed's body and repeatedly begged him. She also apologized to those who had sacrificed their lives for her. But, when Clarice opened her eyes again, she was then stunned. In contrast to the scene of destruction and chaos she had seen earlier, she was surprised when she saw the calm and peaceful atmosphere in front of her. This is the scene when Clarice just met Ed and Janica near the joint combat training list. Seeing Clarice sitting there with Ed and Janica, the students who saw then wondered, what is the need for the Saintess to come here? Don't tell me that she came here to meet that Ed. Do they know each other? As for Ed himself, he is really confused about what is actually happening now. Clarice has told him earlier that she said she wanted to talk to him, so, Ed then respectfully asked her, what is the need for her with him? But, ignoring his question, Clarice, who was surprised to see Ed, who was still intact and healthy in front of her, suddenly crossed the table and approached him. Ed was then surprised by her sudden action, but his shock did not stop there. He was then shocked when he saw Clarice suddenly forcibly undressing him. With a rather blushing face, Ed then confusedly called out to her. Clarice herself did not realize his mood. She was somewhat relieved and confused when she saw that there were no wounds on Ed's chest. As for the students around them, they then screamed in shock when witnessing the indecent scene. They really couldn't believe what they saw. Janica then frantically tried to separate them. With a blushing face, she also said to Clarice, even though she is a saintess, doing things like this in broad daylight, this is too much. Amidst the shock and disbelief of the students around her, Clarice herself didn't really care what they thought. Her mind was too preoccupied with something at the moment, seeing a reality that was completely different from a few moments ago. Clarice wondered whether everything that had happened until now was just a dream, or a vision of the future, or just a hallucination. Clarice really had a hard time distinguishing between illusion and reality at the moment. But, when she looked at her wrist, she was shocked and could hardly believe what she was seeing. She then recalled the scene when Ed's bloody hand pulled her to a place, and everything she had gone through during the disaster. It felt very real. Even the blood that stained Ed's hand was now imprinted on her wrist. With trembling hands, Clarice then thought that she might have gone back in time. On this morning, Clarice met Ed and had a little chat with him. The purpose was to prevent Ed from crossing paths with Verdio, who could read minds. After that, she then went to the tricks hall and waited for the arrival of the Holy Emperor. But, while she was waiting, an unexpected disaster suddenly appeared that befell the entire academy, a very powerful shock that shook the building she was in. It was the awakened scene of a majestic creature, the Saint Dragon, Velbrock. Clarice's eyes widened in fear when she saw the scene. The aura Velbrock carried was so terrifying that it even made Clarice think that she was going to die. After that, along with Velbrock's awakened and the destruction it brought, various scenes of the death of those closest to her then occurred. They died in order to protect her. Seeing the blood on her wrist, Clarice realized that she wasn't just hallucinating, it might actually be happening. Her hands trembled with fear at the thought. Clarice thought, if this keeps up, I'm going to die. Seeing Clarice's sudden silence, while buttoning up his shirt again, Ed then confusedly called out to her. Ignoring it, Clarice then held his hand, and immediately took him away from there. She said that they had to run immediately. The people around were then shocked at her actions. Ed was the same. Ed was really confused at this time. He couldn't refuse the Saintess, so he could only confusedly wonder about what really happened. But, when Clarice forcibly put him into the carriage, Ed then confusedly called her and asked her to wait for a while. He asked her wasn't she going to go to the tricks hall to welcome the Holy Emperor, but, Clarice certainly would not care about the appointment because she knew what crisis would befall the academy soon. After sitting in the carriage, Clarice then immediately told the coachman that she would take full responsibility and ordered him to immediately escape to the Mex's bridge as soon as possible, as fast as they could. After that, at full speed, the carriage then immediately left the place, leaving the stunned students behind. The incident really left confusion in the minds of the students there. They were really confused by what they had just witnessed. They couldn't believe that the Sinus had kidnapped Ed Roth Taylor. Janica was no less confused than them. The incident was so sudden that it made her unable to react. But her focus was somewhat different from the students there. A bit of madness appeared in her eyes when she recalled Clarice saying something like taking responsibility and running away. Meanwhile, in the luxurious carriage that was speeding up, seeing Clarice who kept crying in front of her, Ed confusedly asked her how long she would cry like this. They didn't have time for this. Hearing that, Clarice then told him about what really happened. There would be a big dragon descending on the island of Arkan, and we would all be killed by it. Ed could only be confused and surprised to hear that. With tears in her eyes, Clarice continued, I almost died once, but I went back in time. Clarice also said that he was the one who saved her, and it seems, his past self realized something, but before he could tell her something, he was trapped under the ruins, and died to protect her. Clarice cried when she recalled the incident. While holding Ed's hand with both hands, Clarice then said to him, I know this seems absurd to you, but before he died, Senior said this to me, if you find it difficult, ask for my help, ask for help from me, and make sure you tell him this. Ed sighed hearing that. He didn't really mind Clarice's sudden action, he just felt that this was too sudden. Ed said that he didn't know what to answer, and when Ed looked outside, a busy street scene then appeared in his view with various carriages passing by. At that very moment, the coachman said to Clarice that they had reached the Mex's bridge checkpoint. They would hold position from now on. Hearing that, with some hesitation, Ed then told Clarice that going there would be a waste. He suggested her to change the route for now and go to see the Holy Emperor, but, as if ignoring his words, Clarice suddenly said something confusing at this time. 15155001660, the numbers that looked like codes were the last things Ed said to her before his death, and sure enough, Ed's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the codes. Ed seemed to be fully aware of the current situation. Meanwhile, looking at the various carriages that stopped in front of him, the coachman said that they seemed to be completely blocked. He then immediately said to Clarice that it seemed that the delivery of goods from the Elt store had been delayed because of the Holy King's formal procession, and judging from the timing. But, before the coachman could even finish his sentence, someone suddenly shouted from inside the carriage telling him to break through immediately. It was Ed. With a face of urgency, Ed said that this was an emergency. No matter what, he asked him to break through as soon as possible, but the coachman was a bit hesitant at the moment, because if they did such a despicable thing, bad rumors regarding the Saintess would definitely spread in the academy. But Ed knew that such things were not important for now. He quickly told the coachman that the Saintess was in danger. Rather, they were all in danger, as long as it wasn't impossible. He asked him to break through immediately. Anyway, Ed assured him not to worry about anything. His words and expressions seemed to have convinced the coachman. He told him to hold on tightly and immediately whipped the horse to walk again. Ed's words just now made him feel a bit unhappy. He felt a bit underestimated, this way, and that he had been driving a carriage for 22 years. If he could exaggerate a bit, he might have been able to cross the ocean while closing his eyes. The coachman really didn't boast. He was able to break through the streets filled with carriages, but his actions certainly made the carriage drivers he passed surprised and panicked. Not only that, Ed and Clarice who were in the carriage could not sit stably at this time due to the shocks produced. The two of them even fell down, which made their position a little ambiguous at the moment. But Ed's mind was not there at all. He was thinking about the numbers that looked like the code Clarice said earlier. If translated it would be like this: soon, the Saint Dragon will be awakened and we will all die. Although what Clarice said really didn't make sense to him, but Ed decided to believe her, because of the series of numbers she said. In this world there was no one who knew the number other than him. 1550060. It was a series of numbers that Ed remembered clearly before transmigrating to this world. It was his military ID number. After that, Clarice then told the whole story from the awakened of Velbra to the moment she went back in time. Hearing that Ophilus Hall was also destroyed, Ed realized that it meant that there was no safe place on the Arkan Island. He now understood why Clarice chose to run away, and if she did turn back time, Ed suspected that this must have something to do with celestial magic. Of all the famous magic theories that existed, only celestial magic could affect time. But While Ed was expressing his conjecture regarding her phenomenon, he then noticed that Clarice's body was sweating profusely. He asked if she was listening to what he was saying. Clarice stammeringly replied yes. She understood that he suspected this was due to celestial magic. Ed confirmed it, but his face suddenly showed a bit of confusion at this moment, because he knew that turning back time on such a large scale was an impossible thing to do with the mana of a human. If what she said was true, then soon, but before Ed could even finish his words, a very violent shock suddenly hit the place where they were. This was the moment when Velbrock had just been awakened and the first dragon scales attack that Velbrock threw out. It was really a very powerful creature. Just from its appearance it had brought such devastating destruction. Clarice screamed in fear while protecting herself, sensing that the carriage she was riding in had been destroyed. Clarice realized that the disaster was repeating itself. She initially thought that once she managed to escape and get out of the Arkan Island, they would probably be safe for now, but when she opened her eyes and saw the tragic scene in front of her, she then realized that her thinking was too naive. That nightmare, everything was repeating itself. When Clarice was frightened and confused there, she then heard someone calling her from behind her and asking if she was okay. Clarice felt very happy when she heard that familiar voice, but when Clarice finally looked back and saw the person's condition, her body then froze. Due to the shock brought by what she witnessed, it was the scene of Ed, who was sitting there limply with his body covered in blood with several dragon scales stuck on his body. Clarice screamed in worry when she saw his condition. She then immediately went over to him and tried to heal him, but Ed himself knew that it was useless, so he only gave her a few words of advice. He said that she should not give up and keep moving forward. Hearing Ed's weak tone and his worsening condition, Clarice immediately felt panic. She frantically assured him that he would be fine, she would do something, but her struggle then turned into despair. With tears on her face, Clarice apologized to him. She apologized for not being able to help. She felt that she was really a useless person. She could not do anything, always being the one to be rescued, and constantly getting people around her killed, never doing anything to return the favor, and always relying on others. Clarice guiltily apologized. Hearing her helplessness, while holding her face with his blood-stained hands, Ed said that she didn't need to apologize. He also begged her not to cry. He promised to help her again. He would definitely help her, so he asked her to stop crying and not give up. Don't fall into the abyss of despair. After saying that, Ed suddenly fell silent for a long time. Seeing that, Clarice then confusedly called him, but there was no response from Ed. Clarice then frantically tried to call him again and again, but the response she got was still the same. Clarice's body trembled with fear when she saw that. She realized that Ed had died. He died right in front of her for the second time. Clarice then blamed herself. She wished that if only this kind of blessing was given to Ed instead of someone like her, and if only she could have returned one more time. Clarice cried again when she thought about it. She really felt hopeless at the moment. She silently wished that she could return one more time. In the midst of her despair, a celestial magic circle reappeared at the moment. It was hovering over the academy, bearing witness to the disaster currently engulfing the academy, and as the fluctuations of the celestial magic circle continued to strengthen and reached its peak, Clarice was then stunned when she saw the familiar scene in front of her. Clarice was completely confused and clueless at the moment. While Ed himself was confused when he saw her suddenly silent. She had said that she wanted to talk to him, so he then asked her what was the need. Ignoring his question, Clarice's eyes then moistened when she saw Ed, who was still healthy and fine at the moment. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore, and immediately rushed to hug him. Ed and Janica were then shocked by her sudden action. Ignoring their reactions, Clarice was determined, whatever happened, she would definitely save him. After that, Clarice then dragged Ed back into the carriage. Ed was certainly confused and shocked by her actions, but Clarice did not explain further to him. She planned to take a different route this time. After the two of them finally got into the carriage, Clarice then immediately ordered the coachman to head eastward. After that, the carriage then walked lonely under the blood-red sky that was currently enveloping the academy. While fleeing with the horse carriage, Clarice then returned to tell Ed everything and convinced him to hide. But even though they had chosen another route, the fate they received was still the same. With the resurrection of Velbrock and the first dragon scales that it threw, the carriage then disintegrated and killed everyone on board, except for Clarice, although she had gone back in time for the third time, and escaped to the other side of the island. But the ending she got was still the same as Ed, who died in front of her with several dragon scales stuck on his body. Even though they had rushed to escape, They were still too late, but, while Clarice was lamenting Ed's death, the celestial magic circle hovering over the academy fluctuated, and when it reached its peak, Clarice was once again transported back in time. This is the fourth time she has gone back in time. The storyline is roughly the same, with Clarice dragging Ed into the carriage. While in the carriage, Clarice immediately tells Ed everything, which makes Ed immediately understand the situation. Ed then suggests her to go to a coastal cave on the west coast, but the cave collapses. As a result of the shock generated by the awakening of Velbrock, the collapsing rocks then fall on Ed and kill him immediately there. But, when Clarice realized that she went back in time one more time, she did not give up and continued to fight. On her 12th time she went back in time, with Clarice still dragging Ed into the carriage. They then went to Professor Glass's secret laboratory, but the ending was still the same, with Ed dying in front of her. The story after that was Clarice who repeatedly went back in time along with the failures that befell her, but after who knows how many times, the ending she got was still the same, with Ed repeatedly dying in front of her with different deaths, repeatedly facing failure and watching the person she respected die many times in front of her really made Clarice feel tired. She even felt that her world was already full of a pool of blood at the moment with Ed's dead bodies around her, but, after who knows how many times she returned to the past, Clarice had already lost her resolve at the moment. The color of despair even shone on her face at the moment, seeing Clarice who was suddenly silent in front of him without explaining anything to him. Ed then could only confusedly call out to her. Clarice never knew what the reason was that caused time to go backwards. She had searched all over the academy, but neither the Holy Emperor nor the Archbishop were found anywhere, and, with tears rolling down her cheeks, Clarice sadly thought, no matter how many times I ran away, I could never save him. It really made Clarice feel sad and guilty towards him, while Ed himself could only feel confused when he saw Clarice who suddenly cried in front of him. On this day that had repeated dozens of times, Ed always saved her and died in her place, and when Ed confusedly called her once again, Clarice then mentioned the numbers that were his military ID to Ed. Clarice was really confused about what else she should do now. She was really out of her mind at this time, and when the carriage they were traveling in finally arrived at the Mex's Bridge checkpoint, the coachman then said that they would hold position from now on. I don't know how many times Clarice heard those words, looking at the crowded street scene that was there. Clarice's face did not show her enthusiasm at all like the first time. Her eyes looked very tired at this time. She could already guess what would happen next. Soon, Ed would definitely shout through the window and ask the coachman to break in, but, different from what she expected, Ed calmly asked the coachman to stop the carriage here for now. Clarice was confused and could not react for a moment when she heard that, and when the carriage finally stopped and Ed walked down to the street, he then invited Clarice to get off too. Clarice could only feel confused by that, but she did not immediately ask and followed him down to the street. Ed said that he did not know how many times she had faced this ordeal, but, while covering Clarice's body with his coat, Ed said that she needed to rest. Clarice's tears broke out when she heard that. Stopping the carriage in such a tense situation didn't make sense, but, instead of feeling unhappy at this time, she even felt happy, because this was different from Ed's previous actions. This was the first time he had made such a decision. While rolling up his sleeves, Ed said that he knew some people who might be able to help. Hearing that, Clarice then realized that something had changed. This brought back a hope in her heart. While shedding tears, Clarice then said to Ed that they had no time for this. She solemnly said that she did not want to see him die again, therefore, they had to move quickly. When the disaster appeared, the Mex's Bridge would be locked. She had done everything she could think of, whether it was dragging him away from this place, trying to escape like now, or hiding. She had done all that. Hearing that, Ed then tried to comfort her and calm her down. But Clarice couldn't calm down at the moment. Her emotions were peaking, which made her tell the contents of her heart that she had been suppressing. She had done everything in her power to fight for the slightest hope and chance, but nothing had worked, so you can imagine how desperate she was at the moment. She had made efforts again and again, but still, everything remained useless. Hearing that, Ed calmly said that it was fine. He then took out some kind of ointment from his pocket, and applied it to Clarice's injured wrist. Ed said that her actions were not meaningless. The fact that the wound on the body of a saintess like her did not heal indicated that there was something serious. However, the question is, why are all these wounds still there even though time has been turned back? The blessing of sacred law that envelopes her body protects her from any threat that aims to harm her. The blessing protects her body from any harm. The blessing of sacred law also provides full resistance to celestial magic. that's why. Archbishop Verdio's mind-reading magic doesn't work on her, then, why is it that only the saintess's memories and wounds don't reset? Actually the answer is simple, it's because all these time loops phenomena are manifested through celestial magic. Clarice was stunned to hear that. Ed said that time was turned back using celestial magic. Clarice's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that deduction. She currently also realized, at that time, in the first timeline, it turned out that this was the thing that Ed Sr. realized. After a short pause, Ed then continued, a spell on this scale could only be fueled by celestial magic, grounded in divine power. After saying that deduction, with a small smile, Ed then asked her if she had realized the new path now. He was also a bit sorry for her for repeating it more times than he could count, but, Ed was then shocked and confused when Clarice suddenly ran to hug him. With a tear-stained face, Clarice said that she didn't know either. At first she counted it, but after passing 10, she became difficult to remember. Hearing that, Ed then rubbed Clarice's head to calm her down. He said that she had struggled more than enough. He then asked her to rest for now, calm down so that she could focus more. She had pushed herself too much. Clarice was stunned to hear that. Those who hit their heads against a dead end repeatedly always crave for the same thing, a new direction. That was also what Clarice was experiencing at the moment. While looking at her, with a reassured face, Ed then told her to leave the rest to him, because they already knew the cause. They realized that running away was no longer an option. From now on, they would start hunting for the root of the problem. When Ed played this game in the past, in this episode, he also always felt something was wrong. Why Clarice's personality changed so drastically after Adele's death. She even earned a new nickname. The Saintess of Mistrust. The way she openly and aggressively opposed the church seemed very out of character. If he thought back, her behavior felt like the behavior of someone whose personality had been reshaped through countless experiences. Such details would never be known if only playing the game, but if Clarice went through this kind of hell again and again, and knew that the church was the mastermind behind it, then the birth of the Saintess of Mistrust would not seem strange anymore. It actually made sense. Thinking about that, Ed then realized that the scenario itself had never changed. It had always been like this. After that, Ed and Clarice then went to the Nail Hall, because they realized that they could not escape from the Saint Dragon, and if they escaped, then time would only be reset again, while to try to defeat it, it was simply not an option. Then, Ed then broke the door of one of the rooms and went inside. He asked Clarice to listen carefully. We will stop the resurrection of the Saint Dragon. We first need to track down the whereabouts of the Holy Emperor and Archbishop. Only they can use celestial magic on this scale. Hearing that, Clarice said that she had asked about their whereabouts around many times during the time loops, but no one knew. She felt that this was too strange, whereas usually people would always pay attention to important figure like them. Ed agreed. They do draw attention. Just as Ed and Clarice entered the room immediately fell silent when the students who were there saw Clarice and Ed walking so close that it made people wonder about their relationship. This was the room made for the joint combat training arena in Nail Hall, and coincidentally the current match was between Taylor and Wade. Taylor's attention was distracted when he saw the appearance of the two of them. He was surprised to see Ed knew the Saintess. In the original scenario, in the 5th chapter of Act 3, Taylor defeated Wade easily with his sword, but Taylor was immediately awakened from his reverie when Wade's wooden sword hit his head. Wade was very upset to see his eyes distracted while competing with him. While stroking his sore head, Taylor then pointed at Ed and Clarice and told him to look at them. Seeing the scene that was not the same as in the original scenario, Ed thought this might be another scenario twist, but he then immediately said to himself that he could not be distracted by such useless things. Because the Saint Dragon will soon resurrect, Ed then covered Clarice's head with his coat and moved again. His goal was not to watch Taylor's match. Ed realized that the most important thing now was to find the whereabouts of the Saint Emperor and Archbishop, who disappeared after crossing the Mexes Bridge, and the person who might know something was, she was a merchant who seemed to know everything inside the academy, Lortel Ketchum. Ed then immediately said to her that he wanted to buy intelligence from her. Seeing Ed approaching her, Lortel then smiled broadly and pretended to be surprised. This is a familiar face. She wondered if something profitable would come up. On the Arkan Island, all the information flowed through Lortel. While hugging his hand, Lortel then asked him what information he wanted, but, when Lortel saw Clarice who was beside Ed and also hugging his hand just like her, she was then surprised. Ed suddenly got a bad feeling at this time. If it concerns Lortel Ketchum, she was someone who could remain level-headed no matter what the situation was, but that didn't seem to apply at the moment. With a sharp gaze, Lortel sarcastically asked him, "You have been endlessly learning new magic lately, are you now finally able to mastering hypnotic magic or something?" Ed just shut up at her words. Not stopping there, Lortel then criticized the saintess for being too bold, worried that Lortel would continue to babble. Ed then immediately told her that there was someone she had to find quickly, they had to track him down. Before the joint combat training ended, Ed also told her that he would pay with whatever she asked. Ed's words made Lortel finally realize the seriousness of the situation. She then said that she understood and invited him to discuss the details. After that, they then came to the carriage depot located near the Mexes Bridge. Lortel had ordered her subordinates there to collect all the reports regarding the sightings of the Holy Emperor and Archbishop near the Mexes Bridge. Her subordinates did not disappoint her and brought her all the reports she had requested shortly after. After that, Lortel then set her eyes on Ed and invited him to talk about the price. The price she set was usually very expensive, but today it might be even more expensive. She had to skip her last match and come with him because he said that this was an urgent matter, and she understood when he acted like this, usually, but seeing Clarice who was crying in the carriage because she was about to part with Ed, Lortel irritably asked her why Jo was sticking to him like glue. She still didn't understand. Ed paid no attention to Lortel's words of complaint, his focus was elsewhere. Hearing that Lortel was waiting for her last match, Ed then realized something. It had been quite a while since they left, that meant that the joint combat training would soon end. Hearing that, Lortel felt the same way. Ed suddenly called Lortel and said that she was always calm, cool-headed, and brilliant in analyzing situations, no matter what. Lortel was certainly confused to hear Ed suddenly praised her like that. Ed said that certainly not without reason, he just felt that it was times like this that her ingenuity would really shine. Therefore, no matter what happened next, he asked her not to panic, and please believe what he said next. Lortel could only feel confused to hear his words. She then asked him, didn't he just say that they were running out of time? Ed confirmed it. It was exactly what he wanted to say. Right after that, the peaceful atmosphere in the academy was suddenly shattered when a mighty creature suddenly awakened and brought destruction to the entire academy. Lortel stood still when she saw the appearance of the creature. Her eyes widened as a result of the shock she received at this time, along with the awakening of the mighty creature. A very strong shock then appeared to hit the entire area in the academy and its surroundings. This caused panic among the students and others and made them no longer able to stand stably on the ground. But, that disaster was nothing compared to what happened next. When Velbrock launched its first dragon-scale attack into the academy, various corpses then fell as the students were unable to react and ended up being pierced by the dragon scales. Ed, who knew what would happen next, immediately cast defensive magic and protected himself and Lortel from the dragon scales. The shock in Lortel's heart could not be described by words when she saw the scene. She had never seen such a tragic scene before. At this time, she could also finally see the creature that was the cause of that disaster, with its enormous wingspan that looked like it could sweep away a city with each flap. The creature that was thought to only exist in mythology, the Saint Dragon, Velbrock, had been resurrected. A creature so powerful, just from its appearance alone had brought such destruction to the academy. There were no intact buildings there with students lying lifeless on every inch of the road. Lortel grimaced in pain from the shock caused by the Saint Dragon, but, when she opened her eyes, she was then shocked by what she saw. Seeing Ed's injured and bloodied body, Lortel then cried out in alarm. But, before she could express her worries further to him, Lortel was then silenced when Ed suddenly asked her, "So, how much is it?" Ed with a serious face asked her that question. Lortel was silent for a moment. Hearing that, although the current position of the two of them did feel a little ambiguous, but if you look at the current condition of the academy, it is not something that needs to be concerned. Lortel's current concern is also not there. The question that Ed asked her made her pause for a moment. With the rain pattering on her face, Lortel then smiled slightly. While taking out the document that her subordinate handed over to her and handed it to him, Lortel then replied, "Compared to the price of my life, you're getting a whole lot of change back." Hearing that, while accepting the document, Ed told her to just keep the change. Hearing that, Lortel jokingly said that this was a favorable deal for her. She then told the report that her subordinate gave her. Based on the 13 reports she received, the Holy Emperor and Archbishop used a concealment technique, then moved silently with the raiding party through a secluded alley. Hearing that, Ed then asked their purpose. Lortel replied, "Scholars' Cathedral in the Professor Building." Ed was silent for a moment hearing that. Meanwhile, in the carriage that Clarice was traveling in, the carriage tipped over due to the shock caused by the appearance of Velbrock. But, Clarice, who had the blessing of sacred law, was certainly fine. She then called Ed and tried to get out of the carriage by destroying it. After getting out of the carriage, Clarice then immediately ran to hug him. Clarice was very sad and worried to see him injured. She asked if he was okay. She was very worried to see his body covered in blood. Lortel, who was initially surprised and unhappy when she saw Clarice suddenly hugging Ed, then could only sigh helplessly when she saw her worry. She then stopped Clarice, who continued to grope Ed, and invited them to move immediately. They were running out of time, while carrying the horse that was still healthy and intact. Lortel said that the horse was still able to carry people, although the injury was indeed severe, but fortunately going to the professor's building was still possible. They had to hurry up. After that, Lortel was then about to get on the horse, but Ed suddenly asked her to give the reins of the horse. Lortel said, even with a horse saddle, one horse ridden by two people is still quite difficult, so one of them should stay here. Hearing that, Ed said that he and the Saintess should go there. Lortel was silent for a moment. Hearing that, Ed did not immediately explain the reason to her. It was a long story. He promised to explain it to her later, but, when Ed was dizzy how to convince Lortel, he was then surprised when he saw Lortel helping Clarice get on the horse. She told Clarice that they had to hurry. She was also sure Ed must have his own reasons for doing that. With a small smile, Lortel then handed over the reins of the horse, and said that she trusted him. Ed thanked her. He promised to repay this debt, but when Ed received the reins from Lortel's hand, Lortel suddenly pulled his hand strongly. While putting her foot on the stirrup beside the horse's saddle, Lortel suddenly kissed his lips. She said that he had paid his debt now. Clarice was very surprised when she saw the scene. Her face turned red because this was the first time she witnessed this kind of thing. But, when Clarice was confused about what to do, her eyes then widened in fear when she saw Lortel, who was staring intently at her. After breaking the kiss, Lortel said that, although she was not the main one, she also needed to secure her assurance too. Ed was speechless with her actions, but he did not scold her. He just sighed and called her name in a low tone. But, Ed and Clarice were then shocked when the horse they were riding suddenly moved and accelerated. Lortel waved her hand as she watched the departure of the two of them. She also said to Clarice, everything in life follows the laws of fair trade, you know. If you carelessly cling to something someone's already marked, things get real messy, you see. After saying that, Lortel continued to wave her hand, until finally she stopped when the figures of the two of them increasingly disappeared from her sight. Lortel was silent for a moment. She then turned around and walked past the corpses of the students lying unceremoniously on the streets. The scenery there was really not like the scenery in the academy that claimed to be the #1 academy. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the place with destruction and death can be seen everywhere. After Lortel recalled, if she was not mistaken, the rampaging disaster caused by the Saint Dragon should have ended 300 years ago. As if realizing something, Lortel then told herself to smile, with a look that seemed hopeless. She then looked up, and muttered, because those who smile in times of crisis, in the end always become the winning party. Meanwhile, Ed and Clarice were currently heading somewhere on a horse under the protection of two powerful mages who were currently protecting the academy desperately. Ed then called Clarice and told her to remember what he said earlier. Clarice said that she understood. Clarice silently admitted that she was indeed afraid. She also wanted to escape from this disaster, and thought that it was natural, but, when she saw Ed, she could not help but be surprised. But, when Clarice was thinking about it, something unexpected suddenly happened. The horse they were riding suddenly hit by something. It made the horse lose control and made the two of them end up falling to the ground, but fortunately Ed was able to quickly react and immediately hugged Clarice to protect her. Ed groaned in pain after the landing. The friction of the ground that occurred during his landing made his wound even worse. But fortunately Clarice, who was in his arms, was not injured because he was able to quickly protect her. Clarice then slowly opened her eyes, but then she was shocked. She was shocked when she saw Ed's body, which was covered in blood at this time. The condition of his body really made her scared and worried, but, as if nothing had happened, Ed said that he was fine. He had already experienced worse than this. Seeing his tough look, Clarice really wondered why he could be this tough. While pointing his gaze in a direction, Ed said that the most important thing now was, but, his eyes then widened in surprise, because the building right in front of them at this time was Scholars Cathedral. That was exactly the place they wanted to go. The holy city of Telos was known for its long history and vast territory. There is a group that is revered as the greatest celestial magic users. If those people gather in one place, even Lucy will not be able to fight them easily. They are 8 adherents who are so loyal that they are willing to sacrifice their lives to the God of Telos at any time, and these 8 people had an exclusive title, the Apostles of Telos. That's how the world called them, and just when Ed and Clarice were about to enter the cathedral, they were then blocked by one of them. Seeing that, Clarice then anxiously asked him to please move away from the entrance now, but unfortunately, the Apostle of Telos' only weakness was their faith. Hearing her request, the Apostle of Telos apologized to her. He firmly refused her request because this was a direct order from the Holy Emperor. No one was allowed to pass through this door. He asked her to understand, this was all for her own good, but, right after he said that, he was then surprised when he saw a dagger suddenly flying attacking him, but fortunately he could quickly react and immediately parry the dagger. The person who attacked him suddenly turned out to be Ed, who had been silent, while distracting the Apostle of Telos. Ed then immediately told Clarice to break in no matter what. Seeing Clarice, who ran in, the Apostle of Telos immediately felt panic. He then anxiously told Clarice that she could not enter, but just as he took out his weapon and was about to stop Clarice, he was then surprised when he saw a magic engineering suddenly appear in front of him. It was a magic engineering issued by Ed called Shock-Enhanced Wave Sphere. After that, a very strong wind pressure then emerged from the magic engineering once it was active. It made him fly away and made the distance between him and Clarice widen. But, the attack prepared by Ed did not stop there. The Apostle of Telos then felt something and turned his head to the side. There, he then saw a lot of wind blades flying attacking him. Even so, the wind blades were not enough to harm him. He managed to deflect the wind blades quite easily, but it managed to distract him, which made Clarice finally manage to enter the cathedral. The Apostle of Telos chuckled at that. He realized that he could not stop Clarice anymore at this time, so, while swearing, he then directed his gaze forward, towards someone who kept bothering him. The Apostle of Telos then asked him, "Who are you?" Seeing him still forcing himself to move even though the bleeding was already severe, he then told him to just give up. He told him that everything was over, but, right after he said that, he was then surprised when he felt a very strong pressure on him. And the pressure came from Ed, who he thought was helpless. At this time, a powerful mana fluctuation appeared and even affected the room where they were. Ed then manipulated the mana and concentrated it into his hand area. With a crossbow in his hand, Ed said that this was still not over. It was an intermediate magic called Mana Arrow. This magic made him able to form an arrow that materialized from dense mana. The amount and trajectory varied depending on the ability of the user. Seeing that, the Apostle of Telos did not flinch. He then cast Advanced Celestial Magic, Holy Body Activation, which had the effect of converting all mana into physical energy through celestial magic. With a brightly lit spear in his hand, the Apostle of Telos then took a fighting stance. He apologized to him, but, he would have to kill him if necessary. Ed did not back down when he heard his threat and immediately fired the mana arrow he had cast. But, even though he had fired so many mana arrows at the Apostle of Telos, he could easily avoid the arrows he fired as if he already knew their trajectory. When the Apostle of Telos slowly approached him, with words full of confidence and unwavering faith, he then said, "I, the Honorable Apostle of Telos, Taldarek, the swiftest blade, will take your life." The spear of the Apostle of Telos named Taldarek then landed on his body right after he said that. The spear attack was so strong that it pierced Ed's body and made his blood spurt everywhere. His eyes widened as a result of the pain he received. When Ed was in critical condition, he then flashed back to the moment when he and Clarice were heading here. Ed at that time already knew that he could not be saved and told Clarice about that fact, but Clarice certainly did not want to accept that fact. Seeing Clarice, who was so scared, Ed then encouraged her and told her to never give up. She had to break through with all her ability, even though this timeline would continue to be repeated. But her body and mind would not be able to recover from the trauma she carried. They never knew how long she could last, but he begged her to hold on, until they could fully understand what was happening. So, Ed asked her to strengthen her heart and muster all her strength. After remembering that, with his hands covered in blood, Ed then held Taldarek's hand tightly. Surprisingly, Ed did not fall immediately after being hit by such a fatal attack. This was truly a miracle because his own chest had now been pierced by a spear. Taldarek was shocked when he saw it, but what made him more shocked and incomprehensible was when he saw Ed suddenly stabbed his own hand with a dagger. This made him have a bad feeling. Ed had made a promise to Clarice at that time, that if time were to turn back once again, then for the next time, he promised to end it perfectly. The dagger stab aggravated his wound and made him spit out a mouthful of blood, but it made Glast's golden phoenix ring shine as if triggered, with a very horrifying gaze. Ed then stared at Tal'Dorek with a gaze that seemed to penetrate into his soul. Tal'Dorek could only be shocked and confused about what he should do when he saw the ring on Ed's finger suddenly shine. He couldn't retreat at the moment because his hand was held tightly by Ed, even though Ed said to Clarice that he couldn't be saved, but he certainly didn't intend to die that easily. When Ed managed to activate the ring and exert maximum output, a large wolf then appeared and pounced towards Tal'Dorek. Tal'Dorek's eyes widened in fear as the wolf's mouth quickly pounced towards him, until finally, only a cry of despair from him was heard accompanied by blood splashing out of his broken body. Seeing that, as if he could no longer support his body, Ed then fell to his knees. After returning to her human form, Marilda then worriedly approached him. She asked if he was crazy, even though he could summon her from the beginning. Hearing that, Ed said that it was useless, she would lose. He was too strong and fast an opponent. Marilda didn't know what to answer when she heard that and just called him stupid, but she then panicked when she felt Ed's vitality gradually declining. She anxiously asked him to hold on and stay with her, but Ed knew that it was impossible. He himself had intended to die at this time. Just before his death, Ed then directed his gaze forward, towards the cathedral that Clarice entered. The cathedral was shining so brightly at this time, but Marilda did not realize or care about it. Her attention was completely focused on Ed at this time. She sadly asked Ed not to die and leave her. In the midst of the sadness that engulfed Marilda's heart, when Ed slowly closed his eyes, the light in his eyes gradually disappeared, until finally, Ed then died quietly. Marilda then sadly called his name when she saw that. She could no longer hold back her tears at this time. Meanwhile, inside the cathedral, in front of the door to the main room of the cathedral, Clarice then hysterically asked for the door to be opened. Who knows how many times she shouted and opened the door in front of her. It made her tired. She was confused why the door was locked, even though she had been here several times before and it was always open. Inside this door, there should be a wide corridor, and after passing through it, there was a sacred sanctuary. Realizing that her request would not be answered, Clarice then tried to force open the door. She cast a magic and destroyed the door. Clarice's breath was panting from exhaustion after doing so, but when Clarice turned her gaze forward, she was then shocked by what she saw. With blood constantly dripping from her body, under Clarice's disbelieving gaze, someone then slowly walked towards her. It was Adele. Clarice was really shocked to see Adele here, and in such a condition. When Adele seemed unable to walk anymore, Clarice then immediately walked over and supported her body. She really felt worried when she saw her condition. She asked why she was injured like this. Adele was silent for a moment. Hearing her question, she then called her, and said that she came earlier than she expected. Clarice was certainly confused by her words. Adele did not explain it further to her. She then pushed her body slowly and walked back towards the center of the room. While Clarice was confused by what happened, her eyes then widened in surprise when she saw something in the hand of the Adele who pushed her earlier, while limping. Adele said that she didn't need to go back anymore. With a surprised look, Clarice's eyes then fell on a symbol in Adele's hand. The symbol was the blessing of the sacred law. To create that blessing, it took 1 archbishop, 6 bishops, and 8 apostles, as well as combining all the holy magic of the Holy Emperor. Only one person in this world was able to bear the blessing on her body, and that was Saintus. When Adele finally reached the center of the room, she then let his body float, and a mini celestial magic circle suddenly appeared from the center of her chest. The celestial magic circle created an amazing mana fluctuation and continued to grow as its height increased. Clarice was completely confused and did not understand what was happening. A myriad of questions appeared in her mind when she witnessed that. With a gentle smile, Adele then turned to her. She said that there was not much time left. In a moment, everything will be over. Hearing that, amidst the strong wind created by the pressure generated by the appearance of the celestial magic circle, Clarice asked Adele what she was talking about, but Adele did not answer her question. Her body continued to float along with the increasing mana fluctuations she created. Seeing that, Clarice then tried to approach her and worriedly called out to her, but it was useless. A powerful mana explosion then appeared which drowned them both, and the first thing she saw when she opened her eyes again was Ed, who asked her what she needed. But Ed was then confused when he saw Clarice suddenly stand up from her chair. Clarice gritted her teeth, probably upset because she almost solved all the mysteries behind this time loop. She also clenched her hands tightly, which showed that her determination had returned at this time. She then directed her gaze at him, and asked him to please listen carefully to everything she said. Clarice returned once again, but unlike her previous despair, her heart was now filled with hope. A little story about Adele's life. The first memory she remembered was the view of the sky above the harbor, when the seagulls were flying high there. At that moment, she saw two boys her age who were playing chase. When one of the boys happily ran away from his friend's chase, he was then confused when he heard someone warn him not to run around because he might get hurt. The person who warned him was Adele, who was currently sitting and looking at the sea. Adele told him that he had to walk while looking around so he wouldn't trip. Adele then smiled gently at him after saying that. After that, Adele then returned to looking at the sea, towards the ships that were flocking to the dock. Adele had quite a tragic childhood. Her parents fled from their hometown to escape the war. They took refuge and settled in the trade city of Oldek. But their situation here was just as bad as in their hometown. They were exploited, deceived, and in the end, getting a piece of bread for daily meals was very difficult, until one moment, her father suddenly bought her a lot of delicious food. Seeing Adele, who was eating the bread she bought, her father with a trembling tone then called her. He said that he had to go first and asked her to wait here for a while. Hearing that, little Adele said that she understood. After that, her father then left there. His back looked very lonely at this time, but his heart suddenly felt doubtful. He then looked back, towards his only child. He continued to look at Adele amidst the passing townspeople who passed by, until finally, as if making a decision, he then ran away from there. Seeing that, little Adele thought that her father must have gone through a lot of hard things, although Adele at that time was still a child, but she seemed to understand what his father did to her. She then continued to eat the bread while looking at her father's back. But, even though it was an expensive sandwich, something she usually could not afford to eat, but strangely, the bread tasted very bland in her mouth at this time. After remembering that, Adele then stood up and muttered that it was time to leave. Meanwhile, when Adele walked away from there, the boy she had warned earlier, fell to the ground while running. After being left behind by his father, Adele then lived in Adeldro's orphanage and became an orphan. In the city of Oldek, the only good virtue that must be have is diligence. And that also applies to children. The orphanage where she lived was supported by the Telos Church and was much better than other orphanages. They allowed children like her to rest during prayer time. They said they were servants of God. One day, she picked up a discarded lute at the docks and learned to play hymns. Thanks to that, he was allowed to stay in the church longer. He also got an extra break from the grueling chores. Then one day, when the atmosphere in the orphanage was bustling because of the arrival of the high priest, Verdio, that day was a turning point in Adele's life. Verdio's arrival received a very enthusiastic welcome from the merchants in the city. They all gave him gifts and congratulated him on his entry into the holy city. One of the merchants said that their merchant guild would double their donation, and begged him to let them join the holy city too. Verdio gladly accepted the gifts they offered. He hypocritically said that they shouldn't have to do this. Even so, he thanked them for their concern, but, when Verdio was about to accept the gifts they offered, he accidentally nudged the candle beside him. It caused the candle to fall and set the area on fire. They then panicked when they saw it. Verdio too, because he was very close to the fire. His clothes were quickly burned by the fire before he could react. Seeing that, they worriedly asked if he was okay, but, in the middle of their panic and worry, a bucket of water suddenly splashed at this time. The water splashed towards Verdio and soaked his whole body. Verdio was dumbfounded by the sudden incident. It turned out to be Adele. While dousing the fire scene with a bucket of water, Adele thought of the flames had spread to the display. It could have been a disaster. Verdio could only stare dumbfounded at her actions. He was really shocked at this time, seeing several buckets of water neatly arranged there as if it had been prepared. Verdio asked her if she had known this from the beginning. Hearing his question, Adele said that she saw it in her dream. She always had such dreams once or twice a month, but she never saw her own future. Hearing that, Verdio immediately went to her and held her hand with both hands. Adele was then surprised and confused by his actions. With tears on his face, Verdio said that it was a great honor for him to be able to find a vessel destined to stand at the pinnacle of the church like this, the Saintess of Telos. After that, in just one night, Adele got everything she never dreamed of before: so many servants, luxurious food, and the respect of a high priest. Although she has to pray every day, learn etiquette, and reduce sleep hours in order to understand her studies, but such a life is much better than living in poverty. There are 3 baptisms she received, first from the Holy Emperor, Archbishop, and the last from the High Apostle. she inherited the will of the holy city and engraved the blessing of the sacred law onto her body, with each rite and blessing. Her divine power grew stronger, all the rituals were complete except the sacred mark. At that time, Adele was in the church balcony and opened the window to look at the stars, and for the first time, she saw her own future. A very scary scene appeared that made her eyes widen with fear. After that incident, Adele then resigned from the position of saintess. Verdio, who heard that, was of course very angry with her, but Adele remained adamant about it. She thanked him and the church for all the kindness she had received so far. She said she would serve the god of Telos in another way, but not as a saintess. Verdio sighed disappointed when he heard that. He realized that it was no longer useful to persuade her. Verdio then explained to her about her future vision ability. Her future vision ability was a celestial magic that could bend the flow of time, magic created by God of Telos himself, the power manifested based on her own instincts. That's why they named her saintess. But what annoyed him was that her talent was too great. It seemed that now she had begun to be able to see her own future. Year after year passed since Adele resigned from her position as saintess, even though she had resigned as saintess of the Telos order, but she did not leave the holy city and remained there as the guardian of the holy fire. Every day, she played the lute all night, because every time she fell asleep, she would definitely see her future again. Her heart shuddered with fear every time she remembered that scene. In the future she saw, Verdio looked anxious and frightened. He said that the plan had failed. In order to appease the Saint Dragon, a being capable of devouring even gods themselves, they had to offer the saintess as a sacrifice. Adele closed her eyes and felt worried every time she remembered that scene. You can hear many things in holy city of Telos. The world began to regain its peace thanks to the outstanding leadership of Emperor Clol, but in a peaceful world, no one sought divine guidance, and the influence of the holy city faded away because of it. Verdio, a high priest and businessman, knew exactly what it would take to overcome that, the fear of the end times, and the miracle of God. By awakening the Saint Dragon sealed on the island of Arkan, he would be able to instill fear in everyone's hearts. Right from the start, Archbishop Verdio's reason for seeking out the saintess was to be offered up as the sacrifice that would reseal the Saint Dragon, and that saintess was her. By running away and resigning her position as saintess, she thought that destiny could be stopped, but, years later, as if proving the power of fate, they again found someone suitable and made her a saintess. That person was Clarice. Although she did not have the talent for celestial magic like her talent for sacred magic was very large. With her grace, character, and talent, she seemed to be born into the world as a saintess. That night, Clarice met her in the church balcony after a tiring day of study. She asked her what it meant to live a pure white life. Adele felt very worried about Clarice at this time, but on the other hand she was also hesitant. From the bottom of her heart she wanted to tell Clarice the truth, because as a result of her running away, Clarice was the one who ended up becoming a saintess. Therefore, she mentally told her to run away, and to answer Clarice's confusion, Adele then sang a song to her. Better to die in filthy water than live as a blank sheet. The green mist of the Denkin wetlands, the golden plains of the imperial capital, Cloiran, the red rooftops of the trade city of Oldek, the turquoise knowledge of the land of knowledge, Sylvania. As Adele sang the song to her and Clarice, who was enjoying listening to the song, Adele in her heart kept asking her to run away. She begged her to run away from here, but, no matter how much she tried to beg Clarice from her heart to run away from here, it was useless. Because Clarice would not understand. Night after night, she tried to move her heart with songs that described freedom and romance, in the hope that she would leave this place. But, every time she saw a smile on her face, guilt pierced her chest, because she knew, everything she said was hypocrisy and deceit. Then, before dawn arrived, Adele decided to wander again, and that was the beginning of her becoming a bard. Her final destination was here, at the Sylvania Academy, when the chapel building appeared in her sight. With limping steps, Adele walked there with her body condition covered in blood. The students who saw were certainly shocked to see her condition. They asked about what happened to her. At first, she didn't know exactly when the Saint Dragon would be resurrected, but now, she could predict when something happened exactly. She could even find her way to the chapel with her eyes closed. When she approached the chapel, Apostle Taldarek, who was guarding at the entrance, always said to her, "Outsiders are forbidden to enter." When she heard that, Adele then rolled up her sleeve and showed him the sign of the blessing of the sacred law. Taldarek was certainly surprised to see the sign of the blessing of the sacred law on her hand. While they were stunned, she then entered the chapel. There, she saw the Telos apostles who were already on standby in battle formation. and in the center of the room, there was a box containing Velbrock's ancient Fong necklace. That was the item they used to resurrect the Saint Dragon's soul. Adele had tried to persuade Verdio and the apostles again and again, but they never listened. The fact that they didn't even bring Clarice from the Trix Hall showed that they probably thought that the Saint Dragon was just a being from a fairy tale and would not threaten them. It was their arrogance that later destroyed them. When their plan succeeded and the Saint Dragon was successfully resurrected, they then frantically sent someone to the Trix Hall. In the end, what they were really looking for was a saintess who could save them. They needed the sacrifice of a saintess with enough divine power to satisfy the Saint Dragon's hunger. If the saintess gave her life on the life sacrifice formation engraved on the floor of the chapel, Velbrock could be sealed again, and all of that would end now. That's what Adele thought at first. After thinking about it, Adele then knelt on the life sacrifice formation. The formation then reacted, and Velbrock's ancient Fong necklace then floated in the air. The necklace absorbed everything in the formation and seemed to accept her sacrifice. Adele's body was constantly wounded and bleeding from the violent reaction she received, but Adele comforted herself that this was okay, although her life was indeed short, but it was not without meaning. Everything was built on lies. But Clarice still looked at her with those shining eyes, although Adele was ready to die at this time. But what she did not anticipate was the blessing of the sacred law that tried to protect her from the necklace, and pushed the celestial magic within her to the limit. Powered by the divine power that Adele has, celestial magic then wrapped the world's time in time loops, again and again, with the number that she could no longer count. Time continued to spin, and spin again. In the previous time loop, she was surprised by the appearance of Clarice. This incident was different from the previous time loops, but now, the divine power she had was almost exhausted. Adele estimated, her divine power may only be enough for 1 or 2 more time loops, at most 2 or 3 more times, and when her divine power finally runs out, this time loop will also end. With a limping step and the wounds on her body getting worse with each time loop, Adele then stepped her feet once again into the chapel. But, something different then happened. Before she could enter the chapel, someone suddenly stopped her, with a look that looked like a desperate person. Adele then confusedly looked at that person. That person was Ed. Ed asked her if she wanted orange juice or just cold water. Adele was really confused why Ed was here. At that time, when Adele was trying to convince them, Verdio, with a sharp look asked her, "So, you said that we will not be able to stop the Saint Dragon. Do you think I will believe your words, after all you did?" With the apostles of Telos flying around the room, with their white wings spread out so beautifully like a dove's, Verdio solemnly told her, "Today, our order will make a miracle, and humanity will once again bow before our God, the God of Telos." Adele against the arrogance of the order and the resurrection of the Saint Dragon. After listening to Verdio's words, Adele realized that trying to convince them was futile. The only way to stop both of these things was to offer the saintess life as a sacrifice at the sacrifice formation. Adele's eyes narrowed at the thought, and Clarice's face then once again appeared in her mind. The smile on her face gave rise to a feeling of guilt that gnawed at Adele's heart. It was also what made Adele decide to sacrifice herself in place of Clarice. She did not regret it, because she felt that this was the responsibility she had to carry from the beginning. But the blessing of the sacred law engraved on her body protected her. It drew out all the divine power Adele had, and turned back the world's time. Adele dropped her lute and fell to her knees on the ground after returning to the past once again. Creating a phenomenon like time loops almost consumed all her mana and only left enough mana to restore her body to at least be able to live. Every time she went back in time, she always woke up in the corridor that led to the Glocked Hall practice field. Once her divine power ran out, the blessing engraved on her body would fade, and the Saint Dragon will be sealed again. So, Adele never stopped her steps. Again and again, she walked through this corridor. Nothing changed in each time loop. The arrogance they had was still repeated, and the resurrection of the Saint Dragon could not be stopped. And when they left the chapel and searched for Clarice's whereabouts, Adele took advantage of the void and entered there. She placed herself into the sacrificial formation. Even though her body was covered in blood, she never stopped. Again and again, she continued to feel the excruciating pain brought by the sacrificial formation, but Adele endured it. She felt that this was indeed the punishment she deserved, the punishment for forcing others to do what she should do. Somehow, after tasting death so many times, her heart felt calm. Adele happily thought that this would not last forever. Her divine power did not have no limit. After thinking that, Adele then picked up her dropped lute, and walked back through the corridor. She had given up on persuading Verdio. She realized that she could not stop him. as Adele hobbled through the corridor and left blood stains on every step, she suddenly stopped and clenched her hands tightly. Her hands shook violently, which showed the strong emotions that were in her heart at the moment. With a determined look, Adele thought, "This time, once I arrived at the chapel, I will not hesitate to surrender my body to that sacrificial formation, in order to stop the resurrection of the Saint Dragon, and erase all the tragedies that will happen before the Saint Dragon appears." But, when she almost reached the chapel, she was suddenly stopped by someone. Adele was naturally confused by that. She had never experienced this in time loops before, seeing Ed standing in front of her. Adele confusedly asked him why he was here. Ed did not immediately answer her question and asked if she wanted orange juice or just cold water. After that, with a cup of orange juice in his hand, Ed then led Adele to a park bench. Adele was really confused why Ed was here and did this. She then told him that she had to do something. But, while handing her the cup, Ed said that she was going to die. His words seemed to wake Adele. Her eyes that had been staring blankly, were now fully open. She then remembered something, a memory before this time loop happened. That time, before she stepped into the chapel and tried to sacrifice herself, she met someone. He was Ed Roth Taylor. Ed at that time told her that she would die soon. She was certainly surprised to hear what he said. During these time loops, the world always kept turning the same way, except for that very first time. She never saw him again after that. At that time, she didn't ask why he knew that, she just smiled gently at him and said that she knew that. This time, she also answered with the same answer. The conversation at that time was like a distant memory for her, and here she was, back to when it all started. Nothing had changed. Adele felt that it was time for her to end this conversation and leave immediately. It was time to end all this. But, hearing her answer, Ed asked her if that was all. Adele was then confused by his question, with an annoyed look. Ed said that he didn't know what was going on, but, even though she already knew that she was going to die, but was she just going to say that? Hearing that, Adele hesitantly replied yes. She was really confused at the moment. She had already said the answer, so why did he insist on this? She said that she had to leave immediately. Ed could only sigh at her words. He then asked her once again if that was really all she wanted to say. Hearing that, Adele said that she didn't have anything to say anyways. In this time loop, she had confirmed it many times that she was going to die. It was a fact that she had known for a long time. Even then, there was nothing else she could say. When Adele was remembering her old memories, Ed's figure continued to haunt her and asked her if that was all. Her heart suddenly became hesitant when she heard his question. Maybe yes, she really wanted to say something, but, instead of saying, she sang a song, and Clarice smiled as she listened to the song. She felt that it was enough, but, Ed's figure continued to haunt her in her memory. He again asked if that was all. Hearing Ed ask her that repeatedly, Adele frustratingly said that it was enough. Anyway, it was enough. She seemed to be fed up with it and asked him to leave her alone. But, when Ed once again asked her if it was just that, Adele was then surprised when the scene of her childhood suddenly appeared in her mind. It was the moment when her father left her. Looking at her father's lonely looking back, Adele smiled a little. She felt that her father must have gone through a lot of hard things, but, her eyes then widened in surprise, because her father's figure was suddenly replaced by Ed's figure now. Ed again asked her if it was just that, but not long after that, she then returned to see the figure of her father, who was now turning towards her with a doubtful look. This made her unable to distinguish whether it was just her imagination or not. Amid Ed's questions that continued to ring in her mind, Adele then could no longer hold back her tears. Behind the back of her father, who hesitated for so long, the words she wanted to say in the end were not "you went through a lot." Adele was filled with sadness and regret when remembering that. She wanted to shout desperately and ask her father not to leave her. Adele's hand holding a cup of orange juice trembled violently when thinking about it. She then told Ed honestly that she was afraid. She didn't want to die. After countless lies, like a dam breaking, the truth finally gushed out of her mouth. Ed sighed when he heard that. After finally receiving an answer from Adele, Ed then took a sip of the cold water he brought. After finishing the water bottle, Ed then put it on a chair and stood up. While rolling up his sleeves, Ed asked her, "Why did you take so long to say such a clear thing?" Adele could only feel confused and surprised by that. Ed told her to let out everything that was on her mind. Everything she had been holding back all this time. Ed also told her that it was time for them to end all this. At that time, after Clarice told Ed everything, Ed chose to split up and go find Adele. As for Clarice herself, she was now heading to the chapel, but, when she was about to go inside, a mighty man with a spear in his hand and white wings on his back suddenly appeared in front of her. He was the apostle of Telos, Taldarek. Seeing her, Taldarek confusedly asked her wasn't she supposed to wait in the tricks hall, how could she come here, but Clarice didn't answer his question and ran straight inside, and when Taldarek was about to stop her, Clarice quickly brushed him off and told him to step aside. She was determined, this time, she would definitely reveal the truth behind everything. Right after Clarice opened the chapel door and saw everyone inside, she then immediately told them to stop everything they were doing right now, including herself. All the higher-ups of the order were now inside the chapel. The Holy Emperor Eldane, the Apostles of Telos, and Archbishop Verdio. Although Verdio was surprised and confused to see Clarice here, but he was still calm and smiled gently at her. Clarice then immediately walked up to him. She told him that she believed he was a man of faith who only cared about the holy city, a faithful believer with a conscience. Verdio confirmed her words. He lived only for the holy city, with a big smile and without any guilt. Verdio explained it to her. The Holy Lord always resides above the heavens, but ignorant people won't believe unless they're shown something. Clarice's eyes widened in disbelief when she heard his words. She knew what he meant. He intended to kill the Saint Dragon and spread its blessing. Verdio confirmed it. He also promised her that it wouldn't take long. Hearing that, Clarice then tried to convince him, "You underestimate the Saint Dragon. Have you ever considered the possibility of failure?" But, when Clarice said that, she suddenly realized something. A bad guess appeared in her mind. At this time, she asked him whether from the start, he had intended to use her life as collateral. Verdio smiled cruelly to see Clarice finally realize that. He then tried to comfort her and said that this was just as a guarantee, to prepare for the worst-case scenario and in case the plan did not go well. Meanwhile, Ed and Adele were now running together heading somewhere. Adele had told him everything. Hearing that story made Ed think that this was indeed not an encouraging truth. To sum it up, the Order's finances have been depleted for a long time, so Archbishop Verdio intends to resurrect the Saint Dragon, with the aim of showing the heroic actions of the Order in destroying it. He did it to revive people's faith and expand the power of the Order. Adele said that Archbishop Verdio has always been like that since he was a common priest. He always wanted to expand the influence of the Order and make the holy city storage room full. That was the way he chose to show his faith. Hearing that, Ed asked her if she had tried to persuade him. Adele replied, since she fled from the holy city, he no longer believed in her, but even if it was from others, she was sure Archbishop Verdio would not listen to any persuasion. He would always go through coercion, because he brought a power that guaranteed victory for anyone. The Telos Apostles, that was the source of their confidence, a troops that strong enough to face entire armies, the strongest force the holy city had. The Apostles of Telos flew around the room and surrounded Clarice, while standing behind her. Verdio apologized to her. He promised her that this wouldn't last long, so he asked her to please rest for now. Adele was filled with helplessness when she told him that, with their power, even someone like her couldn't. But, before she could finish her sentence, she was then surprised and blushed, because Ed suddenly picked her up. Adele was really confused and didn't understand his sudden action. If it was their power that was the problem. Ed said that it was no big deal. Right after Ed explained that to her, a high-level lightning magic, heavenly punishment, suddenly struck into the chapel where Clarice and the Order officials were. The magic was so powerful that it immediately destroyed the roof of the chapel as soon as it hit. Verdio was then shocked by the sudden change and stared in fear at the heavenly punishment strike. After that, the feeling of surprise in Verdio's heart was then replaced by panic and fear. He frantically asked who dared to do this. Was she not afraid of the god of Telos? But, the attacker casually replied no. Verdio was stunned to hear that answer. Right now, all he felt was disbelief. The Telos Apostles whose strength he was proud of, turned out to be so fragile in the face of that magic attack. The person who attacked and stormed into the chapel turned out to be Lucy. Lucy's power was so strong, the lightning magic she cast could easily paralyze the strongest force the holy city had. After landing on the ground, she then stared at Verdio and continued to say, because I am an atheist. Lucy said that she didn't believe in gods or anything like that. All she knew was that if you committed a sin, then you deserved to be punished. Verdio was then shocked and angry to hear that their actions were considered a sin. While throwing one of the apostles she had strangled, Lucy asked, weren't you the one who wrote it on your relics and shrines? Verdio's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw her actions. Lucy considered their actions as an act of arrogance. After that, she then concentrated her mana into her palm. Seeing that, Verdio frantically asked why they were silent. He told them to show him the power of the god of Telos. Hearing that, the 8th Telos apostle, Linos, and the 2nd Telos apostle, Reuben, then immediately directed their attacks at Lucy, but, even though she was currently fighting against the church's strongest force, the apostles of Telos, Lucy's eyes did not make a ripple at all when she saw their attacks, even a little sleepy, and when the arrow shot by Linos almost hit her, and Reuben who was already right behind her and was about to launch his attack, Lucy did not feel panic at all. She then casually snapped her fingers. The two of them were not a threat to her at all. She was able to deny their attacks with a mere flick of the finger. Reuben himself screamed in pain because of the lightning magic she cast, but Lucy then glanced up. The attacks of the Telos apostles did not stop there. When most of the Telos apostles had fallen, then came the last one. With a tone full of faith, he then said, "The heretic who defiled our sanctuary, I, Taldarek, the 3rd apostle, the swiftest blade, I will take your life." He was the apostle guarding the entrance to the chapel and the one who had fought to the death against Ed in one of the timelines. Aware of the invader's threat, Taldarek put all his divine power into his spear and aimed it at Lucy, but before he could launch his attack, he was then stunned when he saw his opponent suddenly disappear in front of him. What Lucy was doing was not just an ordinary high-speed movement, but advanced spatial magic, space leap, magic that could move space itself. Lucy instantly arrived behind Taldarek when she used the magic, and before Taldarek could react, Lucy snapped her fingers again, and a thunderous bolt of lightning then appeared and drowned Taldarek's figure in a sea of thunder. Taldarek could only scream in pain as he was hit by such powerful magic. The electric shock brought by the lightning magic made his whole body stiff and immobile. As for Verdio, he could only be dumbfounded when he saw the scene. He couldn't believe what he was seeing right now. Each of the Telos apostles were classified as national strategic assets. There were also 6 of them, and each of them has tremendous power. So, the shock that was in his heart right now could not be described by words when he witnessed with his own eyes that Lucy could easily subvert all of them. But, he then immediately thought of something more important. The question was, how did they know this place? The plan to resurrection and subdue the Saint Dragon in order to increase the prestige of the Order. The stage was located on the Arkan Island, a place that had many students in it. Verdio realized that their plan must not be exposed no matter what, or else they would have serious consequences, because he knew that his plan had failed. He then immediately put back the box containing Velbrok's ancient Fong necklace, and told the worshippers to secure the escape route. Their top priority was to protect the Holy Emperor Eldane. But, even though they had given up on their plan, but Lucy certainly would not let them escape that easily. She then cast celestial magic of the time domain, time prison, to seal all their movements. Verdio then panicked when he saw it. He then immediately called Taldarek. Taldarek immediately moved when he heard his call, and when the time in the room was about to freeze due to the magic that Lucy cast, Taldarek immediately stepped forward to stop it. He faithfully said that this was all for the god Telos. Seeing that, Verdio then called one of the apostles named Clive, and asked him to bring back the saintess safely, whatever happened. Hearing that, Clive then immediately carried Clarice on his shoulders. He also apologized to Clarice for his impudence. Clarice was then surprised by his actions and told him to put her down immediately. After that, they all then fled from there, fleeing from the mage who brought despair to them. They have secured the necklace which is evidence and the saintess who is an eyewitness, with the authority of the Holy Emperor who was able to suppress the academy. Whatever that student said would definitely be ignored, but Lucy certainly would not let them all escape that easily. Seeing their fleeing backs, Lucy then cast high-level lightning magic, heavenly punishment, and threw it towards them, and when they were about to reach the entrance of the chapel, a thunderous lightning bolt then appeared chasing them from behind. Seeing that, one of the apostles then stopped running, and stuck his shield to the ground. With a cry of pain from the lightning strike, the apostle immediately told them all to run. He told them to leave this place and go to the appointed meeting place, not wasting the apostle's sacrifice. The apostle who brought the Holy Emperor Eldane, and the apostle carrying Clarice then, immediately escaped from there by jumping out of the window. Whatever happened, the order would win. With the apostle's scream still heard, Verdio also ran away with all his might escorted by one of the apostles. Lucy chuckled when she saw that. She felt annoyed seeing them escape from her grasp. Just as they reached the entrance, the apostle escorting Verdio said that their actions were futile. Even if they escaped now, they would be caught up immediately. Verdio would know that. He said that they only needed a little time to destroy the evidence and secure the saintess. if the Academy revealed this incident to the public, but, before Verdio could finish his sentence, he was then surprised by someone's quiet shout, "Ignition!" Right after the spell was cast, the courtyard in front of them was then filled with a sea of flames. Seeing that, the apostle immediately stepped forward to protect Verdio. But he seemed to be struggling to extinguish the flames. He was confused why basic level magic had this much power, but, when he was confused in extinguishing the flames, he was then surprised by the appearance of a dagger that flew towards him, but fortunately he was able to react quickly and immediately parry the dagger. But, it was no ordinary dagger, it was a dagger that had been implanted by the spirit technique, explosion. The Academy students were then surprised and confused when they saw a large explosion that suddenly appeared from the direction of the chapel. After successfully carrying out a series of tactics, the attacker then emerged from behind the smoke, while the apostle himself was now lying unconscious due to being hit by a large explosion from such a close distance. Verdio did not waste the apostle's sacrifice and immediately fled from there, and Ed, as the mastermind behind all this, then ordered Mug to chase him. Mug respectfully accepted his orders and immediately flew after Verdio. Verdio was surprised when he saw their pursuit. He was confused why they knew their escape route and were waiting here. Was he in the same group as the girl with the wizard hat? Seeing Mug flying after him, Verdio then immediately cast celestial magic, and threw it towards Muggs. His attack was so sudden that Muggs could not react. His figure slowly disappeared after being hit so hard. He then apologized to Ed and returned to the spirit realm. Verdio did not stop his steps for a moment and continued to run away from there. He continued to run until he entered the forest on the island. Who knows how long Verdio ran, which made his breath panting from exhaustion. He felt that they must have lost track of him. If he could hide this necklace, then everything would be over. In this dense forest, it was impossible for anyone to find him. Verdio smiled wickedly at the thought, but, just when he thought he had managed to escape, Ed with a murderous look suddenly appeared behind him with a dagger in his hand. With a threatening look, Ed told him to hand over the necklace. When the distance between him and Verdio was very close, Ed then grabbed his long hair, and pulled him down the cliff. Verdio was shocked by that, but even so, he did not lose his ability to fight. When they both tumbled and fell down the cliff, with Ed trying to grab the box in his hand and Verdio trying to defend it, they exchanged blows with each other. When Ed was at a disadvantage with his body under Verdio, Verdio then cast celestial magic. Hearing that Ed wanted the necklace, he then realized that he knew all their plans. He asked him if he was the one who sent the mage, but unfortunately, his life would end here. But, even though the distance between Verdio's staff and his face was only a few inches, but Ed did not lose his calmness. He then nudged Verdio's leg, which made him lose control of his body for a moment, and caused the celestial magic trajectory he cast to deviate. Not wasting the opportunity, Ed immediately attacked him and thrust his dagger into his chest. Verdio screamed in pain as a result of the attack. His blood also spurted everywhere as a result of the stab wound he suffered, but, despite being in a desperate situation, Verdio still did not want to hand over the box to him and smothered the box firmly with both hands. Seeing that, Ed angrily told him to hand it over. At that time, when he was carrying Adele on his back, Adele told him that Archbishop Verdio was very strong. Even without the help of the Apostle of Telos, he was not someone he could easily defeat. Ed did not look surprised when he heard that information. He seemed to already know it. Ed realized that their time was very tight. A little late could make them fail in stopping the resurrection of the Saint Dragon, and the worst thing was, their enemies were fanatics who had been planning this for years. Even with Lucy's help, their chances of failure were still high. Thinking about that, Ed could only wish that if only he could turn back time, he would definitely gather more information. But when he saw Adele's terrible condition, as if realizing his worries, Adele then told him that she was okay. She smiled gently at him and said that even if they failed, it didn't matter, she could turn back time, at most 1 or 2 more times. Ed irritably ground his teeth as he recalled the conversation. He realized that Adele was lying. Adele's divine power was running out. Her life could be taken at any moment. There was no time for him to hesitate, so, he then strengthened his dagger and stabbed through Verdio's chest. Both of Verdio's hands that were holding the box firmly instantly relaxed as a result of that. Ed immediately took the box from his hands when he saw that, but, when he opened the box, he was then surprised, because the necklace inside the box was still powered by mana. Verdio smiled crazily when he saw his reaction. He said that the resurrection of the Saint Dragon was imminent. All the apostles had fallen, now only the Saintess could stop it. Then, everyone would know the majesty of the god of Telos. Verdio's eyes bulged like crazy when he said those words. Right after that, the necklace suddenly floated in the air with the fluctuation of mana around it getting stronger, until finally, there was a very powerful mana explosion that enveloped the forest where they were. It was the phenomenon of the resurrection of the Saint Dragon. Seeing that, Ed now understands. In order to prevent the seal from being destroyed, he must subdue Archbishop Verdio and take the necklace away from this island, but the problem is, no one will remember this incident, so he must pass on this information. Adele must sacrifice herself once again, but even if she manages to reverse time, if he cannot pass on what he knows, they will only fail again. Ed feels annoyed with himself at this time, even though he has listened to Adele's determination, but in the end he cannot stop this. With a blank stare, Ed wondered if he was late again, but, while Ed was questioning himself, someone came to ask him, so what if a little late? That person was Lucy. She seemed to fly here immediately when she saw the mana explosion, but, Ed did not have time to talk to her. He then asked her to convey the information he got quickly, Adele or Clarice, whoever between the two of them. He asked her to tell this, but Lucy did not comply with his request and instead invited him to sit under the tree. Ed was confused by that. He confusedly called her name and said that she had to hurry up and relay the information he had gotten, but, with a flat face, Lucy immediately refused his request. Ed was certainly confused and shocked by her answer. Lucy calmly said that it was not necessary, she did not need to go there personally. When Ed was confused about what she meant, Lucy asked him, "Don't I just have to deliver a message to the Saintess and that girl named Adele?" When she said that, Lucy tore off a sheet and wrote a message using her magic. It was the message Ed wanted to convey to Clarice and Adele. "We need to take Velbrock's ancient Fong necklace and get out of the chapel as fast as possible. Verdio will try to cover up the incident using the church's authority." After writing that, Lucy then sent the sheet containing the message flying away, and when Ed amazedly looked at it, Lucy told him that not only the mana but his instincts in terms of magic were also amazing. If he kept working, someday he would also be able to do this. After finally solving the problem he was worried about, Ed then thanked her, but even so, Ed did not look so happy, because he knew that this was not over. Shortly after that, a very powerful shock then appeared which surprised him. This was the shock caused by the resurrection of the Saint Dragon. It might be more accurate to say that the Saint Dragon had been resurrected again. There, sitting under a tree in a forest, the two of them could fully see the form of the godlike creature, but Ed was neither worried nor panicked at this time, because he already considered that his life in this timeline was over. Now everything was exposed. Verdio would resurrect the Saint Dragon for the prosperity of the Order. He had conveyed every detail of the location, method, and escape route, but a piece of doubt suddenly arose in him, whether Adele, who was almost helpless to even stand up, could really turn back time again. Even if she managed to turn back time, the problem was time itself. With his memories of this timeline erased, Ed doubted whether he could rethink the plan faster than before, bypass all the apostles, steal the necklace, and leave the Arkan Island. While Ed was deep in thought and entered a state of self-doubt, Lucy, who seemed to realize his situation, suddenly called him. Lucy said that she had made a promise with that old man. She swore that she would save the academy from a critical problem at least once. Hearing that, Ed said that he remembered that she had said that to him. Lucy confirmed it and explained it to him. "So, if time is indeed going to keep turning back, I must have gone charging at that dragon every single time." Hearing that, while watching the shower of dragon scales released by Velbrock, Ed said that he also felt that it would definitely happen like that. Lucy continued, "I came to this academy to fulfill the promise I made with that old man. Maybe this is the moment I've been waiting for a long time, and now, that long wait is now finally over. If time keeps turning back, that means stopping it is a futile act." Hearing that, Ed confusedly asked the meaning of her words. While hugging his body, Lucy said that she would rather die in his arms. After all, they would forget all this, right? These memories would never come back again. Ed agreed with her words. He also felt so. Hearing that, Lucy continued, "Therefore, while here, let me say the thing that I always wanted to say, but never dared to say." Faced with a hopeless situation, the wall between the two of them slowly faded. The truth, which was not romantic but very personal, finally came out, the words that Lucy might never dare to say in her life. While hugging his body tightly, Lucy's cry finally broke out. She said that her heart felt very empty without him, so she begged him not to disappear. Hearing the outpouring of her heart, Ed then hugged her back and stroked her head. He finally relaxed his body and completely surrendered everything to the situation. he said that it was not a request that was difficult to fulfill, and at this moment, when Ed and Lucy had both resigned themselves to the situation, Velbrock roared once again, and once again released a rain of dragon scales throughout the academy, such a beautiful scene hiding an indescribable disaster, and Ed and Lucy were just silent while closing their eyes. None of them fought back, there were no screams or moans of pain coming out of their mouths, they just held each other warmly, while feeling each other's vitality slowly disappearing. Not long after, the rain that was more accurately called a disaster finally ended, and the two of them were still intertwined, under the tree, in an embrace that had cooled down. Time continued to pass. When the corpses of the two of them had cooled down, a very bright light then appeared, enveloping the entire earth. The timeline had been reset, still in the same place and under the same circumstances. Adele limply opened her eyes, the divine power she had faded, time could not be turned back. And she was no longer able to witness future scenes. She returned to being an ordinary human. Different from the previous timelines, Adele did not immediately stand up and head to the chapel, only despair was in her at this time. In the end, they could not stop the resurrection of the Saint Dragon. Even so, being able to see Clarice at the end of her life, which even though it was painful, made her feel happy, she hoped to see her smile, even if it was just a lie. She really wanted to sing for her. On the contrary, meeting Ed Roth Taylor was a nightmare for her. Thinking that she wanted to live even for a moment destroyed her determination, but the suffering Adele felt was deep enough to make her breath stop at any time. It reminded her of what she had to do. Adele then stood up, leaving her lute on the floor. She then moved towards the chapel again. Her suffering would finally end. She only needed to do it one more time and she would be able to stop the resurrection of the Saint Dragon, and erase all the suffering that would arise once and for all. As fate demanded, she had to die. She had read the message and the plan that Ed Roth Taylor conveyed, but she felt that it was still impossible. First of all, Clarice would need time to convince him because Ed Roth Taylor did not remember anything, and once they had thought of a plan, the whole morning would be wasted. Gathering a force capable of fighting all the apostles of Telos, just that alone would take a lot of time. No matter how fast they acted, they would not be able to reach the chapel before sunset, and when they finally arrived there, Archbishop Verdio's plan was being executed. Mana would already be poured into the necklace, and after that, the resurrection of the Saint Dragon would be unstoppable. With limping steps, Adele continued to walk down the corridor. The sun was beginning to set, which made her shadow lengthen. If she continued down this corridor, she would get to the chapel. She just had to get there and place herself in the sacrificial formation. But, when Adele looked out the window, her eyes then widened in surprise. In her vision, a bird was seen flying over the building where she was currently. Meanwhile, at the place where Ed and Janica were hanging out at the beginning of the time loop, Janica was then surprised and confused when she saw Ed suddenly groaning in pain while holding his head. Quoted from Glock's notebook, Introduction to Celestial Magic. Celestial magic does not fully affect those who have natural resistance against it. Adele's time-warping magic is a combination of celestial magic and sacred magic. The blessing of the sacred law is completely immune to sacred magic, and as a result, Clarice retains the memories of all the timelines. Clarice, who had just arrived there, was also shocked and confused when she saw Ed's condition. She had tried to heal him by using sacred magic, but it had no effect. Ed wondered, could this be because of Adele's divine power fading? Or was it because he himself had learned celestial magic right after the time loop occurred? The celestial magic on his body resisted against Adele's magic, and as the price he had to pay, he felt all the memories and sensations he felt from all the timelines that had not disappeared from his memory. Ed cried out in pain when he felt the sensation of death many times. He gritted his teeth so hard that blood came out. He felt that his head was about to explode. Janica and Clarice, who saw his condition, certainly felt worried about him, but Clarice was then surprised when Ed suddenly firmly held her hand that was trying to heal him. With a sharp gaze, Ed said that this was a race against time. Meanwhile, inside the chapel, Verdio happily said that the Saint Dragon would soon resurrected by the grace of the god of Telos. With a tone full of faith, Verdio then invited the congregation to make the order triumph once again. But, right at that moment, an invader suddenly appeared and destroyed the roof of the chapel. The invader flew using a bird-shaped spirit and headed towards Verdio. The invaders were of course Ed and Janica. Right after Ed received the memories from the previous timelines, he then immediately told them to go to the chapel as soon as possible, as fast as they could, to grab the necklace. Right after Ed landed on the ground, he didn't say anything and immediately grabbed the necklace that was in the box. with Velbrock's ancient Fong necklace already in his hand. Ed did not immediately leave and stood there while staring at Verdio. Verdio was then surprised by the sudden change. He asked who he was. He then asked the apostles to catch him. Hearing that, Linos then immediately moved and shot several transparent arrows at him. Ed's situation looks very dangerous at the moment, because now he is being confronted by an apostle's arrow shot. From all time loops, the beginning always goes the same. Saintess Clarice would drag him into the carriage without much ado. She would then explain the time loops that were happening and the role he had. They rode the carriage in silence while he was deep in thought, trying to make sense of all the information. Verdio smiled cruelly at the sight of Ed being hit by a series of arrows fired by Linos. He didn't care who he was, he could only blame himself for foolishly believing that he could defeat these holy apostles of Telos. But, in this time loop, someone who seemed to have been forgotten, but had always been by his side. Ed now finally involved that person and utilized her abilities. She is a very strong person and can easily block the arrows shot by Linos. She was also more faster than any horse carriage and made them both able to quickly head to the chapel. Verdio's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Janica was able to dodge Linos' attack so easily. She was someone stronger than him, someone who would help him without the need for him to give any explanation regarding this absurd situation. She was the one who was always by his side. While looking at him, Janica then invited him to do it. Ed accepted her invitation. In this race against time, they got here in less than an hour. But even so, the necklace he had captured was already infused with magic. This necklace was the key to resurrecting the Saint Dragon, so, if the necklace resonated with the dragon sealed inside the archipelago, the Saint Dragon would be resurrected. Thinking about that, Ed then knew that there was only one way he could do. They had to take the necklace to a place far enough away that the resonance was inactive. Seeing Ed and the others running away with Velbrock's ancient Fong necklace, Verdio then angrily asked the apostles why they were silent. He told them to quickly catch up with Ed and the others, but, when Verdio looked back, he was then confused when he saw a dagger stuck in the ground behind him. Shortly after that, the dagger seemed to be triggered, and before he could react, a huge explosion then appeared on the building he was in. The explosion was certainly Ed's doing. He did not waste the opportunity, and immediately ran away from there. He and Janica took off in the back of Bird's spirit to a faraway place, and when they reached such a high altitude that they broke through the clouds, Ed then called Janica. He said to her, "Once we reach our destination, let me handle the rest, you should just go straight away." But Janica refused. She said that she couldn't just leave him. Hearing her stubbornness, Ed then tried to convince her, "It's been over a year, but if we mess up again, we'll get expelled. If things go wrong, I'll be a fugitive hunted by the church." But, when Ed explained that to her, Janica suddenly mentioned her hometown, Fulan. It was a remote place, so if she hid there, she felt that no one would find her, or maybe, to be safe she would hide somewhere in a deserted desert or lawless zone. Ed really didn't know what else to say to her when he heard that. And before Ed could try to convince her again, Janica suddenly held his hand, and said, "Again you try to suffer alone." Ed was really confused and didn't understand the meaning of her words and actions. Seeing his confusion, Janica then told him that she already knew just from looking at his expression. If he was going to be expelled from the academy, then she would be expelled with him. She felt that it would be somewhat fair if they were expelled together, and if he was going to be a fugitive, she would be a fugitive with him. With a slightly blushing face, Janica then determinedly told him that she would never let him suffer alone again. Ed was very surprised when he heard her determination. He really didn't expect Janica to care about him that much, but, he then immediately felt worried when he felt something in the direction behind them. It was the apostles of Telos who were now chasing them. They used the wings on their backs to fly after the two of them. After the distance between the apostles and the two of them narrowed, the apostles then cast a magic and aimed it at them. Seeing that, Ed anxiously told Janica that they had to leave as soon as possible. They had no time left. Janica understood. Meanwhile, inside the chapel, right after the explosion caused by Ed ended, Verdio then appeared while coughing as a result of inhaling the smoke created by the explosion. But, he was then surprised when he heard a shout from someone telling him to move aside, and when he turned to the source of the shout, he was then shocked when he saw Clarice, who was there. Clarice's breath was panting, which indicated that she had not stopped running to get here. At that time, right after Ed received all the memories from all the timelines, he immediately told Clarice that there was only one thing she could do. Clarice could only feel confused by that. Ed told her that he already knew she had remembered all the timelines that happened and understood everything that happened in it. And when Clarice was surprised and confused by that, Ed explained to her that when later he did everything he could to stop the resurrection of the Saint Dragon, he begged her to stop Archbishop Verdio. That was the reason why Clarice came to the chapel, and when Verdio was still surprised by her arrival, Clarice ran past him. She ran to the altar and rummaged through the items placed there. Ed at that time explained to her that Verdio was a cunning and fanatical person. He is a person who will do everything for his goal. He will use the church to cover up this incident, and when they were all surprised by Clarice's actions, Clarice immediately turned to the Holy Emperor Eldane and scolded him. How long will you keep silent? Ed at that time told her that in order to stop Verdio, she had to persuade the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor Eldane was certainly surprised by her shout. Clarice told him that he had to immediately revoke the position of Archbishop Verdio. And while both Clarice and Ed were trying to stop the disaster that was about to happen, some of the main characters are completely unaware of the commotion that is currently happening. They are still busy with joint combat training. Clebius was surprised to hear from Elvira that Taylor was competing against Wade. Elvira was pessimistic about Taylor. Wade was a difficult opponent, so she felt that Taylor would lose. In the sky above the two of them, Ed and Janica are currently flying to avoid the pursuit of the apostles while avoiding the attacks they threw. Janica was really surprised by the speed of the apostles, whereas 10 minutes ago they were just standing and staring blankly at the Glocked Hall. But, while they were flying while avoiding the various attacks thrown by the apostles, a very many wind blades suddenly appeared and flew towards them. Ed then felt anxious and panicked when he saw it. He realized that they would not be able to avoid this one attack, but fortunately before the attack could hit them, Ed and Janica had already dropped from the bird spirit they were riding. Seeing Janica, who screamed in fear and free-falling in the air, Ed anxiously called out to her and quickly headed towards her. Ed positioned his body upright so that he could plunge down faster and catch up with Janica. The position of the two of them at this time was really very high to the point that when they plunged down they broke through a cloud, until finally, Ed finally managed to reach Janica's hand. Not only that, he also managed to retrieve Velbrock's ancient Fong necklace that was floating, but, although it was good news that he had managed to reach Janica, but the danger they were currently facing was not over yet, because they were currently free-falling in the air, and what made it worse, they were also currently being pursued by the apostles who were so strong. The apostles' main mission was to pursue the two of them and take back the necklace that was in his hand. And in the midst of the desperate situation they were currently facing, Ed was then confused when Janica suddenly, whisperingly called out to him. With a faint smile, Janica asked him, "You will handle the rest right?" And when Ed was confused by her words, Janica suddenly pushed his body away. Ed was completely unprepared for it and could only helplessly look at Janica's body that was free falling below him, while inserting Glast's golden phoenix ring that she had taken from Ed into her finger. Janica said that she believed him. She would do it. Right after the ring was put on her finger, the ring seemed to be triggered and lit up so brightly. At this moment, the academy students then shockingly looked up when they saw such a bright beam of light there. The beam seemed to stir up the surrounding airflow as soon as it appeared, and in each beam that stirred up the airflow, it then formed into a bird spirit. If the students looked up at this time, they then saw the academy sky filled with bird spirits. Each of spirits had different wings. The apostles were then surprised to see the spirits suddenly appear and surround them. Among the many spirits that were now flying in the sky, there was one that looked very striking. Even the weather that had been very sunny now looked like cloudy due to its appearance. Clebius, who was below, was then frightened when he saw the appearance of the spirit. The size of the spirit was so large that it was able to cover the sky, light shining on the people below. Some call it the very first spirit of all. It was the first to be born among all water spirits, a supreme water spirit, the only one of its kind in the spirit realm. Freed, the apostles themselves are now preoccupied with the siege of the spirits, although most of them are just lesser spirits, but their numbers are very large, which is troublesome for them. But even so, it is not enough to defeat them. They are considered the strongest force of the church, not without reason. The lesser spirits were just enough to distract them a little. The apostles were fully aware of Freed's appearance, and one of them shot several arrows at him, but the arrows could not even penetrate the water shield that enveloped Freed's body and only caused a slight wave. After finally being in a slightly safe position, Ed then turned his focus back to Velbrock's ancient Fong necklace. He could feel the magic in the necklace weakening. If it continued like this, they might be able to stop the resurrection of the Saint Dragon. But he then turned his gaze to the side, towards Janica, who was currently also looking at him. Seeing Janica, who looked exhausted, Ed worriedly asked how much mana she had used. Janica said that she also didn't know, but certainly, she would definitely lie in bed for the time being. After saying that, Janica then could no longer support her body, which made her body fall. Ed then immediately caught her and worriedly called out when he saw that. While checking her body temperature, Ed asked if she was okay. Janica's vision became unfocused when Ed suddenly held her body. She then asked Ed to stop. Her fever became worse. Meanwhile, when the apostles faced a dead end amidst the siege of the spirits, one of the apostles then said to Taldarek that they had no other choice but to go for the main body. Taldarek immediately knew what he meant after hearing that. After that, the apostle then said to him that they would open the way. Right after the apostle said that, the apostles then focused their attacks in one direction. Taldarek did not waste the opportunity they created and quickly headed towards Freed. Taldarek's movements were really very fast, as if the light itself was moving. He was an apostle known for his speed, and along his way towards Freed, he slaughtered so many spirits that were in his way. Once he reached the upper body of Freed, where Ed and Janica were currently located, Taldarek angrily asked her if she was the one who ordered all these spirits. Her actions were too dangerous. He didn't like killing, but he apologized to her. But, when Taldarek was about to launch his attack towards Janica, he suddenly felt a drastic increase in temperature. At this time, behind Taldarek, Ed and Tarkan were seen already standing by. With a threatening look, Ed then told Tarkan to hold him. Taldarek was then shocked when he suddenly lost control of his spear, until finally, the spear was then stuck in Tarkan's mouth, and Ed, who had been on Tarkan's back then, jumped up, and firmly smothered his neck. Taldarek whimpered in pain as a result of his chokehold, but, an apostle of Telos would certainly not be paralyzed that easily. Taldarek's entire body was suddenly filled with energy at this time and his eyes flashed yellowish light. He then vigorously jumped up and left. The force of his push was so strong that it made Tarkan, who had been holding his spear, unable to hold it any longer. Janica certainly wouldn't stand idly by when she saw that. She then begged Tarkan to protect Ed. With a movement that looked like a flash of light, Taldarek was finally able to break free and reach the ground below, and when the dust generated by their fall finally faded, a man with dove wings came into view. The man was of course Taldarek. While looking at Ed, he then said, being able to summon intermediate spirits as well as handle high spirits, your talent is truly amazing. But as an apostle of Telos, who acts on divine will, I am much stronger than that. Taldarek menacingly pointed his spear at him when saying those words. He then told him to hand over the necklace now, otherwise, he and that summoner would die. But, Ed did not flinch in the face of his threat. He immediately said no as soon as he said those words. He also said that if he was wrong, Ed realized that there was no turning back for him. He already didn't have Delheim's hourglass. He still clearly remembered the deaths he had experienced several tens of times, but, he already couldn't risk his life anymore. Therefore, with a fighting spirit burning in his heart, Ed then stood up. This time he was determined to survive. They are now outside the Arkan Island. It makes Ed can feel the flow of magic in the necklace began to weaken. Even so, to be safe the necklace still has to be taken further, otherwise, the Saint Dragon will still be resurrected, and what makes the situation worse is now, the person he is currently fighting, the third apostle of Telos, Taldarek, the swiftest blade. He is probably the strongest opponent Ed has faced until now. The reason why Taldarek got the nickname the swiftest blade is because of the skills he has, high-level sacred law magic, holy vessel awakening, using the sacred law skill, converts all magic power into physical energy. By using this skill, he can move as fast as lightning. Ed remembered that Taldarek had used this against him in several time loops before. Taldarek's top speed was able to surpass the speed of sound. Taldarek moved very quickly and was able to close the distance from him in an instant. Taldarek's speed was really very fast. Ed realized that avoiding his attacks by relying on eye sense alone was impossible. He didn't even have time to blink, and Taldarek instantly arrived behind him. But, facing Taldarek's attack that was about to hit him, Ed suddenly closed his eyes. Ed realized that he would not be able to see his attack, so, when Taldarek forcefully thrust his spear towards him, and when the spear almost cut off his head, something inside Ed suddenly triggered, and a wolf-shaped whirlwind then formed protecting his body. It was the blessing of the wind. When receiving an unexpected attack, the blessing would launch a strong gust of wind that made the enemy fly away. Even someone like Taldarek was unable to withstand the push created by the blessing. This was a counterattack that he could only use once at a time. Ed realized that he could not waste the slightest opportunity. He had to aim for that small gap. he then cast intermediate fire magic, focused explosion, and threw it at Tal'Dorei. The combination of his attacks succeeded in knocking Tal'Dorei back, but the attack could not knock him down and could not even make him seriously injured. It only made him angrier. Ed was not surprised to see that. He realized that this was indeed his weakness. He always lacked firepower, but he wasn't fighting alone. Tarkhan then stood behind him and said to him, "If it's about firepower, you can count on me." Tarkhan is a high-level spirit. He's impervious to magic, and has overwhelming firepower. With just a burst of his fire breath he was able to scorch the lush forest in front of him, but such a powerful attack was not enough to even hurt Tal'Dorei. He was able to avoid his fire breath by jumping upwards. His jump was so high that Ed could only see his small figure in the sky. After that, with a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye, Tal'Dorei then forcefully thrust his spear into Tarkhan's head. Tarkhan roared in pain as a result of his attack. When viewed from a broader perspective, the attack Tal'Dorei launched was truly so powerful that it resembled a divine punishment. His one attack directly fell a high-level spirit like Tarkhan. Just before returning to the spirit realm, Tarkhan regretfully apologized to Janica. Janica should be controlling a high-level spirit right now. The magic she gave Tarkhan must have also reached its limit. This is the worst scenario for Ed, because he faced someone as strong as Tal'Dorei alone. Even so, Ed did not retreat. When Tal'Dorei stood back up after launching his attack, Ed was preparing his attack. He then took aim, and fired several water arrows at him, but Tal'Dorei was then confused because the water arrows he fired missed all even when he did not try to move away. Ed did that on purpose. It was part of his plan. When the water arrow touched the ground and became a puddle, Ed then muttered, "Ignition." His fire magic immediately vaporized the puddle created by the fall of the water arrow, and made the environment where they were currently filled with smoke. Seeing that, Tal'Dorei immediately knew what Ed was planning. He was not confused let alone panicked when his sense of sight was almost completely blocked at this time. After closing his eyes for a while, he then slashed his spear to the side. His attack successfully hit Ed. It seemed that this kind of trick would not work against Tal'Dorei. This kind of trick was too obvious to him. The attack slashed Ed's chest which made blood flow directly from the wound. This made Ed inevitably admit that Tal'Dorei was indeed very strong. He could only think of one way for him to win this fight, Marilda. At that time, in one of the timelines, he sacrificed himself to restrain Tal'Dorei's movements, and let Marilda finish the rest, but the price he paid was his own life. But the problem was, Glast's golden phoenix ring was now being used by Janica. He had also never managed to fully summon Marilda using his own power, but Ed did not just give up hope. He thought there must be a way. But the situation he was facing at the moment unfortunately did not allow him to think calmly. When Ed cast defensive magic, Tal'Dorei then attacked again to destroy the sheer-lead that protected his body. After a few swings of the spear, Tal'Dorei then stuck his spear to the ground, and launched a powerful kick towards him. The kick instantly shattered the shield protecting his body and hit his body. Ed spit out a mouthful of blood as a result of the attack. A little despair appeared in his eyes at this time. He wondered if there was no other way. Tal'Dorei's kick was really so strong that it threw Ed far back and broke the rock wall he hit. The attack almost broke all of Ed's bones and made him unable to stand up. Seeing that, Tal'Dorei did not stop his attack. He then thrust his spear towards him in order to take his life. Ed could only stare helplessly when he saw that. He really couldn't do anything else at this time. And when Tal'Dorei's spear was about to hit him, the familiar sensation reappeared, rushing up to his brain. It was the sensation of death. At this time, his memories from the beginning of his time travel until now suddenly appeared in his mind, from him constantly dying in Clarissa's arms, to him trying to survive in the northern forest as a result of being kicked out of the dormitory. Those memories kept replaying in his mind, running in reverse. Suddenly, Ed realized something. And just when Tal'Dorei's spear was about to pierce his head, he was then shocked and confused because he could not move his spear any further. When all his memories during this time travel were played in his mind, Ed realized something. Whether it was celestial magic or resonance with spirits, the way to learn magic was not much different, and at this time, Tal'Dorei suddenly felt something from behind him. In these time loops, he had faced failure many times, memories piled up with courage and determination. Desperate struggle without giving up, a history of seemingly meaningless effort, until finally, Ed had now finally managed to summon the full manifestation of the high-level spirit, Marilda. The reason why Tal'Dorei was unable to continue the pace of his spear was because his wings were currently being bitten by Marilda. Tal'Dorei grimaced in pain from the bite, but, when his attention was distracted by Marilda's sudden appearance, he then felt something from the direction in front of him. It was Ed who forcefully hit his head against his head. The reason why Ed could summon Marilda was not because he was suddenly enlightened, it was simply because he had done it repeatedly until he mastered it, also known as repetition leads to mastery. The impact of his head made blood come out of Taldarek's mouth and made him growl in pain, but, it was not able to subdue him. He then counterattacked Ed and hit him right in the face. Not only that, he then took back his spear and launched an attack on him. No one can immediately do something well on the first try. No one can do it well from the start, and you never know if it'll even work out. But so what, was it even any different? Seeing the attack launched by Taldarek, Ed then ordered Mug to block it. Everyone fights to survive, for their own reasons, just to keep themselves alive, and when Taldarek was knocked back by Mug's attack, a pool of water suddenly appeared behind him and formed a water lioness. It was the intermediate water spirit, Leisha. And when Leisha bit Taldarek's wrist to stop his movement, Ed did not waste the opportunity she created. He then condensed the mana spear in his hand, and thrust it firmly into Taldarek's chest. Taldarek screamed in pain as a result of the attack. There are so many people in this world who are fighting desperately just to survive, fighting desperately among those people. Ed did not stop there because he could feel that Taldarek was still alive. He then used his fists to repeatedly attack him. His fists were now covered in Taldarek's blood as a result of the attacks he had launched, until finally, he then stopped. To survive, you need twisting and straining your body while gritting your teeth. Only after doing so, you can live. That was the situation Ed was in right now. He was facing an opponent that was almost impossible to defeat, but in the end, he was the one who had the last laugh. He then stood up and quickly left there, leaving Taldarek's body lying stiff on the ground. Ed realized that he didn't have much time left. He then reached into his pocket, and took out Velbrock's ancient Fong necklace. There were still things he needed to do at this time, when Ed managed to defeat Taldarek and survive. Meanwhile, inside the chapel, Clarice glared angrily at the Holy Emperor Eldane and asked him, "How much longer are you going to stay silent?" The Holy Emperor Eldane could only look on in shock at her outburst. Clarice told him firmly that he must immediately remove Archbishop Verdio from his position, but, while Clarice was convincing Holy Emperor Eldane, Verdio certainly wouldn't just stay silent. He respectfully called him and asked him, "You must have more confidence in me than a saintess who knows nothing, right? Aren't we all here for a better future of the order?" Clarice sneered when she heard Verdio say that she didn't know anything. She then exposed the vile scheme he had been plotting all along. "You intend to use Velbrock's ancient Fong necklace to resurrect the Saint Dragon, right?" They were both shocked when they heard that. Verdio then incredulously asked her how she knew that. Clarice continued, "You've tried countless times to hunt down the Saint Dragon, but not once has the Church ever succeeded in slaying it. Your plan will fail." Verdio could only feel confused and surprised when he heard that. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Clarice then showed the scar on her wrist and told them a surprising fact. "After repeating the same time where you all failed countless times. That's why I'm standing here now." Clarice keeps unraveling the sinister plan devised by Verdio. After being trapped in time loops where you fail again and again, in the end, your only remaining choice is to sacrifice my life, the life of a saintess, in the sacrificial magic formation you created. Verdio is surely shocked to hear that Clarice knows all of this. Clarice continues, "If that is indeed the will of the god of Telos, then I will gladly sacrifice my life. But, so many innocent people who have lived their lives peacefully will die in vain due to the disaster you caused. If so many people are killed by the disaster caused by the Church, who will still believe in us?" Clarice emotionally asks him that question. Hearing this, Verdio becomes anxious. He then tries to convince the Holy Emperor that no one will find out about this, so he need not worry. But, before the Holy Emperor can respond, Clarice tells him, "I stand here, knowing all the plans you made, and if I die, the people who helped me reach this point, and the ones I want to save, their melody of truth will echo across the entire continent. Soon, not just me, but the whole world will no longer believe in the Church." Verdio immediately opposes her words. He feels that those people are probably still somewhere on Arkan Island. He then tries to slander Clarice in front of the Holy Emperor Eldane. If a saintess distrusts the Church, she would use the authority of the Holy Emperor at once. But, before Verdio can finish his words, the Holy Emperor Eldane, who had been silent until now, suddenly speaks. "The authority of the Holy Emperor, you say? A pathetic fool who couldn't choose between doctrine and reality has sat in the seat of Holy Emperor for decades." when someone with conviction leads the way, this pathetic old man has done nothing but follow, just as I always have for so long. I now entrust the future of the church to one with greater conviction. The one with the most resolute eyes in this entire church. After saying this, the Holy Emperor Eldane turns to Clarice and says he will follow her will. Hearing this, Clarice casts a sharp gaze at Verdio and tells him, "Your plan has never succeeded even once, and this time, you won't even be able to start it." Verdio can only stand frozen upon hearing this. With the two highest authorities of the church facing Verdio, Clarice then says, "In the name of the Holy Emperor Eldane, the highest servant of the god of Telos, I, Saintess Clarice, hereby declare that Archbishop Verdio has been stripped of his position." But, right after Clarice declares this, she is then shocked and confused when she hears laughter coming out of Verdio's mouth, despite the situation being heavily against him. Strangely, Verdio laughs, with a face that looks like a madman. He asks Clarice if she thinks everything will change just because of that. He then tightly grabs Clarice's hand and drags her away from there. Clarice is certainly surprised by this. She asks what he is doing. With a cruel expression, Verdio explains, "As long as I prevent you from entering that sacrificial formation, no one will be able to stop the resurrection of the Saint Dragon. That boy has indeed taken Velbrock's ancient Fong necklace, but the apostles are chasing him now, so even if he's lucky and manages to escape their grasp, how far can he run in his condition?" Verdio's words are exactly what Ed is experiencing now. Although he managed to defeat Taldarek, his condition is truly dire with blood covering his entire body. Verdio confidently tells Clarice that the Saint Dragon will still be resurrected. Seeing his confidence, Clarice refutes his words. She says she will not let everything go according to his plan. Clarice then breaks free from Verdio's grip right after saying this. Verdio is shocked by this, but what shocks him even more is Clarice, who is now aiming at him, casting a spell. Clarice says that the one who held her hand and escaped with her is far stronger than a lowly human like him. Right after saying this, she then releases the spell she cast directly at Verdio. It is a sacred magic, divine power emission, which has the effect of nullifying nearly all magical effects on the target and dealing physical damage. Casting this spell seems to drain a lot of energy, making Clarice look exhausted now, but its impact is truly powerful, strong enough to instantly bring Verdio down, with a battered body. Verdio, with full of doubt, asks her, "Didn't the god of Telos himself say that a saintess's path is solely to pursue the purest white light, so, why do you now shine with so many colors?" Hearing this, while breathing heavily, Clarice answers, "I am a saintess, but also a student. While being in this land of knowledge, I have learned something, that what seems like pure white at first glance, within that single beam of light, is red light, golden light, teal, blue, and violet light." Each color Clarice mentions seems to represent the characters who have helped her during these time loops, and Lucy's arrival to Ed also proves Clarice's words to Verdio, that they are not weak people. Seeing Lucy's arrival, he then hands over Velbrock's ancient Fong necklace to her, and Lucy, after receiving the necklace, then flies away from the island, her flight speed so fast it creates a sonic boom in the air. With Velbrock's ancient Fong necklace now in Lucy's hands, it is almost certain they have succeeded in stopping the resurrection of the Saint Dragons, and while Lucy is carrying out the final mission, Clarice continues her words, "Light, when all those come together, that's how it becomes pure white." While Ed and the others are busy stopping the impending disaster, the atmosphere at the academy is still lively with the second joint combat training event. The protagonist Taylor, who is now a senior, is facing the first-year students. Although they are a year apart, their resistance cannot be underestimated. The first-year students are in high spirits, all wanting to score high by defeating their senior, so they will surely give their all. It all began at the start of the scenario. For some unknown reason, not a single first-year student was admitted to Class A. Ed himself does not join in the excitement. He speeds toward a certain place riding Marilda, but his condition is truly dire now. He is also nearly out of mana, making him unable to maintain Marilda's summoning continuously, and he falls to the ground after failing to sustain Marilda's summoning. Although Ed is extremely exhausted now, he keeps trying to get up. The scenario still continues. Based on the original scenario, Taylor would defeat his final opponent, Claude, the top-ranked first-year student in the alchemy faculty, but Claude refuses to admit defeat, which leads him to make a reckless decision by drinking a forbidden potion, Blood of the Fallen God. And that's how he becomes the mid-boss of this episode. Claude screamed louder and lost his sanity right after drinking the potion. Empowered by the evil god Mebular's magic, He unleashes all sorts of dark spells. With such a drastic increase in his power, he, who was previously defeated by Taylor, now manages to push him back. This sudden increase in power leaves Taylor unable to react, causing him to receive a fatal attack. In this episode, challenges keep coming one after another, and since this is the climax of the episode, the protagonist, battered from endless battles, struggles even to stand. Even so, the scenario continues. Ed and Taylor share the same experience now. Although their condition is dire and they are mentally and physically exhausted, it doesn't bring them down. They then stand again, preparing to face the challenges ahead. Taylor realizes that the opponent he is facing now cannot be underestimated, so, he channels his mana into his sword and slashes through all the impure things summoned by Claude. Claude is shocked to see his attack, and before he could react, Taylor is already right in front of him, delivering a slash toward the dark magic protecting him. That slash is one of Taylor's signature moves, Elemental Slash. This move can now cut through darkness. With Taylor's current power, he can also cut through any elemental power, and while Ed is staggering toward a certain place with a body covered in blood, a powerful sword energy suddenly emerges from a nearby building, destroying its roof. It is the Elemental Slash delivered by Taylor. Ed doesn't stop his steps or even glance when it happens. Now it is Act 3, the second joint combat training episode. In the original scenario, this is roughly how the episode should end. After using Elemental Slash, Taylor finally defeats Claude and stops his rampage. He, who was once mocked as a failed swordsman, is now recognized by many as one of the strongest at the academy, and his victory is celebrated by professors, students, and his friends. Taylor raises his sword high to show his resilience. That moment is etched in everyone's memory, but unfortunately, that happiness is short-lived. Because as soon as Taylor leaves the exam arena, something changes his mood 180 degrees. From a moment of joy to sorrow, he receives news of his friend's death. A poet and a prophet, someone who was fine just moments ago, mysteriously dies suddenly. At this moment, in the original scenario, Adele Saris was reported dead. As for how exactly she died, it was never clearly revealed in the game's story, but seeing her staggering toward the sacrificial formation in front of her, we can conclude something. And that's how the Adele character exits the story in the original story. But, as Adele is about to place herself in the sacrificial formation to stop the resurrection of the Saint Dragons, she is then shocked when someone suddenly holds her body. That person is of course Ed. He then forcefully pushes Adele out of the sacrificial formation. His push is so rough that Adele falls to the ground and screams in pain. With a face covered in blood and tears about to fall from her eyes, Adele looks at Ed, and Ed, in no better condition than her, looks back at her. The storyline has completely changed now. Taylor's mood doesn't change after leaving the arena. His heart is still filled with joy from the victory he achieved in the joint combat training, and neither he nor his group ever hear news of anyone's death as in the original story. Meanwhile, on the other side, there are rumors of a disturbance involving the church. It is a commotion that occurred at the chapel, because Clarice has exposed all his plans and thwarted them. Verdio is furious at her and impulsively tries to attack her, but fortunately, before Verdio can get close, the guards quickly react and subdue him before he can harm the Saintess. The church does not spread the issue and tells the public that it has been handled as an internal church matter. Therefore, the title of Saintess of Mistrust that Clarice received in the original story is now gone. The Saint Dragon also fails to be resurrected early, because Lucy has thrown the necklace, the key to its resurrection, far away from the island, and without the Saintess of Mistrust, the church's forces will never invade Arkan Island, and the Act 3 boss that rampages against them, Awakened Lucy, will also never appear. Lucy pauses for a moment while flying above the lake where she discarded Velbrock's ancient Fong necklace, while also watching the sun slowly set. A sudden desire arises in her heart at this moment. She wants to eat jerky. Perhaps many things happened earlier than in the original scenario, but the important thing is, the academy remains peaceful, without riots or disasters that kill many people. It feels like time has flown. 2 days have passed since that incident. On a bright afternoon, Ed went to Janika's cabin and knocked on the door while asking her if she was feeling better, but Janika suddenly became nervous when she heard Ed knocking on her cabin door. She frantically asked him not to come in yet. She needed to clean herself up. Janika also answered that she was still having trouble seeing. Hearing that, Ed then decided against going inside. The price to pay for borrowing magic from the future was immense. Because of that, Janika couldn't use her magic for the time being. and her vision had also deteriorated. The supreme water spirit, Freed, who had single-handedly stopped 5 apostles, seemed to have crashed into the forest outside Arkan Island. This was caused by Janica, who could no longer control him because she fainted from exhaustion, and when she opened her eyes, she was already in the cabin. Janica herself didn't know why she was there. Regardless, Ed was glad that everything had been overcome, but, while Ed was standing in front of Janica's cabin door, someone approached him and said, "If something like this happens again, you absolutely have to find me first." Hearing that, Ed turned around and looked at the person. It turned out to be Belle Maya. Ed thanked her for coming. Maya's face was beaming as if she was anticipating something. Seeing that made Ed think. When a maid is promoted to head maid, she no longer had to do cleaning work, but from her expression, he felt that Maya was eager to do rough work. While Ed was thinking about that, Maya walked closer and asked how he was doing. Ed answered that he was indeed worried about Janica, who couldn't see, but other than that, he was fine. But, Maya said that wasn't what she meant. She meant, is there anything else troubling him? Ed fell silent for a moment upon hearing that, then answered no. Hearing his answer, Maya said she understood. For now, taking care of Miss Janica was the top priority. While walking into Janica's cabin, Maya then told him she just wanted to remind him, he also needed to help Janica change her clothes and wipe her sweat. Hearing that, Ed said he knew that. Maya continued, she knew very well that someone like him wouldn't make such mistakes, but, Maya suddenly paused for a moment before entering. She then turned back to him and said, but aren't you at that stormy age of youth? If not now, then when would you ever make such a mistake? Sometimes I think it's fine to listen to your inner voice. But, before Maya could finish her words, Ed quickly closed the cabin door in front of him to stop her from talking. While turning around and walking away, Ed told her not to say strange things and then quickly go help Janica. But, Ed then paused for a moment when he heard Maya say that was a pity. Maya suddenly remembered something and said to him, you just spoke informally. Maya looked very pleased about it. Ed could only stand silently while feeling annoyed about it. He didn't respond to her at all. He then turned and continued walking away. After teasing Ed for a bit, Maya then entered Janica's cabin and checked on her condition. But, she then got angry when she saw the room where she was. Leaving a patient in a dusty room like this was a form of crime. Her condition would be better if she were placed in the academy's infirmary. Maya immediately opened all the room's windows wide to let fresh air in. Ed was speechless with all the commotion, but, what left him even more speechless was, Belle Maya opened the bedroom window while Janica was changing her clothes. Time passed, and it was already late afternoon. After a whole day of taking care of Janica, quick-witted Belle Maya seemed to notice that he was mentally unsettled. Opening all the doors and windows while bathing Janica was madness. But thanks to that, the day passed without time to dwell on anything else. Although he only skipped managing the cabin for 2 days, it felt like he had been gone for a month. The firewood stock was also running low, but, while Ed was thinking about that while skinning his hunt, someone suddenly came to his camp and greeted him. The person was dressed in a hooded cloak that covered her face. She was also holding a lute that looked like Adele's, and as the person walked closer, Ed then recognized who it was. It was Kylie, or more precisely Saintess Clarice. While removing the hood covering her face, Clarice then dispelled her disguise and returned to her original appearance. While Ed was making her a drink, Clarice told him that Archbishop Verdio had been officially excommunicated. Hearing that, Ed said he understood. Clarice continued, he's being escorted to the Holy See by the Holy Emperor and the Apostle. His punishment will be left to the Holy Emperor. Hearing that, Ed asked her if she still believed in the church. Clarice answered that the Holy Emperor had acknowledged his mistakes. She believed all this was only because of one heretical archbishop who managed to exploit the church's shaky authority. Perhaps this incident could be a turning point for the church to move in a new direction. She was willing to give them a chance. Ed only sat silently while closing his eyes upon hearing that, but, he then opened his eyes again when he heard Clarice tell him that Adele had disappeared. She had used her status as a saintess to search for her whereabouts. But she couldn't find her anywhere. Ed asked, wasn't there something she wanted to tell her? Clarice confirmed it. Initially she wanted to tell her everything she experienced after leaving the holy city, but now, Clarice paused for a moment. She then looked up while smiling and said that she just wanted to say thank you. She then pointed to the lute she brought and said she would leave it here, because Adele had traveled to so many places, she might make this camp her next stop. After making Clarice a torch, they then stood up. Clarice asked him if he would still stay at this camp during the summer break. Ed answered probably yes, because he had nowhere else to go. Hearing that, Clarice said she had a small request. Ed then looked at her in confusion upon hearing that. With a blushing face, Clarice asked if he could treat her as a junior from now on. Hearing that, while handing her the torch he made, Ed asked in confusion, "Hasn't it always been like that?" He meant, when he was with Kylie, he naturally treated her as a junior, but Clarice said that wasn't what she meant. With a sweet smile on her face, Clarice asked him not to hesitate to ask for her help if he needed it. She might not be able to repay all his kindness, but she would do everything she could to help him. After saying that, Clarice then walked away. Ed stood silently for quite a while watching her leave. He kept standing there until Clarice's figure disappeared from his sight. At that moment, the sound of the cabin door opening was heard. While walking out, she told him, it seemed she had to leave now. If she stayed here, she was worried she'd run into Clarice again. Hearing that, Ed then turned to her and asked if she was sure it was okay. The person turned out to be Adele. She had been hiding in the cabin while tending to her injuries. Adele said her divine power and celestial magic hadn't returned yet, but she could move now. But Ed said that wasn't what he meant. He asked if she was okay leaving without saying goodbye to Clarice. Adele answered yes. There were no more songs she could sing for her. Perhaps it could be said, she no longer had the courage to lie to her. If she thought about it again, everything started with lies. Her words about worshipping the god of Telos, the various stories about traveling the world she told, and the songs about freedom she often sang. All the songs she played with this lute were lies. Ed only listened to her story silently. Adele paused for a moment while gazing at her lute with a melancholic look, but Ed was startled, because Adele suddenly threw the lute into the burning campfire. Adele said she planned to explore every place she mentioned in the lies and the songs she sang to Clarice. It would be a very long journey, so she wanted to leave behind heavy baggage. Until now, her journey had always been about escaping fate, but this time, she would go on a real journey, not an escape. Hearing that, Ed asked in confusion what the difference was. Adele paused for a moment upon hearing his question. She then smiled faintly and said, "If I had to say, perhaps because now I have a place to return to. I have to return in 3 years, because I don't want Clarice to graduate before I come back, and when my journey ends, I want to return here and play a new song I've written." Hearing that, Ed said he would help her choose the perfect wood for her new instrument when she returned. Adele chuckled upon hearing that. She wondered if she should return in 2 years instead, but Ed suddenly asked her one thing. Was that all? Adele's smile vanished upon hearing his question. She knew exactly what he meant. Ed continued, "You've lost your magic and divine power, which means you can no longer see the future. The future you knew ends here. Now, you're going to places you've never dreamed of, starting a new journey without knowing what will happen next. You can no longer do anything about the predetermined scenario. And it's possible you'll face a future worse than you imagined." Ed seemed to be recounting what he experienced in this world while saying that to her. Ed then looked at her and asked, after understanding all that, "Aren't you afraid?" Adele fell silent upon hearing his question. She then honestly answered that she was afraid, but she then turned around while carrying her storage bag. With a wide smile, she then asked him, "But isn't that exciting?" After saying that, Adele then walked away with confident steps to face the unknown challenges. Time passed, and the dark night arrived. With only a sliver of moonlight and the faint glow of fireflies, many things had changed. Just now, he spoke with a girl who was supposed to be dead in the original story. He wasn't talking about the scenario, but the moment of choice shaped by limited time. Right after Ed defeated Taldarek, he was faced with 2 difficult decisions. Should he leave Arkan Island to prevent the resurrection of the Saint Dragon? Or should he stay here to save Adele? At that moment, he chose to stop the resurrection of the Saint Dragon. In other words, he decided to sacrifice Adele. If Adele's divine power had weakened, and if Lucy hadn't remembered her memories during the time loops as he had experienced, he would surely have decided to leave Adele for his own survival. Ed wasn't hypocritical and admitted that he was indeed that kind of person. This reminded him of memories from his first life. He was someone who hid behind the excuse of survival, whether it was valuing affection, missions, friendships, or camaraderie. If it came to his survival, all those things were easily discarded. Ed kept sitting there, staring at the extinguished campfire while lost in his thoughts, and while Ed sat silently there contemplating the meaning of his life, someone then walked toward him under the shimmering moonlight. It was Janica. She slowly walked toward him guided by the spirits, with unfocused eyes like someone with vision impairment. Janica then sat beside him while leaning her head on his shoulder. Now, the summer break had arrived. Until this moment, many things had changed. Ed Roth Taylor, who was supposed to be expelled from the academy, had become an honorary student. Janica, the boss of Act 1, was also by his side, and Lucy, the boss of Act 3, had disappeared from the story. Even so, amidst so many events that had changed from the original scenario, there was surely something that didn't change. Whether it was altering the Fixex fate or turning a blind eye to someone's sacrifice, whatever it was, Ed was determined to survive.